Chapter 1. Rekindled New Book-Seeking Collections. Brother, brother, come quickly and save me. The frantic cries for help echoed from the other end of the line. Qin Ran stared at the unknown caller ID for a few seconds in disbelief before leaping from the car. Where are you going? Yang Lan, startled by Qin Ran's sudden action, slammed on the brakes and shouted after the vanishing shadow. In an old, dilapidated residential building in Jiangxing City. Oh, I want Dare again. The girl realized she had been discovered. Qin Clan, whose frail body could hardly endure such torment, was soon rendered unconscious after just a few blows. You think you can play dead? Zhang Matsi, seeing the girl faint so quickly, assumed she was merely pretending. Fatty, go fetch me a basin of cold water. Today I intend to teach this little girl a proper lesson. Zhang Matsi ordered while kicking the girl a few times. Brother Matsi, the water's here. Fatty quickly returned with a full basin. Splash. Ah, so cold. Qin Clan, who had been knocked out, was drenched with cold water, instantly awakening to the chilling sensation. I want Dare again. Please don't hit me, I beg you. Qin Clan trembled, her nose sniffling. You wretched girl, you feigned unconsciousness. If it weren't for the boss forbidding me from touching you, you'd be dead by now. Zhang Matsi glared at Qin Clan with contempt. What do you want from me? Qin Clan shrank into the corner, aware that it was November, and Jiangxing, being in the north, had already entered autumn. Her frail constitution could hardly withstand Zhang Matsi's torment. Haha, what do you think I want? What else could it be? Zhang Matsi, eyeing the drenched girl whose clothes were now somewhat translucent, couldn't help but stroke his chin, revealing a lecherous gleam in his eyes. In truth, Zhang Matsi had long been coveting the girl's figure. Though Qin Clan was weak, her physique could only be described as a rare beauty, complemented by her translucent skin, which stirred Zhang Matsi's desires. Ah, don't come any closer. Hearing Zhang Matsi's lewd remarks, the girl screamed in terror. However, her cry only excited Zhang Matsi further. Fatty, noticing Zhang Matsi inching closer to the girl, prudently shut the door. After all, since Zhang Matsi had become Su's lackey, he had engaged in many acts of bullying, and Fatty had grown accustomed to it. Just as Zhang Matsi was a step away from the girl, the entire building suddenly trembled. Initially, Zhang Matsi thought it might be an earthquake, but being educated up to high school, he knew that earthquakes were impossible in this area. While he was still puzzled, a figure suddenly leaped in through the window and delivered a kick to Zhang Matsi's face. Ow! Zhang Matsi howled in pain, and upon hearing the commotion, Fatty rushed in. Boom! With another loud crash, Fatty fell to the ground, and all of this transpired in mere seconds. Brother? After the commotion subsided, Qin Clan, who had been cowering in the corner, looked at the man standing before her in disbelief. I'm sorry for being late. Qin Ran's eyes glistened with a hint of red as he gazed at his sister lying on the ground, having suffered inhuman treatment. A surge of anger erupted within him. Brother, is it really you? Qin Clan, seemingly unable to believe the scene before her, realized that her recent phone call was merely a desperate attempt. I thought you were gone for good. Qin Clan pinched herself, feeling the pain, and immediately embraced the man before her. For Qin Clan, her brother was the only man she could trust besides their father, who had long been a victim of treachery and was no longer alive. As the girl cried in her brother's arms, another figure appeared behind Qin Lan, who never expected that the once formidable Wang had lost half of his strength, yet could still move with such swiftness. Brother, hurry and save sister-in-law. She might be running out of time. Qin Clan called out with her final ounce of strength before fainting once more. Upon hearing the term sister-in-law, Qin Ran's brow furrowed, knowing that the sister-in-law in question referred to Li Wanqing of the Li family. The mention of her name caused a dull ache in his heart. In the past, the Qin family was a prestigious noble family in Jiangxing, envied by many. Qin Ran, being the pride of the younger generation, attracted the attention of numerous families seeking to curry favor. The Li family was among them. At one such banquet, Qin Ran was drugged, leading to an encounter with the similarly drugged Li Wanqing. Although the Qin family had arranged for their marriage, the Li family suddenly reversed their stance, accusing Qin Ran of being a rapist. Subsequently, Qin Ran was wrongfully imprisoned due to the Li family's slander, but was eventually rescued by a benefactor, rising to power abroad. Wang, I've gathered information these two were sent by the young master of the Su family. Moreover, tonight is the wedding banquet of the Su and Li families, Yang Lan reported swiftly. Wang, leave this to me, you must go. Yang Lan spoke as if she could see through the man's intentions. No sooner had she spoken than the previously unconscious Zhang Matzi and Fatty let out another round of cries. Despite being a woman, Li Lan had never shown mercy to Wang's enemies. Qin Ran nodded and vanished into the night-shrouded Jiangqing City. Jiangqing City, Jiangnan Grand Hotel, in the presidential suite. Boss, Matzi's calls have gone unanswered, and no one knows what's happening. He probably went out drinking and got drunk again. Fan Zai, though uncertain, concocted a casual excuse. I hope that's the case. If he jeopardizes my plans, they'll make him leave Jiangqing. Su Sheng replied angrily. It was well known that Zhang Matzi had been committing numerous misdeeds under Su Sheng's banner in Jiangqing. If Su Sheng had no further use for him, Zhang Matzi would have already been expelled. Let's go down. Although Su Sheng felt restless at Fan Zai's words, the most pressing matter at hand was the long-awaited wedding. Years ago, the head of the Li family had schemed with the head of the Su family to orchestrate the incident between Qin Ran and Li Wanqing, completely tarnishing the Qin family's reputation. In recent years, the Qin family had dwindled under the influence of Qin Ran's stepmother, reaching a point of bankruptcy this year. Boss, why must you marry such a second-hand item? Fan Zai couldn't help but ask in the elevator. In these 2 years, the Su family had risen from an ordinary family to a prestigious one, all thanks to Su Sheng's older brother, who had achieved significant merit on the front lines. Truly, one person's success leads to the rise of many. Seeing the Qin family falter, the Li family quickly began to ingratiate themselves with the Su family. And at this moment, Su Sheng had set his sights on Li Wanqing, insisting that she marry him, or else the Li family would find it impossible to remain in Jiangqing. You know nothing, I seek revenge. Su Sheng's words dripped with hatred. Qin Ran, as the pride of the younger generation, had mocked him in the past, leaving a bitter grudge that lingered to this day. As soon as Su Sheng finished speaking, the elevator doors opened, revealing the hotel's grand hall filled with hundreds of banquet tables. Upon seeing Su Sheng, the young master of the Su family, everyone eagerly approached him. Su Shao, congratulations on your wedding. I brought a small gift. A real estate developer presented a painting to Su Sheng, who graciously accepted it. Rest assured, it's all just a matter of words. Su Sheng declared arrogantly. All right, everyone, please quiet down. The MC spoke into the microphone, bringing the previously noisy hall to an instant hush. First, let's welcome everyone to the wedding of Su Sheng of the Su family and Li Wanqing, the daughter of the Li family. The wedding proceeded as planned, but just as they reached the final step of exchanging rings, Li Wanqing, clad in a white wedding gown, hesitated at the moment of receiving the ring. Since her encounter with Qin Ran, she had been cast out by the Li family, surviving solely through her own efforts over the years. She did not want to become another pawn in the game of familial interests. Li Wanqing understood that she could not defy her family. She saw no other option. Unknown to anyone, she had prepared a knife and suddenly pressed it against her throat. Wanqing, what are you doing? Su Sheng, who had expected everything to proceed smoothly, was utterly taken aback by Li Wanqing's suicide attempt at the wedding. Don't come any closer, Su Sheng. I cannot marry you. Li Wanqing's eyes were already red, revealing the countless grievances she had endured over the years. Is it for that imprisoned rapist? Su Sheng, enraged by Li Wanqing's willingness to die for Qin Ran, was beside himself with fury. Chapter 2. Old Accounts and New Ones. A new book seeks collection. The scene had descended into utter chaos. Li's parents, having come to attend the wedding, had rushed onto the stage. It was crucial for the Li family to ally with the Qin family. a partnership of great significance. They had long engaged in discussions with Wan Qing, who ultimately neither agreed nor opposed, leading Li's parents to mistakenly believe their daughter had given her tacit consent. Wan Qing, please don't act impulsively. Think of your father and mother. We cannot bear to lose you. Li's mother cried out, her voice choked with emotion, causing the resolute Wan Qing to waver in her determination. You cannot The wedding hall was engulfed in shock by the Li family's tumult. A deep and commanding voice resonated through the air. The crowd turned towards the sound, where a man clad in black stood resolutely at the entrance. Sharp-eyed, Wan Qing quickly recognized him as the man who had once shared a marital bond with her, now wrongfully imprisoned. How is this possible? Su Sheng exclaimed, panic etched across his face. He had previously enlisted his brother's help to investigate, believing Qin Ran to still be serving time in prison, which had emboldened him to pursue Qin Ran's woman. What are you all standing around for? Hurry and apprehend him. Su Sheng kicked his companion, Fan Zai, in a frenzy. Boom! The men accompanying Fan Zai were sent sprawling to the ground by Qin Ran's formidable strength. Qin Ran, what do you intend to do? I am the young master of the Su family. You dare to cause a ruckus at my wedding. You must be courting death. Su Sheng blustered, completely oblivious to the rage simmering within Qin Ran. Qin Ran had lost track of how long it had been since he had fought. Now that he was engaged, he was unaware of his own strength as he closed the distance to Su Sheng. I've heard it was you who ordered my sister's capture. Qin Ran's voice was icily calm. Yes, and what of it? Do you dare to lay a finger on me? Su Sheng, still clinging to his identity as the Su family's heir, failed to notice the shifting emotions on Qin Ran's face. Then let us settle both old and new accounts. Qin Ran's voice was devoid of warmth as he delivered a powerful punch to Su Sheng's abdomen. Thud. Su Sheng was propelled several meters into the air before crashing to the ground, feeling as though his very insides had been ruptured, blood spewing from his mouth. The onlookers were astounded that Qin Ran had indeed struck Su Sheng. My apologies for the grievances you have endured over the years. The man who had just moments ago appeared fierce now donned an expression of sincere regret as he addressed Wan Qing. Help, someone. The young master is in critical condition. Su Sheng's subordinates rushed to his side as he continued to cough up blood, his pulse alarmingly erratic. Qin Ran, you must be tired of living. You dare to kill a member of the Su family. Do you wish to bring ruin upon the Li family as well? Li's mother, who had been standing by, swiftly admonished Qin Ran upon hearing the news of Su Sheng's dire state. Meanwhile, Wan Qing stood in stunned silence as she witnessed Qin Ran, without hesitation, grasp her hand and make for the exit. While Su Sheng's previously arrogant subordinates dared not impede Qin Ran's path, she watched her daughter being taken away by that worthless son-in-law. And observing the chaos that had engulfed the wedding venue, Mother Li clutched her head in frustration, realizing that the Li family might no longer be able to endure in Jiangqing. Meanwhile, Li Wan Qing, being dragged away by Qin Ran, gazed at the man with a look of utter bewilderment. Although they shared a marital bond, it had only been under the influence of drugs. To Wan Qing, Qin Ran was merely a stranger. Where are you taking me? She exclaimed, shaking off his hand and furrowing her brows in inquiry. Yes, Qin Ran replied, nodding like a contrite child before her. Before long, he led Li Wan Qing to the entrance of the Qin family ancestral home. The once grand residence now lay in a state of disrepair, its former glory long vanished. Young master, an elderly man, who had just been preparing to leave, looked at the figure standing at the door with disbelief. Steward. Qin Ran recognized him instantly. This was the steward of their household. Qin Mo, he had been there since Qin Ran could remember. Who is it? Make less noise. A flamboyantly dressed woman, somewhat portly in stature, emerged from the estate, her tone irritable. However, upon recognizing the long-lost Qin Ran, a wave of anxiety washed over her. Unbeknownst to her, even within the confines of her own home, the little girl was enduring a harrowing experience. Woo, I don't want this. I won't eat it, Qin Xin cried, lying on the ground and pointing at a broken bowl. Hey, you little brat, do you really think you're a young lady? If you refuse to eat, just wait to starve. A maid was forcefully attempting to make Qin Xin consume leftover food. With a resounding crash, the once bullying maid was sent flying several meters away, landing on the ground. Brother, the previously tearful Qin Xin immediately called out upon seeing the familiar figure. And Qin Ran rushed over to embrace his sister. Yet, a deep pain pierced his heart as he realized how alarmingly light she felt. It was not the kind of slenderness that girls aspired to, but rather an unhealthy thinness. Is this how they usually treat you? Qin Ran's eyes turned crimson, resembling a lion ready to pounce. Chapter 3. Is the Su family really that terrifying? A new book seeking support. Qin Clan had never witnessed her brother in such a fury. She merely nodded softly in response. Moments later, the maid who had attempted to rise was met with another kick from the man, ensuring she would never get up again. Child? Qin Ran was taken aback by these words. Although he was aware that the Qin family had been declining since his departure, with his father becoming increasingly despondent, he had not anticipated that this woman had borne a child. Your father, before his death, bequeathed all of the Qin family's assets to me and to the child in my womb. Jiang Huilan stated matter-of-factly. Impossible. You're lying. How could father possibly leave everything to you? The usually gentle Qin Clan shouted in anger. Huh. I knew you two would never believe it. Here, this is your father's will. The lawyer has reviewed it, and it is undoubtedly authentic. Jiang Huilan calmly produced a somewhat tattered piece of paper, although Qin Ran found it hard to believe. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed that it was indeed his father's handwriting. Although he could not fathom his father's motives for such an action at that moment, he understood that Jiang Huilan had come well prepared. Shall we go to my home first? Li Wanqing, who had remained silent until now, suggested. Are you certain? Qin Ran initially intended to confront Jiang Huilan directly, but Li Wanqing's words interrupted him. Yes, it's not far from your Qin residence. The woman affirmed with a nod. Over the years, despite Qin Ran's shortcomings towards her, the Qin family had never treated the Li family unfairly. In fact, the Li family had reaped considerable benefits during this time. Meanwhile, at Wanqing's home, Li's mother was encircled in the hall, her face a picture of distress. Li family head, what are your thoughts on the farce that occurred during this wedding? A deep voice pressed down upon Li's father. Mr. Su, I never anticipated this, Li's father stammered. That boy from the Qin family suddenly appeared, an injured young Master Qin. I was infuriated. At that moment, he faced Qin Mian, the head of the esteemed Su family, one of the three great families of Jiangqing. You should know very well that this union was eagerly pursued by your Li family. The commotion you caused today has brought considerable disgrace to our Su family. Qin Mian furiously stroked his beard, and more words. I do not wish to see any members of the Li family in Jiangqing from now on. Seeing the standoff and realizing the Li family held no further value for them, Su Mian reflected that had it not been for his son Su Sheng's insistence on marrying Li Wanqing, they would not have found themselves in this embarrassing situation, losing face before the other families. What infuriated Su Mian even more was that Su Sheng had been grievously injured by none other than Qin Ran, and he was now preparing to confront the Qin family for an explanation. All this is your daughter's fault. If she hadn't insisted on marrying that good-for-nothing Qin Ran, none of this would have happened. Upon hearing the head of the Su family's words, Li's mother angrily struck Li's father. No need to apprehend anyone. I am here. Everyone turned. They saw three figures at the entrance. You? Are you Qin Ran? Su Mian was somewhat taken aback. He had not expected Qin Ran to present himself so readily. But this was advantageous, saving him considerable effort. You need not know. Qin Ran replied coldly. He had overheard the previous conversation, and a surge of anger welled within him. He had never anticipated that his sacrifices on the front lines would lead to such a disgraceful outcome. Someone, seize this wretch alive. Su Mian, still unaware of Qin Ran's murderous intent, appeared confident, casually sipping his tea. Dozens of burly men charged towards Qin Ran, but he instinctively shielded his sister and Li Wanqing behind him. Those who do not wish to die, stand aside. Qin Ran roared. The leading brute was momentarily stunned by the force of his shout, while the others, though not as severely affected, felt an inkling of fear. With a resounding thud, within mere moments, all the men were knocked to the ground by Qin Ran's prowess. How is this possible? Initially poised to enjoy the spectacle, Qin Mian spat out his tea as he watched Qin Ran effortlessly dispatch the men. And instead of halting, Qin Ran advanced directly towards him. Su Mian, once lofty and proud, has now been reduced to a mere figurehead. He laments his decision to bring so few allies, oblivious to the futility of his efforts regardless of their number. Stay away. I am the head of the Su family that if you dare to lay a finger on me, I will ensure you lead a life of misery. Yet, Su Mian remains unaware that Qin Ran is impervious to such threats. Sister-in-law, what does my brother intend to do? Inquired Qin Clan, who had been hiding behind Li Wanqing. Her curiosity piqued that a shrill scream echoed, and Su Mian felt as if his bones had shattered. The pain overwhelmed him, causing him to lose consciousness. Your brother is teaching a lesson to the wicked. Li Wanqing replied with a hint of exasperation. Honestly, I haven't even exerted myself fully, Qin Ran remarked, shaking his head in disinterest as he observed the unconscious head of the Su family. Li Mu and Li Fu stood in stunned silence, gazing at the so-called useless son-in-law they had disparaged. In the past, Qin Ran would have undoubtedly dealt with them, but out of respect for Li Wanqing's relationship with them, he chose to spare them for the time being. In the chaos, a burly man had stealthily whisked Su Mian away. Qin Ran, are you intent on bringing ruin to our Li family? Li Mu cried out, staring at the barely breathing head of the Qin family on the ground. Mother, what absurdity are you spouting? Li Wanqing retorted, angered by her mother's unfounded accusations directed at Qin. Is the Su family truly that fearsome? Qin Ran countered, refusing to hold Li Mu accountable, but instead challenging her assertions. Chapter 4. It is better to leave the Li family behind. Li Mu's ire was palpable. You, who are oblivious to the circumstances, do not understand that the Su family has long since ousted your family from the ranks of the prominent. The three current great families are the Su, Zhao, and Sun families. Li Mu's frustration towards her son-in-law was evident. She believed that Qin Ran's ignorance had emboldened him to act so ruthlessly. Leave these matters to me, Qin Ran responded, uninterested in the families Li Mu mentioned. Humph, lacking in ability, yet brimming with bravado. It seems you must have been cast out by that stepmother of yours, Li Mu remarked, directing her disdain towards the little girl standing behind her daughter. Though Li Mu displayed a rather opportunistic nature, she remained Wanqing's mother, and Qin Ran chose not to engage in excessive contention with her. Wanqing, tonight is your grandmother's birthday celebration that I had intended for you to bring Su Sheng along, but now, Sai, you may take him with you, Li Mu said with resignation, acutely aware that their family had been cast out since Qin Ran's imprisonment. Li Mu had hoped that Wanqing and Su Sheng would make a splendid impression at the birthday banquet, potentially paving the way for their family's return to the Li household. However, fate had conspired against her, and now they had also incurred the wrath of the Su family, leaving her in a state of silent suffering. Unable to voice her grievances. At the Jiangqi Fengqing Hotel, dozens of luxury vehicles lined the entrance. Today marked the birthday celebration of the matriarch of the Li family, drawing the city's affluent and influential individuals. Although the Li family could not be classified as a prominent clan, they were the oldest family in Jiangqing, having navigated through the years with a mix of ups and downs, yet managing to thrive due to their extensive connections in the region. Sir, I apologize, but entry is not permitted without an invitation, the security guard asserted, blocking the man whose attire was clearly incongruous with the grandeur of the event. An invitation? Are you jesting with me? Am I really expected to bring an invitation to my own grandmother-in-law's birthday celebration? Qin Ran inquired, his tone tinged with irritation. Observing the security guard's obstruction, Li Wanqing beside him furrowed her brow. Logically speaking, as younger relatives attending the gathering, they should not require an invitation, for they were not outsiders. Having just settled his sister, Qin Ran hurriedly accompanied Li Wanqing to the event, still clad in his unkempt attire. Having had no time to change. I'm sorry, but without an invitation, you cannot enter, the security guard stated dismissively, his gaze appraising Qin Ran's ragged appearance, leading him to presume that he was a person of no consequence. Thus he impatiently denied entry. Is that not my cousin Wanqing? A fashionably dressed woman approached, calling out to Wanqing. Second sister, Li Wanqing acknowledged her with a slight nod, feeling a twinge of discomfort. And this must be the brother-in-law? Li Rue smiled at Qin Ran. Let them in. They are family. Li Rue shot a disapproving glance at the security guard and proceeded to usher Qin Ran and Wanqing into the hall. Do not take it to heart. They are merely performing their duties. Primarily, it is our brother-in-law's shabby attire that raises eyebrows. If I saw you on the streets, I might have tossed you a few coins, Li Rue remarked with an air of superiority. Qin Ran felt a surge of anger at her words, yet he restrained himself, stifled by Li Wanqing's gentle touch. Brother-in-law, where have you been rummaging through trash all these years? Li Rue, emboldened by Qin Ran's silence, pressed further. The northern frontier? She laughed. Brother-in-law, you truly are amusing. Such a place is hardly suited for someone of your caliber. With that, she shot him another disdainful look. Everyone knew that the northern frontier was a remote military outpost, inaccessible to ordinary individuals. The reason for Li Rue's quick dismissal was further compounded by the fact that her husband held a significant position there. Wanqing, if it comes to that, perhaps you should consider a separation. Such a person likely possesses no skills beyond boasting, Li Rue advised earnestly. Li Wanqing, however, dismissed her words, fully aware of the shallow nature of these so-called relatives, when she sought to form an alliance with the prestigious Qin family. They had all flattered her, yet the moment Qin Ran was imprisoned, they hastily expressed their opinions before the matriarch, ousting her family from the Li household under the pretense of preserving the family's reputation. Before long, the spacious hall was filled to capacity, with Qin Ran and Li Wanqing relegated to a corner as the gifts from the Li family members were presented one by one. Li Wanqing hesitated. She had intended to bring a gift, but it seemed she had left it at the previous wedding venue. The gifts from the Li family were increasingly extravagant. Indeed, the matriarch is truly fortunate. Yet, when it came time for Li Wanqing to present her offering, she suddenly found herself at a loss, and all eyes turned toward Qin Ran and her. Noticing Wanqing's embarrassment, Qin Ran surmised the situation and rose to approach the stage. Matriarch, as this marks our first meeting, I have nothing of value to offer, so I present you with this token. As he spoke, he retrieved a wooden plaque from the depths of his already tattered clothing. Uffed! Sitting beside the elderly Mrs. Li, Li Feng erupted in laughter, unable to contain himself. Although he was aware that Li Wanqing had married a worthless man, he never anticipated that she would dare to bring him out to embarrass the family. Are you out of your mind? You have the audacity to present such a worthless token, Li Feng scoffed. This Li Feng was Wanqing's cousin, the eldest grandson of Mrs. Li, and the most capable among the younger generation of the Li family. Meanwhile, the elderly Mrs. furrowed her brow as she gazed at the token in Qin Ran's hand. What? This token is worth a fortune. It is not inferior to your jewelry. Sensing the skepticism directed at his offering, Qin Ran kindly explained, Haha, Li Wanqing, your husband merely enjoys boasting and pretending. In the audience, Li Rue was already amused by Qin Ran's antics. Wanqing, weren't you supposed to bring the young master of the Su family? How did you end up with such an unrefined fellow? Under pressure, Mrs. Li finally questioned her granddaughter. He is my husband. Who else would I bring? At that moment, Wanqing felt insecure, although she had not brought a gift. She never expected Qin Ran would resort to presenting a worthless token to deceive her grandmother. Noticing the crowd's disdain for his gift, Qin Ran felt a twinge of disappointment. Elderly lady, please do not blame Wanqing. This is all my fault, he admitted. The audience was taken aback by Qin Ran's unexpected apology, especially since rumors circulated that he had severely injured Su Sheng with a single move. They had thought he had become formidable. If you didn't prepare a gift, you could have just said so that we are all family. Why resort to deception? Li Feng assumed his words had made Qin Ran realize his mistake. What I meant was, I regret not considering that you are unworthy of seeing this token. Qin Ran's tone shifted abruptly, and he tossed the token into the gift area before striding off the stage, grasping Wanqing's hand as he prepared to leave. Upon hearing Qin Ran's words, Li Feng's face flushed with anger, and even Li Rue was incensed. Impudent. Mrs. Li could no longer remain seated. She rose, brandishing her cane at Qin Ran and Wanqing. Grandma, we did not come to cause trouble. Wanqing was taken aback by her grandmother's fury. It was the first time she had witnessed such wrath. Enough. The Li family has no place for someone like you, the elderly lady declared coldly. Just as Qin Ran and Wanqing were about to exit, a man dressed in formal attire entered. Precisely the individual Li Rue had previously referred to as her husband. My apologies, Mrs. Li. The younger generation was suddenly assigned a task and arrived late. He said, pulling a piece of jade from a box and placing it in the gift area, that it's quite all right. Young Ma has many responsibilities on the front lines. It's to be expected. After all, with greater power comes greater responsibility. I remarked, looking at the tardy Mom Ming with satisfaction. Among the younger generation, she was quite pleased with him since he served as a deputy general in the northern border, which brought some prestige to the Li family. However, as Ma Ming placed the jade box in the gift area, he noticed a token that caught his eye. He approached, picked up the token, and upon closer inspection, asked with a slightly trembling voice, Mrs. Li, whose token is this? The crowd gazed at the wooden plaque held by Ma Ming. Chapter 5. The little girl with twin tails, isn't that the one thrown by the rapist Qin Ran? Someone remarked, indeed, it's quite a joke to present a wooden plaque for an old lady's birthday. The murmurs of the crowd were swiftly interrupted by Ma Ming. This is a plaque that only the high-ranking officials of the Northern Territory possess. How could it possibly be here? Could it be that the Li family has other connections in the north? Ma Ming's hands trembled as he lifted the plaque that had been discarded in the corner. The joy that had previously adorned the face of old lady Li had vanished, replaced by a look of discomfort. It was apparent to all present that this plaque had just been tossed aside by Qin Ran. Could it be that Qin Ran was of some significance? From the discussions he had overheard, Ma Ming deduced that this plaque seemed to be left behind by the Li family's son-in-law, who scavenged for scraps. Brother Ma, could it be that Qin Ran stole this plaque? I mean, how could a rapist dare appear so brazenly in Jiaqing unless he relied on this plaque? Li Feng immediately speculated, recalling Qin Ran's attire, which made him suspect that the plaque was indeed stolen. Yes, it must be that Qin Ran, the scavenger, who took it. He surely intended to bring ruin to our Li family by giving you this plaque. Li Rue also caught on swiftly. How audacious of you, Qin Ran, to steal from the high-ranking officials of the Northern Territory and attempt to frame my Li family. Old Lady Li, now understanding the gravity of the situation, rose in anger, striking the floor with her cane. Calm down, there's no need for rage. As far as I know, the high-ranking officials from the Northern Territory are expected to arrive in Jiaqing soon for a banquet. We can return this plaque to them at that time, and not only will we receive a reward, but we can also eliminate Qin Ran. Ma Ming's grip on the plaque tightened, his eyes gleaming with cunning. He was acutely aware that while he held a prominent position in the eyes of the Li family, in reality, he was merely a lowly soldier. His thirst for status had long been unquenched. But now that opportunity had presented itself, he would not let it slip away. Yes, grandmother, since this Qin Ran wishes to bring harm to our Li family, we shall ensure he meets a terrible fate. Li Feng chimed in immediately after hearing Ma Ming's scheme. Agreed. Let us act upon little Ma's words and ensure that Qin Ran suffers. Old Lady Li seethed with fury. What should have been a delightful birthday banquet had turned into a source of anxiety due to Qin Ran's interference. However, acquiring an invitation to the banquet might prove challenging, as it seemed that few from the aristocracy would attend. Li Feng had heard of this banquet, but had never dared to hope for participation. Brother-in-law, worry not. I am here to take care of it, Ma Ming said with a grin. Indeed, brother, we have Ma Ming on our side. What do we have to fear about entry? Li Rue's voice chimed in. Resonating with enthusiasm, the Li family eagerly anticipated the day of the banquet to witness the unfolding drama. Mother, where are you off to? Li Wanqing hurriedly stopped her mother. Quick, we must rush to the kindergarten. Exiner has been hurt. Li's mother gasped for breath. Who is Exiner? This unfamiliar name piqued Qin Ran's curiosity, as he had previously dispatched Yang Lan to gather information on all of the Li family's relatives and friends. Why are you still standing there? Your father has already gone. It seems the situation is quite troublesome that I must also make my way there. Li Mu cast a sideways glance at Qin Ran, who was trailing behind Li Wanqing. Unable to abandon her despite not knowing who this Exiner was, Qin Ran followed along, prompted by the evident urgency of both Li Wanqing and her mother. In the office of the principal of Jiaqing Beishi Kindergarten, a little girl with pigtails was sobbing, clutching her cheek where a handprint was clearly visible. Serves you right, you wild brat. How dare you bite my precious son? Are you tired of living? A woman, stout and garishly dressed, spoke with the vehemence of a shrew, tugging at Qin Xion's ponytail as she hurled insults. Xioner, what happened? The door burst open to reveal Li Wanqing's father standing at the threshold. What do you think happened? Ask your wild brat what she did to my son. Lu Mei pointed furiously at Qin Xion. Mr. Li, you arrived just in time. Your granddaughter just bit Ms. Lu's son. The principal hurriedly relayed the situation. Knowing she could not afford to offend Lu Mei, who was the daughter-in-law of one of Jiangqing's 3 prominent families, Li Zhaoyang, upon hearing this, felt a surge of frustration but held his tongue. Well aware of Lu Mei's influence. Miss Lu, it's a misunderstanding that it's quite normal for children to play rough. Li Zhaoyang attempted to downplay the incident. A misunderstanding. Do you take me for a fool? Lu Mei glared at the bite marks on her son's arm. Principal, if you do not expel this little brat today, do not expect any investment from the Sun family for your kindergarten in the future. The principal, feeling the weight of the situation, knew that not even she could dare to offend the Sun family. Mr. Li, perhaps it would be best to transfer Exiner to another kindergarten, the principal finally suggested under pressure. But, principal, we spend a considerable amount to enroll her here. How can you simply expel Exiner? Li Zhaoyang was taken aback by the principal's suggestion. Humph, how much can a kindergarten education possibly cost? If you're lucky, I might consider giving you a little something for your troubles. Lu Mei scoffed with derision. You? Li Zhaoyang was infuriated. What do you mean by you? How dare you point at me? Are you looking for trouble? Lu Mei shouted. Da-da. The woman cried out in pain. You little monster. Is your father a dog? Always biting people. Lu Mei flung Qin Xion, who had bitten her arm, to the ground with force. Thud. The office door crashed to the floor. Exiner, are you all right? Qin Ran had just kicked the door open and rushed to where Qin Xian lay. "Mommy, my bottom hurts so much. That bad Annie hit me. Boo-hoo. My face hurts too." The girl covered her cheeks with her hands. Upon hearing the little girl call Li Wanqing mommy, Qin Ran felt a jolt of realization. "How dare you hit my daughter?" Li Wanqing, with fierce maternal instinct, scooped Qin Xian up and shouted at Lu Mei. "How dare I? Just because I am the daughter-in-law of the Sun family." Lu Mei responded defiantly, hands on her hips. What does the Sun family even matter? Qin Ran, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up, her gaze fixed intently on Qin Xian, who bore an uncanny resemblance to her. Moreover, Qin Xian had just called Li Wanqing mom, and Qin Ran was already aware of the situation in his heart. "Oh, I thought it was someone important. Isn't this just the useless young master of the Qin family? Escaped from prison, have we?" Lu Mei remarked with biting sarcasm that I give you 3 seconds to kneel and apologize. Qin Ran, unfazed by such mockery, remained indifferent. "Oh dear, young master of the Qin family, surely you don't believe that your family still holds the same status as in the past?" Lu Mei laughed flamboyantly. Before her laughter had faded, the sound of footsteps outside grew increasingly numerous. Chapter 6. Tuition waved apart from Qin Ran. The others wore expressions of confusion. At the forefront was a gentleman donning gold-rimmed glasses. Dressed in a formal attire, he had just received an urgent notification from above instructing him to rush to this kindergarten and locate someone named Qin Ran to assist him. Otherwise, his position would be at risk. "Director Zhao, what brings you here?" Director Zhang appeared utterly bewildered. Zhao Changchun was the head of the entire Jiangqing Education Bureau, and logically, he should not be present in a kindergarten setting. Lu Mei, who frequently mingled in high society, naturally recognized the director and seized the opportunity to mock Li Wanqing. "Director Zhao, greetings. I am Lu Mei, the daughter-in-law of the Sun family." The woman approached with a smiling face. "Which one is Qin Ran?" Zhao Changchun, not daring to waste a moment, disregarded Lu Mei and directly inquired, "I am he." Qin Ran stepped forward, having already messaged Yang Lan prior to arriving at the kindergarten to seek assistance. "Mr. Qin, greetings." Zhao Changchun, relieved to have finally located Qin Ran, quickly bowed and extended his hand for a handshake. The kindergarten director stood in stunned silence, aware that even someone of Lu Mei's standing likely did not merit such deference from Zhao Changchun. "Director, are you mistaken? My son was bullied at the kindergarten, and you won't even say a word to help me." Lu Mei, noticing Zhao Changchun's indifference, pressed on. "So it's a member of the Sun family. Your son was bullied. It must be that your son has some issues." Zhao Changchun's mind worked rapidly, having deduced the situation within mere minutes. "Director Zhao, you must have it wrong. It was my son who was struck by her daughter." "Director, let us not forget that our Sun family contributes significantly to your school every year." Lu Mei's words held a veiled threat. Zhao Changchun was well aware of this, yet the influence supporting Qin Ran was such that, even if faced with 100 or 1,000 members of the Sun family, he would not dare to intervene. "So what? Hurry and take your son away from here. Our school does not accept such students." Zhao Changchun shouted with unwavering conviction at Lu Mei. The rest had long been bewildered by this unfolding drama. Li Wanqing had already begun to prepare for the possibility of finding a new kindergarten for her daughter. "Mr. Qin, rest assured, your daughter's tuition will be fully waived in the future. Additionally, she will be eligible for a scholarship." Zhao Changchun glanced at the little girl, who had been hiding behind Li Wanqing. She bore an uncanny resemblance to Qin Ran, as if they were cut from the same mold. The scholarship. The earlier affronts suffered by Li Xiaoming at the hands of Lu Mei had taken a complete turn. Not only would his granddaughter not be expelled, but now her tuition would be waived, and she would receive a scholarship. "Mr. Qin, if there is nothing else, may I take my leave?" Zhao Changchun regarded Qin Ran with apparent satisfaction, and thus, with great caution, inquired, "Shall we proceed?" Qin Ran nodded in agreement. He felt quite pleased with Zhao Changchun's recent handling of matters, believing that there would certainly come a time in the future when this individual would prove useful. After Zhao Changchun's departure, the principal, adhering to his instructions, assisted Qin Xian in applying for a scholarship and also exempted her from future tuition fees. "Is this truly my daughter?" Qin Ran mused, gazing at the girl with twin ponytails and 2 pairs of sparkling, watery eyes. "Yes, and what of it?" "No, and what of that?" Li Wanqing felt a sense of grievance swell within her. Over the years, she had managed both the care of her daughter and the administration of the company, compelling her to adopt a facade of strength. "Enough. There is no affection left between us," Li Wanqing declared, pulling Qin Xian along as they made their exit. "Mommy, is that uncle my father?" Qin Xian inquired. wiping her tears, glancing back inquisitively at Li Wanqing. He is not your father. Hurry, or else mommy will abandon you. Though Li Wanqing understood her daughter's yearning for her father, she could not reconcile herself with Qin Ran at that moment. During her wedding to Su Shang, she had threatened to take drastic measures chiefly to prevent Su Shang from becoming Xian's father, not due to any lingering feelings for Qin Ran in the parking lot near the kindergarten. A tall and stunning woman stood beside Qin Ran. I apologize. It was my intelligence that was flawed. After your imprisonment, Li Wanqing indeed bore a child, and that child is the Qin Xian you just met. Yang Lan knelt before Qin Ran, seeking his forgiveness. All right. There are too many people here. No need for kneeling. Qin Ran was not angered by Yang Lan's misinformation. Instead, he felt a sense of surprise. He had not anticipated having such an adorable daughter, and his mind was filled with thoughts of Qin Xian's charming demeanor. Cough. By the way, please assist me in obtaining a card. I require some funds. Qin Ran eventually spoke. Certainly. Yang Lan promptly went to the bank to procure a new card. It is worth noting that Qin Ran's accumulated wealth over the years could rival that of nations, yet he rarely spent money, resulting in his lack of even a single bank card. It is time to make amends for them. Qin Ran muttered to himself, contemplating purchasing a house for Li Wanqing, considering that she and her family had been forced out of their home and were now cramped in a small space. Being of an impulsive nature, Qin Ran hastened to a newly opened property development after acquiring the bank card. Sir, you cannot enter here. A security guard obstructed him before he could step into the sales office. Is it not yet open? Qin Ran queried, perplexed. Though, are you genuinely foolish or merely pretending? The houses here are likely beyond your means for a lifetime. The security guard mocked as he eyed Qin Ran, who was clad entirely in tattered clothing. Just as Qin Ran was about to reprimand the guard, he was interrupted by a voice that, is that not the young master of the Qin family? What brings you here, released from prison? The newcomer was none other than his classmate, Fan Qi. In the days when the Qin family thrived, Fan Qi had pursued Qin Ran multiple times, only to be met with cold indifference. Since then, she had held a grudge, and upon Qin Ran's imprisonment and the family's downfall, she had reveled in the misfortune. Darling, do you know him? Next to Fan Qi is a plump man wearing black sunglasses and sporting a goatee. It's not just a matter of acquaintance. This gentleman is none other than the esteemed young master of the Qin family in Jiaqing. Fan Qi deliberately emphasized the words young master. So this is the notorious rapist. Qin Ran? Yang Hua could not suppress his laughter. Chapter 7. Which is the most expensive? Qin Ran regarded the two individuals, who resembled clowns, with utter disdain. Let the security allow him in. Perhaps he has never laid eyes on such a splendid residence in his entire life. Yang Hua, removing his sunglasses, remarked mockingly. Just like that, the security guard who had previously obstructed Qin Ran stepped aside, granting him passage. Observing Qin Ran's rustic appearance, Fan Qi felt an overwhelming sense of amusement. Upon entering the sales office, several seasoned saleswomen, taken aback by Qin Ran's attire, scarcely had time to retreat, fearing they might attract misfortune. Only one strikingly pure-looking beauty, slender and clad in a professional OL outfit, attended to Qin Ran. Today marked Chu Yun's first day at work, and she was eager to close a deal to prove herself to her father. Not one to be picky, she set her sights on Qin Ran. Good afternoon, sir. May I inquire what type of unit you are interested in? We have several excellent options available. Would you like me to show you around? Chu Yun diligently introduced, while her colleagues chuckled at her inexperience. Deeming it a waste of time to engage with someone like Qin Ran, whom they perceived as impoverished. However, Qin Ran paid no heed to their banter and simply inquired, which is the most expensive? Chu Yun frowned. She knew that this development was among the finest in Jiangqing. The most expensive unit was likely to be in the tens of millions. Qin Ran's question raised her apprehensions. Sir, the most expensive unit is estimated to be around 15 million. Perhaps you would like to consider this one instead? It is quite good and priced at only a couple of million. Qin assumed that Qin Ran was merely seeking to save face by asking for the priciest option. Then I shall take that 15 million unit. Is it possible to pay by card? Qin Ran stated, as he extracted the newly issued card from his pocket. Yes. Chu Yun stammered, still processing the situation, as Qin Ran produced his bank card. Meanwhile, the saleswomen, who had initially failed to discern Qin Ran's true nature, began to murmur among themselves. In a way, he is going straight for the most expensive one. Could it be that he intentionally dressed like this? The world of the wealthy is beyond my comprehension. Fan Shi and Ouyang Hua, who had previously anticipated a show from Qin Ran, were taken aback upon hearing that he intended to purchase the most expensive property. Darling, didn't you say the Qin family was bankrupt? How could he possibly have so much money to buy a house? Ouyang Hua questioned, bewildered. Indeed, their family is on the brink of bankruptcy. Where could he have sourced such funds? Fan Shi's gaze remained fixed on Qin Ran, searching for an opportunity to witness his downfall. Wait, there's something amiss with that card. Ouyang Hua quickly discerned the issue. Hold on, young Master Qin. That card likely isn't yours. Ouyang Hua swiftly positioned himself in front of Chu Yun, who was preparing to process the payment. Not his? Chu Yun held the card, perplexed. That card cannot possibly belong to him. From my observation, this is a supreme black gold card from Yinsha Bank. There are probably no more than 10 in the entire Yinsha. Ouyang Hua proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Exactly. Surely, he must have picked it up along the way. Upon seizing the opportunity, Fan Shi immediately chimed in harmoniously. Qin Ran observed as these two deliberately sought to trouble him, and thoughts began to stir within him. Sir, are you certain this card belongs to you? After being prodded by Fan Shi and her companions, Qin felt a flicker of uncertainty. It is mine. Rather than retaliating verbally, Qin Ran simply entered his password on the POS machine. Moments later, a notification of the transaction appeared on his phone. How is this possible? Ouyang Hua and Fan Shi looked utterly dejected. Having anticipated witnessing Qin Ran's embarrassment, Chu Yun too was taken aback by the successful transaction. The saleswomen who had previously looked down upon Qin Ran now wore expressions of dismay to Mr. Qin. Perhaps I should take you to view the property? Although Chu Yun was astonished, she did not reveal her surprise. It was her first encounter with someone purchasing a home in mere minutes. No need. Just hand me the keys. I have other matters to attend to. Qin Ran held no lofty expectations regarding the property, and he understood that one gets what one pays for. A house at this price could hardly be subpar. Very well. Chu Yun, fully compliant with this significant client, led Qin Ran to finalize the contract and the handover of the property. Onlookers were astonished at how casually Qin Ran purchased a home, as if he were merely buying groceries. Meanwhile, the saleswoman attending to Fan Shi and Ouyang Hua, noticing Chu Yun's success, hurried to catch up. Handsome sir, beautiful lady, how about we also acquire a unit of the same type as that gentleman's? The saleswoman immediately selected the most expensive option. Darling, did you not say you would take me house hunting? I want the most luxurious one. Fan Shi pouted playfully. Ouyang Hua, infuriated, silently cursed under his breath. How could we even consider purchasing a property in such a secluded neighborhood? Let us switch to another area. Although Ouyang Hua was the young master of the Ouyang family and possessed a modest fortune, a sum exceeding 10 million was still considerable to him. He quickly pulled Fan Shi away, continuing to grumble about the development. This left the saleswoman utterly exasperated, having failed to secure a deal. Mr. Qin, here are the keys. Chu Yun personally handed the keys to Qin Ran. Thank you. Qin Ran accepted the keys and departed. Chu Yun watched Qin Ran's retreating figure with a hint of curiosity. The man appeared youthful, yet was remarkably extravagant, while his attire remained remarkably understated. In the Sun family ancestral hall of Jiangqing Sun, Lu Mei was cradling her son, weeping inconsolably. My unfortunate child. Lu Mei, what has happened to Shao? Sun Jiaming, seated nearby, gazed at his weeping wife. What else could it be? Your son has been assaulted. Lu Mei exaggeratedly recounted the incident to the Sun family. That good-for-nothing from the Qin family. How dare he lay a hand on a member of the Sun family? Sun Jiaming fumed as he berated Qin Ran. Father, this grievance must be avenged. Sun Jiaming directed his words toward the elders seated at the head of the table. Of course, it must be avenged. However, this is not the opportune moment. The elder son, possessing a shrewd mind, continued, in the next few days, high-ranking officials from the Northern Territory will arrive in Jiangqing. We should avoid causing a ruckus to prevent attracting trouble. But father, we cannot allow the Qin family to trample over the Sun family. Sun Jiaming retorted angrily. Naturally not. If we cannot confront them openly, we will resort to more covert methods. Old Master Sun's lips curled slightly upwards. Father, I will make the arrangements. Sun Jiaming immediately understood. I will deliver something to Wanqing. Qin Ran implied without stating it outright. You should leave quickly. Wanqing does not wish to see you, Mrs. Li deceitfully remarked. While Li Wanqing was still at the company. Very well. I shall leave this here for now. Please pass it on to Wanqing when the time comes. Qin Ran was aware that Li Wanqing's resentment towards him would not dissipate easily, so he resolved to take things one step at a time. Chapter 8. 200 a day. Qin Ran directly handed the keys to Mrs. Li, who, upon seeing a set of keys, assumed they belonged to an electric scooter and carelessly tossed them aside. After departing from the Li residence, Qin Ran intended to visit Li Wanqing's company, recognizing the immense effort she had exerted in managing such a large enterprise on her own over the years. Upon arriving at the company's entrance, Qin Ran noticed a crowd gathered below. It is only right to repay debts. We demand our hard-earned wages. The crowd, led by a figure at the forefront, shouted fervently. What is the situation here? Qin Ran mingled among them and inquired of one person. 50 a day. Just help us chant the slogans. The individual presumed Qin Ran was there to assist. The bald, stout leader shouted into a megaphone towards the building. Meanwhile, inside the office, Li Wanqing felt overwhelmed. The company had recently experienced some financial strain, resulting in delayed wages for certain workers, although this had occurred before. And payments were promptly made once funds became available. She never anticipated that the workers would collectively protest this time. It was a first for her. Presently, they have completely blocked the entrance. Secretary Shao suggested, should we call the police? Li Wanqing had indeed contemplated contacting the authorities, but given that the situation was inherently her fault, she doubted they would be of much help. Follow me down, Li Wanqing declared. Presently, perhaps we should refrain from going down. I fear a confrontation might lead to your injury. Shao Jin expressed her concerns. Hiding away will not resolve the issue. I believe that if I clarify the situation, the workers will understand. Li Wanqing had made up her mind. Shao Jin, having no choice, accompanied her as they descended. Brothers, shout louder. There will be rewards later, the bald leader, noticing the lack of response after shouting for quite some time, grew anxious. However, it was not long before Li Wanqing, elegantly dressed in professional attire, emerged from the company, her figure striking. Brothers, charge forward. The keen-eyed bald leader instantly recognized Li Wanqing, causing the crowd to encircle her. Presently, I have brought my brothers here today to demand payment. Huzi scrutinized Li Wanqing from head to toe, then rubbed his shiny bald head, revealing a lewd glint in his eyes. I understand that everyone is here for the money. The company is currently engaged in a project and is experiencing some financial strain, which is why there has been a delay in wage distribution. However, please rest assured that the matter will be resolved within a month, and compensation will be provided. Li Wanqing faced the crowd with unwavering composure. Brothers, do not listen to this woman. We toiled diligently, only to be denied our wages, and now she tries to placate us with empty promises. Huzi retorted immediately to Li Wanqing's heartfelt words. Repay me. Repay me. The crowd immediately reverted to their previous state. Li Wanqing had initially believed that her honest words would surely earn the understanding of those around her. The woman furrowed her brows, momentarily at a loss for a solution. Brothers, everyone, quiet down. Qin Ran navigated through the throng, pushing his way to the front. Brothers, follow my lead. 200 a day. Qin Ran addressed the crowd. What? 200 a day? This boss's price is exorbitant. In an instant, the crowd rallied behind Qin Ran, leaving only a few of Huzi's henchmen lingering at the site. You can't leave. Huzi realized he was but a step away from success. Yet, none of the people he had summoned paid him any mind, all flocking to Qin Ran's side, bringing so many people to cause trouble. He must have been instigated by someone. Qin Ran observed the tide turning against Huzi. Who are you? Dare to thwart my plans? Do you know who I am? Huzi's face contorted with rage. Who you are is of no concern to me. If you confess now, I might spare your life. Qin Ran's tone suddenly turned frigid, a stark contrast to his earlier gentleness. Ha! A joke. Do you think I, Huzi, am easily intimidated? Huzi disdainfully regarded Qin Ran. Huzi's unspoken signal. Several of his subordinates, taking advantage of Qin Ran's momentary distraction, launched a surprise attack. The cries of agony echoed one after another. One by one, Huzi's subordinates collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain. Huzi was left dumbfounded. While he was not easily frightened, he was indeed terrified at this moment. Li Wanqing and Shao Jin, standing behind Qin Ran, widened their eyes in astonishment. They had not anticipated that all of this was orchestrated by someone. Even more surprising to Li Wanqing was Qin Ran's sudden appearance. Sir, esteemed sir, I confess. Huzi immediately surrendered. Noticing his capitulation, Qin Ran chose not to press further. After all, this was outside Li Wanqing's company, and he wished to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. It was the Sun family. They sent me here. Huzi did not conceal the information, as he was encountering such a ruthless individual for the first time. The Sun family? Years ago, the Qin family had a conflict with the Sun family, and now that the Qin family had fallen, Qin Ran had previously offended the Sun family at a kindergarten. "You may leave. Remember not to harass my wife again." Whose eye scrambled away in a flurry. "Do not shout my wife's name in front of others." Li Wanqing shot a glare at Qin Ran as she stepped forward. Qin Ran shrugged. Shao Jin, unable to contain her laughter, chuckled at the scene. "Shao Jin, shoot until you get back to work." Li Wanqing's cheeks flushed slightly. Observing her apparent annoyance, Shao Jin quickly departed. Qin Ran, how did you know they were deliberately causing trouble? Once Shao Jin had left, Li Wanqing could not help but inquired that I happened to have a friend inside who informed me. Qin Ran did not disclose the truth, instead attributing his knowledge to someone else's warning. "Humph, I knew it. How did you become so formidable? It turns out someone tipped you off in advance." Li Wanqing expressed a mix of happiness and disappointment. "By the way, I purchased a house for you in Xinar. The keys are with your mother. I had intended to take you both to see it." Qin Ran nearly forgot his original purpose for being there. "A house?" Li Wanqing looked at Qin Ran with a puzzled expression. Wanqing, I am aware that these past years have been challenging for you. The original house has become somewhat cramped, and considering its distance from Shinar's kindergarten, I have procured a residence that is more conveniently located. Qin Ran understands that if he were to directly state that the house is a compensation for the two of them, Li Wanqing would undoubtedly refuse it. Thus, he must resort to the pretext of purchasing it for Shinar's schooling. "Very well, I shall visit after I finish work. I still have tasks to attend to. If there is nothing pressing, you may leave first." Observing Qin Ran's concern for Shinar, Li Wanqing felt it inappropriate to harbor anger towards him any longer. After departing from Li Wanqing's company, Yang Lan appeared before Qin Ran. "Does she truly merit such treatment from you?" Chapter 9. Homelessness. Yang Lan, quite audacious, was boldly infringing upon Qin Ran's personal space for the first time. "Indeed," Yang Lan continued, "since your departure from the northern region, the higher-ups have learned of your arrival in Jiangqing and have followed suit. Moreover, the three prominent families of Jiangqing have arranged a banquet tomorrow evening in your honor. Shall we attend?" Yang Lan inquired. "We'll see when the time comes. What business do Long Yi and the others have here?" Qin Ran expressed his mild surprise. Yang Lan relayed the information candidly. "Do you truly think there is anyone here capable of challenging me?" Qin Ran scoffed coldly. Under the weight of his formidable presence, Yang Lan found herself momentarily speechless. "Qin Xin, is that Zhao Yang bothering you again?" At the entrance of the school, a girl with a single ponytail, clad in a red uniform, stood beside another girl whose beauty rivaled Qin Xin's. "Dongya, do not even mention him. He sends me flowers daily, insisting that I become his girlfriend." Upon hearing his name, Qin Xin felt a headache coming on. "If it becomes unbearable, I can have my father speak to the teacher about transferring Zhao Yang to another class." Dongya, witnessing her friend's distress, felt a surge of anger. "No, Zhao Yang's family is influential in Jiangqing. While your father is formidable, it is wise to avoid adding to his burdens." Being from a prestigious family, Qin Xin had some understanding of such matters. While the two girls continued their conversation, several taller boys blocked their path. "Shinar, I invite you to dinner tonight, and then we can conveniently catch a movie. I've already purchased the tickets." Zhao Yang waved the movie tickets confidently at Qin Xin. "Qin Xin, our leader is showing you favor. Do not be ungrateful," shouted a follower beside Qin Xin. "Zhao Yang, do not overstep your bounds. Shinar has no desire to dine with you." Dongya immediately stood up for her friend. "Oh, isn't this Miss Dong?" Zhao Yang, initially oblivious to Dongya's presence, had eyes only for Qin Xin. "Since you recognize me, you should make way," Dongya retorted, hands on her hips. "Miss Dong, you appear to be mistaken. This is Jiangqing, not Jiangbei. This is our Zhao family's territory," Zhao Yang declared, a mocking smile gracing his face as he regarded Qin Xin. It was well known that any woman Zhao Yang set his sights on rarely escaped his grasp. "You," Dongya seethed, her teeth clenched in anger. "Shinar, I advise you to comply with me, or I shall ensure that the Qin family has no respite." Zhao Yang, having shed his previous levity, suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Qin Xin's brow was furrowed tightly. What caused our Qin family to be on the brink of collapse? A voice that Qin Xin was intimately familiar with pierced the tension. "You little brat. Daring to obstruct my sister. Are you tired of living?" It was Qin Ran, his voice laced with menace. "You thought you were Qin Ran?" Zhao stammered, suppressing his fear. He had heard all about Qin Ran's recent exploits in Jiangqing. "If you are aware, Why not hasten your departure? Qin Ran had initially intended to stretch his limbs, not anticipating that these children would recognize him. Qin Ran, do not be so arrogant. Tomorrow night at the Northern Elite Banquet, you will surely meet a grim fate. Zhao Yang, cognizant that Qin Ran had already offended the Su and Sun families, realized that inciting the Zhao family as well would be disastrous. You were quite well informed. Aren't you? Qin Ran scoffed. Humph. Then why don't you hurry and make way for this young master? Zhao Yang perceived a flicker of fear in Qin Ran. Qin Ran's fist collided with Zhao Yang's face, transforming a previously handsome visage into an unrecognizable mess. You dare strike me? Zhao Yang cried out in agony. With another swing of his fist, Qin Ran sent Zhao Yang and his companions, who were merely students, into a state of panic disarray as they fled in haste. Brother, if you provoke him like this, I fear they will trouble you. Qin Xian expressed her concern after Zhao Yang's retreat. Fear not. With your brother here, no one shall bully you. Qin Ran reassured her, affectionately ruffling Qin Xian's hair. Xin, your brother is truly magnificent. With a single punch, he reduced that Zhao Yang to such a state, exclaimed Dongya, unable to contain her admiration. Brother, this is my friend, Dongya. Her parents are in Jiangbei, and she is currently staying with our grandparents. Qin Xian introduced. Qin Ran merely nodded coldly at Dongya, his warmth reserved solely for family. We wish to see Xian. Qin Xian insisted. What is there to see? Your Qin family is in no position to be concerned with appearances. You should rather contemplate how to survive. Li Mu scolded Qin Ran, her tone far from amiable. She was well aware that the head of the Su family had previously declared that they would make it impossible for the Qin family to remain in Jiangqing. Given that Qin Ran had previously humiliated the Su family, he was certain to face severe retribution. Thus she preferred to maintain her distance from him to avoid attracting trouble. Mother, why are you making such a commotion? Don't wake Xian. At that moment, Li Wanqing emerged from the room, observing Qin Ran being rebuffed at the door by her mother. Humph, Wanqing, it would be best if you ceased all interactions with those bearing the surname Qin. He might truly be an escaped convict. He handed me a key this afternoon, claiming it was for a house he bought for you. When I showed it to your second sister, she dismissed it as merely a prop. Li Mu recounted, her frustration palpable, having initially believed that Qin Ran had genuinely purchased a house, only to be ridiculed instead. That key is indeed for a house, Qin Ran clarified. You are still here spinning tales. Do you think because of my age I can be easily deceived? Li Mu retorted angrily, pointing at Qin Ran. All right, enough of the shouting. Whether or not it is true, I thank you. Xian has already fallen asleep today. If you wish to see her, please come to pick her up from school tomorrow. Li Wanqing interjected, observing that the conversation was escalating to Li Wanqing was initially skeptical about Qin Ran's decision to purchase a house. Hence she harbored no expectations. Well, Qin Ran sighed in resignation. After being cast out by Li's mother, the siblings found themselves in a predicament. Brother, where shall we go? Qin Xian, taken aback by the treatment from her sister-in-law's family, inquired. Let us first head to a hotel and secure a room for you to rest, Qin Ran suggested, realizing that he had made a miscalculation by not purchasing an additional property earlier that day, primarily due to the unforeseen circumstances orchestrated by Li's mother. All right. Qin Xian nodded in agreement. Excuse me, do you have a reservation? Inquired the receptionist at the lobby of Qingbei International Hotel. No, Qin Ran replied, shaking his head. Sir, without a reservation, entry is prohibited. The security guard halted the siblings. That it is worth noting that when the Qin family was still a prestigious lineage, Qin Ran could have simply gained entry with a nod. Yet now, he was required to make a reservation in advance. If it isn't young Master Qin, the mockery came from Li Feng of the Li family. What is this? Have you found yourself homeless? Chapter 10. A car full of lollipops. The disheveled appearance of the siblings elicited derision from Li Feng. Oh, you little brat. Your tongue is quite sharp. Do you dare me to summon a few people to deal with you? Li Feng boasted recklessly. The Li family had been eagerly anticipating the Northern Banquet, and once the event commenced, they could easily report Qin Ran and secure a reward, elevating their status without much difficulty. Utter another word, and I will ensure your demise, Qin Ran warned, his gaze piercing into Li Feng. In an instant, the once arrogant Li Feng faltered under Qin Ran's formidable presence, rendered speechless. Humph, sleep on the streets. With that, Li Feng hastily retreated into the hotel, fearful of Qin Ran's potential wrath. Seeing Li Feng retreat in fright, the siblings prepared to leave for another hotel. Hey, a raspy voice called out to them. Where are you two headed? Huzi, who had just arrived at the hotel for business, hurried over to greet them. In the world of the underbelly, strength equates to status. Huzi had done his homework on Qin Ran. Although the findings indicated that Qin Ran's status was unremarkable, having witnessed his prowess firsthand, he sought to curry favor. Looking for a hotel, Qin Ran recognized Huzi, who wore a broad smile, though Qin Ran remained unsure of his intentions. "This is a hotel, isn't it?" Huzi's eyes sparkled, seizing the opportunity to assist Qin Ran. "What are you still doing standing there? My friend, you're letting them in," Huzi shouted at the security guard. Immediately, the guard nodded and bowed to Qin Ran. Wary of inciting Huzi's ire, Qin Ran was taken aback by this turn of events. He had initially perceived Huzi as merely a small-time hoodlum, but it appeared he possessed a modicum of influence. "Ensure 2 of the finest suites for my esteemed guest," Huzi commanded brazenly at the front desk. "1 will suffice," Qin Ran replied, feeling slightly uncomfortable with Huzi's fervent flattery. "No worries, my friend, just mention my name. And you may stay as long as you wish," Huzi grinned, patting his forehead. Qin Ran nodded, pondering whether Huzi was aware of his true identity, which prompted such eagerness to please. After all, back in the days when he was still Jiang Qing, the Qin family was one of the 3 great aristocratic families. Now, not only are they no longer considered a prominent family, but they are on the brink of bankruptcy. The transformation of the Qin family into such a state is undoubtedly closely related to this Jiang Huilan. "Young master, you have arrived." The butler immediately spotted Qin Ran. "Old Amo, how is your health?" Qin Ran inquired with concern. The butler had watched Qin Ran grow up, so Qin Ran paid him considerable attention. Very well, young master. What brings you here today?" Qin Amo asked. "I wish to have a word with Jiang Huilan," Qin Ran stated plainly. "Your stepmother is currently engaged in business discussions inside. Please, go on in." Qin Amo did not impede Qin Ran, given their long-standing relationship. Before Qin Ran even entered the hall, he could already hear Jiang Huilan's boisterous voice. "Mr. Wang, you promised me earlier that I could assist you in deceiving our business partners. Once the deal is done, we shall split the profits." Jiang Huilan cooed playfully. "How dare you say that? It is your Qin family as Qin Ran who has been causing trouble these past few days, making it impossible for me to mention your family without being met with disdain." Mr. Wang expressed his irritation upon the mention of the matter. What was once a well-laid plan has now been ruined by your Qin family." Mr. Wang scoffed. Initially, his Blue Sky Group had collaborated with the Qin family, with Blue Sky responsible for manufacturing equipment and the Qin family handling sales. Previously, they had relied on the Qin family's prestigious reputation to promote their products, which had allowed them to deceive and profit handsomely. "Mr. Wang, I have a scheme." Jiang Huilan finally spoke up after a lengthy pause. "What scheme?" "We could orchestrate a financing deal, enticing those affluent families to invest in us, and then we can abscond with a hefty sum." Jiang Huilan proposed this cunning idea. "Excellent," Mr. Wang exclaimed, applauding her suggestion. "In a few days, I will venture into the city to seek investments. By then, we shall make a fortune and flee," Mr. Wang said while caressing Jiang Huilan's chin. "Mr. Wang, you are such a rogue. I adore it." Jiang Huilan laughed. Standing outside the hall, Qin Ran hesitated, contemplating whether to confront this pair of illicit lovers immediately. However, remembering Jiang Huilan's prior mention of her pregnancy, he refrained from acting on his impulses. He thought it prudent to settle accounts with her after she bore the child. "Old Amo, thank you for taking care of my sister all these years." Qin Ran expressed his gratitude as he encountered the butler while leaving. Last night, his sister had recounted everything that transpired during his absence, including how the butler always brought treats for Qin Xine. Upon exiting, Qin Ran noticed a text message from Li Wanqing on his phone. The message contained a list of snacks that Xine enjoyed. Qin Ran quickly skimmed through the message and proceeded to the largest supermarket in Jiangqing. Oreo cookies, chocolate pies, pineapple puffs, lollipops. Qin Ran read the contents of the message while placing items into his shopping cart. "Sir, are you certain you wish to purchase so many?" A supermarket attendant looked at Qin Ran, who was pushing 4 or 5 carts filled to the brim with snacks. "Let us start with these. If it's not enough, I'll come back for more," Qin Ran replied, not feeling that he was buying excessively, rather fearing that it would be insufficient. "Are you trying to spoil the little one?" "A whole cart of lollipops." Yang Lan teased as she helped Qin Ran carry the bags. "Is that so? Can't she just enjoy them slowly?" Qin Ran imagined in his mind how delighted his daughter would be upon seeing these snacks. Thus, the two of them stood at the entrance of Qin Xine's kindergarten, carrying several large bags of treats, eagerly awaiting her dismissal. "Wang, why don't you take a break? You're making me dizzy," Yang Lan exclaimed. Unable to endure any longer, she never anticipated that Qin Ran would possess such a side. Utterly different from the Wang she had previously known. Oh, you think X and Er will be very happy to see me? Qin Ran finally halted, his face brimming with anticipation. She certainly will. Yang Lan wiped the sweat from her brow, thinking to herself, it's not just your daughter. Any child would be overjoyed at the sight of such an abundance of snacks. Chapter 11. I am looking for my wife before long. The gates of the kindergarten swung open, revealing a throng of parents waiting to collect their children, watching as little ones emerged one after another. Qin Ran's heart tightened. Why hasn't X and her come out yet? What if she has encountered some danger? He muttered to himself. Unable to contain himself any longer, he strode into the garden with Yang Lan. Just then, the principal spotted Qin Ran and rushed over with enthusiasm. Mr. Qin, you've arrived. I must tell you, X&Er performed exceptionally well today. Where is X&Er? Qin Ran inquired, a hint of urgency in his voice. She seems to still be in the classroom playing games with her friends. Without hesitation, Qin Ran dashed into the classroom. There, he saw Qin Xin sitting on the floor, holding props for playing house, alongside a small boy of similar size. Why haven't your parents come to pick you up yet? The boy asked in a sweet, childish voice. My parents are quite busy. They need to earn money to support Xin. Qin Xin's little voice made Qin Ran, who stood at the back, unable to suppress a sound. This was the first time they had met alone since their last encounter. Gazing at his daughter's slightly chubby face, Qin Ran couldn't help but pinch her cheek. Uncle, why are you crying? Qin Xin looked at the man before her, who seemed somewhat familiar. No, Uncle just had some sand in his eyes, Qin Ran replied, rubbing his eyes to wipe away the tears at the corners. Uncle, let me blow on it for you. Mom says if sand gets in your eyes, you need to blow it out quickly. Otherwise, your eyes will get damaged, Qin Xin said, pursing her rosy lips to blow gently at the corner of Qin Ran's eye. A cool breeze seemed to lift a weight from Qin Ran's heart. He picked up the girl and, after exchanging greetings with the principal, left. Uncle, where are you taking me? Qin Xin's little head rested on Qin Ran's shoulder. I bought you some of your favorite snacks. Let us go see. Qin Ran felt a surge of paternal affection. Wow, so many lollipops. And they're my favorite apple flavor. The girl gazed in astonishment at the bags of treats. Are all these for me? Qin Xin blinked her eyes at Qin Ran. Yes, they're all for you. Uncle, I really like you. Can you be my daddy? Qin Xin clung to Qin Ran's leg, shaking it incessantly. Faced with his biological daughter's adorable plea, Qin Ran was utterly defenseless and quickly nodded in agreement. Then I will call you daddy from now on. Qin Xin resembled a little sprite. Good. Qin Ran extended a hand to the girl to make a pinky promise. Qin Ran, how could you possibly buy so many snacks? Li Wanqing remarked, her expression darkening as she gazed upon the numerous bags of treats at the entrance. I merely bought a few. I was concerned that Xer wouldn't have enough to eat. Qin Ran explained in a hushed tone, akin to a child caught in wrongdoing. All right, but don't purchase so many next time. Li Wanqing understood that Qin Ran's intentions were merely to compensate for Xiner. After bringing the snacks into the house, Li Wanqing carried the already exhausted Xiner into her room. All right, you should rest early as well. Qin Ran nodded in agreement. By the way, it seems there is a North Realm banquet tomorrow night. Grandma asked me to bring you along. Li Wanqing had almost forgotten about this event. All right, I'll come to pick you up then. Although Qin Ran was surprised by the Li family's invitation to the North Realm banquet, given their apparent disdain for him, he still verbally acquiesced to Li Wanqing to the Jiangqingsu residence. The grand hall was filled with guests, and at the innermost seat sat the true authority of the Su family, Old Master Su. Officially, the head of the Su family was Su Sheng's father, Su Mian, but in reality, it was Su Sheng's grandfather who held the reins. Mianer, did you say that the Qin family's waste managed to defeat both you and Sheng'er, and even disrupted Sheng'er's wedding? The mere thought of being bested by a junior caused Su Mian to feel a sense of humiliation. Humph, if you can't even handle a waste, what use are you? Old Master Su expressed his disappointment. Father, this Qin Ran may not be as simple as he appears. The few henchmen I brought last time were easily subdued by him. Su Mian fervently defended himself. Old Master Su cast a glance at Su Sheng and sighed. Su Sheng gritted his teeth. Had it not been for Qin Ran's appearance, he would have been receiving praise from his grandfather at this moment. Old Master Su nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Qin Ran continued with his routine. After dropping Qin Xin off at school, he made his way to Li Wanqing's company, having received a text from her early that morning requesting his presence. May I ask who you are looking for? Qin Ran was once again stopped by the security guard at the entrance. "That I'm looking for my wife." "Who is your wife? Hurry and get lost. Don't joke with me this early in the morning." The guard shot Qin Ran a disdainful glance. "Let him in." A rather juvenile voice piped up. "Secretary Jean, this person claims that the chairwoman is his wife. I think he might have a few screws loose." The guard whispered to Secretary Jean. Upon hearing Qin Ran boldly declare that Li Wanqing was his wife, Secretary Jean was taken aback. However, with Secretary Jin's assistance, Qin Ran eventually gained entry. "Ahem, next time, try not to say that. Otherwise, people might think you're not quite right in the head," Secretary Jean advised as they shared the elevator. Qin Ran appraised Secretary Jean, estimating her age to be around 22, adorned with round gold-rimmed glasses, long flowing hair, and a shapely figure. Noticing that Qin Ran seemed entirely oblivious to her words and was instead fixated on her chest, Secretary Jean shot him a glare. "Rogue." Qin Ran shook his head. He had encountered many types of women and held no interest in Secretary Jean. "Ms. Li, he is at the door." Secretary Jean knocked on the office door. "Let him in." A rather uncommon sound echoed from within the room. "Why are you wearing that again?" As Qin Ran stepped through the door, he was met with Li Wanqing's disdain. "What's wrong with this outfit? It's so comfortable," Qin Ran retorted, while caressing the fabric of his clothing. "Comfortable? Just look at you from head to toe. Your clothes are all tattered and worn out. If you're short on funds, just tell me, and I'll buy you something new." Chapter 12. Why are you being so forceful? Li Wanqing had not expected a change in Qin Ran's demeanor towards her daughter after yesterday's encounter. Furthermore, she distinctly recalled mentioning last night that there would be a banquet today. Yet he still chose to don this shabby attire. "No need. I'll wear this. Clothes are meant to be worn, and as long as they're comfortable, what's the issue with that? Must everything be so tight and constricting that it makes me uncomfortable?" Qin Ran protested vehemently. However, it wasn't long before they arrived at the underground parking garage. Ultimately, Qin Ran conceded, not out of fear of Li Wanqing, but rather out of respect. "You drive. I still need to review some documents." The woman tossed the car keys to Qin Ran. Beep beep. Qin Ran pressed a button, and a nearby red sports car flashed its lights. He had never paid much attention to Li Wanqing's vehicle before, but he was surprised to see that she had quite the taste in cars. "Dear, truly, there's no need to buy me clothes. It would be a waste of money." Qin Ran settled into the car. He made one last futile attempt. "Don't call me dear." Li Wanqing shot him a glare. "All right, dear." Qin Ran nodded and promptly started the engine. "I said not to," before the woman could finish her sentence. Qin Ran executed a sharp turn, backing out of the parking space with a sudden acceleration. "Slow down." Li Wanqing barely managed to hold on, gripping the seat tightly. "My apologies. I haven't driven in a while. I pressed the accelerator too hard." Qin Ran smiled sheepishly, aware that since piloting those fighter jets and tanks, this was the first time he had driven a car, thus lacking control over the accelerator. Before long, Qin Ran arrived at the shopping mall closest to Li Wanqing's company. Just as they entered, a man dressed in a sharp white suit with slicked back hair approached them. "Wanqing, what a coincidence." "Indeed, quite the coincidence." "Wanqing, are you here to shop for clothes or jewelry?" "Allow me to accompany you," Zhou Tian offered with great enthusiasm. Ahem. Qin Ran, who had been standing silently by, could no longer restrain himself. "And you are?" Zhou Tian had already noticed Qin Ran but feigned ignorance. "This is me. I'm her husband." Qin Ran interjected before Li Wanqing could explain. Just as she was about to speak, Qin Ran firmly grasped the woman's hand. "I've brought my wife here to purchase a ring. I wonder if my brother has any good recommendations." The hint of jealousy seeped into Qin Ran's voice. Li Wanqing had never seen a man display such possessiveness. Zhou Tian, who had previously worn a welcoming smile, now wore a dark expression. "Wanqing, I didn't realize you had gotten married so swiftly." "Just in time. I happen to know of a ring that would perfectly suit Wanqing's elegance. Let me take you both over." Zhou Tian feigned disappointment. "Why are you being so forceful?" Li Wanqing glanced at Qin Ran. "Who is he? Why does he address you so intimately?" Qin Ran, still brimming with jealousy, replied, "Just a high school classmate." "Wanqing, do hurry up. We are almost there," Zhou Tian urged as he glanced back at the two who had fallen behind. "Humph, daring to covet my woman. Just wait. I will make you regret it." Zhou Tian seethed internally, cursing Qin Ran. "Bring me the most expensive ring you have in your store." The two followed Zhou Tian into a prominent jewelry chain. "Sir, our most luxurious ring is priced in the tens of millions." The sales associate cast a glance at the group, offering a gentle reminder. "Just fetch it. Stop with the nonsense. Do you think we can't afford it?" Zhou Tian glared at Li Wanqing and Qin Ran, who had just displayed such intimacy, his anger simmering. Noticing Zhou Tian's fury, the associate dared not question further, for in these times, wealthy individuals could also be quite discreet. This is the most expensive ring in our store, priced at 26 million. The associate opened an exquisitely packaged box. A dazzling ring within captivated everyone's attention. Isn't this a bit too extravagant? Li Wanqing quickly came to her senses. Realizing that this ring cost 26 million, nearly equivalent to her company's annual revenue. Beautiful lady, there are fewer than 10 of these rings globally. Acquiring one is akin to a fortune. The associate ardently promoted the piece. Indeed, Wanqing, I believe only this ring is worthy of you, Zhou Tian chimed in, eager to escalate the situation. Having previously assessed Qin Ran, who appeared shabby and unrefined, Zhou Tian speculated that he was perhaps merely a kept boy of Li Wanqing. Yes, Wanqing, I have yet to buy you a ring. Why not select a simple one for now, and later, I shall have a custom one made for you. Qin Ran too noticed Li Wanqing's fondness for the ring. Li Wanqing looked at Qin Ran in astonishment, questioning whether she had misheard. He intended to purchase this ring worth over 20 million. However, her surprise was mirrored by Zhou Tian, who had anticipated a spectacle. Just swipe the card, Qin Ran declared, retrieving a black gold card from his pocket. Certainly, sir, the associate exclaimed, exhilarated as she took the card to process the transaction. This sale could sustain her for an entire year. Thank you, my friend. This ring is truly exquisite, Qin Ran remarked, observing Zhou Tian's bewildered expression. Wanqing, I have matters to attend to at my company. Perhaps I should take my leave now. Let us reunite at the next class gathering. Zhou Tian, well aware of Qin Ran's affluence, chose not to further humiliate himself. Li Wanqing simply nodded, remaining silent. Observing his beloved's indifference toward another man, Qin Ran felt a peculiar sense of satisfaction, as at least she still engaged him in conversation, albeit with her usual chatter. Beautiful lady, I have packaged it for you. This is our store's exclusive membership card. Only those who spend over 10 million at our establishment receive this card, the associate meticulously explained to Li Wanqing. As time slipped away, Li Wanqing suddenly recalled their purpose for visiting the mall. Qin Ran, we must hurry to buy clothes. What time is it? Li Wanqing felt an urge to scold Qin Ran, but recognized it was not his fault. It is already quite late, and soon we shall be amidst the rush hour. If we do not leave now, we will undoubtedly be caught in traffic and arrive late. Qin Ran glanced at the time. Assessing the situation at this moment, Li Wanqing felt a surge of frustration towards the man, yet she refrained from expressing it, as their delay was merely due to his indulgence in purchasing a ring for her. Very well, then, do take a moment to tidy your hair in the restroom, lest it appear too disheveled. First impressions are paramount, she advised earnestly. Qin Ran, albeit reluctantly, complied with the woman's directive. Soon enough, they resumed their roles. With Qin Ran at the wheel and Li Wanqing seated in the passenger seat, Jiaqing, being a second-tier city in the north, boasts a relatively developed transportation system, and they encountered no traffic along the way. Not only did they avoid tardiness, but they also arrived at the banquet hotel ahead of schedule. The hotel, Longfeng Qingxiang, had nearly filled its underground parking lot, with only a solitary space remaining. Just then, another vehicle also set its sights on the coveted parking spot. However, with Qin Ran's exceptional driving skills, he executed a deft maneuver to secure the spot. How dare anyone attempt to claim a parking space belonging to the Su family? The driver was none other than Su Sheng's younger brother, Su Yun. Chapter 13, Dragon 1, God of War. Darling, teach them a lesson. The alluring woman seated in the passenger seat, her chest rising and falling, directed her words at Su Yun. Did you not see that this parking space was already claimed by me? Su Yun, adorned with dark sunglasses, exuded an air of arrogance. Any ordinary person would undoubtedly hesitate to confront him. I was the one who parked here first, Qin Ran kindly reminded. You? Which family do you belong to? How dare you provoke the Su family? Are you seeking your own demise? Su Yun, realizing his earlier intimidation had failed, hastily invoked his family's name to intimidate Qin Ran. The Qin family. Ha ha ha, you cannot possibly be that Qin Ran. I did not expect you to dare show your face here, walking straight into a trap. Upon hearing the name of the Qin family, Su Yun immediately thought of Qin Ran, who had been summoned by his brother to this banquet merely to be a spectator. The phrase walking straight into a trap left Qin Ran bewildered. Forget it, forget it. I shall not stoop to the level of a dying man, Su Yun declared as he retreated to his car in search of another parking space. Qin Ran, do you know him? Li Wanqing inquired, noting that the man had been gone for quite some time. seemingly engaged in conversation. Not at all. He is likely just a fool, Qin Ran replied, shaking his head. The Longfeng Chengxiang Hotel ranks among the top 3 hotels in Jiangqing and the entire Jiangbei region. Reflecting the elevated status of the northern elite, the underground parking lot was filled with luxury vehicles. The two, who had initially thought they arrived quite early, suddenly felt as if they were late. Oh, is that not Li Wanqing and that Qin family good for nothing? Indeed, why did they arrive so late? Such arrogance. As Qin Ran and Li Wanqing made their entrance, the onlookers began to murmur. Meanwhile, members of the Li and Su families, who had already entered, sighed in relief upon seeing Qin Ran. They had feared he would be too intimidated to come. Come, cousin, sit with me. Li Rui gestured to an empty seat at the Li family table, inviting Li Wanqing to take her place. Yet, there was but a single seat available. Where would Qin Ran sit? The woman remained oblivious to the fact that this banquet was akin to a banquet of doom for Qin Ran. He can simply find a spot to stand in. He has only gained entry here by virtue of our Li family's influence. Otherwise, do you truly believe the Qin family could access such a venue? Li Feng, seated beside Li Rui, could not suppress his derision. Li Wanqing also discerned that the members of the Li family were evidently intent on embarrassing Qin Ran. Then I shall take my leave as well, Li Wanqing declared, departing alongside Qin Ran. Humph, unappreciative wretch, Li Feng scoffed, contemplating how he would relish seeing Qin Ran's humiliation after leaving the Li family's table. Qin Ran guided Li Wanqing directly towards the main table of the banquet. Where are we headed? Li Wanqing inquired, her heart tinged with concern as she observed the man advancing further, for the hierarchy of this gathering was exceedingly elevated, with even the prominent families seated towards the back. Let us find a place to sit. We cannot possibly stand for an entire evening. Qin Ran smiled at the woman. He and Li Wanqing promptly took their seats at the first table, which still had vacancies. This audacity astonished those present who were eagerly anticipating Qin Ran's downfall. Qin Ran, that lad truly fears not for his life. Indeed, how dare he occupy the main table? If the high-ranking officials from the north become irate, he may very well meet his end, perhaps without our intervention. Su Xing, seated nearby, could not help but chuckle aloud. Just as the murmurs continued, an incident unfolded at Qin Ran's table. Sir, this is not a place for you to sit. A soldier responsible for maintaining order rushed over upon noticing someone occupying the main table. The other tables were full, and seeing so many vacant seats here, I thought it reasonable to sit. Qin Ran replied candidly, bring these 2 individuals to heel. The soldier, seeing that Qin Ran was oblivious to the gravity of the situation, soon commanded a squad of soldiers to encircle him. Qin Ran. Perhaps we should leave. Li Wanqing, taken aback by the severity of the situation, recognized from the soldier's gear that this was no trivial matter. Leave? Qin Ran rose to his feet, addressing the soldiers. Summon your commanding officer. In the presence of these burly soldiers, Qin Ran exhibited no trepidation. Sir, you may be under a misapprehension. We, from the north, are not so easily summoned or dismissed. The leading soldier was preparing to issue orders to apprehend Qin Ran when a resonant voice interrupted. Report, Lord Long Yi. There are disturbances. The leading soldier promptly relayed the information. Oh, a mere Jiangqing, and yet someone dares to cause a ruckus before us in the north. Long Yi, equipped with formidable gear, brandished a weapon as he spoke. Ha ha ha. Qin Ran is surely doomed. This is the north's foremost war god, Long Yi. Indeed, I have heard from my cousin that this man has a notoriously explosive temper. Su Sheng was thoroughly entertained from his seat. As Long Yi traversed the throng of soldiers surrounding Qin Ran and Li Wanqing, he exclaimed, Your Highness. Long Yi, upon spotting Qin Ran, instinctively blurted out. Qin Ran immediately furrowed his brow, recalling Yanglan's prior warning not to reveal the identity of the king. Your Highness? The mention of such a title caught Li Wanqing's attention as well. Ha ha, is this not my brother Wang Ran? Long Yi, realizing his slip, quickly added, Ha ha ha. I did not expect my brother Long to still remember the younger sibling. Qin Ran promptly stood and offered a bow to Long Yi, gazing upon the once remorseless king. Long Yi felt his heart leap to his throat as he bowed slightly to himself. No need for excessive courtesy. Long Yi hastily supported Qin Ran, casting a glance at Li Wanqing beside him. Undoubtedly the sister-in-law. Long Yi scrutinized Li Wanqing with curiosity, pondering what manner of woman could be worthy of the king. Greetings, war god Long Yi. I have long heard of your esteemed name. Li Wanqing, being a woman of considerable experience, remained unfazed. Qin Ran shot Long Yi a warning glance, signaling him to refrain from excessive chatter lest their cover be compromised. You all may leave. This is my brother. Immediately, Long Yi waved his hand, prompting a squad of soldiers to depart. The onlookers, who had been eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama, were taken aback to witness Long Yi engaging in jovial conversation with Qin Ran. What on earth was happening? How was Qin Ran seemingly unscathed? Su Xing was the first to rise, fearful that he was mistaken. Yet, not only he, but all present from Jiaqing witnessed the light-hearted exchange between Long Yi and Qin Ran. "Goodness, Qin Ran is actually fine," exclaimed Li Rue in astonishment. The Li family at their table was equally attentive to Qin Ran. Indeed, just moments ago, they had been poised for confrontation. How had the atmosphere shifted so dramatically to one of mirth? Li Feng shared their confusion. Old Lady Li wore a puzzled expression, and it was at this moment that Ma Ming spoke up. It must be that war god Long Yi deemed it preferable to avoid bloodshed in such a setting, lest it dampen the spirits of all present. Yes, it must be so. Brother-in-law, you are quite astute. Li Feng immediately concurred with Ma Ming's assessment, and the others nodded in agreement, as they could conceive of no other explanation. Why does he refer to you as Wang Ran? Li Wanqing, unable to contain her curiosity after Long Yi's departure, inquired. Well, I have spent some time in the Northern Territory. I saved his life. Qin Ran began to weave a tale. Qin Ran, do not deceive me. Li Wanqing interjected immediately, causing Qin Ran to startle, fearing he had been unmasked. How could you possibly have saved him? He is a war god. Li Wanqing rolled her eyes at him. Qin Ran chuckled awkwardly, relieved that she had not seen through his ruse. Soon, the main table filled with guests, among whom Long Yi held the highest standing. Observing Qin Ran and Li Wanqing seated together, and noting Long Yi's amiable demeanor towards them, no one dared to inquire further. They assumed Qin Ran was a friend of Long Yi's, and thus treated him with courtesy. The banquet progressed to its midpoint, with the Li and Su families keeping a watchful eye on Qin Ran. However, witnessing his apparent safety, both families felt considerable dissatisfaction. Grandfather, where is my cousin? Wasn't he supposed to teach Qin Ran a lesson? Su Shang could no longer contain himself. Indeed, father, why do we not see Qin? Su Mian remarked, observing Qin Ran's smug expression, which irked him greatly. Qin may not be able to attend today. Old Master Su sighed, glancing at Qin Ran. Though Su Chun could not compare to Long Yi, he was still a figure of significance. Today, Su Chun unexpectedly messaged to inform that he had received a last-minute assignment and would not be able to come to Jiangqing, which also explains the reason behind Su Lao Ye's prolonged silence. Cousin, he is not coming. Does that mean we? Su Xing felt a twinge of disappointment, his fist clenched in frustration. We shall adapt to the situation. Let us prepare a more generous gift for Long Yi to foster some connections. Su Laoyu stroked his beard, casting a glance at Qin Ran, feeling a similar sense of discontent within. Very well, grandfather. Su Shang, at that moment, could think of no other course of action but to heed his grandfather's advice. Throughout the banquet, Li Feng kept his gaze fixed on Qin Ran. Could it be that the Qin family is secretly bestowing gifts upon Long Yi? Ma Ming found himself at a loss for words, left to speculate aimlessly. It must be. It certainly must be. My brother-in-law is astute. He guessed it right away. Li Feng applauded, urging his aides to prepare the gifts promptly for presentation. To all the esteemed families of Jiangqing, we extend our heartfelt gratitude for the banquet you have arranged for our northern warriors. After a few rounds of toasts, Long Yi took to the stage. The applause from the audience was resounding, clearly indicating that the title of war god had profoundly resonated with the hearts of the people. War god Long Yi, this is but a modest offering from the Su family. Su Xing approached Long Yi, cradling an exquisitely wrapped box. The Su family? Oh, it must be Su Qin's family. Upon hearing the name, Long Yi immediately thought of Su Qin, the young man he had personally selected years ago, who had since made remarkable strides and would likely ascend to the status of war god in no time. Indeed, Su Qin is my cousin. Noticing that Long Yi recognized Su Qin, Su Xing quickly sought to establish rapport. Very well, I shall accept it for now. Long Yi, despite knowing that the Su family was not particularly reputable, still chose to extend a courteous gesture, once the gifts from the various families of Jiangqing had been nearly exhausted. Su Sheng suddenly rose to his feet. I believe everyone present has presented their gifts, but as far as I know, there seems to be one shameless individual here who has come merely to partake of the feast without preparing any gifts. As he spoke, Su Sheng cast a glance at Qin Ran. Who could that be? How audacious. Indeed, the crowd began to murmur. It is none other than the eldest young master of the Qin family. Qin Ran. Su Sheng abruptly pointed at Qin Ran, prompting the crowd to redirect their attention towards him once more. Observing Qin Ran's lack of reaction, Su Sheng felt emboldened. Finally, Qin Ran stood up. As far as I am aware, The war god Long Yi despises the act of giving gifts. Qin Ran glared at the once arrogant Su Xing. Upon hearing his name mentioned, Long Yi instinctively shuddered. Indeed, that is correct. I loathe the act of gift-giving. Later, I shall donate all the gifts received from the various families to those in need. Long Yi, not daring to delay, promptly instructed his subordinates. This maneuver by war god Long Yi effectively slapped Su Sheng in the face, leaving him in an awkward predicament. Yet, he could not direct his ire at Long Yi and instead chose to lay the blame squarely on Qin Ran. As I have observed, it appears that only Qin Ran and Li Wanqing have failed to present any gifts this evening. Long Yi remarked. Excellent. From now on, should you require any assistance in Jiangqing, do not hesitate to seek me out. I trust there is no one in Jiangqing who would dare to disregard my standing. The reason Long Yi expressed such sentiments was due to Yang Lan's prior instruction to assist Wang I in the Grand Hall. With dozens of tables, not a single soul dared to voice dissent. The words of the war god Long Yi were such that even Jiangqing would likely be met with unwavering obedience. However, just as Long Yi was preparing to depart, a voice emerged from the Li family. War god Long Yi, you must not. It was none other than Ma Ming speaking. War god Long Yi, Qin Ran is a deceiver. Just days ago, he presented the stolen North Border token to the matriarch of the Li family as a birthday gift. Ma Ming expounded in one breath. Long Yi was taken aback by this unexpected interruption. He cast a glance at Qin Ran, seeking a signal. War god Long Yi, you cannot allow yourself to be misled by such a scoundrel. Li Feng also rose to add fuel to the fire. Indeed, war god Long Yi, that wooden token is no ordinary object. How could a rapscallion like Qin Ran possess it? It must surely have been pilfered. Ma Ming had observed the pallor on Qin Ran's face and thought to himself that he had struck a nerve, believing that his denunciation of Qin Ran could lead to rewards and elevation. Ma Ming boldly pressed on. War god Long Yi, please take a look. He presented the wooden token, which Qin Ran had carelessly discarded among the birthday gifts for the matriarch, cradling it in both hands for Long Yi's examination. Long Yi was still contemplating how to address the matter, so he simply picked up the token and scrutinized it for a few moments. As Ma Ming had asserted, this wooden token was indeed a treasure. Its possessor could freely enter and exit their domain. It could be said that possessing this token was tantamount to holding a symbol of status. Qin Ran, from whence did you acquire this token? Inquired Li Wanqing, seated beside him, her brow furrowed in concern. The members of the Su family regarded Long Yi with eager anticipation, awaiting his judgment upon Qin Ran. The Li family members, too, were secretly delighted, eager to witness Qin Ran's embarrassment and to receive Long Yi's commendation for the Li family. The token indeed belongs to us. Long Yi finally spoke after a prolonged silence, having communicated with Qin Ran through mere glances. I was the one who bestowed this token upon Qin Ran. Long Yi directly returned the token to Qin Ran. I presume everyone is curious as to why I gifted this token to him. Long Yi's words were entirely in accordance with what Qin Ran had conveyed. During a mission years ago, Qin Ran saved my life. At that time, I had no other valuable possessions on me, and thus presented this wooden token to him. Long Yi recounted. The assembly was taken aback by his revelation, astonished that Qin Ran possessed such capabilities. Li Wanqing, seated beside Qin Ran, felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing she had doubted him just moments earlier. Now that even the war god Long Yi had spoken in his favor, this left the Li family members utterly speechless, unable to utter a single word. They could scarcely fathom that the token indeed belonged to Qin Ran, and its value was likely beyond that of mere trifles. The matriarch prodded Li Feng with her cane. It turns out to be a misunderstanding. Truly, the flood has washed away the Dragon King's temple. What do you intend to do? Yet, before Li Feng could approach, he was immediately intercepted by a contingent of soldiers. Initially, I was under the impression that the brand was counterfeit, having not taken the time to examine it closely. However, I felt compelled to approach and inspect the emblem of our northern territory. Li Feng possesses quite the eloquence. Humph. Does he truly believe that our northern territory's wooden sign can be taken at whim? Tossed aside as if it were nothing, Long discerned that the Li family was intentionally seeking to provoke Qin Ran, and he was determined not to let Li Feng off easily. Long's previously cheerful demeanor vanished. At that moment, a squad of soldiers promptly surrounded the two individuals. War god, this is a grave injustice, Ma Ming cried out in protest. But it was too late. He never imagined that instead of gaining promotion or fortune, he would ruin his own future. Witnessing her husband and brother being taken away, Li Rue was in tears. She rushed to Li Wanqing's side. Sister, you cannot allow your brother and brother-in-law to be taken away. Li Rui sobbed. But I am powerless to intervene. Li Wanqing, not lacking in intelligence, quickly realized that the Li family had summoned her to bring Qin Ran over merely to ensnare him, just moments ago. She had been worried about Qin Ran, but now she felt a sense of relief. Then take me to plead with my brother-in-law. He has a good rapport with the war god. Surely he can intercede. Li Rui immediately thought of Qin Ran, as if she had grasped a lifeline. Although Li Wanqing was reluctant to assist, she softened upon seeing her grandmother's troubled expression in the distance and agreed to accompany Li Rui to find Qin Ran. Brother-in-law, please speak to the war god and clarify this misunderstanding. We are all family. Li Rui hastily played the emotional card. Upon hearing this, Qin Ran felt a surge of amusement. It was evident that the Li family sought to entrap him. Alas, I am but a minor figure. The war god will not heed my words that I am but a useless individual. You would be better off seeking assistance elsewhere. As soon as Qin Ran finished speaking, he turned his head away. Witnessing Qin Ran's unwillingness to help, Li Rui stood up and pointed an accusatory finger at him. Humph! You, Qin Ran, how could you possess such a malicious heart? You disregard your own kin. After saying this, Li Rui departed. Qin Ran, however, paid no heed to such a crude attempt at provocation. Grandmother, Wanqing and Qin Ran are already on the same path. I implored them to assist us for your sake. Yet Qin Ran simply told me to scram. Very well. You, Li Wanqing, now that you have a man outside, you forget your roots. The elderly matriarch, despite her advanced age, rose in indignation, striking the floor with her cane. From this day forth, the family of Li Wanqing shall no longer be considered part of our Li family. Though aged, her voice remained robust. Grandmother, Li Wanqing was taken aback that the matriarch would expel her entire family at such a moment. Excellent. I have awaited this proclamation. After sitting for quite some time, Qin Ran finally rose once more, just in time. For today, all the families of Jiangqing are present. From this day forth, within 1 month, the 3 great families of Jiangqing shall belong solely to the Qin family. All others shall kneel before me and apologize. Qin Ran's voice eclipsed the cacophony of chatter, and as soon as he finished speaking, the hall fell into a profound silence. Ha 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 ha. Qin Ran, have you lost your mind? What are you rambling about? The members of the aristocracy began to assail Qin Ran verbally, dismissing his words as mere folly. The women, witnessing such audacity from Qin Ran for the first time, were left astounded. Although there was a hint of skepticism regarding whether the man had perhaps become overly arrogant, brazenly uttering such harsh words, it seemed he might have offended everyone around him. Meanwhile, Qin Ran contemplated purchasing another apartment to provide his sister with a more convenient living arrangement, sparing her the daily hassle of staying in hotels. Once again, Qin Ran found himself at the newly opened development, Xinjiang City. This time, he was still clad in rather unremarkable attire. However, the previous staff who had looked down upon him now surrounded him as soon as they recognized him. Boss, are you looking to buy another property? Dressed in a crisp white blouse, a fitted skirt, and complemented by sheer black stockings, the woman's figure was showcased to perfection. That I'm just here to take a look. Yet, Qin Ran had no interest in such advances. Humph, I knew you weren't here to buy. The saleswoman, Xiao, who had previously greeted him with feigned admiration, now regarded him with evident disdain. She had anticipated that Qin Ran would indeed purchase another property. Just like the last time when each deal could sustain her for a year. Qin Ran shrugged, exuding an air of helplessness. Mr. Qin, you've arrived. How may I assist you? Her voice was exceedingly sweet. Please arrange for another unit, and I'll pay by card. Qin Ran stated in an utterly nonchalant tone as he produced his card. What, another one? Jian expressed a flicker of disbelief. After all, even if Qin Ran were affluent, it was implausible that he could buy a property every couple of days. Just how formidable were his financial resources? You said you weren't buying? Xiao exclaimed, her frustration evident as she clutched her chest. She was painfully aware that she had missed out on the opportunity to cater to this lucrative client not once, but twice. Mr. Qin, the paperwork for this unit is already complete. The 2 apartments are not far apart. Chu Yun was remarkably efficient, promptly handing the keys to Qin Ran. Thank you for your assistance. Qin Ran observed Chu Yun, who was also dressed in professional attire, taking in her figure, which was not at all inferior to that of Xiao. However, Jian's attire was comparatively more subdued, reflecting her youth. You're too kind, Mr. Qin. Jian smiled, pondering the true stature of Qin Ran. Before arriving in Jiaqing, she had already conducted thorough investigations into the scions of the prominent families, and none seemed to match Qin Ran's profile. Nodding in acknowledgement, Qin Ran departed, catching sight of Xiao, whose face was flushed with anger. Having secured the properties, he intended to pick up his sister from school. Eager to show her the new apartment, Xin, I heard your brother made quite the impression at the northern banquet yesterday, Dongyu called out, catching up to Qin Xin as she exited the school gates. Really? Qin Xin's face lit up with joy at the mention of her brother. Yes, he even claimed he would make the three major families of Jiangqing kneel before him to apologize within a month. Dongyu mused, unable to fathom such audacity, realizing that even if her family were to visit Jiaqing, they could never be so bold. Just as Dongyu finished speaking, a familiar figure blocked their path once more. Qin Xin, can't you give me a chance? I truly like you. It was none other than Zhao Yang. Indeed, Qin Xin, by associating with Yang Gu, you shall surely want for nothing in terms of sustenance and revelry. Zhao Yang's subordinates are equally devoted. Zhao Yang, how many times must I reiterate this? I harbor no affection for you. It is utterly impossible for me to develop any fondness for you, this time. Qin Xin was genuinely incensed. She and Dongyu were well aware of Zhao Yang's true nature. He changes girlfriends with greater frequency than one might change attire. Naturally, Qin Xin would not fall prey to such juvenile deceptions. Qin Xin, do not let your pride lead you to folly. Our Yanggu hails from a prestigious family. I have heard that your Qin family is on the brink of bankruptcy, yet here you are. Pretending to be morally superior, Zhao Yang's subordinates were fervently loyal. Enough of this, monkey. How dare you speak to your sister-in-law in such a manner? Such disrespect. Xiner, I understand that you may not be able to accept me at this moment, but I genuinely have feelings for you. Zhao Yang, playing the role to perfection, simultaneously defended Qin Xin while professing his affections. All of this was observed by Qin Ran from a distance, who couldn't help but acknowledge that Zhao Yang had quite the knack for courting. Young Master Zhao, what remarkable acting skills. It would be a waste of talent not to pursue a career in acting. At this moment, Qin Ran approached, positioning himself protectively behind his sister, brother, upon seeing her brother arrive. Qin Xin instantly felt emboldened. The man gently ruffled Qin Xin's hair. Qin Ran, you have come to thwart my endeavors once again. Zhao Yang had originally planned to execute a full performance of feigned suffering for Qin Xin, but was thwarted by Qin Ran's arrival. Brothers, charge. This time, Zhao Yang had prepared in advance, summoning skilled fighters from nearby martial arts schools. My head. The consecutive cries of anguish shattered Zhao Yang's illusions. How could this be? Zhao Yang had clearly heard from his brother that Qin Ran was merely a useless individual. How could he possess such formidable prowess? Kid, I let you go last time, yet you remain undeterred. Qin Ran spoke as he stretched his limbs. Brother, please, you cannot strike me. My brother is the leader of Jiangqing. Zhao Yang sensed the imminent threat of death emanating from Qin Ran, that if you strike me, your Qin family will face ruin. On the brink of peril, Zhao Yang continued to issue menacing threats to intimidate Qin Ran.my apologies. I have no interest in the foremost figure of Jiangqing. As he spoke, Qin Ran delivered a swift kick to Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang traversed the air in a perfect parabolic arc before crashing onto the concrete ground. Zhao Yang felt an excruciating pain in his abdomen. A torment beyond compare, as though his very organs were being torn asunder. Qin Xin had just been ushered aside by her brother and had not witnessed Qin Ran's ferocity. However, Dongyu had observed everything. Her lips twitching slightly as she mused that among the young masters of Jiangqing, only Qin Ran possessed such ruthlessness. Brother, I am so hungry. Let us go dine. Very well. Whatever you wish to eat. I shall take you there. Qin Ran's fierceness was reserved for outsiders. He always maintained a warm and amiable demeanor towards his family. In the midst of their conversation, the trio arrived at a quaint eatery near Qin Xin's school. Xin, allow me to order. I frequent this place often. After taking her seat, Dongyu eagerly began to order. It has been several years since our last visit here. Brother, I heard from Dongyu that you made quite an impression at the banquet in the Northern Territory yesterday. As Qin Xin spoke, she stood up to gesture animatedly, exuding an endearing charm. Qin Ran was taken aback to discover that his sister was already aware of the situation. Initially, he had hoped to keep her uninvolved, wanting her to focus on her studies. Brother Qin Ran, I heard that you have a great relationship with the legendary Dragon One. Inquisitively chimed in Dongyu, unable to contain her curiosity. It's nothing much. Really, we're not very close, Qin Ran replied, observing Dongyu with a lingering suspicion that she was not as straightforward as she appeared. Before long, several plates of local delicacies from Jiangqing were served. As the restaurant, located near the school, offered quite reasonable prices. Brother, this braised pork is absolutely delicious, Qin Xin exclaimed, her mouth still full. pouting as she urged Qin Ran to try it. All right, take your time. No one's competing with you. Qin Ran remarked, watching his sister eat with such fervor. Haha, brother, are you disdainful of me? Qin Xin laughed. Dongya, on the other hand, was astonished, although she spent every day with Qin Xin. The latter usually displayed remarkable elegance. Yet today, her manner of eating was rather awkward. Qin Ran understood, however, that it had been far too long since they last shared a meal together. He felt a pang of guilt for the hardships Qin Xin had endured over the years. Xin, today is the birthday of our class monitor. He has invited the entire class to KTV. Dongya glanced at a message on her phone, while Qin Xin, lacking a mobile device, remained oblivious to the news. Noticing his sister's absence of a phone, Qin Ran resolved to buy her one for the next occasion. I think I'll pass, Qin Xin said, a hint of insecurity evident in her voice. Why not? The class monitor invited everyone. And your brother will be there too. We can all go together, right, brother Qin Ran? Dongya seemed to see through Qin Xin's hesitations, knowing that as long as Qin Ran attended, Qin Xin would surely follow. Qin Xin glanced up at Qin Ran, who smiled reassuringly at her. All right, I'll accompany you. I have nothing planned this afternoon anyway. Qin Ran noticed that his sister appeared less confident than she once was, overly cautious in her demeanor. Okay, let us go then. Qin Xin seemed to regain her confidence. Thus, the trio headed to a well-known KTV in Jiaqing. Howdy KTV. Upon entering, Qin Xin was immediately called out. Qin Xin, what brings you here? The speaker was her class monitor, Song Yang. It was worth noting that he had invited the entire class for his birthday, yet notably excluded Qin Xin, primarily due to her lack of a mobile phone, which led him to look down upon her. Qin Xin stammered. I brought her along. Dongya quickly interjected. What's the matter? Is she not welcome? No, of course, a warm welcome, Song Yang. Realizing it was Dongya who had invited her, suddenly became more cautious with his words. Chapter 17. Let me touch my girlfriend. It seemed Dongya held a rather esteemed position. Qin Ran was unfazed by the situation, as if he had grown accustomed to it. And who might this be? Song Yang inquired, noticing the man beside Qin Xin. This is my brother. Qin Xin introduced him. Oh, I've heard much about you. You are the infamous waste of Jiaqing. Song Yang exclaimed without reservation. The others present burst into laughter at his words. Qin Ran was surprised to find himself so notorious in Jiaqing. Song Yang, how can you say such things? Qin Xin retorted, her foot tapping in frustration. How is it that my mouth can move freely on my face, yet I am not permitted to speak? Moreover, your brother has not denied anything. So why are you in such a hurry? Song Yang stole a glance at Qin Ran, only to find that the man displayed no reaction whatsoever. Humph. Xin, let us not bother with him any longer. Dongya also sensed the tension in the air. Thus, the three of them entered a luxurious private room at the KTV. The popularity of Howdy KTV can be attributed primarily to the spaciousness of its private rooms, even with dozens of classmates gathered inside. There was no sense of crowding. Qin Xin, what brings you here? The sharp-eyed Zhao Yang immediately recognized Qin Xin upon their entrance. I brought her along, came Qin Ran's icy retort. Zhao Yang, who had previously intended to strike up a conversation with Qin Xin, was instantly frightened away. After all, having been beaten by Qin Ran twice in succession had instilled a profound fear within him. Qin Xin, your brother is dressed quite poorly. Indeed, a sweater paired with shorts. How utterly low class. Thus, in order to allow his sister to enjoy herself without worry, Qin Ran positioned himself in the innermost corner where he would be less visible. Today marks the birthday of the class monitor. And everyone raised their glasses in a toast to commemorate the occasion. A petite figure, once a follower of Song Yang, chimed in, yes, today is the class monitor's birthday, and we hope he will continue to look after us. Another male classmate raised his cup, flattering Song Yang. The attention lavished upon Song Yang made him feel quite elevated. Fellow classmates, feel free to drink today. I shall cover all expenses for tonight. Song Yang felt elated. He was not short on funds, for his brother Song Jun was a formidable figure on this street. Even the owner of Howdy KTV held him in some regard. This was precisely why he could celebrate his birthday in the splendid private room. Brother Yang is generous. The entire room was engaged in showering praises upon Song Yang. At that moment, Zhao Yang approached Qin Xin once more. Xin, I truly have feelings for you. Zhao Yang had not given up. If you were to be my girlfriend, I promise your birthday celebration would surpass even Song Yang's extravagance. Zhao Yang believed that women were inherently vain. None of his previous girlfriends had defied this notion. Qin Xin, however, chose to ignore him completely, bypassing him without a word. Zhao Yang, incensed by her disregard, felt a surge of frustration. Brother Yang, let us drink again later. I'm taking my girlfriend to the restroom first. Wu Chun, who had been flattering Song Yang, was pulled away by his girlfriend. All right, go ahead. Song Yang felt quite pleased, thinking how considerate his classmates were, even notifying him before going to the restroom. Wu Chun, please assist me a bit. Zhang Chui, whose figure was quite alluring, had consumed a fair amount of alcohol and was now swaying slightly as she walked. All right, we've reached the entrance. You may go in. I need to use the restroom as well. Wu Chun helped his girlfriend to the entrance of the ladies' room before heading off himself, outside the door of the luxurious private room at Howdy KTV. A man with a prominent birthmark on his face expressed his displeasure to the KTV manager. Not at all. Old C, today is our brother's gathering. Why was a luxurious private room not arranged for us? Leopard brother, it's not that I don't want to, but the luxurious room has long been reserved. As a businessman, I cannot simply displace others, can I? Deng Chong was drenched in cold sweat, for he was facing none other than the notorious leader of the underground forces in the entire Jiabin district. Never mind. However, you have certainly dampened the spirits of our brothers today. Make sure to send the proprietress over to join us for a few drinks later. A Bao shot a glare at Deng Chong, and that single glance rendered Deng Chang speechless, causing him to hastily nod in agreement before retreating. Forget it, we shall go elsewhere another day. A Bao found the constant running around to be quite bothersome. After a few rounds of drinks, several of a Bao's subordinates ventured to the restroom. As they approached the men's room, they fortuitously encountered Zhang Chui, who had just exited the ladies' restroom to wash her hands. What the hell? Today's students have truly matured splendidly. Indeed, those peaks are both prominent and erect. Several drunken brutes pointed and gestured at Zhang Chui. Have you all had your fill of staring? A bunch of losers. Zhang Chui's boyfriend, Wu Chun, hails from a family that owns a restaurant, which has made her quite arrogant in her daily life. Oh, this little lady has quite the fiery spirit, doesn't she? Fueled by alcohol. The hulking men attempted to grope Zhang Chui. Just then, Wu Chun, having just finished his business, emerged and witnessed his girlfriend surrounded by a group of men. What are you doing? How dare you harass my girlfriend? Fueled by liquor and emboldened by Song Yang's influence, Wu Chun retorted, what are you yelling about, kid? Is this your girlfriend? We're just having a little fun with her, as the brute reached for Zhang Chui's chest. The previously bold Zhang Chui found herself paralyzed with fear, trembling in a corner. Step aside. Wu Chun kicked one of the brutes squarely in the backside, causing him to slip and fall to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Chun quickly pulled Zhang Chui and dashed towards their private room. Stop singing. Yang Ge, Zhang Chui has been bullied. Wu Chun flung open the door to the room, shouting loudly. The crowd, who had been singing and dancing, froze upon seeing Zhang Chui in disarray. It is important to note that they were all still students, and the KTV was frequented by many from the underworld, instilling fear in several of them. Yang Ge, you must avenge our brother. Wu Chun approached Song Yang, clutching the tearful Zhang Chui. Brothers, how dare anyone bully our classmate? All the boys, step forward. Soon, all the boys from the class stood up, except for Qin Ran, who had remained in the corner since entering. Is the young master of the Qin family not a man, so timid and withdrawn? Song Yang had no expectations of Qin Ran joining them. He merely seized the opportunity to mock. Qin Ran, not wishing to involve himself in the affairs of these children, and with Qin Xian persistently urging him not to go, remained motionless, showing no sign of reaction. Song Yang and the other boys regarded Qin Ran with disdain. Classmates, let us charge forth and teach those ruffians a lesson. As Song Yang spoke, they followed Wu Chun to the restroom, launching a frenzied assault on those still relieving themselves. How dare you touch my girlfriend? Wu Chun, feeling a sense of vindication, delivered several powerful kicks. Chapter 18. What does your brother amount to? Observing the hulking men sprawled on the ground, Song Yang felt a profound sense of satisfaction. With the thought that this was his first time standing up for his classmates as the class monitor, he was certain that his reputation in the class would undoubtedly improve. Brother Yang is magnificent. Brother Yang is magnificent. The crowd, including Wu Chun, shouted in unison. Song Yang occasionally cast a glance at Qin Ran, intending to disdain him, but was taken aback to find that Qin Ran couldn't even be bothered to look his way. Meanwhile, in the neighboring VIP room, A Bao was enjoying a drink in the company of a stunningly beautiful woman clad in a black dress. Brother Bao, today's expenses are waived. I sincerely apologize. The Tian VIP room was booked a month in advance. The owner of Howdy KTV, Zhao Yu, expressed her regrets. Haha, it's no problem. Since they booked in advance, it wouldn't be proper to usurp their reservation. The savvy business acumen of the owner was commendable. Bao downed his drink with satisfaction. Though Zhao Yu felt irritated by Bao and his entourage, she had no choice, as this territory was under Bao's dominion, just as everyone continued to drink. The door to the room was suddenly flung open with a loud bang. The burly men who had gone to the restroom stood before Bao, battered and bruised at a bunch of useless fools. You can't even handle a trip to the restroom without getting beaten up. Bao, having just learned the full story, stood up in anger. Brother Bao, you can't blame the brothers. It was those little rabbits who ambushed us. While my brothers were still relieving themselves, they charged in. The man spoke with great indignation. Humph, who dares to act against me on my territory? Seeking death, are they? Bao, who was already slightly irked, became even more furious upon hearing that his brothers had been attacked. Brother Bao, they seem to be from the Tian VIP room. The burly man recalled hearing Song Yang and the others mention the Tian VIP room during the altercation. Everyone, follow me. Bao immediately stood up. While the owner's expression darkened, for she knew that the Tian room was occupied by Song Yang and his group of students, who were no match for Bao's crew. Qin Clan noted that her brother didn't seem particularly interested in singing. Well then, it's just the right time to show you something. Qin Ran had initially planned to take his sister to see their newly purchased house in the afternoon. Upon seeing Qin Clan and the others preparing to leave, Song Yang quickly intercepted them. Qin Clan, where are you going? Song Yang feigned concern. Wu Chen chimed in, complaining, why can't you just let us go? Qin Ran stepped forward just as the door to the room was forcefully kicked open. No one here is allowed to leave. Bao, standing at the forefront with his arms crossed, was followed by a group of his subordinates. Wu Chen quickly recognized this gang as the very same ones who had attacked them in the restroom. Brother Bao, it's them. The bald man also recognized them, seeing that there was about to be a spectacle. Qin Ran stayed calm and pulled his sister to a corner. So it's you? Do you dare to disturb my territory? Seeking death, are you? Bao shouted at Song Yang and Wu Chen. Brothers, surely there's some misunderstanding. Song Yang's brother, Song Jun, was a well-known figure on this street, so he didn't take the trouble to heart. Who the hell are you calling brother? Bao cursed directly, leaving Song Yang momentarily bewildered. Who was it that struck my brother? Step forward and don't force my brothers to find someone. The imposing presence of Bao rendered all who caught wind of it too intimidated to speak. Wu Chen, having never witnessed such a scene, hurriedly tugged at Song Yang's sleeve. As no one stepped forward, the burly man personally sought out an individual and, as expected, quickly recognized Wu Chen amidst the crowd. That's him. That's the elder brother, the giant exclaimed excitedly, pointing at Wu Chen. Bring him over to me. Bao nodded in satisfaction. You dare? Do you even know who my father is? Wu Chen hastily threatened. Elder brother, don't listen to his nonsense. It seems his father is merely a restaurant owner, lacking any real power. Another burly man interjected. Humph, you little brat. Do you not inquire about who I am? Do you think such tactics will intimidate me? Bao retorted, delivering a swift kick to Wu Chen's abdomen. As a mere student, Wu Chen was unaccustomed to such harsh lessons, and blood soon erupted from his mouth. Witnessing his classmate being assaulted, Song Yang promptly stepped forward. Elder brother, could you possibly spare me? Yang, some face? My brother is Song Jun, the boss of this street. Song Yang hurriedly sought to establish connections. Your brother is Song Jun? Upon hearing that name, Bao struggled to suppress his laughter. Are you afraid now? Hurry up and apologize. Otherwise, I shall summon my brother, and you will be finished. Seeing Bao fall silent, they mistakenly believed he was intimidated. Smack. A resounding slap landed on Song Yang's face. You dare strike me? I will have my brother deal with you. Song Yang, having been pampered all his life, was experiencing such humiliation for the first time. What is your brother, anyway? Bao snatched the phone from Song Yang's hand and struck it against the man's face. Ha! Your brother doesn't even qualify to be my brother Bao's subordinate. And yet you're here barking. The group of burly men erupted in laughter, as if they had just heard a particularly amusing joke. You, Song Yang, publicly humiliated for the first time, exclaimed, how dare you point at me? Bao seized Song Yang's finger that was aimed at him. A piercing scream followed, accompanied by the sound of a bone fracturing. Song Yang collapsed to the ground, clutching his finger in agony. Everyone, get down, Bao commanded the other boys in the private room. They all promptly complied, while Qin Ran, lurking in a dim corner, remained unnoticed. Brother, what should we do? Shall we call the police? Qin Clan, encountering such a situation for the first time, was equally taken aback, especially seeing even the class leader Song Yang in such a state. However, before Qin Clan could finish her sentence, a figure lunged towards Bao. Bao go. Watch out, the burly man shouted. Bao felt a strong gust of wind behind him and quickly dodged, causing Zhao Yang to miss his target. Die. Zhao Yang had been seeking an opportunity as the young master of the Zhao family. He could not easily submit. This time, Abao did not evade and took a kick to the abdomen from Zhao Yang. Yet, battle-hardened, Abao stood his ground, unmoving. Zhao Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. He knew his taekwondo skills were exceptional. Though he was not a match for someone as formidable as Qin Ran, he expected to handle an average opponent with ease. You've got some skills, Abao remarked, wiping a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. He then produced a black weapon from his coat pocket, pressing it against Zhao Yang's abdomen. The keen-eyed classmates immediately recognized the situation. Brother Leopard, Brother Leopard. At that moment, the proprietress suddenly burst in. In truth, she had been observing all along, but previously she had merely turned a blind eye to their petty squabbles. Now that Brother Leopard seemed intent on causing serious harm, she naturally had to intervene. Brother Leopard, you cannot kill him. He is the young master of the Zhao family. Chapter 19. Hurry over and kneel. The proprietress promptly revealed Zhao Yang's identity to all. The Zhao family. What does that signify? Do not presume that being from a prestigious family makes you formidable. Brother Leopard, fear no one. Although Brother Leopard was aware that influential families were not to be trifled with, he could not afford to back down in front of so many witnesses. He kicked Zhao Yang and then brandished a black weapon at the others. Do not entertain any other thoughts. All the boys, squat over there. As Brother Leopard spoke, his gaze fixed on Qin Clan and the others. Brother Leopard, those girls have truly exceptional figures, so ample and round. A bald man immediately approached. All right, each brother can have one. Brother Leopard had long set his sights on Qin Clan. Despite her plain attire amidst the multitude of girls, her physique and beauty were second to none. You think you're worthy? As Brother Leopard advanced towards Qin Clan, a man of average build, dressed plainly, emerged from the shadows behind the girl. Did we not say all the boys should squat down? I did not expect a straggler to slip through. Brothers, teach him a lesson. Brother Leopard cast a disdainful glance at Qin Ran, the burly man. Seeing Qin Ran's slight frame, deemed him an easy target. What are you doing here causing trouble? Just as the hulking men approached Qin Ran, a loud reprimand echoed from the doorway. Brother Tiger. Brother Leopard immediately recognized the voice. Upon seeing a familiar face, Qin Ran felt a twinge of regret, as it meant he would not have to intervene. Smack. 2 resounding slaps landed on Brother Leopard's face. You still remember I am your brother Tiger? Huh? Tiger seethed, gritting his teeth. Brother Leopard and his lackeys were utterly bewildered. What astonished them further was that Tiger actually approached Qin Ran. Young Master Qin, I apologize for my lack of discipline. After speaking, Tiger abruptly knelt before Qin Ran with a thud. Brother Tiger. Brother Leopard was completely dumbfounded. It was well known that Tiger was second only to the most powerful in the underworld of Jiangqing, with no one daring to challenge him. Hurry and kneel. Tiger glared fiercely at Brother Leopard. Thud. One by one, including Brother Leopard, the burly men also knelt before Qin Ran. Yang Ge, what is happening here? At that moment, Zhao Yang stood beside Song Yang, utterly confused, and inquired of him. Qin Ran stood relaxed, hands clasped behind his back, watching as his brother departed, with Qin Clan hastily following behind. Brother Tiger, who exactly is he? Why are you so afraid of him? Brother Leopard was utterly perplexed. Do not ask what you should not. Quickly go and hide. The farther, the better. Tiger was furious, including Dongya. Qin Clan's classmates were already in a state of shock. They had never anticipated that Qin Clan's unassuming brother possessed such an identity, one that compelled even Brother Leopard's boss to kneel before him. Brother, when did you become so formidable? The girl, being pulled along by Qin Ran, could not help but ask. It's nothing special, he replied nonchalantly. Qin Ran felt utterly indifferent to the situation, his heart devoid of any tumult. I shall take you to a place, he announced. Qin Ran intended to show his sister their newly purchased residence, while also taking the opportunity to assess the property he had assisted Li Wanqing in acquiring. Where are we going? Qin Clan gazed at her brother with admiration. That you'll find out soon enough. Qin Ran playfully brushed his finger against the tip of the girl's nose. Sir, may I inquire as to which unit you are visiting? We need to register your visit, a security guard interjected. The new Jiaqing estate is situated in the emerging district of Jiaqing, boasting an array of comprehensive amenities and convenient transportation. Brother, are we going to visit someone? Qin Clan, experiencing this place for the first time, assumed her brother was taking her to visit relatives. Not exactly. I have purchased 2 apartments here, one for you and one for your sister-in-law, Qin Ran explained as he made his way towards the registration desk. Suddenly, a series of scornful laughs erupted around them. Bro, could you refrain from boasting? You think you can just buy 2 apartments here? Do you have any idea how exorbitant the prices are? The security guard who had just stopped Qin Ran could no longer contain his laughter. Exactly. Do you think these homes are as cheap as cabbages? Just buy them on a whim? Another guard chimed in derisively. Little brother, it seems you might be mistaken. There is no record of your name here. The guard scrutinized the registration. Qin Ran, already sensitive to their prior mockery, found their blatant falsehood intolerable. I will give you 5 seconds to let me in at that moment. Both guards felt an abrupt drop in temperature. They were accustomed to intimidation, knowing that only the affluent elite or prominent business people could reside in New Jiangxing. Someone of Qin Ran's appearance certainly did not fit that profile. Just then, a woman dressed in a form-fitting work dress approached briskly. Mr. Qin, you have arrived. Mr. Qin. The 2 guards exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily rendered speechless. They said there were no properties under my name. Miss Chu was perplexed by the unfolding scenario. Qin Ran, however, did not respond to Chu Yun with the same gentleness as before. How could this be? Chu Yun hurriedly checked the security system, only to discover that Qin Ran had initially registered the apartments under his wife and sister's names, omitting his own. Mr. Qin, I sincerely apologize. It was an oversight on my part. Chu Yun had not anticipated making such a fundamental error. That's enough? Just add my name. Qin Ran replied, now that he understood the situation, showing little concern. Mr. Qin. This way. Please. The guard's demeanor shifted instantly. Qin Ran, wishing to avoid wasting time with the security staff, merely aimed to show his sister the apartment. Mr. Qin, are you planning to move in? I know several moving companies. Feel free to contact me if you need assistance. Chu Yun hurriedly offered as she prepared to leave. Qin Ran nodded in acknowledgement without elaborating further. Brother, you truly bought an apartment? It must be quite expensive here. Qin Xian inquired curiously, captivated by the breathtaking scenery. It's not too bad. I didn't spend much. Qin Ran replied as he swiftly opened the door. As expected, the interior was significantly more luxurious than that of an average development. Wow, this place is stunning, brother. We should live here from now on. After Qin Xian entered the house, she continually expressed her astonishment. You should stay here for the time being. Forget about the hotel. It's not safe to live there permanently. Qin Ran remarked with concern. Thank you, brother, Qin Xian exclaimed, leaping into Qin Ran's embrace. Following a brief tidying up, Qin Ran intended to leave first, as he had yet to visit his daughter today and wished to see her. However, shortly after stepping out of the house, he heard someone call his name. Isn't that Qin Ran? Upon hearing his name, Qin Ran immediately turned around. What are you doing here? Li Mu had just discovered the key Qin Ran had given her during her cleaning today. Driven by curiosity, she had taken the key to this place, and to her surprise, it indeed unlocked the door. In the 20th chapter, Dad, this is a reward for you. Qin Ran was about to speak, but was interrupted by Li Mu. Are you here to check on the house? Now that Li Mu realized the key was genuine, it confirmed that Qin Ran had indeed spent a considerable amount on it. Yes, Qin Ran nodded. All right, I've inspected the house for you. It looks splendid. Choose an auspicious date to move in. Li Mu's gaze towards Qin Ran had subtly changed. Sure. Seeing Li Mu so delighted, Qin Ran chose to remain silent. Nevertheless, Li Mu privately felt that Qin Ran seemed different from before, from the last banquet to today's house, yet she couldn't quite pinpoint the difference. Li Wanqing, upon witnessing Qin Ran's sudden entrance and her mother chatting amicably with him, exclaimed, "Oh, we just happened to run into each other on the way, and since it was almost mealtime, I invited Shao Qin to join us for dinner," Li Mu casually explained. Humph. Mom, please refrain from bringing strangers home in the future. It's not good for Xian. Li Wanqing evidently had not yet forgiven Qin Ran. Come, Qin Ran, eat more meat. At the dining table, Li Mu continuously served Qin Ran, nearly filling his bowl to the brim. Li Wanqing was left bewildered, unaware of what spell Qin Ran had cast upon her mother. By the way, Wanqing, I heard you've been busy with a project lately. Li Fu inquired, concerned about his daughter's work. After all, this family primarily relied on Li Wanqing's company for their livelihood. Yes, recently, Tianbei Company is planning to develop a large shopping mall in Jiangxing, with an investment of several billion. Instantly invigorated by the mention of work, Li Wanqing exclaimed, "Several billion? Tianbei Company is quite affluent. How is your proposal coming along? Write it well. Perhaps we'll have a chance." Li Fu, being fond of wealth, was instantly captivated by the notion of billions. "Yes, I've finished it and will send it to Tianbei Company this afternoon. But considering our company's size, I doubt we have much hope." With a sigh, Li Wanqing concluded. Indeed, her company, Qixing Company, was too small in scale to take on such a substantial project. Yet, knowing it was unlikely, she still wished to give it a try. After all, if successful, the company could continue to flourish. Qin Ran noticed her strong desire to secure the project, but he feared that directly handing it over to her company might not be a feasible solution. Wonking, I believe you could leverage the resources of the Li Group. Perhaps their extensive scale would impress the other party. Qin Ran contemplated this strategy and decided it was indeed worth pursuing. Indeed, how did I not think of that? Upon Qin Ran's reminder, Li Wonking experienced a moment of enlightenment and hurriedly stood up to call her grandmother. Wonking, wait until after dinner. Li Mu observed her daughter's flustered demeanor. I won't eat. I have to work first. Li Wonking waved her hand dismissively. This child, when it comes to work, she disregards everything else. Shao Qin, don't take it to heart. Li Mu smiled at Qin Ran. It's all right. Qin Ran replied with a smile as well. Why are you acting so strangely today? It was Li Fu, observing his wife, who usually wished for Qin Ran to leave, now behaving unusually. You old fool. What nonsense are you spouting? Li Mu shot a glare at Li Fu, who promptly fell silent, while Qin Ran could only chuckle alongside them. As Qin Xin was attending a training class, Qin Ran felt a pang of disappointment for not seeing his daughter that evening. Upon leaving the Li residence, Yang Lan appeared before him. Wang, did you call for me? There was a unique telepathic bond between Yang Lan and Qin Ran. Yes, investigate Tianbei Group and ensure they assign their recent projects in Jiangqing to the Li Group. Qin Ran instructed earnestly. Understood. Yang Lan nodded before vanishing. The next morning, Li Wonking opened her email to find a message from Tianbei Group, expressing their admiration for her proposal and requesting a meeting. Mom and Dad, my proposal has been approved. The people from Tianbei Group want to meet with me. Li Wonking exclaimed excitedly. Wow, that was quick. Li Fu could hardly believe it, attributing it to the excellence of his daughter's proposal. Indeed. Could you please take Xiner for me later? I need to head to the office to organize some materials before discussing the collaboration with Tianbei Group. Li Wonking felt invigorated, as if she had been infused with energy. All right. Li Mu thought it was the perfect opportunity for Qin Ran to escort the girl. She had noticed Qin Ran's disappointment when he left the previous day without seeing Xiner. Thus, she dialed Qin Ran's number. Shao Qin, we all have plans today. Could you take Xiner with you? Li Mu's tone was notably gentler than before. Sure, I'm on my way, Qin Ran replied, eager to help. As he had yet to purchase a car, he opted for the most convenient mode of transport aside from walking, a bicycle. Good morning, Dad. Qin Xin, dressed in a lovely dress, radiated an ethereal charm. Good morning, Xin. Qin Ran lifted his daughter. And despite her petite stature, she was surprisingly hefty. With a smacking sound, the girl planted a kiss on Qin Ran's cheek. Dad, this is a reward for you, she chirped sweetly. Initially expressionless, Qin Ran's face lit up with joy. Dad, you're amazing. You can ride a bicycle, Qin Xin exclaimed, nestled in her father's arms. It's nothing special. I'll teach you how to ride it later. Qin Ran felt a profound sense of relaxation while spending time with his daughter. Beep beep. As the father and daughter approached the entrance of the kindergarten, Qin Ran suddenly sensed a tremendous force from behind. He and his bicycle were toppled over, yet Qin Xin remained unscathed in his embrace. However, Qin Ran's bicycle had been utterly wrecked. Do you even know how to ride a bike? Just a worthless bicycle. Shortly thereafter, the driver who had just collided with the pair emerged from his BMW. Didn't you hear me honking? You were dawdling ahead, he bellowed, glaring at Qin Ran sprawled on the ground. Shifeng had been peacefully slumbering that morning until his wife roused him to take their child to school. Already in a foul mood, he had been further provoked when he saw Qin Ran leisurely pedaling his bicycle, which ignited his anger, leading him to accelerate and collide with Qin Ran. Daddy, I'm scared. Qin Xin clung tightly to her father as she gazed up at Shifeng's fierce expression. Brother, it seems you were the one who hit me, yet I haven't even raised my voice at you. And here you are, shouting at me. Qin Ran found Shifeng's reaction utterly perplexing. Had it not been for his daughter's presence, fearful of witnessing any violence, Shifeng would have faced dire consequences. Security, get this lunatic out of here. What is it to you? We can always go through insurance. This is a luxury vehicle. How much could your broken bicycle possibly be worth? I'll pay you outright, but you might not even be able to afford the repairs on my car. Shifeng scoffed, his disdain evident. With that, he dialed the insurance company, and due to his VIP status, the claims adjuster arrived in mere minutes. Mr. Sure, which one is your vehicle? The adjuster surveyed the scene. Are you blind? With my status, how could you not recognize my car? It's a BMW. Shifeng's blood pressure surged as he pondered the caliber of people he had encountered that day. All right. The adjuster, taken aback by Shifeng's temperament, turned to Qin Ran. Mr. Qin, how would you like to settle this? Approaching Qin Ran, the adjuster sought to clarify whether he preferred a private settlement or a formal claim process. My bicycle is insured as well. Please check if the policy is still valid, Qin Ran replied, retrieving his phone to make a call. Within seconds, a vehicle appeared before him. Mr. Qin, I'm here. Yes, please assist in handling this swiftly. I need to take my daughter to school. Qin Ran expressed his impatience. Certainly, rest assured. Zhao, the manager of the claims center, usually only intervened for high-value policies. Mr. Zhao, what brings you here? The adjuster was taken aback by Zhao's unexpected arrival. Could I not come? My client's vehicle has been damaged, Zhao retorted curtly, contemplating the potential costs involved. Your client? The adjuster surveyed the surroundings, noting only Shifeng's car. Mr. Shi, would you prefer to settle privately, or? Zhao glanced at the now shattered bicycle on the ground. What do you mean? Isn't that brat supposed to compensate me? Can't you see my insurance cover is dented? Shifeng exclaimed, agitation rising. Mr. Shi, I fear there may be a misunderstanding. The bicycle you just collided with is a luxury model valued at 500,000. Zhao produced an insurance policy brimming with English text. What? 500,000? For a bicycle? Are you jesting with me? Upon hearing this, Shifeng could not help but laugh, pondering whether this individual was an actor hired by Qin Ran, deliberately attempting to swindle him. Xiao Wang, do you recognize this person? Shifeng inquired of his claims adjuster. Of course, he is our manager. Gazing at the insurance document replete with English, Shifeng found himself at a loss for words. Fine, today is my unfortunate day. I concede. Even if that bicycle is worth 50,000, my vehicle is of a similar value. I suppose I'll just let it go. Shifeng had anticipated witnessing a spectacle, but he was taken aback by the exorbitant claim for the bicycle. Let it go? Sir, I believe there may be some misunderstanding that I am referring to 50,000 US dollars, Zhao articulated with precision. What? Are you toying with me? $50,000 for a decrepit bicycle? How could that be possible? This time, Shifeng was adamant in his disbelief. However, the insurance document was explicit, and seeing Shifeng's reluctance to cooperate, Qin Ran had no choice but to proceed formally. Since Mr. Shi does not believe it, let us formalize the matter. Qin Ran shrugged. No, let's settle privately. Shifeng did not wish to become the subject of ridicule. Although he could not comprehend the insurance document, the presence of the claims manager suggested authenticity, compelling him to accept his misfortune. All right, I leave it to you that I must take my child to school. Qin Ran patted Zhao on the shoulder. Zhao hurriedly nodded and bowed, treating Qin Ran with greater deference than usual, for he understood the significance of having this guest present. Damn it. Let me not encounter you again. This is infuriating. A mere bicycle costing over $1 million. Shifeng could not restrain his exasperation. Yet, Qin Ran paid him no mind, feeling a twinge of nostalgia for his own bicycle. A gift from a certain beauty on his birthday years ago. Daddy, why is that uncle alternating between laughter and tears? It's like a scene from a movie. The girl in Qin Ran's arms remarked with a whimsical expression. He might not be quite right in the head. Qin Ran chuckled, ruffling the girl's hair. Mr. Qin, what a surprise to see you personally dropping off Shao Xian today. At the kindergarten entrance stood Principal Zhang, who made it a point to greet affluent parents each morning, as another source of income for the kindergarten relied on parental investments. That Xian's mother, her grandparents have some matters to attend to today. Qin Ran offered a brief explanation. Mr. Qin, rest assured, we will take good care of her. Principal Zhang personally accepted the girl from Qin Ran's hands. The surrounding teachers looked on in astonishment, for it had been many years since Principal Zhang had taken such a hands-on approach, clearly indicating Qin Ran's elevated status. All right, I leave her in your capable hands. Principal, I must take my leave. Qin Ran waved goodbye to Xian. The girl, however, extended her hand to form a heart shape for Qin Ran, which brought a broad smile to his face. Meanwhile, Li Wanqing had arrived at the company early to organize some materials before heading to Tianbei Group. Hello, I am here from Li's group to discuss a collaboration with General Manager Bei. Li Wanqing addressed the receptionist at the front desk. Hello, may I ask if you have an appointment? The receptionist, a striking beauty, had encountered countless individuals expressing a desire to meet the boss, most of whom had not made an appointment. Oh, is an appointment necessary? She queried, perplexed. Suddenly, Li Wanqing recalled that her eagerness had led her to overlook the necessity of scheduling one. I apologize, but without an appointment, you cannot meet Mr. Bei. The receptionist replied, her expression impassive. However, Li Wanqing felt a surge of frustration at that moment. The company's grand entrance swung open, revealing a group of individuals, with a portly man, his hair somewhat thinning. Leading the way, Li Wanqing had seen his photograph online and rushed towards him upon recognition. Mr. Bei, I represent the Li Group, she exclaimed, as if she had stumbled upon a lifeline. Security! Remove this lunatic, shouted some of Mr. Bei's entourage, noticing the unfamiliar woman approaching. Given that Tianbei Group was a leading enterprise in Jiabei, it was not uncommon for other companies to attempt to halt their progress in hopes of collaboration, a tactic Tianbei had long since grown accustomed to. Mr. Bei, I am from the Li Group. The woman, now restrained by security, continued to shout defiantly, My proposal has passed your evaluation. As Mr. Bei walked past her, Li Wanqing felt a wave of despair wash over her. Mr. Bei, I am Li Wanqing from the Li Group, she cried out, witnessing him on the verge of entering the elevator. Let her go. What did you say your name was? Mr. Bei approached her briskly. Mr. Bei, I am Li Wanqing from the Li Group. My proposal was approved yesterday, which is why I came to discuss a collaboration, but I forgot to make an appointment, she relayed in one breath. Quickly, please escort Miss Li to the VIP lounge. Chapter 22. If you have the ability, confront her. Upon hearing the name Li Wanqing, Mr. Bei immediately became alert, recalling that he had just received a notice from the chairman stating that all of Tianbei's projects in Jiangxing would be entrusted to Li Wanqing. Although Mr. Bei felt puzzled, he dared not defy the chairman's directive. As Li Wanqing sat in the luxuriously decorated VIP lounge, she swallowed hard, contemplating how exceedingly wealthy Tianbei Group must be. This lounge alone was worth more than several of her own offices combined. Miss Li, I sincerely apologize for the delay. There was a minor issue on the other side, Mr. Bei began, entering the room and immediately offering his apologies. It's quite all right. I was just taking a moment to rest, she replied. Mr. Bei, here is the meticulously revised contract. Please take a look. Li Wanqing, feeling anxious, presented the contract directly. Mr. Bei hastily accepted the document. Not even glancing at it. Aren't you going to review it? Li Wanqing inquired. Incredulous. Mr. Bei, reminded by her, realized he had been rather obvious. He masked his embarrassment with a smile. Miss Li, there's no need to review it. I have already seen it online that I chose your company because I find you trustworthy. Mr. Bei, being seasoned in the business world, adeptly deflected her concerns with a few well-chosen words. Li Wanqing nodded thoughtfully after listening, contemplating that since the other party trusted her so much, she must endeavor to fulfill that trust and not disappoint Mr. Bei. Mr. Li, might I have the honor of sharing a meal with you? Tianbei wished to cultivate a closer relationship with Li Wanqing. As for Mr. Bei, perhaps another time, I already have a lunch appointment, she replied. Naturally, Li Wanqing was eager to interact more with Tianbei, but her grandmother had already informed her that there was a family gathering today that she must attend. All right, no worries. There will be another opportunity. Tianbei's expression darkened, for this was the first time he had faced rejection. However, he understood the predicament well, as he was aware that Li Wanqing had influential backing, and he dared not provoke her. Inside the spacious private room of the Haiqing Grand Hotel, the Li family awaited good news from Li Wanqing. Grandma, do you think that Tianbei Group has lost their mind by choosing to collaborate with us? Li Rui beside the matriarch complained. You foolish girl, what nonsense are you spouting? This indicates that our Li family still holds sway in Jiangxing, retorted Grandma Li. Last night, after hearing from Li Wanqing that Tianbei Group would offer them a project, she had initially been skeptical until Li Wanqing presented the email to everyone. I believe it's all due to the Dragon One War God. A man sitting beside the matriarch speculated. Li Qing. What makes you say that? The matriarch suddenly became intrigued. Remember the last banquet in the Northern Territories? Everyone brought gifts except for Qin Ran and Li Wanqing. Didn't he, the Dragon One War God, say that they could seek him out if any issues arose? Li Qing elaborated confidently. As Li Feng's wife, she had come to Jiaqing after her husband and Ma Ming were captured by the Dragon One War God at the last banquet, although they were now collaborating with Li Wanqing. Their primary aim was to secure a partnership with Tianbei Group. Let's not dwell on that. Once we secure the project, we can just push Li Wanqing out. This is a project worth billions. Li Rui dismissed further analysis. Indeed, let us not overthink it. Once the project is successfully completed, our Li family will be formidable in Jiangxing. Grandma Li chuckled. The family plotted to allow Li Wanqing to secure the project before unceremoniously ousting her and reaping the benefits. Just as they were deep in discussion, Li Wanqing pushed the door open and entered. Grandma, I apologize. There was a bit of traffic on the way. She expressed a hint of regret. Feeling soft-hearted towards her grandmother despite the latter having severed ties with her family at the Northern Territories banquet. No matter, Wanqing, how did the contract go? The matriarch inquired eagerly. Yes, it's signed. Mr. Bei mentioned that the 10 billion in startup funds will be wired to us in a couple of days. Li Wanqing placed the contract before her grandmother. Wanqing, you are simply outstanding. From now on, in Jiangqing, let us see who dares to provoke our Li family. The family rejoiced at the good news brought by Li Wanqing, and Grandma Li began serving food to the women. Your company cannot do without you. I think it would be best to have your cousins handle the project coordination, the matriarch finally suggested. But Grandma, this is my proposal. I am the one who negotiated the collaboration. Li Wanqing sensed that something was amiss. Humph. Wanqing, do not presume that the Tianbei group is collaborating with us solely due to your proposal. It is undeniably our Li group's esteemed reputation that has drawn them in. Do not think I am unaware of this, Li Rui interjected, her expression shifting dramatically. Indeed, Wanqing, it would be best for you to remain within your own company. Matters pertaining to the project should be entrusted to Li Rui and me. Li Qing seized the opportunity to strike as well. However, Li Wanqing was unwilling to concede. The old matriarch of the Li family was duplicitous in her words. Realizing she could not best them in argument, Li Wanqing fell silent. What? This is utterly excessive. Upon hearing this, Li father slammed his hand on the table in frustration. Humph. It is your family's matriarch. Why don't you confront her directly? All you do is vent your anger here. Li mother shot a disapproving glance at Li father. Her dissatisfaction with him had been brewing for quite some time. She had initially believed that following him would lead to a life of luxury, only to find herself ousted from the Li household. Humph. It is all because of that Qin Ran, who proposed such a dreadful idea. Now, it seems, others are reaping the rewards. Li father was perplexed by the sudden mention of Qin Ran. Upon hearing his name, Li Wanqing refrained from blaming the man, for she understood that had it not been for his suggestion, they would likely have had no connection with the Tianbei group at all. Just as the three were mired in their woes, Qin Xian called out, Dad, you should come in too. She noticed the man behind her hesitating. Dad, upon hearing this term, Li Wanqing furrowed her brow. She had not anticipated that her daughter would become so close to Qin Ran so quickly. As Qin Ran entered, he was taken aback to find the entire family gathered. Wanqing, you are here as well. He flashed a smile at her. Humph. Qin Ran, how dare you smile? Do you not realize that the project has been lost? Li father could no longer contain himself. The project is lost? Qin Ran immediately grasped the situation, realizing that the peculiar atmosphere upon his arrival was due to the project's complications. Chapter 23. Must we tread lightly? Li father then recounted the entire sequence of events to Qin Ran. Ha ha ha. Wanqing, there is no need to be anxious. Tomorrow morning, the matriarch will certainly come seeking your assistance. Upon hearing this, Qin Ran not only remained unperturbed but also burst into laughter. You. Li Wanqing was infuriated, pondering how this man could still find humor in their predicament. Rest assured, the matriarch will undoubtedly seek you out tomorrow. There is no project beyond your capabilities, Qin Ran assured her. Initially feeling disheartened, Li Wanqing found some comfort in his confidence. Yet, the woman was acutely aware that there was no reason for her to be indispensable. Qin Ran was merely offering her a form of consolation. Humph. Qin Ran, do not merely speak grandiloquently. Li father, for reasons unknown, found Qin Ran increasingly irksome. All right, let us cease our quarreling and discuss this tomorrow. Li Wanqing, witnessing her parents resume their bickering, quickly intervened. Li mother had initially hoped to have Qin Ran stay for dinner before leaving, but he insisted he had matters to attend to and must depart. Just as he reached the door, Li father muttered under his breath, Humph, acting like a big boss. What could possibly require his attention at this hour? Once outside the Li residence, Qin Ran hailed a taxi, intending to head directly to Tianbei, as it would expedite matters. Driver, to the Tianbei group. All right. Upon arriving at the base of the Tianbei group building, Qin Ran glanced at the security guard, who initially intended to stop him but was deterred by the intimidating look in the man's eyes, rendering him unable to confront Qin Ran. Might I trouble you to summon Tianbei? Qin Ran approached the front desk in the lobby, addressing the receptionist. Observing Qin Ran's attire, the receptionist couldn't help but internally scoff, wondering what was amiss today, as she kept encountering individuals who incessantly inquired about General Bei. However, fearing a repeat of the earlier incident where she might offend a significant figure, she proceeded to report the matter. Looking for me. What is the name? Tianbei sat in the president's office, looking perplexed. It seems to be someone named Qin Ran. Never heard of him. Send him away. Tianbei shook his head. Sir, General Bei has already left for the day. Left? So early? Qin Ran expressed disbelief. Where does he reside? This, I cannot disclose, sir. The receptionist replied with a stony expression. At that moment, the rear window of a car suddenly rolled down. Qin Gu. It's me, Huzi. Huzi exclaimed, removing his sunglasses to shout at Qin Ran. What brings you here? I have an appointment with General Bei. We're supposed to have dinner together tonight. Qin Gu, would you care to join? Huzi had arranged to dine with Tianbei earlier. General Bei. Tianbei, right? Qin Ran furrowed his brow. Indeed, I intended to introduce you, but I didn't expect you already knew. As Huzi spoke, he opened the car door. All right, let us go together. I could use a meal. Qin Ran was curious to see what tricks Tianbei might have up his sleeve. At a restaurant approximately a kilometer from Tianbei Group, Huzi said, Qin Gu, please take a seat. General Bei should be arriving soon. I need to use the restroom. Huzi clutched his stomach, feeling a bit unwell from the cold drink he had earlier. Qin Ran nodded in acknowledgement. Before long, the door to the private room swung open, revealing Tianbei from Tianbei Group. Hello, are you Huzi? Tianbei had anticipated a large gathering but was surprised to find only Qin Ran. Who are you? I am Qin Ran. The man introduced himself succinctly. However, upon hearing Qin Ran's name, Tianbei felt a sense of familiarity, though he couldn't quite place it, noticing the man's unremarkable appearance and demeanor. Tianbei speculated he must be one of Huzi's subordinates. Brother, did you come with Huzi? Tianbei probed. Yes, Qin Ran affirmed with a nod. Seeing Qin Ran's confirmation, Tianbei relaxed, concluding he was indeed Huzi's underling, and thus dropped the pretense. Go, pour me a cup of tea. I'm parched. Tianbei commanded Qin Ran. Unfazed, Qin Ran picked up the teapot and poured a cup for Tianbei. Hurry, need my shoulders. Tianbei leaned back in his chair, further instructing Qin Ran. What are you dawdling for? Tianbei glared at Qin Ran. The man approached Tianbei from behind. How's that? Do you need it softer? Qin Ran inquired. Not bad, just like that. Keep going. Tianbei was quite pleased. Just then, the door to the private room opened. And Huzi re-entered. Master, what are you doing? Huzi was taken aback to see Qin Ran giving Tianbei a massage. What, Huzi? Why are you kneeling before me? Tianbei initially intended to greet Huzi but was taken aback when the latter knelt before him. General Bei, I was kneeling before Qin Yi behind you. Huzi's voice trembled slightly. Qin Yi? Tianbei wore a perplexed expression. Mr. Bei, are you comfortable? Suddenly, Qin Ran spoke up. Huh. Tianbei was momentarily caught off guard. It seems your brother hasn't informed you about who you were collaborating with. Qin Ran shot a glare at Tianbei. A wave of profound fear surged within him. You are Wang. Tianbei's legs trembled uncontrollably, and he immediately knelt down. Today, I have come to inform you that the collaboration with the Li family must be overseen by Li Wanqing. Otherwise, the partnership will be terminated. Qin Ran spoke succinctly, without unnecessary elaboration, that if I may be so bold. What is Li Wanqing's relation to Wang? Tianbei had always been curious about why his elder brother had issued a strict order to hand over the Tianbei Group's project to the Li Group. She is my wife. Qin Ran's tone softened slightly. Do not speak of what should not be spoken. As Qin Ran turned to leave, Tianbei called out. Mr. Bei, you nearly caused a disaster. Huzi informed Tianbei that Qin Ran had previously approached him, only to be turned away. Tianbei swallowed hard, realizing he had almost provoked someone he could not afford to offend. The following morning, old Madam Li received an email from the Tianbei Group, clearly stating that this project must be coordinated with Li Wanqing, and no one else would be entertained. Grandma, what does this mean from the Tianbei Group? Do they think there is no one in the Li family? They insist on dealing with Li Wanqing. Li Rui was furious upon receiving the email early in the morning. Indeed, this must be the doing of Li Wanqing. Li Qing also found it strange. Humph, that wretched girl cannot bear to see us thriving. Old Madam Li understood that this matter was certainly related to Li Wanqing. Never mind, you should go to the Tianbei Group and check it out. Perhaps there is nothing to worry about. Just say that Wanqing is unavailable. Old Madam Li still held hope. All right, I will go right away, Grandma. Li Rui replied confidently. I in the reception hall of the Tianbei Group. The project manager spoke sternly. Miss Li, I apologize, but the email should have made it abundantly clear that we will only coordinate this project with Miss Li Wanqing. I understand, but my sister has some matters to attend to today, so I came in her stead. We are all family, after all. Li Rui attempted to navigate the situation. Humph, Miss Li, I see you are willfully ignoring the rules. We cannot proceed with this project. the manager remained resolute. However, we have already signed a contract. Li Rui shifted her approach. So what? At worst, we will compensate you a bit, but know that the Li family may find it difficult to operate in Jiangqing in the future. The manager slammed the table and walked away. Li Rui panicked and quickly called old Madame Li. Grandma, the Tianbei group seems to have lost their senses. They would rather breach the contract than cooperate with me. Li Rui lamented. What? They would rather breach the contract than work with you. After hanging up, old Madame Li pondered for a moment before calling Li Wanqing. In the early morning, Li Wanqing originally intended to accompany Xin'er to school, but was preempted by Qin Ran. However, witnessing the joy of her daughter in Qin Ran's company brought her some solace. Hello, Grandma. What is the matter? Just as she was tidying up after breakfast, preparing to rush to the company, Li Wanqing heard the sound of weeping on the other end of the line. Wanqing, it's all your cousin's fault for misleading me. We truly need you for this project. After all, the proposal is meant to be executed. But Li Wanqing found it hard to believe, as Qin Ran's words had proven accurate. No buts, you must come to the company immediately, the elderly lady insisted. Li Wanqing recalled Qin Ran's instructions before leaving. What, Wanqing, for the sake of the company, you cannot simply abandon it like this. The old lady could hardly fathom that Li Wanqing would refuse. Grandma, I have other matters to attend to. I'll talk to you later, Li Wanqing said, promptly ending the call. Grandma, what happened? Li Qing observed the old lady's displeasure. Wanqing has likely been led astray by that Qin fellow, the elderly lady lamented. Grandma, what shall we do? We can't just stand by and watch as a project worth billions slips away. Li Qing exclaimed anxiously. How dare you say that? If it weren't for you and Rer suggesting this idea, the project would have been settled long ago. The old lady shifted the blame. Li Qing dared not retort. Wanqing, who was that? Calling so early in the morning. Li Fu, just awake, overheard Li Wanqing on the phone. Li Wanqing felt somewhat helpless. Really? Did you agree to it? The groggy Li Fu suddenly became alert. No, when Qin Ran left, he specifically told me not to agree, saying Grandma would personally come to plead with me. Li Wanqing stated candidly. What? Wanqing, how could you not agree? That rascal Qin Ran is trying to sabotage us. How could your grandmother possibly come to plead with you? Li Fu's blood pressure surged upon hearing this. It's all that Qin Ran. He is incompetent and can't stand to see us prosper. Li Fu's opinion of Qin Ran continued to decline. Ding dong. Just as Li Fu was still fuming, the doorbell rang. Li Wanqing swiftly went to answer the door. Grandma, the woman appeared utterly surprised. Cough, cough. It's been a while since I visited. I just happened to pass by and thought I'd drop in. The elderly lady offered her excuse. Li Fu and Li Wanqing were hardly convinced by such words, knowing full well that since they had been ousted from the Li family, no relatives had ever come to see them. Mom, what brings you here so early? Li Fu was equally astonished, not expecting his mother to actually come. Cough, it's for the Tianbei group project. After much thought, I believe no one is more suited for this project than Wanqing. The old lady feigned benevolence. Grandma, Li Wanqing was about to hesitate. All right, Mom, rest assured, Wanqing is certainly capable of handling this project. Li Fu quickly assented. Very well, Wanqing. Remember to find time today to liaise with Tianbei regarding the project. The elderly lady did not forget to remind them as she departed. It was evident how crucial this project was for the Li family. Throughout, Li Fu remained convinced that Qin Ran's assertions were merely a stroke of luck. However, for Li Wanqing, the significance of Qin Ran in her heart had undergone a complete transformation compared to before. The woman tidied herself up briefly and headed to Tianbei Group in the morning to liaise with the project manager. Li Wanqing believed that the success of this project was closely tied to Qin Ran, and thus, she wished to treat him to a meal. Naturally, Qin Ran was eager for this opportunity and promptly arrived at the location sent by the woman via her phone. As soon as Qin Ran stepped out of the car, he spotted the woman from a distance, elegantly adorned in a white strapless dress. The delicate lace accentuated her fair legs, which were long and graceful, perfectly showcasing her alluring curves. Typically, Li Wanqing donned professional attire, but her appearance today was truly a breath of fresh air for Qin Ran. Qin Ran, why are you dressed like this again? Li Wanqing, initially in good spirits, felt a surge of annoyance upon seeing Qin Ran in such casual, unrefined clothing. I came in a hurry and didn't have time to change, he replied with a smile. Surprised by the woman's strong opinion on his attire. Never mind, today I'm treating you to dinner. I shouldn't be upset. Observing Qin Ran's amiable demeanor, Li Wanqing's irritation subsided. Indeed, as Qin Ran suggested, he must have rushed over without the chance to change. Uncertain of what Qin Ran liked to eat, she brought him to a local Jiaqing cuisine restaurant. Isnt that our campus bell. Wanqing. As soon as Qin Ran and Li Wanqing sat down, someone nearby called out, it's you guys. Li Wanqing managed an awkward smile. It turned out that the voices belonged to a few of her university classmates at the adjacent table. Wanqing, how could you be so inconsiderate? Over the past few years, during class reunions, you always claimed to be too busy. Coincidentally, we have a class reunion tonight. You must attend. The speaker, Lu Dan, was the vice class monitor. Indeed, Wanqing. I heard your company recently landed a significant project. Are you too good for us old classmates now? Teased a slightly older woman sitting beside Lu Dan. No, Huijia, you're joking. I genuinely didn't have the time before. Faced with the scrutiny of her classmates, Li Wanqing found herself at a loss for words. Oh, and who is this? Gao Hui quickly noticed Qin Ran sitting opposite Li Wanqing. I am her husband. Qin Ran replied instantly, eager for everyone to know. What, Wanqing? You're married. The group was taken aback. Chapter 25. Such a perfect figure. Li Wanqing found it difficult to refute this and merely nodded, although she and Qin Ran had indeed been engaged. They had never held a formal wedding. I never expected our former campus belle is now a wife. If our classmates knew their goddess was married, they would surely be heartbroken, Gao Hui remarked. Shaking her head, Wanqing, you must be joking. At that moment, Ouyang Guang, one of Li Wanqing's numerous admirers sitting across from Gao Hui, expressed his skepticism. He was aware that the woman came from a well-off family, and logically, she should be with someone of equal standing. However, upon scrutinizing Qin Ran, he noted that both his demeanor and attire were evidently not on par with Li Wanqing's. He speaks the truth, Li Wanqing asserted, shaking her head in denial. Yet, Ouyang Guang remained unconvinced. Ha ha, Boss Ouyang, your heart must be shattered. Who could blame you for missing the opportunity? Gao Hui couldn't help but laugh. The group engaged in casual conversation for a while, and as they prepared to depart, she exclaimed, Wanqing, you absolutely must attend the class reunion tonight. Many classmates are eager to see you, and do bring your husband along. When Gao Hui mentioned Qin Ran, she even cast a flirtatious glance his way, though Qin Ran remained utterly unaffected by her advances. Are you going to the reunion tonight? He inquired after the others had left. I suppose I will. As I have nothing else planned, he replied, taking a bite of his meal. Li Wanqing gazed at the man before her, who, while ostensibly a stranger, had actually spent considerable time in her company. She found herself unable to decipher him. In the afternoon, Li Wanqing intended to visit the construction site to check on the project's progress, and Qin Ran had initially planned to accompany her. However, a phone call from his sister, who mentioned an urgent matter, necessitated a temporary separation. As they parted, the woman specifically reminded him to dress appropriately for the evening. Following his sister's location pin, Qin Ran arrived at a hotel themed around escape rooms. Brother, Qin Xian spotted Qin Ran from a distance and called out eagerly. What's the rush in summoning me here? Qin Ran asked, his expression filled with concern for his sister's safety. I'm sorry, brother, we were playing truth or dare, and I lost. During the dare, Dongya asked me to call you and have you come over immediately. Qin Xian explained apologetically. Hearing this, Qin Ran was not angered. After all, as long as his sister was unharmed, a little extra travel was inconsequential. Beside them, Dongyu was surprised by Qin Ran's calm demeanor. Brother Qin, since you're already here, why not join us for some fun? Dongyu suggested. Yes, brother, why not join us? Qin Xian chimed in with a wink. All right, I have nothing else to occupy my time this afternoon. Qin Ran agreed with a nod. Meanwhile, a few individuals seated diagonally from Qin Ran wore troubled expressions. Yao Ge, why is this guy here again? Wang Tian, Zhao Yang's lackey, complained. Yeah, should we continue with our plan or not? Another chubby boy inquired. Of course we'll continue. Why not? Just booking this hotel cost me a month's allowance. We can't let it go to waste. Zhao Yang clenched his fists, his eyes fixed intently on Qin Ran. Tonight was supposed to be a meticulously orchestrated escape room event planned by Zhao Yang, who intended to take advantage of the situation to drug Qin Xian and bring her to his room, where she would be at his beck and call. However, he never anticipated that a game of truth or dare would lure Qin Ran into their midst. Although Zhao Yang's previous attempts to confess had been thwarted by Qin Ran, he remained undeterred. Ahem, classmates, shall we begin the escape room game? Zhao Yang glanced at his lackeys, who signaled their readiness. Absolutely. The group enthusiastically agreed. Brother, are you scared? Qin Xian asked curiously before the game commenced. Of course. I've never played this before. Qin Ran feigned fright to tease his sister. Then I must stick close to you. Qin Clan thought to herself, realizing that if her own brother was frightened, it was bound to be quite terrifying. The game soon commenced, but Zhao Yang did not participate. Instead, he retreated to the monitoring room to observe at a later time, take advantage of Qin Clan being alone, and directly knock her out. Zhao Yang instructed his subordinates, Dongya, slow down. Upon entering, the darkness enveloped them, and Qin Clan dared not move quickly, fearing she might encounter something terrifying. Meanwhile, Dongyu exhibited no fear of such illusions, proceeding without hindrance. Initially, Qin Ran held her sister's hand, but several ghostly apparitions startled Qin Clan, causing her to flee in all directions, and soon she lost sight of her sister. Qin Ran, however, was not overly concerned and decided to reach the destination first. Woo-woo, let go of me. Upon catching sight of the ox head and horse face, Qin Clan hurriedly ran in another direction, only to be seized by someone who covered her mouth and nose with a cloth. The darkness was so profound that the girl could not discern who it was. Excellent. Qin Clan, today is your day. I will make you plead for mercy beneath my grasp. Zhao Yang in the monitoring room exclaimed in delight as he witnessed Qin Clan being captured on the screen. In the luxurious presidential suite on the hotel's top floor, a girl lay on an expansive circular bed. Ha ha ha, Qin Clan, did you ever imagine that despite having a formidable brother, you would still fall into the clutches of this young master? Zhao Yang gazed at the girl on the bed with a somewhat deranged look. Though still young, the girl had developed remarkably well, especially in her school uniform's short skirt, which stirred Zhao Yang's desires. Prompting him to reach for the girl's skirt. Little darling, here I come. Zhao Yang looked at Qin Clan, whose face was flushed out. Ah, it's so hot, so hot. Just as Zhao Yang was about to pull the girl's skirt, Qin Clan suddenly awoke. Damn it, how could she wake up so soon? Zhao Yang grumbled. Zhao Yang, what are you doing here? Upon opening her eyes and seeing Zhao Yang, Qin Clan quickly surveyed her surroundings and realized she was lying on a bed. Ha ha ha, now that you're awake, let us fully enjoy this moment. It will be even more exhilarating. As Zhao Yang spoke, he prepared to tear the girl's clothes. With a rip, the girl's top was torn apart. Wow, Qin Clan, I thought you were just plain, but your figure is extraordinary. Zhao Yang mused. Ha ha ha, today you will serve me well, and if you do a good job, perhaps I will reward you with a little tip. Zhao Yang laughed heartily. Chapter 26. Brother, take it slow. No one is competing with you. Just as Qin Clan was engulfed in despair, the door to the room was violently flung open, crashing down. Clan. The first to rush in was Qin Clan's best friend, Dongya. Zhao Yang. You scoundrel. Dongyu dashed towards the man, ready to slap him, but Zhao Yang reacted swiftly and caught her hand. You, how did you find us? Zhao Yang stammered, his earlier bravado evaporating in the face of the unfolding chaos. Humph, ask your lackeys. Qin Ran stood at the doorway, effortlessly lifting Zhao Yang's two henchmen and tossing them to the ground. You, Qin Ran, you have thwarted my plans time and again. Realizing the situation had turned against him, Zhao Yang hastily donned his clothes, preparing to flee. Young Master Zhao, you must be mistaken. It is you who has persistently sought trouble with Qin Clan. Dongya could not help but retort. Qin Ran gazed at his disheveled sister sprawled across the bed. At that moment, he had no desire to engage in trivial conversation with Zhao Yang. Humph, we shall meet again. As Zhao Yang finished speaking, he prepared to flee. Thud. In an instant, Qin Ran closed the distance, reducing 3 steps to 1, and seized him with a firm grip. Brother, I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Please let me go. Zhao Yang had not anticipated Qin Ran's remarkable speed. Having barely begun his escape, he found himself captured, immediately pleading for mercy. It seems you uttered similar words last time. Qin Ran shot him a glare. Qin Ran, detest anyone who dares to threaten my family, and you have repeatedly crossed my boundaries. Each word he uttered rendered Zhao Yang speechless. Beside them, Dongya stood frozen. Intimidated by Qin Ran's imposing presence, you cannot lay a hand on me. I am the young master of the Zhao family. Zhao Yang continued to attempt to leverage his family's name against Qin Ran. With a resounding crash, Zhao Yang was propelled like a cannonball through the window of the room that he landed with a thud, creating a deep crater upon impact, lying amidst a pool of his own blood. Brother, wah. Qin Clan sobbed, embracing Qin Ran. The man removed his jacket and draped it around the girl. It seems a month is indeed too long, Qin Ran mused, recalling the previous banquet in the northern region where he had declared that within a month, all noble families would kneel before him. After all, Qin Clan had been quite frightened today, Yet he remembered his promise to Li Wanqing to attend the class reunion. Smartly, Qin Clan quickly deduced that Qin Ran seemed to have other matters to attend to. Brother, why don't you go take care of your business first? Dong, you can keep me company tonight. A smile graced Qin Xian's face. Indeed, Qin Ran, go. I will stay here with Xian. It will be more convenient for us girls. In that moment, Dong Yu was both astonished by Qin Ran and pleased, as it appeared her plans held promise. Very well, then I shall trouble you. Dong Yu. Seeing that both his sister and Dong Yu had expressed their sentiments, Qin Ran took his leave. However, upon exiting his home, he realized it was quite late, with only 10 minutes remaining until the agreed-upon time. He hastily made his way to the location sent via Li Wanqing's phone. Jiangxinghu Grand Hotel. Li Wanqing looked at Qin Ran with evident distress. My dear, I had an urgent matter this afternoon and did not have time to change. Qin Ran's voice lacked conviction. I can no longer rely on you. Li Wanqing had completely given up on the man's attire. Wanqing, why haven't you gone in yet? We just arrived. Li Wanqing managed a wry smile, clearly having put considerable effort into her appearance before Gao Hui's arrival. The three entered the private room together. Wanqing, you finally made it. I heard you were coming today? Everyone has been waiting for you. The speaker was none other than Li Wanqing's class monitor, Yao Chong. Indeed, Wanqing, it has been years since we last met. Li Wanqing instantly became the center of attention. Soon, someone noticed Qin Ran. Wanqing, who is this? Inquisitively asked Wei Xian, sporting round-framed glasses and an air of scholarly demeanor. I am her husband. What, Wanqing? You are already married. No way. We all thought you remained single. Back in the day. So many boys pursued you, yet none caught your eye. Upon hearing the news of Li Wanqing's marriage, the classmates erupted into a cacophony of chatter. Yao Chong, who had previously worn a bright smile, now wore an expression of dismay. Please, have a seat. Yao Chong broke the awkward silence as he scrutinized Qin Ran, unable to shake off the resentment that lingered in his heart. In the past, he had fervently pursued Li Wanqing, yet she had never cast a glance in his direction. Qin Ran, however, was hardly interested in this facade of a class reunion. His attention was drawn instead to the delectable spread before him. Classmates, please indulge yourselves. Today's expenses are on me. Yao Chong, ever the one to seek admiration, seized the opportunity to showcase himself now that Li Wanqing had arrived. TSK, class monitor, you are being rather partial. Aren't you? If it weren't for Wanqing's presence, we might not be enjoying such lavish treatment. Several female classmates remarked enviously. Let me tell you, our class monitor is quite impressive. He is actually a shareholder in this restaurant. Wei Xian, who had recently been seeking a project partnership with Yao Chong, began to flatter him. Is that true? I've heard that Tiger Heaven restaurant has connections in the underworld. I never imagined our class monitor had a stake in it. Indeed, a meal here surely costs no less than 100,000. The classmates gazed at Yao Chang with admiration. Meanwhile, Qin Ran found himself surrounded by an array of seafood shells. Li Wanqing, is he really your husband? Yes, he eats as if he hasn't had a meal in days. Qin Ran quickly became the target of their teasing. Come on, classmates, let's not be so harsh. Perhaps Brother Qin usually doesn't have access to such delicacies. So indulging this once is only natural. Yao Chong observed Qin Ran, who was engrossed in his meal, and felt a sense of amusement bloom within him. Li Wanqing shot Qin Ran a disapproving glance. Yet he remained unfazed, for he was genuinely famished after expending so much energy that afternoon. Brother, take your time eating. No one is competing with you. If you need more, just let me know. Yao Chang jested, patting Qin Ran on the shoulder. By the way, where are you working these days? Though Qin Ran did not strike Yao Chong as someone from a wealthy family, he deemed it prudent to ask to avoid any misunderstandings. Just staying at home, Qin Ran replied between bites. Ha! Brother, you are truly genuine. Observing Qin Ran's rather unsightly eating habits, Yao Chong tactfully distanced himself. Wanqing, what kind of husband have you chosen? He resembles a pig, only knowing how to eat, and he is unemployed. Surely you aren't supporting him. Indeed, Wanqing, you must have been deceived. Look at how wonderful our class monitor is. He pursued you all those years, and I dare say he still harbors feelings for you. The girls at Li Wanqing's table remarked. Chapter 27. How could I possibly let you pay? Li Wanqing furrowed her brow at the idle chatter that surrounded her, as everyone seemed to believe she was better suited to Yao Chong. He reveled in his elation. Changgu, I heard that the major shareholder of the restaurant will come over to toast you shortly. Wei Xian, noticing Yao Chong's good spirits, continued to flatter him. Oh dear. You've already caught wind of that. I was hoping to keep it a bit low-key. Yao Chang replied with a wave of his hand. feigning modesty. Class monitor, the major shareholder of the restaurant, is it that brother Tiger? Someone immediately inquired. Exactly. He will be coming over to toast me shortly. At that moment, if any of my classmates require assistance, do not hesitate to speak up. Yao Chang boasted with bravado. It is important to recognize that this individual, referred to as Tiger Brother, is indeed the foremost figure along the entire Jianqing Road. Our class leader is truly impressive. Several classmates exclaimed, "Li Wanqing. Your husband is rather lacking, isn't he? He has been eating all evening, completely absorbed in his food." One female classmate could not help but mock, as the drinks flowed and the dishes were savored. The door to the private room was pushed open. Entering was a bald, portly man. Oh, Chiangzi, a class reunion today. The man approached Yao Chang as soon as he stepped inside. Indeed, Tiger Brother. By the way, my younger brother has a small favor to ask, Yao Chang remarked, casting a glance at Qin Ran, who was still indulging in his meal, pondering whether he intended to eat even more, hoping to prompt greater expense from himself. Today is a joyous occasion for everyone. If there is anything I, Tigertsi, can assist with, please do not hesitate to ask. No need to be coy, Tigertsi declared, downing a glass of liquor. Excellent. How forthright of you, Tiger Brother. I have a friend who is currently unemployed. Might I trouble you to arrange a security position for him? As Yao Chang spoke, he led Tigertsi to stand before Qin Ran. Naturally, no inquiries were made. Before Tigertsi could finish his statement, there was a sudden thud. To everyone's astonishment, he dropped to his knees before Qin Ran. Tiger Brother, what are you doing? Yao Chang was utterly bewildered, hastily attempting to pull Tigertsi back up. Sir Qin, you arrive here without prior notice, and I would have prepared a warm welcome for you. Tigertsi remained unmoved on the ground, his head bowed. Despite Yao Chang's efforts, he could not budge. Tigertsi. I came with my wife to attend the reunion. I did not intend to intrude. However, I heard you were going to arrange a job for me. Please remember to offer a generous salary, as finances have been a bit tight lately. Qin Ran spoke while casting a glance at Yao Chang. Under Qin Ran's gaze, Yao Chang felt an icy chill wash over him. Sir Qin, Tigertsi stumbled over his words. Suddenly, with a loud slap, Tigertsi stood up and struck Yao Chang across the face. The man, already feeble, was knocked to the ground by Tigertsi's formidable strength. Tiger Brother, why did you hit me? Yao Chang, lying on the floor and clutching the crimson handprint on his face, cried out, from this day forth, do not call me Tiger Brother. I have no brother like you. Tigertsi was not foolish. He clearly discerned that Yao Chang had provoked Qin Ran. What, Tiger Brother? What do you mean by that? I have invested so much in your restaurant, and now you turn your back on me. Yao Chang was no pushover either. Rising to his feet, I shall reiterate, I have no brother like you. I will return every penny of your previous investment. Tigertsi understood well that one should never offend Qin Ran. Very well, you truly are something else. Yao Chang felt a deep discomfort within. Qin Ran, do not be so arrogant. Even without this restaurant, you are still beneath me. I am the general manager of Qing Yuan Group, a height you will never reach in your lifetime. Yao Chang carried himself with an air of superiority. But I asked that so? Qin Ran responded with disdain, just as everyone was distracted by Tiger Brother. He had already sent a text message to Yang Lan, anticipating some entertaining developments soon. Ding ding ding. No sooner had Qin Ran's words left his lips than Yao Chang's phone began to ring. Glancing at the caller ID, Yao Chang's brows furrowed. Peter, why are you calling me at this late hour? The caller was none other than Yao Chang's assistant. And it is well known that assistants seldom make calls at such an hour unless there is a matter of utmost importance. What? This is impossible. You must be mistaken. Within mere seconds, Yao Chang, who had once held himself in high esteem, was reduced to a figure of fury and incompetence akin to a buffoon. Brother Chang, what has happened? Wei Xin could not contain his curiosity. I have been dismissed. Although Yao Chang spoke in hushed tones, everyone present heard him. A collective expression of astonishment spread across the faces of those gathered. Only Li Wanqing, who had been quietly observing Qin Ran, noted that he appeared unfazed and composed. Mr. Yao, will you be settling the bill? Or at that moment, a server entered to inquire. Yao Chang was taken aback. Having plummeted from grace, he had just received a call from his assistant, who informed him that the company had discovered his misappropriation of funds for personal investments. Now he faced not only legal action, but also substantial financial liabilities. Wei Xin, could you possibly lend me some money for now? I will repay you later. Yao Chang said awkwardly. It was worth noting that he had not brought any money with him, having assumed that his connection with Huzi would ensure a complimentary meal. Brother Chang, I have matters to attend to at my company. I must take my leave, Wei Xin replied, Not foolish enough to be a scapegoat now that Yao Chang's value had diminished, Yao Chang turned to his other classmates. But they all expressed their inability to assist. Huzi, how much is this meal? Finally, after a long evening of dining, Qin Ran wiped his mouth and stood up. Master Qin, now that you've spoken, how could we possibly let you pay? It's on the house, Huzi replied with a beaming smile. Those classmates who had previously mocked Qin Ran now wished they could vanish into the ground. On the way back, Li Wanqing fell into deep contemplation. Realizing that Qin Ran was far more complex than he appeared on the surface. You seem quite familiar with Brother Hu, don't you? Li Wanqing finally inquired. That it's nothing much. Perhaps he just wants to curry favor with us because of our good relationship with the Dragon One Battle God. Qin Ran explained. Although Li Wanqing found the recent events perplexing, recalling Long E's mention of being available in Jiangqing reassured her that Qin Ran's words held merit, having indulged in a bit of wine earlier. Li Wanqing soon drifted off to sleep. As Qin Ran parked the car and prepared to wake her, he noticed she was in a deep slumber, gazing at Li Wanqing's exquisitely delicate face. Even with minimal makeup, she appeared stunning. Just as Qin Ran was lost in admiration, Li Wanqing suddenly awoke, startled to find him before her, instinctively shielding her chest with both hands. What are you doing? She demanded. Haha, I never expected the typically aloof CEO to possess such an endearing side. Qin Ran couldn't help but laugh. Humph, be quiet. Tomorrow is XNR's parent-teacher meeting. You should attend. I have to go to the construction site. Work is commencing there. Li Wanqing shot Qin Ran an exasperated glance before exiting the car. Watching her slender figure depart, Qin Ran understood that she had endured her fair share of hardships and grievances over the years. Chapter 28. Who are you calling a shrew? Early the next morning, Qin Ran arrived punctually to pick up his daughter. Today, Li Wanqing left her own car at the entrance, aware that Qin Ran seemed to be without one. Daddy, Xin is so happy. You finally came to attend the parent-teacher meeting. Sitting in the passenger seat, Xin was bubbling with excitement, her joy evident as she bounced in her seat, clearly looking forward to her father's company. Qin Ran affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair before starting the engine. Since the kindergarten that Xin attended was an elite institution, the children there typically hailed from affluent families. Although it appeared to be a parent-teacher meeting on the surface, the true purpose was for parents to familiarize themselves with one another and seize the opportunity to forge connections. As Qin Ran drove Li Wanqing's BMW into the kindergarten parking lot, a plethora of luxury cars came into view. All right, later on, Daddy will accompany you to greet everyone. Qin Ran lifted his daughter into his arms, slightly surprised by her weight. It seemed children grew up swiftly. As soon as they entered the classroom, Qin called out to a little boy named Hao. Xin. The boy's face lit up upon seeing her. Oh my, whose child is this? Why is she so dirty? Just as Xin dashed to Hao's side, a woman shot a disdainful glance in their direction. Auntie, it's not that Xin is dirty. She accidentally spilled soup on her clothes during breakfast. Xin replied with her innocent, wide eyes blinking. Humph, looking at your attire, it's clear you come from a poor background. The woman, Hao's mother, regarded Xin with contempt. Hello, I am Xin's father. Qin Ran said, feeling a pang of discomfort at seeing his daughter being looked down upon. Oh, so you are her father. Truly, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. You look rather shabby. I suppose you must have exhausted your savings to enroll her here. Hao's mother scoffed derisively. Qin Ran had initially hoped to avoid any unpleasantness, but the situation had escalated. Hao's mother, with such narrow-mindedness, do ensure you don't lead your son astray, he retorted. You. How dare you insult me? Hao's mother pointed an accusatory finger at Qin Ran, clearly enraged. Not at all, not at all. Qin Ran replied with a smile, unwilling to engage further with such an unreasonable woman. Humph, I knew you wouldn't dare. My brother works in the education department, she shot back, glaring at Qin Ran as if to issue a warning. Meanwhile, Hao looked quite distressed, unable to play with Xin in the future. Avoid playing with children from families like hers. Spend time with those from wealthier backgrounds. Understand? Hao. His mother instructed him. Daddy, am I really that unpleasant? Xin pouted, visibly upset at being scorned. How could that be? Our Xin is simply adorable. People would be lucky to have you. Qin Ran gently teased as he playfully tapped her nose. Before long, the classroom filled to capacity. I am delighted to host our class's parent-teacher meeting. A short-haired female teacher announced animatedly from the podium. Today, I would like to give special recognition to a student, Qin who has shown remarkable improvement. Let's give her a round of applause, the teacher exclaimed, walking toward Qin Ran and his daughter with a bright red flower in hand. Yay, Daddy, I was praised by the teacher, the little girl exclaimed, jumping up in delight. How, I'll share my red flower with you. Qin Xian, with a sense of urgency, removed half of the red flower and handed it to How. Don't come over, you little brat, Hao's mother immediately shouted as she saw Qin Xian rushing over. This sudden outburst transformed the once harmonious atmosphere of the classroom into one of palpable awkwardness. Hao's mother, you mustn't shout at the children like that. It could harm their tender hearts. Teacher Tong, with short hair, quickly intervened upon witnessing the scene that I merely wanted to express my gratitude to Hao for consistently helping me with my studies. Qin Xian replied, her small mouth pouting in distress. Teacher Tong, please don't meddle. It's this little wretch who insists on clinging to my Hao.at such a young age. She's already learned to beguile men. She's pretty, but that doesn't excuse her behavior. Perhaps her mother is no better, Hao's mother remarked, casting occasional glances at Qin Ran. Woo-woo, wicked aunt. You mustn't speak ill of my mother. Qin Xian, already feeling wronged from the shouting, burst into tears at the mention of her mother. A sharp, resounding slap echoed through the room. You, how dare you strike me? Hao's mother exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief as she stared at Qin Ran. I could tolerate your insults, but once you malign a child's mother, I shall not hold back, even if you're a woman. Qin Ran glared fiercely at Hao's mother. Very well, you have some nerve. Just wait. Hao's mother, clutching her reddened cheek, stormed out of the classroom with Hao in tow. Director, where are you? She called out loudly. Hao's mother, what happened? Director Zhang, who had just been in the adjacent classroom, rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Upon seeing the large red mark on Hao's mother's face, he was taken aback, knowing well that Hao's father was a prominent figure in the Department of Education. He wondered who had dared to provoke her. Director Zhang, I demand you expel them, Hao's mother declared with newfound confidence, pointing at Qin Ran and her daughter. This revelation left Director Zhang in a difficult position. He was well aware that Qin Ran was not someone to be trifled with, and expelling Qin Xian could very well cost him his job. What? Have I put you in a difficult position? Hao's mother challenged, observing the director's discomfort. She struck me in front of so many people. If she dares to behave this way, her daughter is surely capable of the same. Such a child poses a danger to others in the kindergarten. Hao's mother seized the opportunity to elaborate. She anticipated that after hearing her words, Director Zhang would undoubtedly side with her. But to her astonishment, he exclaimed, Mr. Qin, long time no see. Director Zhang approached Qin Ran with enthusiasm, leaving everyone, including the teachers, utterly astonished. Indeed, who would have thought we had such a person in our kindergarten, like a shrew? Qin Ran's words were laced with meaning. Who are you calling a shrew? Hao's mother, incensed, approached Qin Ran, demanding an explanation. All right, Hao's mother, I believe there has been a misunderstanding regarding Mr. Qin. We cannot expel him, Director Zhang stated firmly after careful consideration. What? Is it such a struggle to expel a student? Hao's mother was furious, and she pulled out her phone. Since you refuse to do it, I will take matters into my own hands. Yes, she spoke. She dialed her husband's number. Hello? Dear, I've been bullied at the kindergarten with Hao. You must come quickly. Hao's mother feigned a sobbing tone. Chapter 29. Master Qin, do you have any instructions? What? Is there still someone daring enough to bully my wife and children, Zhengbin? Just wait. I will be there shortly. Zhao Ge happens to be by my side as well, and he will come along to support us. Zhengbin is aware that his daughter's kindergarten is an elite institution, frequented by the wealthy and influential, which instills a sense of dread in him regarding his ability to resolve the situation alone. Thus, he has invited Zhao Changchun to accompany him. Who dares to bully my wife and children? Zhengbin. Before long, there arose a commotion at the classroom door. Zhengge, Li Ge, you have arrived. Director Zhang has been waiting in the classroom. Director, it turns out you are here. I heard from my wife that someone has been bullying her. Why haven't you taken action? Zhengbin shot a glare at Director Zhang. Director Zhang forced a smile, thinking to himself that it was clearly Zhengbin's wife who was stirring up trouble. Indeed, Director Zhang, we cannot allow others to trample upon us. Zhao Changchun had come along upon hearing Zhengbin's account of his wife and children being humiliated. However, Director Zhang was momentarily at a loss for words. Please clarify the situation before jumping to conclusions next time. Finally, Qin Ran, who had been sitting quietly in the corner, spoke up. Zhao Changchun recognized Qin Ran. Mr. Qin, you are here as well. My apologies, I didn't see you earlier. Zhao Changchun appeared particularly apprehensive in front of Qin Ran. The others present found this curious, for Zhao Changchun was not easily intimidated in Jiangqing. He now seemed like a completely different person. Oh, so it turns out you were relying on your connection with Zhao Gu to bully our wives and children. Hao Hao's mother immediately understood that it was indeed him who bullied us. Zheng Bin glared at Qin Ran. Director Zhang expelled his child from the kindergarten. Zheng Bin, feeling incensed, issued a direct command. Let us see who dares to do so. Upon hearing of the expulsion of Qin Xine, Zhao Changchun let out a loud protest. Zhao Gu, what do you mean by that? Are you attempting to shield him? Hao Hao's mother, not unfamiliar with Zhao Changchun, confronted him directly. Don't think I am unaware. This matter is clearly your fault. Zhao Changchun snorted coldly. Fully aware of the type of person Hao Hao's mother was. Zhao Gu, I brought you along to assist me, not to undermine my position. Zheng Bin was taken aback, not expecting Zhao Changchun to suddenly support Qin Ran. Zheng Bin, do you wish to resign? At this moment, Zhao Changchun was only concerned about not offending Qin Ran. Zheng Bin and Hao Hao's mother were witnessing Zhao Changchun's uncharacteristic fury for the first time, leaving them too startled to speak. Director Zhao, this kindergarten appears rather mediocre. I fear my daughter may not be suited for it. Qin Ran interjected abruptly. Mr. Qin, it was my oversight. I assure you it will not happen again. Zhao Changchun addressed Qin Ran with the utmost deference, as if a subject speaking to a sovereign, and more occurrences. Qin Ran had reached a point of utter disappointment with this kindergarten, having seen his daughter subjected to indignities time and again. As he spoke, he lifted his daughter and made his way toward the door. Noticing Qin Ran's apparent anger, Zhao Changchun hurriedly followed behind. Mr. Qin, perhaps I could assist in finding your esteemed daughter a new kindergarten? Zhao Changchun sought to mitigate the situation that we shall discuss it later. Qin Ran could not bear to witness his daughter suffer any further. Upon witnessing Qin Ran's departure, Zhao Changchun let out a deep sigh, pondering that had he not attended today, he might have lost his position entirely. Curse you, you good for nothing. Truly, you are utterly unreliable. Hao Hao's mother had initially intended to display her stature before the other parents, only to find herself repeatedly humiliated. Zheng Bin, starting tomorrow, you need not return. Back in the classroom, Zhao Changchun's gaze was fixed and unwavering. Brother Zhao, why is that? That person appears neither affluent nor formidable. Why are you so afraid of him that you would expel me? Zheng Bin seethed with frustration, burdened by his wife's scolding and now his superior's dismissal. Just know this, no one dares to provoke Jiangqing. Zhao Changchun regarded Zheng Bin with disappointment. Originally, in a few years, upon his retirement, Zheng Bin would have been poised to assume his position. Following today's uproar, it seemed neither would retain their roles. Daddy, do those uncles and aunts dislike Xinshin? Qin Xinshin, seated in the front passenger seat, expressed her grievances. How could that be? It is those uncles and aunts who are in the wrong. Xinshin is adored by all. Qin Ran, who had previously worn a stoic expression, suddenly beamed with warmth. So, will Xinshin not be able to attend kindergarten anymore? The girl blinked her large, watery eyes. Daddy will find you a better kindergarten. Initially, Qin Ran had not wished for the girl to remain at such a kindergarten. Yet, given her tender age, he felt that school was indeed more suitable for her. Daddy is the best. With that, Qin Xinshin leaned over and planted a kiss on Qin Ran's cheek. Upon hearing her words, Qin Ran promptly drove toward the Northern Economic Development Zone. Watching, as Qin Ran alighted from the vehicle, he beheld the construction site in utter disarray. Qin Ran, you've come. Li Wanqing stood at the center of the chaos, appearing quite helpless. Gazing at the previously erected structures now reduced to rubble, she continued, some individuals have come to disrupt us, demanding that we abandon this project. Otherwise, they threaten to demolish whatever we build. This was Li Wanqing's first encounter with such shamelessness, and Qin Ran's brow furrowed upon hearing this. It was evident that jealousy had driven someone to sabotage Li Wanqing's endeavors. Moreover, they only come at night. We have reported them several times, yet they flee before the authorities arrive. That a contractor on site expressed his own helplessness. Let us proceed as usual tonight. They are sure to return. That I will address the issue. Qin Ran was eager to uncover the identity of these troublemakers. Hey, Master Qin, what is your command? Qin Ran felt it prudent to summon assistance, sparing himself the trouble of dealing with it alone. What? Does anyone dare to challenge Master Qin? They must be courting death. Master Qin, wait here. I will call my brothers right away. Upon hearing Qin Ran's words, Hu Zi immediately rallied his crew for support, in the Su family's grand hall. Haha, father, your strategy is simply brilliant, Su Sheng extolled. Humph, if we cannot best them openly, we shall resort to underhanded tactics. Su Mian stroked his goat-like beard. It turned out that the individuals causing turmoil at Li Wanqing's construction site were all hired by Su Mian. Head of the Su family, let us not forget our agreement. The speaker was none other than Tian Qing, the manager of the Shengshi Group in Jiangbei. Haha. Rest assured, Manager Tian, let us engage in a few more endeavors until Li Wanqing finds herself short on working capital, at which point we shall seize the opportunity to claim the project. It shall undoubtedly be a success. Su Mian brimmed with confidence. Humph. One can only hope. The individuals we have recruited have cost us a substantial sum. I sincerely hope that the head of the Su family does not let me down. Tian Qing was unaware of how Li Wanqing had secured such a lucrative project. He only knew that the Su family had promised them that once the project was acquired, the profits would be shared equally. Chapter 30. Brother, do not be overly agitated. Shengshi Group is the second largest conglomerate in Jiangbei, and the gap between it and Tianbei Group is but a hair's breadth. In recent years, both groups have been expanding their markets, and Jiangqing had long been targeted by Tianbei. Thus, Shengshi Group refrained from encroaching upon it. On the surface, the two families maintained a harmonious relationship. Yet beneath it lay a fierce competition. Hence, Tianqing consented to Su Mian's request to meddle in Jiangqing's affairs at Li Wanqing's construction site. A dozen small trucks arrived in the evening. General Manager Li, there is trouble. More people have come to cause a ruckus. The foreman, alarmed by the commotion outside, hurried over. What? The woman glanced at the time, realizing it was only 5 o'clock, and thought to herself that these individuals were quite audacious to cause a disturbance in broad daylight. Let us go and take a look. Qin Ran remained remarkably composed. Suddenly, the rear gate swung open as the trucks unveiled themselves, and a throng of over 100 individuals surged into the construction site. Brothers, they dare to build, smash it, shouted a young man wearing black sunglasses and sporting a curly hairstyle, having experienced nothing but success in recent days. They aim to finish their work early and indulge in leisure. I'll see who dares. Qin Ran muttered under his breath. Ha, brothers, whoever dares to intervene shall be met with force. If anything goes awry, I shall handle it. The audacious young man, Wu Fei, exuded bravado. Just as the crowd prepared to charge at Qin Ran, numerous loudspeakers erupted in sound. Before long, around 10 large passenger buses rolled up to the construction site. As the doors swung open, nearly 100 individuals disembarked. Qin Yi, I have arrived, Hu Zi's booming voice echoed, reaching Qin Ran from several meters away. This, brother, it appears to be an ambush, Wu Fei's subordinate reported hurriedly. What nonsense! Wu Fei kicked his subordinate disdainfully. It's you. I was merely inquiring who else dares to stir trouble on my turf. Hu Zi approached and recognized Wu Fei. Since you know me, it would be wise to refrain from meddling, Wu Fei remarked, adjusting his hairstyle. Confident in his own abilities and enticed by the lucrative reward, he had journeyed from Jiangbei to Jiangqing. Qin Ran, let us promptly contact the authorities. Li Wanqing was taken aback to find her construction site so densely packed with individuals. Nevertheless, Qin Ran remained unperturbed, for he had a backup plan. Humph, let us rely on our skills then. Hu Zi recognized Wu Fei as a figure from Jiangbei's underworld. Although aware of the limited advantage they held in a confrontation, he steeled himself for the sake of Qin Yi. Just as the two factions were poised for conflict, the sky suddenly darkened. With a resounding crash, over a dozen black luxury SUVs came to a halt at the entrance of the construction site, their doors opening in unison, creating a scene that left onlookers in awe. Surround them, commanded Long Lu, who had previously met them at the banquet. Their team had been dispatched at Long Yi's order to arrive promptly. Do not lose your temper at this moment. The previously arrogant Wu Fei and his companions suddenly shrank back in fear. No matter how formidable they were, it was impossible for them to confront well-equipped soldiers. Brother, please remain calm. Do not be agitated. Wu Fei, witnessing his men kneeling and begging for mercy, hurriedly joined in their pleas. Long Lu, seizing the moment, captured Wu Fei, his fluffy teddy bear-like appearance, bringing him before Qin Ran. Sir, Mr. Qin, Long Lu nearly revealed too much. We have already apprehended the culprit. It is this fellow and his men. As he spoke, he kicked Wu Fei a few times. The once haughty Wu Fei now dared not utter a single sound. Master, spare me. Do not kill me. Seeing Long Lu's profound respect for this individual, Wu Fei realized he was undoubtedly someone to be reckoned with. Who sent you to cause trouble? Qin Ran inquired coldly. At that moment, the temperature around them seemed to plummet further, causing a shiver to run through everyone present. It was the Su family. The Su family, Wu Fei blurted out without a moment's hesitation, knowing they were merely mercenaries and had no intention of risking their lives. Upon hearing this, Li Wanqing's expression changed as she finally understood. Enough. Take them away. Qin Ran wished to shield Li Wanqing from witnessing any gruesome scenes and instructed Long Lu to handle the matter discreetly. Master, please give us a chance. We were merely working on the construction site. Wu Fei, driven by a potent instinct for survival, implored further. We promised to do a good job for you. Qin Ran glared at Wu Fei. Master, we don't want wages. No wages. Free, realizing the possibility of survival. Wu Fei dared not negotiate. Meanwhile, the 100 men Wu Fei had brought along began working under the foreman's direction. Li Wanqing, however, was burdened with numerous questions. Qin Ran, what exactly are you hiding from me? The woman was no fool. She had harbored suspicions about Qin Ran before, but he always managed to deflect her inquiries with excuses. Are you foolish? That Long Lu is a subordinate of the legendary Long Yi. He must have come here upon noticing the commotion, simply to lend us a hand. Qin Ran explained in one breath. Is that so? Li Wanqing found this explanation somewhat reasonable, recalling how Long Yi had favored them publicly at the last banquet. Exhausted from a long day, she chose not to dwell on it further. In the Su family mansion, Manager Tian, why is there still no news? Su Mian, sitting in the main seat, grew impatient as he watched the seconds tick by. Damn, you fool, you nearly got me killed. How dare you call me? Wu Fei, now laboring diligently at the construction site, hung up the phone abruptly. What does this mean? Su Mian observed that their conversation had barely lasted a few moments before being cut off. Master Su, I am not sure. Wu Fei just called me an idiot and hung up. Tianqing responded, bewildered. What? Did you not say you were close? How could this happen? Su Sheng had been looking forward to a spectacle. I truly do not know. Should we go take a look? Tianqing suggested. Let us wait until tomorrow. It is quite late now. Su Mian harbored a growing suspicion that matters were perhaps not as straightforward as they had initially presumed. Very well. Tomorrow during the day we shall visit the construction site to ascertain its true condition. In the aftermath, no matter how fervently Tianqing attempted to reach Wu Fei by phone, he was met with silence. At the break of dawn the following day, Su Mian, accompanied by Su Sheng and Tianqing, arrived at the construction site, only to discover that the project's progress had not faltered in the slightest. Rather, it was advancing at a remarkable pace. Without hesitation, Tianqing removed his sunglasses, eager to seek out a worker to inquire about the events of the previous day. Hey, brother, come over here, he called out to a diligent worker sporting a hat. Wu Fei, what on earth are you doing here? Tianqing exclaimed incredulously. Wasn't I supposed to have you stir up trouble instead? Chapter 31. Father, Mother, please cease your quarrel. You reckless fool, do you wish to bring about my demise? Wu Fei shouted, his voice laced with frustration. Do you have any idea that yesterday, the Dragon One War Goddess subordinates came here? I nearly lost my life. Had I not agreed to work for them without pay, you would likely never see me again. Upon hearing Wu Fei's words, Tianqing, Su Mian, and the others turned pale, for Wu Fei was a figure of considerable influence in Jiangbei. The fact that he was now working for Li Wanqing without compensation, especially after the involvement of the Dragon One War Goddess men, was alarming. Su family patriarch, let us conclude our partnership here. I shall take my leave. With that, Tianqing bolted away, eager to avoid any impending troubles. Father, it appears Li Wanqing possesses remarkable capabilities, Su Sheng remarked, equally astonished. Alas, we may have stirred up a hornet's nest, Su Mian lamented, sensing that their good fortune was at an end. Let us depart at once, he suggested, shaking his head. Leave? A figure both father and son were all too familiar with emerged. Qin Ran, what do you intend to do? Su Sheng recognized him first. What do I intend to do? That is a question I should be posing to you. Bringing people to the construction site to create chaos and delay our project progress. Do you not understand the ill intentions of the Su family? Qin Ran approached them, each word deliberate and menacing. Qin Ran, do not act rashly. My cousin is one of the Dragon One War Goddess subordinates. If you dare to lay a finger on us, I assure you, you will regret it. Su Sheng suddenly recalled his cousin and sought to intimidate Qin Ran. The poison you used to frame me, leading to my imprisonment. Have we not settled that score yet? Qin Ran dismissed their threats with indifference, advancing closer. Qin Yi, allow me to handle this, Tiger suddenly interjected. aware that the Su family had caused him considerable trouble over the years. Noticing that Tiger too seemed inclined to confront them, Qin Ran entrusted Su Mian to him. Father, in a matter of mere minutes, Tiger's assault was brutally effective. Su Mian lay unconscious in his grasp. Now it is your turn. You conspired against me, stole resources from the Qin family, and even took my woman. You deserve to die. Qin Ran's eyes glowed with fury, the surrounding air growing frigid. Please, spare my life. I can reveal a secret. With his father incapacitated, Su Sheng's only thought was to survive. A secret. Yes, the plot to frame me was orchestrated by someone who manipulated the Su family. As Qin Ran's advance faltered, Su Sheng seized the opportunity. Desperate to cling to this lifeline. Continue. Qin Ran fixed his gaze upon Su Sheng, deducing that, given the circumstances, he would not resort to falsehoods that in the past. Your Qin family flourished in Jiangqing, swiftly attracting the attention of the prominent clans. Then, one fateful day, a man clad in a black robe cast a letter before the grand hall of the Su family, the contents of which were a nefarious request to ensnare your Qin family, leading to your imprisonment. Su Sheng recounted the tale in its entirety. This was initially a secret of the Su family, yet at this moment, nothing held greater significance than the preservation of life. Did that man utter nod in response? Upon hearing this, Qin Ran's eyes gleamed with cunning. No. Su Sheng shook his head. Eliminate him. Qin Ran turned to Hu Zi and commanded, Qin Ran, you deceiver, I have divulged the secret to you. Yet you still refuse to spare my life. Upon hearing Qin Ran's 2 words directed at Hu Zi, Su Sheng was thoroughly panicked. I regret to inform you. You have lost your value in the dead of night. Atop Jiangqing's tallest edifice, the Jiangqing department store, Yang Lan knelt partially before Qin Ran, reporting, My lord, I have conducted an investigation, and it appears Su Sheng's claims bear truth. The conspiracy against you was indeed orchestrated by someone. Clad in a dark overcoat, Yang Lan presented her findings. That time, I was but a young master of an ordinary family. Who among us would be idle enough to concoct such a grand scheme? Qin Ran, standing by the building's edge, found the reasoning perplexing. My lord, I shall continue my inquiries. I assure you, I will uncover the truth. Yang Lan was aware of the lingering burdens on Qin Ran's heart throughout the years and was determined to assist him. The following day, in the grand hall of the Su family. Qin family. Ahem, is this a declaration of rebellion? The elder Su, seated at the head, coughed as he proclaimed, Father, both my elder brother and nephew have fallen victim to Qin Ran's treachery. This grievance must be avenged. The speaker was Su Mian's brother, Su Lai. Indeed, my brother and nephew cannot have perished in vain. Su Yun, upon hearing the dreadful news, was consumed by grief. Yes, grandfather, I shall contact my cousin immediately. Su Yun's face was a mask of fury. He could scarcely comprehend that his father and brother had both met their demise at the hands of that worthless Qin Ran. Su Yun lamented over the phone. What? My uncle and cousin have both been wronged. With the loss of 2 beloved kin, Su Yun's composure shattered. Qin Ran, the same one who was previously accused of despicable acts, Su Chen exclaimed, hurling the phone to the ground. All halt. Immediately prepare the gear and head towards Jiangqing. Yes, Vice Commander. Qin Ran, this time, I shall ensure your obliteration. Su Chen's eyes were bloodshot, fists clenched as he gazed towards Jiangqing. Qin Ran, how could you have? Li Wanqing had just come to the realization. Indeed, that is the Su family. They are, after all, a distinguished clan. The previous incident has yet to be settled, and now this. The Su family will undoubtedly seek retribution against us. I muttered incessantly. Fear not, I shall handle it. Qin Ran waved his hand dismissively, not at all perturbed, as he proceeded to embrace his daughter. Today, Qin Ran intended to enroll his daughter in a new school, which is why he had arrived at the Li family's residence early. Just boasting. I have heard that there is a young man named Su Chun from the Su family who is making quite a name for himself in the northern territories. At that rate, we shall surely meet our doom. Mr. Li, always disdainful of Qin Ran, could not resist voicing his opinion at every opportunity. All right, early in the morning, let us not quarrel. I firmly believe that Qin Ran will surely find a way. However, it is quite perplexing for Li Fu to see Li Mu, who previously stood by his side, now continuously advocating for Qin Ran. Li Wanqing also found it difficult to continue speaking, as Qin Ran's actions were ultimately aimed at assisting her. Dad, Mom, please do not argue. Xin is frightened. With a cherubic face brimming with youthful vitality, Qin Xian emerged, arms wide open, standing protectively in front of Qin Ran. Hey, you little girl, how can you betray your own family? Li Wanqing couldn't help but scoff at Qin Xian's fervent defense of Qin Ran. Chapter 32. Where did this wild child come from? Hee Xian, you truly are your father's little darling. Qin Ran said as he stepped out with his daughter. Just as they exited, they encountered a familiar face. Mr. Qin, at last, you're out? I've been waiting for you for ages. Zhao Changchun beamed with obsequiousness at the father and daughter duo. What brings you here? Qin Ran, having formed a rather lukewarm impression of Zhao Changchun since the last parent-teacher meeting, had intended to seek out a kindergarten on his own without Zhao's assistance. Mr. Qin, didn't you mention wanting to find a new school for your precious daughter? I'm here to accompany you today. I'm well acquainted with all the schools in Jiaqing, Zhao Changchun boasted with pride. There is no need for that. I wouldn't want to trouble Director Zhao, Qin Ran replied, preparing to leave. Oh, wait, Mr. Qin, don't be in such a hurry. I can take your daughter to the best kindergarten in Jiaqing. And it won't cost a penny. There are scholarships available. Zhao Changchun was clearly pulling out all the stops this time, eager to cultivate a relationship with Qin Ran. Oh, well then, let us go take a look. Qin Ran consented, not particularly short on funds, but aware that some kindergartens were not accessible even with money. After you, Mr. Qin. Zhao Changchun quickly opened the car door for them before taking his place in the driver's seat. Throughout the journey, Zhao Changchun discussed various topics regarding child rearing, which surprisingly held Qin Ran's attention. Zhao Changchun was taken aback to discover that the formidable Qin Ran was, in fact, a complete doting father. Mr. Qin, we've arrived. This is Jiangxing International Kindergarten. Zhao Changchun exited the car first to open the door for Qin Ran. It looks decent, Qin Ran remarked after taking a cursory glance. The environment and facilities of this kindergarten were light years ahead of the one Qin Xian attended previously. Mr. Qin, I apologize, but I suddenly feel a bit unwell. May I first excuse myself? Zhao Changchun grimaced, sensing discomfort in his abdomen, suspecting it might be due to something he ate in the morning. All right, go ahead, Qin Ran said, observing the man's pained expression. Dad, this place is so big. Qin Xian, having wriggled free from Qin Ran's embrace, was now gleefully darting around the grounds. Indeed, do you like it? Qin Ran inquired as he approached her. I love it. The trees are so tall. Qin Xian exclaimed, rushing towards a large tree. Hey, what is that child doing? You can't go over there. A woman with curly hair and glasses pointed at Qin Xian, shouting, where did this wild child come from? Zhang Jiao had just exited the office of the Director of Education, her attire slightly disheveled. Originally merely an assistant teacher, her amicable rapport with the director had just earned her a promotion to the position of life instructor. Now, freshly elevated, Zhang Jiao was eager to test her newfound authority. Whoa, Daddy, XNRS bottom hurts so much. Qin Xian had fallen to the ground. It was painful, not just for a child, but even an adult would likely find it unbearable. Ha, you little rascal, you're quick to report. Zhang Jiao glared at Qin Xian, and as anticipated, Qin Ran soon approached. Xian, are you all right? Qin Ran hurriedly scooped up the child who had been thrown to the ground by the woman. I presume you must be her guardian. Carelessly trampling on the precious plants in the garden will incur a fine. Zhang Jiao experienced a rush of delight in reprimanding others. Moreover, upon glancing at Qin Ran, she noted the lack of any valuable possessions on him, surmising he was likely not of significant status. Compensation? You threw my daughter to the ground like that. You owe her your life? Qin Ran, instantly incensed, exuded a formidable aura that rendered the woman momentarily speechless. You, how dare you threaten a teacher? I will have the director expel your daughter. Zhang Jiao, intimidated by Qin Ran, felt a surge of indignation and promptly rushed back to the director's office. Director Liu, there's a student's parent bullying me. Zhang Jiao feigned vulnerability, adopting a sulking demeanor. What? Who dares to bully you? I shall teach them a lesson right away. Director Liu, still flushed from his recent encounter with Zhang Jiao, was particularly attentive to her. However, before he could step outside, Qin Ran entered instead. Director, I've brought my child to enroll. Director, it's him. Zhang Jiao, seeing Qin Ran's seemingly harmless demeanor, immediately tugged at the director's arm. All right. Don't worry, my little darling. I will certainly make him uncomfortable. Director Liu grinned mischievously, occasionally giving Zhang Jiao a playful pat. All of this transpired under Qin Ran's watchful gaze. "Who are you? Do you think this is a supermarket where you can just stroll in?" Director Lu's expression darkened as he stood up, bellowing at Qin Ran. However, before Qin Ran could respond, Lu interrupted, "Don't give me however. Your child doesn't deserve to study here." Prior to his outburst, Director Lu had observed Qin Ran and concluded he was merely an ordinary parent, devoid of any designer labels. It is well known that students at Jiangqing International Kindergarten come from affluent families, and this individual seemed to have no connection to such privilege. Just as Lu's words hung in the air, Zhao Chongqun rushed in. "Master Qin, how did you get in here first? I was searching outside for quite a while." Zhao Chongqun, sweating profusely, had naturally overheard Lu's earlier remarks. "Director, your esteemed presence is unexpected. Why didn't you inform me in advance?" "I wasn't prepared." Director Lu, upon seeing Zhao Chongqun arrive, instantly became sycophantic, oblivious to Zhao Chongqun's demeanor towards Qin Ran. "Both of you are dismissed." Before Qin Ran could utter a word, Zhao Chongqun fixed a stern glare upon the two. "What? Director, what do you mean by that? On what grounds are you expelling me?" Director Lu, bewildered by his sudden dismissal, was understandably indignant. "You dare to insult my esteemed patron? Who am I to dismiss?" Zhao Chongqun fixed his piercing gaze upon the two individuals. "Director, please allow me to explain. I am unfamiliar with this gentleman, your esteemed patron." Director Lu, still in disbelief, added, "It was this woman who beguiled me. She compelled me to act thus, in a desperate bid to preserve his own livelihood." Director Lu betrayed Zhang Jiao without hesitation. "Well, you despicable Lu. In times of calamity, you choose to sell me out, do you? I shall no longer serve." Zhang Jiao exclaimed, ready to confront Director Lu. "Security, expel these two from the premises. They are henceforth banned from entry." Zhao Chongqun had no time to waste on these buffoons. He was eager to finalize the enrollment procedures for Qin Ran's daughter. Chapter 33. Abandoning one's post is a grave offense. Shortly thereafter, several security personnel arrived to escort both Director Lu and the previously arrogant Zhang Jiao out. "Mr. Qin, my sincerest apologies for the embarrassment. This director had long been the subject of complaints, but today, fortune favored me in catching him red-handed." Zhao Chongqun expressed his regrets. "Enough. Let us expedite the paperwork." Qin Ran gestured for Zhao Chongqun to cease his apologies. "Very well. I shall proceed at once." Noting that Qin Ran bore no anger, Zhao Chongqun swiftly attended to Qin Xian's enrollment. "Daddy, does this mean Xian can attend school here now?" Qin Xian inquired excitedly. "Indeed. You shall study here henceforth." Qin Ran gently patted his daughter's head, speaking softly. "Yay! This is wonderful. Xian can go back to school." Observing Qin Xian's vibrant and cheerful disposition, Qin Ran pondered who she truly resembled, for both he and Li Wanqing were rather reserved. Just as the enrollment was completed, Qin Ran's phone began to ring. "Young master, trouble is brewing. A crowd has surrounded our residence, demanding your surrender." The call was from Qin Mo, the family steward. "Very well. Spare me the details. Have them come forth to meet their doom." Su Chun replied with irritation, snatching the phone from Qin Mo's hand and smashing it to the ground. "Should Qin Ran dare to flee, you shall all perish." Su Chun declared menacingly. This wretched Qin Ran, not content with causing chaos outside, must now drag us into this mess. Jiang Huilan had been preparing to collaborate with the Blue Sky Group to gather funds for a hasty escape, only to encounter this predicament today. "Be cautious on your journey, father." Qin Xian, unaware of the unfolding events, simply nodded obediently. Meanwhile, upon hearing of the opportunity to assist Qin Ran, Zhao Chongqun readily agreed without a second thought. "In the grand hall of the Su family. Excellent. With your cousin present, the Qin family is doomed." Old Master Su coughed several times. "It is vital to remember that the Su family has only recently risen. Previously a mere ordinary clan, their fortunes changed due to a letter from years past. Grandfather, I shall go forth to aid my cousin against Qin Ran." Su Yun declared through gritted teeth. "Very well. Ensure his complete annihilation." Old Master Su replied with a furrowed brow. Su Chin's abrupt departure with so many warriors did not go unnoticed by those above. The Dragon 6 War God, Su Chun, under the command of the Dragon 1 War God, took it upon himself to lead all the warriors to besiege the Qin family. At that moment, Long Lu was stationed at the border when suddenly a report arrived. "What? Su Chun has gone mad. Abandoning his post is a capital offense." Having just returned from the front lines, Long Lu was preparing to rest for a while, but upon hearing this news, He was thoroughly alarmed that it is well known that Su Chun is among the most promising warriors in this batch, a candidate likely to become a war god, yet he now deliberately flouts the rules, jeopardizing his own future. Immediately, he ordered the notification to Long Yi, the war god. Yes, in a secret base located in the eastern part of Xia country, winter had already settled in. Several elderly men, clad in dark green military overcoats with hair tinged with gray, were attentively reviewing the information transmitted from above. This young man has landed himself in trouble. The speaker was Xia Jinxing da haha. Is old Xia feeling anxious? Remarked another elder with a white beard. Chuckling. Anxious? When have I, Xia Jinxing, ever been anxious? Xia Jinxing vehemently denied it. Yet you, what disastrous idea did you come up with back in the day? Look at how things are turning out now, Xia Jinxing immediately retorted. Alas, who could have anticipated that the young man surnamed Qin possesses such remarkable abilities? The white-bearded elder Han Weitian, taken aback by Xia's criticism, found himself at a loss for words. Well, at our age, must we still bicker daily? Observing the tense atmosphere, the elder sitting at the center rose to his feet. In my opinion, it would be best to utilize this young Qin to our advantage. After all, the outside world is watching us with hawkish eyes. With Qin on our side, we would be in a much stronger position. Yin Tian analyzed earnestly. Indeed, Elder Yin speaks truthfully, rather than opposing Qin. It would be wiser to have his assistants, Li Mingqiang, seated to one side, nodded in agreement. Among the 5 elders present, only Qin Shaoyang remained silent. Heh, you old fellow, you usually have plenty to say. Yet why have you turned mute at the mention of young Qin? Xia Jinxing cast a glance at Qin Shaoyang. I will heed your counsel. The elder spoke after a prolonged silence. Merely listening to us is insufficient. It appears this matter requires your involvement. Yin Tian, who held the highest authority among the elders, stated candidly, as far as I know, this young Qin seems to share a bloodline with your Qin family. Does he not? Yin Tian hinted subtly. The other elders widened their eyes in surprise, as this was the first they had heard of such a connection. Very well. This matter will be addressed by Shaoyang. Qin Shaoyang responded somewhat reluctantly. Ha ha ha. The events of the past were beyond our control. Let us resolve what we can now, for holding on to it only breeds inner turmoil. Yin Tian patted Qin Shaoyang on the shoulder. War god Long Yi, a grave situation has arisen. Su Chen has abandoned his post and privately led soldiers to Jiaqing to besiege the Qin family. Soon, the news reached Long Yi, stationed far in the northern borders. How could this happen? Having experienced countless battles, Long Yi was not overly alarmed. It seems that the young master of the Qin family has killed the head of the Su family, was the report from the soldier. Immediately, arrange for a helicopter. I must reach Jiangqing as swiftly as possible. Upon learning of the connection to Qin Ran, Long Yi could no longer remain idle. Instantly, the northern war gods scattered across Xia country began to converge on Jiangqing. This sudden turn of events sent Han Si, who was responsible for managing Jiangqing, into a state of panic. Have we ascertained the cause? Han Si was drenched in sweat. According to reports from the north, it seems someone from the northern borders is in danger in Jiaqing. Han Si's subordinates were also unclear about the specifics. What? In our Jiaqing, danger has arisen. Upon hearing this, Han Si was utterly bewildered. For the reputation of the Jiangqing in the northern territory is exceedingly high. Go. Quickly continue the investigation. At this moment, Han Si felt an immense pressure. Report. Su Chun has stationed a contingent of warriors at the entrance of the Qin family's residence, declaring his intent to personally slay the young master of the Qin family. Another subordinate rushed in, hastily delivering the news. Chapter 34. No more words needed. Just accept your fate. What? Why does the Su family wish to kill the young master of the Qin family? That young master appears to be utterly useless. Han Si expressed his confusion. The young master of the Qin family has already slain Su Ji's patriarch, Su Mian, along with Su Mian's son, Su Sheng. Thus, Su Chun has specifically brought his men to avenge his father. Oh, that is the reason. I never anticipated that this waste of a young master from the Qin family would be so audacious. Hadn't he just been imprisoned? It seems he is courting death after living too long. Han Si could not help but exclaim. Indeed, I have a rough understanding now. It is likely that the numerous warriors from the northern territory have mobilized because the young master of the Qin family killed Su Chen's family, which amounts to provoking those from the northern territory. Han Si analyzed with clarity. Brother, you truly are remarkable. You deduced it so effortlessly. Han Wubao, Han Si's younger brother, voiced his admiration. Now that we know the cause, Let us hasten to summon reinforcements and collaborate with the Su family to capture that waste of a young master from the Qin family. Who knows, we might even earn some rewards. Han Cixi kicked his brother playfully. He then began to indulge in self-admiration, feeling that his talents were sorely wasted in this small Jiangqing. Brother Chun, the young master of the Qin family, has yet to show himself. He is likely afraid and has hidden away. A warrior, who shared a good rapport with Su Chun, noted that time had elapsed, yet Qin Ran had not appeared. What plan do you propose? Su Chun is a man of bravery, but lacking in strategy, often relying on this warrior for counsel. I have heard that Qin Ran has a younger sister, and it is said that he holds great affection for her. She should be at school now. I will take a few men to bring her here, and then we need not fear that Qin Ran will not show up. The warrior grinned mischievously. Before long, a young girl dressed in a school uniform, her hair tied up in a high ponytail, was brought before Su Chun. I did not expect this girl to possess some charm. Su Chin's subordinates whispered among themselves. Indeed, even as a student, she has developed impressively. The warrior commented while his eyes furtively glanced at Qin Xian's chest. Enough chatter. Such idle talk was inevitably overheard by Su Chin, who promptly interrupted. Regardless, Su Chin is a man of utmost integrity. Today, he seeks only the life of Qin Ran, disregarding all else. Report. A group of individuals is approaching us from the east. The scout, who had been observing the situation ahead, reported. Qin Ran has managed to gather so many people in such a short time. Su Chun expressed a degree of surprise. Prepare for battle. Su Chin's brow furrowed, bracing for the impending conflict. After a while, Han Cixi was seen running toward them with his men. Young Master Su. Young Master Su. Allies. Allies. Han Cixi, having previously analyzed that the Northern Territory's significant movements were intended to assist Su Chun in his quest for vengeance, rushed ahead. Who are you? Su Chun, having spent considerable time away, naturally did not recognize Han Cixi. I am the person in charge of Jiangqing. When Han Cixi uttered these words, he deliberately raised his head and puffed out his chest, brimming with pride. So it is Mr. Han. Although Su Chun had never encountered Han Cixi, he had heard of him to some extent. Indeed, it is I. Noticing that Su Chun seemed to recognize him, the man immediately spoke up. Young Master Su, allow me to handle today's matter, since it originated from Jiangqing. Han Cixi was eager to make a good impression. This was a splendid opportunity for promotion and wealth. Bring forth, surround the entire Qin residence. Han Cixi promptly commanded his subordinates. Su Chin, however, was rather indifferent to this inexplicable aid. At this moment, his greater concern was whether Qin Ran would indeed arrive. Report. A figure has been spotted nearby, the informant suddenly reported. Instantly, everyone held their breath in anticipation. I didn't expect this brat Qin Ran to dare show up. Young Master Su, allow me to deal with him. Han Cixi volunteered enthusiastically. Su Chin merely nodded, for even if Han Cixi failed to eliminate Qin Ran, he would personally intervene. Qin Ran, surrender and meet your demise. Han Cixi shouted towards the distance. Who are you? Qin Ran inquired. Gazing at this unfamiliar individual, no need for further words. Just perish. As Han Cixi spoke, he commanded his subordinates to encircle Qin Ran, observing the dark weapons in the hands of each person. Qin Ran understood that a confrontation was inevitable. Qin Ran, I am the leader of Jiangqing. It's no wonder you won't last long. Han Cixi regarded Qin Ran with a mocking expression, just as he prepared to step forward. A loud crash resounded. With a sudden jolt, the man closest to Qin Ran was effortlessly lifted and thrown several meters away. Qin Ran, I advise you not to resist. Han Cixi, seeing this, immediately drew his black weapon and aimed it at Qin Ran. Do you think you can hit me with that? Qin Ran scoffed dismissively. Let us see if you can. Han Cixi sensed an aura of intimidation emanating from Qin Ran, yet he struggled to maintain his composure. Halt! Just as tensions reached a boiling point, an elderly man, half of his hair white, yet still robust, approached. Long Wang. Han Cixi's keen eyes recognized him, and he instantly knelt. Thud! As Han Cixi knelt, his subordinates followed suit. One after another, the newcomer indeed possessed an extraordinary presence. Young man, you are Qin Ran. Qin Shaoyang scrutinized Qin Ran from head to toe. I am Qin Shaoyang from the Xia Kingdom. The elder introduced himself. The surrounding crowd remained prostrated, afraid to lift their heads, for they knew that the Dragon King of the Xia Kingdom was not to be trifled with. Upon hearing the name, Qin Ran's pupils dilated. It was exceedingly rare to encounter someone sharing his surname in this era. Qin Ran, I have come today to discuss a collaboration with you. Qin Shaoyang got straight to the point, without any unnecessary words. Collaboration? Upon hearing this term, Qin Ran had an inkling of what was to come. Indeed, Qin Ran, I am aware that you achieved great power abroad a few years ago. Many forces overseas fear you. And now those forces are stirring. Only you can assist us. Although Qin Shaoyang was reluctant to seek out Qin Ran, he had no choice but to comply with the higher-ups' orders. You are quite straightforward. Qin Ran smiled. Collaboration is acceptable. However, regarding today's affair, your Xia kingdom must not interfere. Qin Ran suddenly shouted. Qin Shaoyang found himself in a dilemma. He had come today to negotiate peace, yet unexpectedly, Qin Ran insisted on conflict. What? Is the Dragon King feeling troubled? Qin Ran's tone was icy. Chapter 35. I spare your life today. New book, Seeking Collections. Qin Ran, I have come to seek your cooperation today. This is a sign of respect for you. Do not presume that this is foreign territory. We have ways to ensure your compliance. Qin Shaoyang had never encountered such an awkward predicament in his lifetime that in that case, I must trouble the Dragon King to clear a path, lest we cause any unintentional harm. Seeing that his opponent had a fiery temper as well, Qin Ran decided it was best not to waste breath. Humph. Qin Shaoyang let out a cold snort. Han Sushi, withdraw your men. Qin Shaoyang glared at Han Sushi, who knelt on the ground, hesitant to raise his head. Since the Dragon King had spoken, Han Sushi, not being foolish, promptly ordered his subordinates to retreat. However, he still could not comprehend why the Dragon King seemed to regard Qin Ran with some trepidation. They must die. Just as Han Sushi was preparing to retreat as well, Qin Ran's voice, imbued with a sense of weariness, rang out. Qin Ran, you are tired of living. Han Sushi immediately pointed at Qin Ran. In the blink of an eye, the finger that had been directed at Qin Ran was met with a pained cry. As Han Sushi collapsed to the ground in agony, Qin Shaoyang's eyes widened in shock. It had been many years since he had encountered such a brutal individual. Qin Ran, how dare you lay a hand on someone from our Xia kingdom? Qin Shaoyang's face flushed with rage. He provoked me first. Qin Ran replied nonchalantly. Very well, Qin Ran. Today, I shall act on behalf of the Xia kingdom to bring you to justice. As Qin Shaoyang spoke, powerful currents of air swirled around him. Qin Ran understood that this Dragon King was not to be underestimated. His brow furrowed as he prepared for a fierce battle, though he felt uncertain. For his strength was far from what it once was. Qin Ran, today, I shall take your life. Qin Shaoyang's eyes burned with fury, indicating that beyond the recent incident, there were other grievances at play. Hold on, Long Yi arrived just in time. Long Yi, Qin Shaoyang glanced over. Dragon King. Wait, there must be a misunderstanding. Long Yi positioned himself in front of Qin Ran. What misunderstanding could there be? Long Yi, step aside at once. I command you by the decree of the Dragon King. Qin Shaoyang's murderous intent flared. It should be noted that since Qin Ran had been removed from the Northern Territory, it was now under Qin Shaoyang's command. My subordinates will not retreat. Dragon King, you must kill me first. Long Yi knelt before Qin Ran. Long Yi, do you not realize you have violated regulations, and according to the rules, you must be executed? Qin Shaoyang wore a troubled expression. He could hardly believe that one of his subordinates would now risk his life to protect Qin Ran. Long Yi knows. Please, Dragon King, take action. Long Yi vowed to remain unyielding. Qin Ran, too, was astonished. Having spent less than a year in the Northern Territory, he never expected such unwavering loyalty from his subordinates. As Qin Shaoyang found himself in a bind, several more figures appeared. Long San, Long Lu. Qin Shaoyang instantly recognized them. Please, Dragon King, take action. The other two knelt before Qin Ran just as Long Yi had. Humph. Qin Ran, consider yourself fortunate today. I shall personally resolve matters with you another day. Qin Shaoyang cast a meaningful glance at Qin Ran before vanishing from sight. Your Majesty, are you unscathed? Upon witnessing Qin Shaoyang's departure, several individuals hastily rose to encircle Qin Ran. Do not worry about us. However, you, confronting the Dragon King in such a manner today, may find your future days rather challenging. Qin Ran expressed with a tinge of regret. My lord, there is no need for concern. At worst, we shall simply cease to serve as the god of war. We shall stand alongside you, Long Lu declared, exuding fearlessness. Indeed, at worst, we will accompany the lord. Long Sen echoed in agreement. Enough of this foolishness. Qin Ran could not help but cast an exasperated glance at the group. It should be noted that his initial intent in training them was to defend the homeland, rather than for selfish desires. My lord, your sister remains in Su Qin's grasp. I shall personally eliminate this traitor. Long Yi volunteered earnestly. I can handle this myself. You need not intervene. Qin Ran understood that this was a personal vendetta and deemed it inappropriate for them to involve themselves. Thus, the group of warriors followed Qin Ran to the entrance of the Qin ancestral home. Brother, save me, help me. Qin Xian spotted Qin Ran immediately and cried out for rescue. Ha ha ha, Qin Ran. I thought you lacked the courage to show up. Su Chen laughed heartily, completely oblivious to the formidable company that accompanied Qin Ran. Su Chen, you have abandoned your post. This crime is punishable by death. Long Yi stepped forward from behind Qin Ran, the god of war. Su Chen could hardly fathom that such esteemed warriors stood behind Qin Ran. Su Chen, your two families harbor no enmity. It is the Su family that first conspired against me, causing harm to the Qin family. Qin Ran did not rush to take action. Nonsense. It is clear that your Qin family bullies the weak and fears the strong. You murdered my uncle and cousin. This grudge must be avenged. Su Chen seemed entirely oblivious to the reasons behind Qin Ran's actions against Su Mian and the others. Do you believe you possess the ability to achieve that? Qin Ran scoffed. Su Chen initially thought he would easily eliminate Qin Ran to avenge the Su family, yet he now sensed Qin Ran's formidable capabilities, especially with 3 gods of war at his side. After much contemplation, Su Chen could not swallow his indignation. He swiftly advanced, spear in hand, lunging toward Qin Ran. Long Yi and the others were about to intervene, but were halted by Qin Ran's gesture. After skillfully evading several of Su Chen's attacks, Qin Ran found himself reflecting on Su Chen's talent, which rivaled that of Long Yi and the others. With some training, he could undoubtedly become a god of war. Regrettably, a resolution was necessary today. As Su Chen continued his futile attempts, Qin Ran gradually discerned a flaw in his technique, delivering a powerful strike to Su Chen's shoulder. In an instant, Su Chen's arm was left mangled. Ah, my arm! Su Chen screamed in agony. Witnessing his severed limb lying some distance away, I shall spare your life today. You owe the Su family nothing now. Qin Ran, respecting Su Chen as a man of loyalty and righteousness, ultimately chose to grant him mercy. Realizing that he had exchanged blows with Qin Ran multiple times without a single breath of respite, Su Chen understood he was outmatched. He recognized that despite his best efforts, the Su family had indeed provoked an undeserving adversary. Consequently, Su Chen was taken away for abandoning his post and defying orders. He offered no futile resistance, yet he knew that any future aspirations for advancement would likely be thwarted. Long Yi, join me. Grandfather, this is bad. Cousin has been captured. Qin Ran has come to kill. Su Yun rushed into the room of the old Master Su, panting and disheveled. What? Su Chen has been captured. Upon hearing the news, Old Master Su was taken aback. Indeed, and to make matters worse, he had even lost an arm to Qin Ran. Su Yun was filled with trepidation. How could this happen? Old Master Su muttered under his breath. Grandfather, Qin Ran has already arrived at the doorstep. Su Yun was in a state of panic. Chapter 36. Those who do not kneel shall perish. What does Qin Ran intend to do? Old Master Su, advanced in years and having recently lost several family members, was in a precarious state. Grandfather, he demands that our entire family kneel before him and apologized. Su Yun stammered. He must be dreaming. Old Master Su would rather die than submit. Just as his words fell, a voice rang out. Ha ha. Old Master, you seem well. Qin Ran strode through the door, unimpeded, for he was accompanied by the formidable dragon Yu. How did you get in? Su Yun exclaimed in alarm. I simply walked in. Do you expect me to crawl in like you? Qin Ran mocked. You, the brat from the Qin family. Our Su family has no love lost with your clan, yet you dare to show your face here. You are courting death. Old Master Su's fury ignited. Guards, seize the brat from the Qin family. Though aged, Old Master Su's voice remained powerful. Yet, despite his command, none dared to step forward, for they feared the man behind Qin Ran. Dragon Yi, it seems our Su family has no grievances with you. Old Master Su began to realize the gravity of the situation. Old Master Su, you jest. Naturally, there are no grievances between our families. But as for my brother, we have deep-seated enmity, Dragon Yi declared as he advanced. Prior to this encounter, Qin Ran had specifically instructed him not to reveal his identity, so Dragon Yi had to concoct an excuse. What, brother? Qin Ran is your brother? Su Yun gazed at the two men in disbelief. Indeed, thus, today, I accompany my brother to settle some old scores. Dragon Yi stated unequivocally. Grandfather, what shall we do? The Dragon War God is actually Qin Ran's brother. Upon learning this, Su Yun's legs trembled uncontrollably. Old Master Su remained silent for a long moment. You recall what I said at the Northern Banquet. Today, all of you from the Su family must kneel before me. Qin Ran's voice boomed. Qin brat, others are taking advantage of us. Old Master Su's eyes reddened. One must understand that at his age, he never anticipated facing such a disgrace. I shall give you 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, those who do not kneel shall perish. Qin Ran ignored Old Master Su entirely. Thud, thud, a series of kneeling sounds echoed throughout the Su family hall, as dozens of individuals fell to their knees. From this day forth, Jiangqing shall know no Su family. Take heed. Qin Ran cast a glance at the unwilling faces of Su Yun and the others. As soon as Qin Ran's words fell, Old Master Su spat out a mouthful of blood, succumbing to his fate. Qin Ran was somewhat taken aback by this turn of events. However, aside from the regret of not uncovering the truth behind the past, it held no further consequence. Qin Ran was unconcerned, for he believed that with his strength, he would eventually uncover the truth. Wang. After this incident, the Su family would be significantly weakened, leaving only 2 of the 3 great families intact. Upon leaving the Su residence, Dragon Yi spoke up. Qin Ran appeared deep in thought. Wan Qing, I have heard that your project with Tianbei is progressing rapidly. Mrs. Li inquired with curiosity. Indeed, with an ample workforce. Our progress has exceeded expectations. Li Wanqing attributed all of this to Qin Ran, asserting that had it not been for transforming those who sought to disrupt into laborers, their advancement would not be so swift. Alas, Wanqing, you are truly fortunate. Look at my brother and me. We can only rely on our past achievements. Li Rue expressed her envy, feeling powerless. The Li family attributed this success to the recent banquet, where Li Wanqing, instead of presenting gifts, received commendation from the Dragon One War God, grandma, cousin, and cousin sister. It was actually Qin Ran who assisted me. Li Wanqing defended Qin Ran. Just him. A recently released rapist capable of such feats. Li Feng could not help but scoff. Grandma, the Lantian group? Upon hearing these words, Li Wanqing's expression instantly changed. Indeed, what of it? This group is considered a major company in Jiangqing, although it does not rival Tianbei's opulence. It is more than sufficient in comparison to lesser firms. The elderly matriarch was exceedingly pleased, for this project is worth several $100 million. Grandma, we cannot collaborate with them. Just as the Li family basked in their joy, Li Wanqing's voice interrupted the celebration. Wanqing, what do you mean? Li Feng immediately pressed for clarification. It simply means we cannot engage in cooperation with them. Li Wanqing found herself at a loss for words. The woman recalled Qin Ran's warning to never deal with the Lantian group, the reasons for which he had not divulged. Cousin, it appears you cannot bear to see us prosper. You repeatedly claim the Lantian group is problematic. Yet you cannot articulate your reasoning, which clearly indicates your desire to prevent us from collaborating with them, so that you may seize opportunities for yourself. Li Rue struck a nerve, and the others quickly grasped the implication. Wanqing, how could you possess such cunning? Grandma has always treated you well. Li's matriarch was momentarily taken aback. Grandma, it was Qin Ran who cautioned against any dealings with the Lantian group, and he did not provide me with the reasons. Li Wanqing, feeling misunderstood, spoke in a rush. Qin Ran, I knew that rascal had ulterior motives. Upon hearing that name, Li Feng became incensed, knowing that his long imprisonment was due to Qin Ran's actions. He wished nothing more than to strip him of his dignity. So it is, just as I suspected, Qin Ran deliberately disparaged the Lantian group to prevent our Li family from growing stronger and to dissuade us from collaboration. Li Rue embellished the narrative. Soon, the Li family unified in their thoughts, believing that Qin Ran was intent on hindering their prosperity by obstructing their partnership with the Lantian group. Witnessing her persuasive efforts fall on deaf ears and being misunderstood only deepened the woman's distress. Qin Ran, what you mentioned previously about not collaborating with the Lantian group, was that truly the case? Unable to contain herself, Li Wanqing spoke up from the car. You aren't actually considering working with them, are you? Qin Ran sensed that something was amiss with her demeanor, fearing she might have already entered into an agreement with the Lantian group. Chapter 37. An empty abode. No, it is my grandmother and the others who wish to collaborate with the Lantian group. Li Wanqing's tone conveyed her resignation. Upon hearing that Elder Li intended to collaborate with Blue Sky Group, Qin Ran felt a twinge of surprise. He had not anticipated that Blue Sky Group's target would be Li Corporation. However, upon further reflection, it was somewhat understandable. After all, Li Wanqing had secured a project worth billions, which naturally incited envy among the other members of the Li family. We cannot allow your grandmother to partner with Blue Sky. There are ulterior motives at play, Qin Ran cautioned with genuine concern. Yet, he continued, I have already spoken to my grandmother and the others, but they believe I am merely envious and cannot bear to see them succeed. Li Wanxing was infuriated by this. Very well, I shall address this matter again later. Blue Sky Group is not to be trusted. Qin Ran recalled overhearing Jiang Huilan and Wang Daji from Blue Sky Group conspiring about something when he was at the Qin family estate. Soon, the day arrived for Li Corporation and Blue Sky Group to sign the contract. Qin Ran, what are you doing here? Li Feng exclaimed, noticing Qin Ran's unexpected presence, a hint of panic in his heart. After all, his previous incarceration had been a consequence of Qin Ran's actions, and seeing him now filled him with trepidation. You should think twice before partnering with Blue Sky Group, Qin Ran advised. Though he held no fondness for Li Feng. I thought a gust of wind had blown you here for something important, but it turns out to be this trivial matter. Li Feng scoffed dismissively. Oh, look who it is. Our brother-in-law. It seems you are thriving alongside the Dragon One War God. Have you learned to snatch our projects as well? Li Rui chimed in as she assisted elderly. Blue Sky Group has ulterior motives, Qin Ran declared boldly, seeing that the Li family members had gathered. Ulterior motives? Qin Ran, I believe you are the one with ulterior motives, Li Feng retorted mockingly. Qin Ran, do not cause trouble. This project is firmly within the grasp of the Li family at this moment. Elder Li shared the same sentiment as Li Feng and the others, believing that Qin Ran was merely attempting to steal their project. Very well, do as you see fit, Qin Ran replied before departing. Putting on such a show. You really think yourself formidable, don't you? It's not like you are without the protection of the Dragon One War God. Li Feng mocked. Indeed, you actually believe the Tianbei project was secured through your own efforts. It was merely due to the reputation of the Li Corporation, Li Rui added, unrelenting. Enough of this bickering. Let us proceed to sign the contract. Elder Li interrupted with a tap of her cane against the floor, silencing the exchange. Grandmother, we are on our way, Li Feng responded with a beaming smile. Meanwhile, on the other side of the conference room, in the office of the chairman of Blue Sky Group, Wang Daji was exclaiming, you truly are remarkable, my dear. You have successfully deceived that foolish Li family. My plan is foolproof. A slightly plump woman, clad in pajamas, was reclining against Wang Daji, her allure evident. All right, let us go sign the contract. Once the money arrives, we can indulge in whatever we desire. Wang Daji inhaled deeply, savoring the moment. You are getting quicker at this, Jiang Huilan remarked with a laugh. Wang Daji frowned slightly at being teased, though he restrained his irritation, recognizing that Jiang Huilan still held value for him. Your skill has certainly improved, he replied insincerely. Yet, inwardly, he could not help but criticize Jiang Huilan's figure as excessively corpulent, which left him utterly disinterested. In the conference room of the Blue Sky Group. Rest assured, this project will be entrusted to us at the Li Group. I believe this is your wisest decision, Li Feng flattered. Indeed, even the Tianbei Group expressed a desire to collaborate with us, but at that time, we had just enough on our hands with other projects. Which is why I had my cousin take it on, Li Rui chimed in. Excellent. Excellent. I shall sign this immediately. Wang Daji feigned a simplicity that could be easily deceived. Wang Daji completed the contract. The Li family members finally sighed in relief, for this project represented their opportunity for a resurgence. Madam Li, it is my trust in you that has led me to collaborate with your family. You must understand how many companies were vying for this project. I turned them all down. Wang Daji later attempted to create an air of false modesty. Mr. Wang, I understand. Rest assured, we will advance the initial project funds. Madam Li stated candidly. Indeed, the elder lady is a person of her word. Wang Daji had anticipated needing more time to persuade everyone, but he underestimated the situation. Thus, the Li family initially advanced 200 million for the project. Grandmother, we have truly invested heavily this time. Li Feng lamented as he gazed at the remittance records. This time, you all must help me regain face. Madam Li, having exerted considerable effort through her connections to secure this sum, was relieved that the interest was not exorbitant. Once the project concluded, they would repay it and still make a substantial profit, since Qin Ran compelled the Su family to kneel before him. The news had spread throughout Jiangxing. The other two prominent families, the Sun and Zhao families, were somewhat perturbed, especially Zhao Yang, who had previously harbored designs on Qin Ran's sister. Father, should we not find someone to teach Qin Ran a lesson? The word is that the next to kneel before him will be our Zhao family. Zhao Yang feigned concern for the family's honor. I have already summoned your uncle to Jiaqing in the coming days. Zhao Huanshui nodded. Having heard the same rumors his son spoke of. It should be noted that the uncle they referred to was a renowned boxer in the Jiangbei region, whether in underground fights or various boxing competitions. Zhao Zizong consistently emerged victorious, his prowess unmatched. Indeed, with your uncle here, that Qin Ran will surely be at a loss, Zhao father declared confidently. Meanwhile, Zhao Yang remained undeterred, fantasizing about having his uncle intervene to capture Qin Exine. Envisioning the moment she would beg for mercy beneath him, which caused him to salivate at the thought. Soon, the Li Group's project commenced as scheduled, but one day, when the time came for Blue Sky Group to pay the upcoming project funds, they could not reach them. Grandmother, we still cannot get in touch with Mr. Wang. I went to their company, but it was deserted. The property management said they left a week ago. Li Feng broke into a cold sweat, realizing that such an occurrence at this juncture was no trivial matter. How could this happen? We had an agreement. Madame Li remained unconvinced. Then calm Mr. Wang again. Keep trying, the elderly lady ordered. Chapter 38. Truly, it is utterly foolish. Li Feng had no choice but to comply, though he knew it was a futile endeavor, having already called for several days. Grandmother, oh no, the bank has come looking for me regarding the loan. Li Rue rushed in, her expression frantic. Damn that bank. They are fully aware of our financial troubles, yet they choose this moment to pressure us. Old Madame Li fumed. Grandma, what are we to do now? Wang Daji is likely to have fled. Li Feng, although reluctant to accept it, recognized the grim reality. Everything felt ominously premeditated. Grandma, if we cannot produce the funds for the bank today, they will sell off our mortgaged house. Li Rue was equally anxious that in order to secure the 200 million in initial funding, the old lady had no choice but to seek a loan from the bank, putting up their ancestral home as collateral. In a fit of rage, old Madame Li could barely stand. Grandma, what is wrong with you? Li Feng and Li Rue rushed to support her. Quickly, go find Wan Qing for assistance. The old lady managed to utter those words before losing consciousness. At Jiaqing First People's Hospital. Grandma, you're finally awake. You scared us to death. Li Feng was the first to witness the old lady's eyes flutter open. Both Li Feng and Li Rue were terrified at the thought of the old lady passing away, fearing they would have to shoulder the responsibility of the project. Oh dear, that scoundrel Wang Daji. How could he betray us? In that moment, the old lady realized why Lantian Group had chosen to collaborate exclusively with the Li family, despite numerous other companies possessing superior qualifications. Grandma, Wan Qing is on her way. Li Rue's face was etched with worry. Grandma, it's all Li Wan Qing and her crew's fault. If they hadn't initially snatched our project with Tianbei, we wouldn't have been so desperate to collaborate with Lantian Group. Li Feng still failed to grasp their own missteps and viciously lashed out at Li Wan Qing. Indeed, Grandma, didn't they even advise us against working with Lantian Group? Perhaps they were already aware that Lantian Group would abscond. They must have deliberately withheld that information, waiting to see us make fools of ourselves. Li Rue was aggressive. Enough of that for now. We need Wan Qing to help us settle our debts first. Upon hearing their analysis, the old lady recognized some validity in their words, yet the priority was to rectify the financial predicament. Just as she finished speaking, footsteps echoed at the door. Grandma, are you all right? Li Wan Qing, having received a call from her cousin about the old lady's hospitalization, hurried over from the construction site. Qin Ran happened to be at the site as well, so he came along. Observing the somber expressions on everyone's faces, he understood the gravity of the situation. Humph, why did you arrive so late? Is Grandma less important than the project? Li Feng, a fierce presence outside, showed no hesitation in bullying his family at home. Feng how could you speak like that? The old lady interjected, casting an admonishing glance at Li Feng. Qin Ran refrained from breaking up their little drama, instead choosing to sit on the sofa and observe intently. Grandma, as soon as I received my cousin's call, I rushed over. The construction site is a bit far from the hospital, which is why I took some time. Li Wan Qing explained patiently. It's all right. Wan Qing, Grandma doesn't blame you. The old lady, seeing Li Wan Qing's earnest demeanor, smiled with satisfaction. The others also wore faint, triumphant smiles. It turns out that a few individuals had long since devised a plan. They intended to perform a feigned act of suffering as soon as Li Wan Qing arrived, aiming to evoke guilt in her so that she would assist them in repaying their debts. However, they were caught off guard by the unexpected presence of Qin Ran. Fortunately, this individual remained silent, merely taking a seat to the side. "Grandmother, what seems to be the matter? Have you undergone a checkup?" Li Wanqing, who had always been dutiful and caring, particularly since her grandmother raised her during her childhood, expressed deep concern for the elderly woman. "It's nothing serious. I merely fainted due to a moment of anger." The matriarch replied, her tone today noticeably gentler than usual. "That is a relief." Li Wanqing nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, Wanqing, are you aware that Lantian Group has absconded? Our Li Corporation is still heavily indebted to external parties. Those creditors are already at our doorstep, and it was this predicament that caused grandmother to faint." Li Rue exaggerated the situation. "Please, cease your bickering. Wanqing is exceedingly busy each day. How could she possibly attend to every detail? It's our own fault for not heeding her advice from the outset. We allowed our greed for money to ensnare us." The elderly lady sighed deeply, filled with self-reproached. Li Wanqing, listening nearby, wore a troubled expression, her heart heavy with guilt. Indeed, as they had just stated, had she stood firm earlier, perhaps the Li family would not have fallen victim to such deceit. The thought weighed heavily on her. "Grandmother, I'm so sorry. It is my oversight regarding the Li family. I shall." Li Wanqing began, but then paused. "Wait a moment. You all possess quite the acting skills." Qin Ran suddenly interrupted, having been seated quietly for some time. "Qin, what nonsensical things are you saying? You are not welcome here. Leave at once." Li Feng interjected, realizing that Qin Ran was disrupting their scheme. A classic ploy of feigned suffering, shifting blame onto others. What a clever strategy. Qin Ran continued to mock them. "What feigned suffering? You, Qin, you are not welcome here. Leave immediately." Li Rue, seeing their plan on the verge of success, was infuriated by Qin Ran's interruption. "Wanqing, this does not concern you. We have already warned them beforehand." Qin Ran cast a glance at the visibly distressed Li Wanqing. However, Li Wanqing hesitated, words caught in her throat. "Wanqing, you cannot simply stand by and watch as your grandmother, at her advanced age, is pursued for debts." The elderly lady appeared quite pitiful. "Grandmother, I will resolve this." Li Wanqing finally spoke up. "Very well. Truly, you are the pride of the Li family, stronger than both your sister and brother. From now on, the Li family shall depend on you." "Wanqing," the elderly lady exclaimed joyfully, rising to grasp the young woman's hand. Qin Ran was taken aback, not having anticipated that Li Wanqing would ultimately agree. Once the two exited the hospital, Qin Ran lit a cigarette in the car. "You are fully aware that they are exploiting you, yet you still assist them. Are you foolish?" Qin Ran suppressed his rising anger, refraining from cursing. "Cough, cough. She is my grandmother. I cannot simply watch her suffer." Li Wanqing replied, coughing from the smoke. "That is no small sum. If you help them, the funding chain for our construction site will be jeopardized." Qin Ran reiterated, "I will find a way on my own." Li Wanqing insisted resolutely. Qin Ran was utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend why Li Wanqing would choose to undertake such thankless labor. "You may leave now. I am about to lie down at the bank. You may take a taxi to fetch Xner yourself." Observing Qin Ran's reluctance to drive, the woman opened the car door and proceeded to the driver's seat. "Fine, you may take charge." What a fool. Truly, it is infuriating. With the roar of the engine, the car sped away in an instant. Driving so recklessly, does she not fear for her life? Qin Ran couldn't help but voice his concerns about the woman's excessive speed, though deep down he was genuinely worried for her safety. Chapter 39. Occupying the lavatory without relieving oneself. Humph, utterly clueless, unable to discern friend from foe. It's no wonder she is bullied. Qin Ran continued to mutter under his breath. Suddenly, an unexpected burst of laughter interrupted him. "Come out." Qin Ran sensed someone was trailing him. "Wang, is that you?" A tall woman, clad in a black trench coat and black stockings, with short hair, emerged from the shadows. "What do you mean by this?" Qin Ran was filled with indignation. "Just now, you resembled a wronged little wife," Yang Lan candidly remarked. "Leave." Qin Ran's expression darkened. "Your subordinate was in error." Yang Lan immediately apologized. "I've been following you all morning," she said playfully. Upon hearing Yang Lan's admission, Qin Ran furrowed his brow, realizing that she had likely overheard his earlier conversation with Li Wanqing. This thought left him feeling somewhat uneasy, for he had previously been an exalted figure in Yang Lan's eyes, and now he feared becoming a source of ridicule. Noticing Qin Ran's silence, Yang Lan assumed he was upset and promptly spoke up. "Wang, I didn't hear a word of your conversation with Miss Li. Yanglan hastily distanced herself from the matter. Upon hearing this, Qin Ran finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wang, weren't you just saying you were going to pick up the child? The car is ready for you. Yanglan pointed to a brand new Porsche nearby. You clearly heard everything. The expression on Qin Ran's face shifted dramatically. Yanglan quickly realized she had let something slip. Revealing her knowledge, and hurriedly made her escape as Qin Ran drove towards the kindergarten. His mind was consumed with thoughts of his argument with Li Wanqing. He couldn't fathom that a man of his stature was troubled by such trivial matters. Daddy, you finally came. As Qin Ran arrived at the entrance, he saw Qin Xian and immediately heard her exclaim, "Ah!" It dawned on Qin Ran that he had been driving for quite some time, leaving only his daughter and a teacher at the kindergarten's gate. Teacher, I apologize for the delay, Qin Ran said apologetically, knowing that kindergarten teachers are typically highly selective and rigorously screened. Mr. Qin, it's no trouble at all. Qin Kiki replied repeatedly, fully aware that she had put in considerable effort to secure a position at this kindergarten, recognizing that children attending such institutions typically come from affluent or noble families, which is why she had been willing to wait with Qin Xian. Qin Ran was somewhat surprised to see that Qin Kiki was quite young, as teachers at this kindergarten usually gained their positions through experience. However, he did not dwell on it. After exchanging pleasantries, he ushered Qin Xian into the car and departed. TSK, not only handsome, but also so youthful. And driving the latest Porsche, Qin Kiki gazed after Qin Ran's retreating figure. Captivated. In the car, Qin Ran adjusted the air conditioning to a comfortable temperature. Father, Xian wishes to go to the mall to indulge in hamburgers. The little girl seated in the front passenger seat stood atop the cushion, pouting. Sit down, don't stand up. It's dangerous. Upon noticing his daughter rising, Qin Ran hurriedly reached out to pull her down. Humph, Daddy, you must promise me first. You were late again today. You absolutely have to take me to eat hamburgers, Qin Xian declared, hands on her hips, resembling a miniature adult. Qin Ran found himself torn between laughter and tears. It is worth noting that the last time he took his daughter for hamburgers, Li Wanqing had nagged him for several days, proclaiming that their daughter was still young and developing, and how could she possibly consume such junk food? Despite Qin Ran's numerous rebuttals, he had never spoken ill of women. The last time I took you out for hamburgers, your mother scolded me for days. Can we perhaps choose something else? Qin Ran feigned a pitiful expression toward his daughter. No. Xian only wants hamburgers. Daddy, let us sneak away. I want to tell mommy, Qin Xian said, pouting her lips and looking at Qin Ran with a pleading expression. Oh dear, I can hardly bear this. Qin Ran truly had no idea from whom his daughter had learned such charming ways of persuasion. With a peck, the girl planted a kiss on Qin Ran's cheek. Hee, Daddy, you're the best. Upon receiving her father's agreement, Qin Xian joyfully danced in delight. Observing her exuberance, Qin Ran's mind unexpectedly drifted to Li Wanqing, prompting him to shake his head, wishing to dispel such thoughts. Qin Ran parked the car in the basement, and the security guard, upon seeing the luxury vehicle, promptly approached to assist him with parking. Such attentive service was likely a privilege few could enjoy. Sir, would you like a car wash service? After Qin Ran exited the vehicle, a car wash attendant followed closely, waiting for the opportune moment to inquire. Qin Ran was momentarily taken aback by the sudden question. This car wash attendant must be out of his mind. Should a worthless son-in-law require a car wash, he wants to wash it. But does he even have a car? A voice of mockery echoed from a distance. Hey, come wash mine. Make sure it's spotless. If I'm in a good mood later, I might even give you a tip. The man who had just ridiculed Qin Ran approached. All right. The car wash attendant immediately seized the keys to Sun Baishan's BMW. Isn't this the Qin family's good for nothing? Why are you staring at me? Haven't you ever seen luxury car keys? Do you need me to lend you a look? Poor wretch. Sun Batian expressed his disdain, as the eldest son of the Sun family. He held a position of great esteem. Sorry, not interested. Qin Ran shook his head, lifting his daughter and proceeding toward the mall. What a pompous act. Sun Batian couldn't help but curse at Qin Ran's haughty demeanor. Sun Go. How about I gather a few people to teach him a lesson later? How dare he act aloof in front of us? One of Sun Baishan's rough companions growled menacingly. Hey Shao Ba, how many times have I told you? Don't be such a thug. We are people of high society. We ought to employ a more civilized approach. Sun Batian, known for his petty nature, was irked by Qin Ran's earlier attitude. Sun Go. You're right. We'll follow your lead. Shao replied with a grin that didn't quite reach his eyes. As the car wash attendant, preparing to wash a vehicle, witnessed Sun Batian departing, he could not help but spit on the ground, thinking to himself, "Look at you, driving a BMW, and yet you dare to mock someone with a Porsche. No wonder they refuse to acknowledge you." The Beihuan Shopping Plaza stands as one of the premier shopping destinations in Tianbei, boasting a total of 8 floors, with dozens of shops gracing each level. It can be aptly described as a comprehensive shopping center that amalgamates dining, entertainment, and leisure. "Daddy, was that uncle just now a bit dim-witted?" "I was startled by his loudness," inquired Qin Xian with her head resting on Qin Ran's shoulder. Her curiosity piqued. "Perhaps so, Xian. You stay here while Daddy goes to place the order," Qin Ran remarked, dismissing Sun Batian entirely. Not only did he disregard him, but he also held the entire Sun family in contempt. The man affectionately ruffled the girl's hair before proceeding to the front desk to order. "Sir, may I ask if you will be paying by card or cash?" the attendant inquired during the payment process. "Card, please," Qin Ran replied, producing a black card that Yang Lan had procured for him earlier. Chapter 40. This is a membership system. Although Qin Xian's enunciation was still a bit unclear, her earnestness was palpable, prompting the nearby patrons to shower her with compliments. "Humph, I see you're just an unkempt wildling. If you don't move aside, don't blame me for getting physical." Today, Wang Zhongfei had finally managed to take his lover out for a meal. He had initially intended to grab a bite before heading to a hotel, but his companion insisted on hamburgers, leading them to this burger joint. Little did he know that the establishment would be so bustling that not only was there a queue for food, but also for seating. Spotting Qin Xian occupying a table yet not having ordered, he swiftly approached her. "I want tea leave. I promised Daddy. I can't just wander off." The girl resolutely shook her head in refusal. "Hey, you little brat, can't you understand human speech?" Wang Zhongfei exclaimed as he prepared to take action. He reached out, intending to tug at the girl's braid. "Stop it," Qin Ran interjected urgently. "Oh, I presume this is your daughter. Then, no wonder she is dressed so shabbily." Wang Zhongfei sneered, glancing disdainfully at Qin Ran, noting that he wore not a single decent piece of clothing. "Daddy, that uncle is so fierce," Qin Xian exclaimed, rushing up to hug the man's leg upon noticing his presence. Qin Ran remained unfazed as he placed the meal he was holding on the table. "Humph, don't pretend to be mute and ignore me." Wang Zhongfei, believing he had intimidated Qin Ran into silence, seized the opportunity with his companion beside him to boast. "I'm sorry, but we arrived first," Qin Ran asserted, lifting his daughter with one arm. "You claim you arrived first. Did anyone witness this? Why don't you ask around?" Wang Zhongfei barked imperiously, though the surrounding crowd, predominantly comprised of parents with children, refrained from getting involved. "See? No one has seen you arrive first," Wang Zhongfei retorted, casting a scornful glance at Qin Ran. Ignoring him, Qin Ran simply sat down. "Filthy beggar. Do you even know who my man is? I'm afraid saying it would frighten you." Wang Zhongfei's companion, unable to contain herself after witnessing Wang Zhongfei's fruitless attempts at intimidation, finally spoke up. Qin Ran paid them no mind, instead unwrapping the hamburger and handing it to his daughter. "My husband is the deputy manager of Tianbei Group." The woman, undeterred by Qin Ran's demeanor, immediately proclaimed this. Tianbei Group?" Upon hearing this, Qin Ran expressed interest. "Humph, are you scared now?" The woman placed her hands on her hips, her ultra-low-waisted gown adorned with lace trim accentuating her figure as she swayed gracefully. "So it turns out you are the deputy manager of Tianbei Group." A wicked smile spread across Qin Ran's face. "Humph, it's too late to curry favor now." Wang Zhongfei was taken aback by how quickly Qin Ran's expression had shifted from stoic to cheerful. "Ah, this is just like the saying. One must first engage in conflict to truly know one another. I also work at Tianbei Group." Qin Ran quipped. "Oh, which department?" Wang Zhongfei's interest piqued. He contemplated how to undermine Qin Ran later. "The chairman," Qin Ran stated matter-of-factly. "Are you jesting with me?" Wang Zhongfei realized he had been toyed with and was about to roll up his sleeves. Isn't this little Wang? It turned out Qin Ran was not joking. He had indeed seen Tianbei, which prompted him to blurt out, "Chairman, President Bei. What a coincidence. What brings you here?" Wang Zhongfei, a true northeastern man, stuttered in surprise. Little did he know, as Tianbei approached, he ignored him entirely and called out to the man seated in front. "Qin, Master Qin." Tianbei seemed taken aback. "President Bei, it has been a while. I hope your brother is well." Qin Ran's words were laced with implicit threat, The reason Tianbei had been so eager to collaborate with Li Wanqing was due to a phone call from his brother, who had sternly advised him not to offend Qin Ran. Thanks to Master Qin's concern, my brother's business in Jiangbei is still thriving. Tianbei replied cautiously that I heard this gentleman is your group's deputy manager. He just threatened me, demanding I yield my seat to him. Qin Ran recounted leisurely. Such a thing occurred. Upon hearing this, Tianbei's expression shifted, fearful of offending Qin Ran. You can handle this yourself. I hope to not see him the next time I visit Tianbei. Qin Ran's intentions were crystal clear. President Bei, why are you so afraid of this pauper? At that moment, Wang Zhongfei remained blissfully unaware of the trouble he had stirred. A resounding slap echoed as it struck Wang Zhongfei's face. Wang Zhongfei covered his cheek, unable to comprehend the situation. Humph, you worthless fool. Being associated with you brings nothing but misfortune. Wang Zhongfei's lover, witnessing him lose his job, turned on her heel and left without a second thought. Daddy, that uncle seems so pitiful. He was so fierce just now. Qin Xian, still chewing her food, couldn't help but comment. Having quickly resolved dinner, Qin Ran took his daughter for a stroll in the mall. Knowing this was the first time he had shopped with her, Daddy, why isn't Mommy with us today? Qin Xian bounced along, having just seen another family of 3. Thus she inquired. Mommy is busy with work these days and doesn't have time. We'll come together next time. Qin Ran casually fabricated an excuse. You're lying. Who would have thought that Qin Xian, this clever girl, could easily discern that Qin Ran was trying to deceive her merely by observing his manner of speech? Ahem. How could a father possibly deceive his daughter? Qin Ran broke into a cold sweat, pondering how this young lass, despite her tender age, was rather astute. Humph. It must be that father has once again provoked mother's ire. Qin Xian fixed her large, watery eyes upon Qin Ran. Realizing he could no longer evade her scrutiny, Qin Ran hastily shifted the topic. Come, Xian, shall we go buy some beautiful clothes? As he spoke, he lifted his daughter and entered a lavishly decorated clothing store. Sir, entry is not permitted without proper authorization. A sales attendant promptly blocked Qin Ran's path just a few steps inside. The attendant, upon observing Qin Ran's lack of sartorial elegance, concluded he was unlikely to possess wealth. Is this a members-only establishment? Qin Ran inquired, taken aback. Yes, sir. Entry requires a membership invitation. The attendant replied with a nod. Just as Qin Ran was about to seek another store, a chorus of derisive laughter echoed from the entrance. Ha! Isn't that young Master Qin? What brings you here to shop? This place is rather expensive. You know, Sun Batian mocked scornfully. Young Master Qin, why did you go and only to come back out? Could it be you lack a membership? Shao Ba saw through it all with a keen eye. Ah, so that's how it is. In that case, let us invite young Master Qin to become a member, and then we can shop together, as we must extend him the courtesy due to his stature. Sun Batian and his sidekick Shao Ba harmonized in their ridicule. The attendant, recognizing the connection to Sun Batian, refrained from obstructing them and swiftly arranged for Qin Ran's membership. Young Master Qin, you truly have an eye for quality. The garments in this store are all designed by renowned international designers, some of which retail for hundreds of thousands. Sun Batian squinted, delivering a warning to Qin Ran. In truth, the only reason Sun Batian and Shao Ba allowed Qin Ran to enter was to humiliate him, for even Sun Batian himself could scarcely afford to purchase even a single piece from this store, let alone Qin Ran, who would need to spend several months' worth of pocket money just for one item. Indeed, the clothing here certainly appears to be quite expensive. Qin Ran conceded without denial. Daddy, that dress is so beautiful, Qin Xian exclaimed in her sweet, childish voice, standing before a display window showcasing a pristine white dress. Sir, you truly have an eye for fashion. This dress is the crowning jewel of our store. Crafted by the illustrious designer Lillian from the far-off land of Bali, the hem features a wave pattern, representing this year's latest pleated style. The attendant elaborated professionally, adding to the dress's allure. Young Master Qin, your daughter possesses exceptional taste. She has instantly chosen the most expensive piece, Sun Batian exclaimed, nearly unable to contain his laughter. Indeed, young Master Qin, why not purchase it? Shao Ba further incited. Daddy, didn't you just make mother angry? If you buy her a dress, she will surely forgive you. Qin Xian pouted. After hearing this, Qin Ran found her reasoning quite persuasive and turned to the attendant. How much does this dress cost? He inquired calmly. Ha ha, ha. As soon as Qin Ran's words fell, an uproar of raucous laughter erupted from Sun Batian and Shao Ba. They brought Qin Ran in solely to humiliate him publicly. Yet they were taken aback by his unexpected cooperation. Sir, This ensemble is quite pricey, the attendant remarked, harboring the same doubts about Qin Ran's purchasing power and thus choosing her words carefully. Initially, she began to present the outfit, anticipating that Sun Batian might express interest, for he appeared to be the only one here with substantial financial means. The attendant dawdled. Qin Ran nonchalantly produced his black card and handed it to her. Huh? Sun Batian stared, astonished that Qin Ran would swipe his card without even inquiring about the price. Young Master Qin, do you have sufficient funds on your card? It would be rather embarrassing if the transaction fell short. Shao Ba was equally taken aback. No need for you two to worry, Qin Ran replied, disregarding their concerns. Humph. Why do you enjoy pretending so much? Let's see how you handle it if the card doesn't go through. Sun Batian, sensing Qin Ran's disdain, frowned and muttered quietly. The attendant, harboring her own skepticism, entered 5 million into the system, only to be met with a successful transaction notification, but a smile instantly illuminated her face. This order alone would net her a substantial commission. Swiftly, she poured a glass of water and fetched the finest milk, serving it graciously to the father and daughter. Mr. Qin, please enjoy it. We shall package your garments shortly, she said with utmost courtesy. Meanwhile, the two onlookers, who were still lingering to witness Qin Ran's potential embarrassment, were startled as they observed the attendant showering him with beverages and delicacies. They promptly called over another staff member. Excuse me, sir, but these refreshments are reserved for clients who spend over 5 million. The attendant explained earnestly. What? Sun Batian, having just sipped his mineral water, sputtered in disbelief. 5 million. He could hardly fathom it. Sun Ge, where could he possibly have amassed such wealth? Shao Ba lamented, his eyes wide with shock. Don't ask me. I have no idea. Sun Batian retorted, It's not like it was your brilliant idea. Now look, we didn't manage to humiliate him. Instead, we've been humiliated ourselves. Sun Batian, possessing a degree of self-awareness, realized the futility of further antagonizing Qin Ran. Shao Ba, stumped by Sun Batian's sharp response, struggled to find his voice. Hee, Daddy, Mommy will surely be delighted to see such a beautiful dress. Qin Xian exclaimed joyfully, savoring her cake. Indeed, Qin Ran replied, gently wiping the cream from his daughter's mouth. That young Master Qin is certainly generous, Sun Batian remarked, edging closer. What? Is there something you need? Qin Ran expressed his disfavor toward the two, aware that their initial intent was merely to witness his humiliation. Young Master Qin, it is a pleasure to meet you. I have no gifts to offer, but I recently spotted a lovely outfit that would suit your daughter splendidly. I intend to purchase it for you. Sun Batian feigned a smile. Understanding that humiliating Qin Ran was no longer an option, he considered the merits of forming an alliance rather than remaining adversaries. Despite Qin Ran's earlier proclamation that he would demand apologies from all prominent families, they could simply share a laugh over the incident. Qin Ran was unsure of Sun Batian's true intentions. Given his sudden display of camaraderie, before he could respond, the previous attendant approached once more. Mr. Qin, I apologize. I neglected to mention that you are now a VIP client at our establishment. Each month, one can casually select an outfit valued under 500,000 to take home. As the attentive attendant just explained, Mr. Sun mentioned that particular ensemble was precisely 500,000. Upon hearing this, Sun Batian's countenance darkened. He had invested considerable effort to choose an attire within his spending capacity. Daddy, Xian thinks that outfit is lovely. Xian wants that. Qin Xian, ever perceptive, recognized that her father originally intended to explore other, more expensive garments for her. In that case, please wrap it up for me, she requested. Qin Ran, who had hoped to purchase a slightly pricier item as a gift for his daughter, was taken aback that she had set her sights on the complimentary one. Mr. Qin, although this set isn't particularly expensive, it is crafted by the renowned designer Helen Keller and holds considerable value. The attendant continued with professional diligence. Meanwhile, Sun Batian was seething inwardly, wishing to berate the attendant for ruining his plans. Yet he restrained himself, aware of the need to maintain decorum in such an upscale establishment. Young Master Sun, thank you so much today. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to enter, Qin Ran remarked, hinting at deeper undertones. Young Master Qin, no need for such formality. We are friends. Sun Batian forced a smile, while internally cursing Qin Ran for his pretentiousness. Brother Sun, it's all my fault. I never expected Qin Ran to be so wealthy. Shao Ba lamented after Qin Ran departed. Humph, indeed, just a casual expenditure of several million, Sun Batian observed with genuine envy. Brother son, could it be that he has embezzled company funds? Shao Ba's mind sparked with the notion. No way. It must be. Shao Ba, you truly are a genius, Sun Batian exclaimed excitedly. Quick, tell my father about this news, he promptly commanded. Now that Sun Batian suspected Qin Ran might have misappropriated company funds. If Tianbei Group were to learn of this, they would certainly abandon their collaboration with Li Wanqing. The thought filled him with exhilaration, for it would undoubtedly be the Sun family capable of undertaking such a significant project. With this in mind, Qin Ran considered finding an opportunity to have his daughter and Li Wanqing move into the house he had purchased. Xian heir still has homework to complete. Don't delay her. Li's father interjected from the sofa, engrossed in a television drama. Grandfather, Mommy, don't blame Daddy. It was Xian heir who insisted on buying clothes. Qin Xian chimed in, playfully approaching her grandfather. All right, but next time, no staying out so late. Hurry and do your homework, Li Wanqing replied, relieved. Daddy, I'm off to do my homework now, Qin Xian said, winking at Qin Ran as if to remind him not to forget the gift. Seeing his daughter's whimsical nature brought a long-lost smile to Qin Ran's face. Once his daughter retreated inside, Li Wanqing felt it inappropriate to continue discussing Qin Ran. This is a gift for you. I hope the size suits you, but if not, I can exchange it later, Qin Ran said. Handing Li Wanqing the exquisitely wrapped box he had been holding, the woman was taken aback, not expecting Qin Ran to present her with a gift, though she maintained an outwardly serene demeanor. However, the anger within her heart towards Qin Ran had significantly lessened. She understood that Qin Ran meant well. After all, the man had previously warned them against collaborating with the Blue Sky Group. It was clear that her grandmother and the others had disregarded this advice, bringing misfortune upon themselves. Nevertheless, Li Wanqing felt that no matter the circumstances, they were still family, and it was inconceivable to turn a blind eye. Contemplating this, Li Wanqing felt a sense of helplessness. Indeed, as Qin Ran had remarked earlier, her liquid assets were rather limited. If she were to repay her grandmother's debts, the project with Tianbei would likely be delayed. Consequently, she resolved to seek a loan. Qin Ran did not linger. Having exited Li Wanqing's residence, what he yearned to resolve most was the deceit perpetrated by the Blue Sky Group. He made his way to the parking lot, lit a cigarette, and the feeble flame of the lighter illuminated the chiseled features of his face. Wang, it has been confirmed that Wang Daji and your stepmother, Jiang Huilan, are currently preparing to flee Jiangqing. Heading towards the airport, Yang Lan emerged from the shadows. Accompany me. Qin Ran inhaled deeply from his cigarette, and the two vanished into the darkness. President Wang, you are truly impressive to pull off such a scheme effortlessly. With this money in hand, we need not worry for the rest of our lives. Jiang Huilan perched atop a rotund man. Humph, how dare you speak? That brat from the Qin family has been nothing but a nuisance. If I hadn't thoroughly deceived the Li family, how would we have acquired this money? Wang Daji scoffed, a hint of discontent towards the Qin family evident in his tone. Ouch, be gentler, you bruised me. Jiang Huilan gazed seductively at Wang Daji. It turned out that these two had originally planned to leave Jiangqing by plane that night, but due to inclement weather, their flight was delayed, forcing them to stay overnight at a hotel near the airport. Wang, they are in the room, Yang Lan asserted. Without uttering a word, Qin Ran kicked open the door. Who is it? The two individuals engrossed in their activities were startled by the sudden loud noise. Qin Ran, what are you doing here? Jiang Huilan recognized him immediately. Upon hearing her utter those two words, Wang Daji's previously flushed face turned ashen. That is a question I ought to pose to you. Did you not claim to be carrying my father's child? Qin Ran's tone was frigid. Let me explain. Jiang Huilan, who was usually eloquent, found herself at a loss for words. She had anticipated that Jiang Huilan would dutifully manage the Qin family affairs. Yet this woman was perpetually concocting devious schemes. Explain? I witnessed it with my own eyes. Is there a need for further explanation? Qin Ran's pupils widened. The room, which had previously been cooled by the air conditioning, suddenly felt as though the temperature was plummeting. The two beneath the covers shivered from the cold. Qin Ran, don't act recklessly. I am President Wang of the Blue Sky Group. Wang Daji, inexplicably emboldened, dared to provoke him at that moment. He had intended to confront Qin Ran later, but since he had taken the initiative to speak, he decided to turn the tables. You set a trap to siphon off several billion from the Li family group. And now the Li family is searching for you throughout Jiangqing. Qin Ran remained unfazed. You are speaking nonsense. I will sue you for defamation. Wang Daji continued to play his part with fervor. I give you one last opportunity. Return the money to the Li family group by tomorrow morning, or you shall bear the consequences. Qin Ran had no desire to engage in further conversation with these two. Regarding the so-called stepmother Jiang Huilan, Qin Ran harbored no feelings whatsoever. However, this evening, he chose to extend her a semblance of respect. As soon as Qin Ran's words fell, he turned and departed, and the room swiftly returned to its former chill. Just moments ago, he had perceived an unsettling fear emanating from Jiang Huilan's gaze. Humph! This traitorous wretch! How dare she come to threaten me? Jiang Huilan, too, exhaled deeply. She had been equally intimidated into silence by the fierceness of Qin Ran's eyes. Chapter 43. Capture him and throw him out? We must flee quickly, or he will certainly return. Wang Daji spoke in a tone laced with trepidation. Indeed, I had previously deceived him into believing that I was carrying his father's child. And now he is aware of the truth. If we do not escape, he will surely bring about our demise. Jiang Huilan responded with urgency. Then let us hastily gather our belongings and depart under the cover of night. Once we leave Jiangqing, we shall undoubtedly be safe. Wang Daji, being a man who treasured wealth above all, would never allow Qin Ran to reclaim even a fraction of his billions. Thus, these two illicit lovers prepared to drive away from Jiangqing under the veil of night. The following morning, as Qin Ran was about to step outside, Yang Lan appeared. Sir, those two have fled under the cover of night, but I refrained from disturbing your rest to inform you. Yang Lan admitted candidly. Understood, go and deal with them. Qin Ran replied, unfazed, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Yang Lan, having received her orders, was about to withdraw when Qin Ran added, by the way, spare Jiang Huilan's life, but ensure she learns her lesson. Yang Lan nodded, not daring to utter another word. After completing his morning routine, Qin Ran felt an indescribable sensation stirring within him. Years ago, his mother had succumbed to a terminal illness, neglected by a father who was perpetually preoccupied with social engagements. It was only upon reaching the late stages of her ailment that they discovered her condition, and no amount of money could save her. Thus, both Qin Ran and his sister Qin Xin held their father responsible for their mother's demise. After her passing, their father turned to alcohol, burdened by guilt, often claiming he would join her in the afterlife. Yet it was not long before he encountered Jiang Huilan while drinking, and the two soon wed. Thereafter, the Qin family began its decline, culminating in Qin Ran's wrongful imprisonment, which marked the family's descent into ruin. All of this, in truth, could be attributed to Jiang Huilan. Yet today, Qin Ran proclaimed his intent to spare her life. Leaving Yang Lan perplexed, though she dared not inquire further, as was his routine, Qin Ran went to pick up his daughter and escort her to school. However, upon visiting the Li residence, he discovered that Li Wanqing had already left early in the morning. Qin Ran, what has transpired between you and Wanqing? That girl seems quite troubled these past few days. I believe she cried yesterday. Li's mother, having softened her stance towards Qin Ran, expressed concern for both him and her daughter. It's nothing, perhaps just the pressures of work. I will pay closer attention to her. Qin Ran replied, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts to Li's mother. Very well then, a man must show patience towards a woman. I have lived through this myself. Wanqing has suffered greatly over the years, which may explain her peculiar temperament. Li's mother understood her daughter well. Nodding in agreement, Qin Ran embraced his daughter, Qin Xin, who had just finished her breakfast. And they set off for school. Daddy, I have a secret to tell you, the girl exclaimed with a smile as she climbed into the car. What secret? Qin Ran inquired, curiosity piqued. Hee. Daddy promised Xin that he would cheer up Mommy. Qin Xin smiled, revealing her underdeveloped little teeth. All right. Qin Ran quickly nodded. Mom, I wore the dress you bought yesterday and cried, Qin Xin said, covering her mouth with her hand. Upon hearing this, Qin Ran was momentarily taken aback. Okay, I'll go comfort Mom today, the man gently said, stroking his daughter's head. After seeing off his daughter, Qin Ran prepared to visit Li Wanqing's company to have a serious discussion with her. This time, Qin Ran's entry into the company went smoothly. The security guard from last time recognized him immediately and busily offered him a cigarette, to which Qin Ran exchanged a few words. Qin Ran? A female voice called out. Yes? Where's Director Li? I'm looking for her. Qin Ran approached the door of the general manager's office and encountered the secretary from last time. Jin Dada. Director Li just finished a meeting this morning. She should be at Taihao Technology now, Jin candidly replied, as Qin Ran was a regular visitor to the office, and she had noticed that his relationship with Director Li was indeed unusual. Director Li never paid attention to any man, except for Qin Ran, whom she not only regarded but also frequently criticized for his attire. Going to Taihao Technology? Is something wrong? Qin Ran was somewhat surprised upon hearing the company's name. As he recalled, it was affiliated with the Sun family, one of the three major families in Jiangqing. That it seemed that Li Wanqing had not previously collaborated with this company, leaving Qin Ran puzzled. Director Li is going to borrow money. Jean observed Qin Ran's concern for Director Li and thought perhaps he could offer assistance. So she divulged this information. In truth, Li Wanqing had hardly slept the previous night, her mind filled with memories of her time with Qin Ran. After much contemplation, she resolved to assist the Li group, even if it meant borrowing money. Thus, she arrived early at the office to prepare documents and convened a meeting with the senior management, ultimately deciding to seek a loan from Taihao Technology. Borrowing money. Qin Ran shook his head upon hearing this, thinking how foolish this woman was. The Li group was taking advantage of her, seeking her out for good fortune, but turning to her in times of trouble. While he verbally criticized Li Wanqing as naive and foolish, he was nonetheless worried about her. Soon enough, he arrived at the base of Taihao Technology. The Sun family differed from the other two major families. It was the only one that had risen through high technology, making it the wealthiest among the three clans. Just one of its small tech companies boasted 2 towering buildings. Sir, do you have an appointment? Qin Ran intended to slip upstairs, but was stopped by the receptionist. I'm here to see someone, he said, a hint of urgency in his tone. You need an appointment to see someone? Do you think you're the boss here? The receptionist shot him a disdainful glance. Then please help me make an appointment. Being in a public space, Qin Ran made a concerted effort to suppress his temper. The receptionist noticed the change in Qin Ran's expression. Yet she remained unfazed, as she was the girlfriend of the head of the company's new energy development department. Thus, not only would she treat Qin Ran, a mere nobody, with indifference, but even some higher-ups would treat her with a degree of respect. The receptionist scrutinized Qin Ran from head to toe, concluding he did not appear to be wealthy. It was the coldest time of the year in Jiangqing, and many impoverished souls were coming to the company to bask in the warmth. Security. We have another freeloader here. The receptionist, accustomed to summoning security, caught Qin Ran completely off guard that he merely intended to ask her for assistance in making an appointment. Hey, what are you still standing there for? If you don't leave, don't blame us for being rude. Soon, the security captain arrived, accompanied by 2 guards. I'm here to find someone, Qin Ran stated, looking at the indiscriminate guards. With your attire, you think you can find anyone here? Do you even know someone among us? The security captain had encountered many brazen individuals seeking warmth this month. Realizing the futility of explanation, Qin Ran prepared to take action just as the captain commanded. Arrest him and throw him out. With that, the guards began to stir, ready to apprehend Qin Ran. Stop! A sharp reprimand rang out from behind him. Chapter 44. Do you know who my boyfriend is? You all better scram. This is my friend. The newcomer was none other than Sun Batian, whom Qin Ran had met the previous day. After being scolded by his father, Sun Batian recognized Qin Ran's significance. As the saying goes, if you can't beat them, join them. Thus, Sun Batian decided to befriend Qin Ran, hoping it would spare him from his brother's scrutiny in the future. Upon seeing Sun Batian's arrival, the guards were instantly intimidated and fled in disarray. Brother Tian, what a disaster. My apologies. My sincerest apologies. The security captain quickly offered his apologies, realizing the receptionist had inadvertently put him at odds with Sun Batian. Get out of here, and don't let my friend see you again. Sun Batian glared at the captain, who dared not utter another word, and promptly retreated, surprised by Sun Batian's intriguing demeanor. Qin Ran remarked, Young Master Qin, my apologies. My subordinates are rather ignorant. I shall discipline them later. Sun Batian, shedding his earlier bravado, now wore a fawning expression. It's nothing. Could you assist me in locating someone? Qin Ran dismissed the trivial matter without concern. Young Master Qin, just say the word. Sun Batian, after yesterday's encounter, had been contemplating how to approach Qin Ran. Has General Manager Li from Li Realty come to your company? Qin Ran inquired directly. Take me to the conference room, he commanded resolutely. Young Master Qin, what are you planning to do? Sun Batian knew of Qin Ran's relationship with Li Wanqing, yet he had initially considered using Qin Ran to undermine his brother. As he was merely an unofficial deputy manager at present, and oh more nonsense, Qin Ran glanced at the time. All right. Sun Batian, not daring to delay, nodded and hurriedly led Qin Ran to the elevator in the conference room of Taihao Technology. Sun Shitian sat with a smug grin. General Manager Li, please reconsider. After all, In the entirety of Jiangqing, who else could possibly mobilize several billion in liquid assets so swiftly but Taihao Technology? He never anticipated that Li Wanqing, who had managed to collaborate with Tianbei Group, would come seeking a loan so early in the day. This was undoubtedly monumental news for Sun Qitian and Taihao Technology. But Mr. Sun, your terms are far too harsh. Can we negotiate further? Li Wanqing, typically eloquent, found it challenging to accept such stringent conditions. General Manager Li, surely you can't be jesting with me. I devoted an entire morning to brainstorming solutions with you. If you find it unacceptable, then let it be. Sun Qitian noticed that Li Wanqing still wished to haggle, prompting him to employ a tactic of feigned retreat. Mr. Sun, please do not be angered. I shall contemplate this matter further. As it pertains to the Tianbei project, and I cannot make a decision on my OWN, Li Wanqing clenched her fist. It is worth noting that prior to joining Taihao Technology, Li Wanqing had envisioned various scenarios, believing that Sun Qitian would merely demand a slightly higher interest rate, which she could concede. However, she underestimated Sun Qitian, who sought not only exorbitant interest but also equity, a proposition that was utterly unacceptable to her. Yet, as Sun Qitian had surmised, no one in Jiangqing besides Taihao Technology could readily provide such substantial liquidity. Just as Li Wanqing was engulfed in her dilemma, the conference room door swung open. Wanqing, you cannot acquiesce to him. It was Qin Ran who entered. Upon seeing him, Li Wanqing's previously tense countenance momentarily softened, only to revert to its original state. Who are you? How did you get in here? Where is the secretary? How could they let a stranger enter? Sun Qitian, already familiar with Qin Ran, feigned ignorance. After all, he had nearly concluded negotiations with Li Wanqing, and her signature would seal his cunning scheme. Brother, there is no need for that. Young Master Qin is with me, announced Sun Batian, who had also entered the room. It is important to note that Sun Batian and Sun Qitian were sworn rivals. Sun Batian harbored significant discontent towards his elder brother, yet his brother was favored by their father. Are you unaware that I am engaged in serious business here? Why did you bring an outsider? Sun Qitian's brows knitted together. Humph, and what of it? Is this company solely yours? Young Master Qin is also my client. Is it not permissible for me to bring him here for business discussions? Sun Batian stood his ground against his brother's reproach. Meanwhile, Qin Ran paid no heed to the sibling squabble, instead focusing on the woman clad in a professional suit. I have a solution. There is no need to borrow money from Taihao. Qin Ran was acutely aware that Li Wanqing's primary concern lay in financial matters. Young Master Qin, have you lost your senses? We are talking about several hundred million. Do you truly have a solution? Sun Qitian could not help but laugh at Qin Ran's assertion. Sun Batian, upon hearing the mention of billions, was taken aback. While he believed in Qin Ran's capabilities, he could not fathom such astonishing prospects. Do you genuinely possess a solution? Li Wanqing's beautiful eyes turned towards Qin Ran, knowing that the success of her company was inextricably linked to him. Indeed, Qin Ran replied sincerely with a nod. Li Wanqing, decisively, without uttering another word, grabbed her bag and stood up. Ms. Li, we had reached an agreement, Sun Qitian exclaimed, frustrated as he watched the proverbial bird escape from his grasp. I apologize, but I have yet to sign. It does not count, Li Wanqing stated apologetically. You. Sun Qitian gritted his teeth in anger. My apologies, dear brother. Sun Batian, witnessing his elder brother's fury, thought to himself that as long as he maintained a good relationship with Qin Ran, the Sun family would surely be his in the future. Young Master Qin, wait for me. Sun Batian hurriedly chased after Qin Ran as they made their way to the lobby. Upon arrival, the receptionist immediately recognized Qin Ran. It seems you allowed others to go up earlier as well, and if I am not mistaken, they also had no appointment. Qin Ran observed the front desk attendant incessantly seeking fault and could not help but interject. Humph, what nonsense are you spouting? They are esteemed business owners, and you, a mere pauper, cannot compare. The front desk attendant felt a twinge of guilt. She had indeed accepted tips from several bosses to grant them access. And little did she know that Qin Ran had caught sight of her actions. It was evident she had taken their money. Qin Ran candidly remarked, "What absurdity is this? Do you even know who my boyfriend is? Speak another word, and I shall have security escort you out." The front desk attendant, struck at her vulnerable point, retorted anxiously. Chapter 45. I'll use your head as a ball. Seeing Qin Ran reappear after a prolonged absence, the front desk attendant suspected she had been stealthily let back in after being forcibly removed by security. Thus, she threatened Qin Ran. Young Master Qin, why the haste? I was just about to invite you to a meal. Sun Batian, just emerging from the elevator, hurried to Qin Ran's side that I might not be worthy. Your company as front desk attendant threatened to summon security to expel me. Qin Ran scoffed. What? I dare anyone to try. Shao Meng, you need not come in tomorrow. Pack your things and leave, Sun Batian exclaimed in a flurry. President Sun, you cannot dismiss me over a pauper. Shao Meng, taken aback, never imagined she would be terminated for merely speaking a few words to Qin Ran. Leave now. This is my esteemed guest. Sun Batian's expression darkened significantly. It was crucial to note that Qin Ran was now his benefactor in toppling his brother. Causing trouble for her would be tantamount to inviting his own misfortune. President Sun, my boyfriend is the head of the new Energy Development Department. Shao Meng persisted, unwilling to relent. Then you all can leave together. Sun Batian stood firm. Originally, Qin Ran had little interest in the matter. Yet Sun Batian's zealous defense of her took her by surprise, especially considering he had attempted to embarrass her just the previous day. Young Master Qin, I sincerely apologize. You may come and go from the company at your leisure. Might I entreat you to join me for a meal? Sun Batian inquired cautiously. Not today. I have some matters to attend to. Perhaps another time. Qin Ran replied, noticing Li Wanqing had already exited the company and entered her vehicle. Very well, young Master Qin. I shall await your call, Sun Batian said, plastering a smile on his face. Qin Ran chose not to engage further with him and instead made her way to Li Wanqing's car. Get in, the woman said coldly. Without hesitation, Qin Ran opened the door and took a seat in the passenger seat, marking the first time he had ridden in a car driven by Li Wanqing. What is the method you mentioned? The woman asked as she started the engine. You will find out shortly, Qin Ran teased, keeping her cards close to her chest that I've managed to secure the funds. And my grandmother is waiting for me. If I cannot provide an explanation later, I wonder how you will handle it, Li Wanqing replied, her tone sharp. Qin Ran chose not to continue the argument. Having discerned that beneath Li Wanqing's acerbic exterior lay a heart of gold, he closed his eyes, humming a tune, appearing utterly at ease. Wanqing, you finally arrived. The debt collectors have been relentless. As soon as the car halted, Li Rue approached eagerly. Qin Ran could not help but feel disdain, pondering why they had not shown such concern for Wanqing before. There's a bit of traffic, Li Wanqing said, uncertain how to explain the situation to her grandmother, and could only steadfastly place her trust in Qin Ran's promised solution. Grandmother, Wanqing has arrived. Li Rue called out into the room. Bang, bang, a series of tapping sounds from canes echoed as Grandma Li hurriedly emerged, leaning on her walking stick. Wanqing, how is it? Were you able to borrow the money? Grandma Li asked anxiously, supporting Li Wanqing. Grandma, I thought I couldn't borrow it. Li Wanqing hesitated, looking at the elderly woman's worried expression. What? You couldn't borrow it? Didn't you say on the phone this morning that it would definitely work? Upon hearing that the money had not been secured, Grandma Li appeared almost frantic. Yes, I couldn't borrow it, but Qin Ran said he has a way. Li Wanqing replied calmly. Him? What kind of way could he possibly have? Does he have that much money? Before Grandma Li could speak, Li Feng scoffed dismissively. Indeed. Wanqing, where could Qin Ran possibly get such a large sum? Grandma Li regained her composure. The others held little hope in Qin Ran's abilities. Grandma, this is bad. The debt collectors have come, Li Rue exclaimed anxiously, peering down the stairs. No way. Didn't we agree to give us another day? Grandma Li felt a chill in her heart. Bang, bang, bang. The urgent knocking continued. Open the door. Don't force us to kick it down, shouted the throng of debt collectors outside. Grandma, what should we do if they don't get the money? They might kill us. Li Feng, who had previously been so spirited, now appeared weak and powerless. Grandma Li's eyes glazed over. She too was at a loss for how to handle the situation. Open the door, Qin Ran suddenly said, having remained silent until now. Huh? Li Rue looked puzzled. Quickly, open the door, Qin Ran repeated. Unsure of how to proceed, Li Rue glanced at Grandma Li, who nodded slightly in that moment. They had no choice but to place their trust in Qin Ran. As the door swung open, dozens of burly men stood outside, brandishing weapons, be it wooden clubs or iron rods, exuding an air of menace. You dare to open the door? The lead thug with a mohawk snarled. We came here today for the money, and we hope the old lady won't make things difficult for us. Didn't we agree to give you another day? Why did you bring weapons, if you dare to make a move? I will call the police. Li Feng stepped forward defiantly. You keep dragging this out. Isn't that because you don't have the money? Whether it's today or tomorrow makes no difference if you don't pay up today. You'll pay with your lives. The Mohawk man swung his iron rod, smashing it down onto the wooden table of the Li household, splitting the solid mahogany piece in two. This Li phone was so frightened that his legs went weak, nearly causing him to collapse. Brother, breaking things will cost you. You know, Qin Ran stepped forward, reaching out to touch the shattered table. Who are you? If you don't want to die, get out of the way. The Mohawk man was taken aback that someone would stand up for the Li family at such a moment. Brother, do you know Huzi? Qin Ran asked cautiously. What Huzi? Are you playing in an animal kingdom here? The Mohawk man replied impatiently. Brother, let me make a call real quick, Qin Ran said, pulling out his phone. Gathering people? Who can't do that? Shao Si. Go call Zhongge. The Mohawk man, who had navigated the underworld for many years, had never feared anyone. Huzi, I'm surrounded here. Hurry over, Qin Ran quickly relayed. Just moments ago, Huzi had dined with his comrades and was pondering the lack of entertainment when a call from Qin Ran prompted him to rally his brothers. Before long, Huzi arrived with his entourage. Qinyi, I have arrived. Huzi's booming voice reverberated through the entire Li family's courtyard. Take care of this, Qin Ran instructed, gesturing towards the previously mentioned porcupine head. Who are you with? Huzi inquired directly, unhesitatingly stepping forward. The porcupine head, eyeing the muscular Huzi, swallowed hard, pondering how a single punch from him could turn him into a mere pulp. It's brother Zhong from the North District. Despite his inner trepidation, the porcupine head maintained an air of nonchalance. Zhong brother. Huzi momentarily paused upon hearing the name. Haha. What is the matter? Are you frightened? Since you know my brother Zhong, why don't you hurry up and scram? Don't obstruct my business. The porcupine head misinterpreted Huzi's reaction as fear that if you delay us, be wary of brother Zhong using your head as a ball. Seeing Huzi remain silent, the porcupine head assumed he was genuinely intimidated. Huzi merely smiled indifferently, refraining from engaging in a war of words. Brother Zhong is here. Brother Zhong is here. Soon, a younger member called out. The crowd turned towards the entrance, where a chubby young man in a sports jersey and crew cut appeared. Chapter 46. Since we are here, we shall make peace. Brother Zhong, we have encountered a thorn in our side here, reported the porcupine head, known as Shao Wu. What? Someone dares to challenge me on my turf? Are they tired of living? Brother Zhong, having just suffered several defeats on the court, was already in a foul mood. I thought it was someone important. Turns out to be you, Zhong. Huzi stepped forward from the crowd. Upon hearing the porcupine head refer to brother Zhong, he had not initially realized who it was, as none of his subordinates bore the surname Zhong. The man referred to as brother Zhong suddenly knelt before Huzi. Zhong, doing quite well. I hear your brothers are threatening to use my head as a ball. Huzi's smile was devoid of warmth. The Li family members watched the unfolding drama with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Hugo, I wouldn't dare. In response, brother Zhong bowed repeatedly and offered apologies. As per the rules, you may decide. Huzi replied succinctly, a man of few words, which was precisely why Qin Ran often relied on him. Yes. Brother Zhong scrambled to his feet, his previously arrogant demeanor now starkly contrasted by his current dejection. All of you kneel. Brother Zhong commanded his followers. Why, brother Zhong? The porcupine head asked, bewildered, having just witnessed his elder brother kneel. He struggled to comprehend why he was now commanding the others to do the same. This is my elder brother, brother Zhong exclaimed, delivering a sharp slap, his spittle flying as he spoke. What? Your elder brother? The porcupine head, stung by the slap, quickly came to his senses. He promptly knelt, followed by the rest of the crowd, who also dropped to their knees. Qinyi, are you satisfied? Huzi inquired, his demeanor now markedly more considerate. Just barely. Let us send them off, but ensure that fellow compensates for a redwood table. Qin Ran nodded, showing his approval of Huzi's efficiency. Brother Zhong, quick to grasp the situation, kicked the porcupine head. Master, I will compensate. I will compensate. The hedgehog promptly extracted a wad of red banknotes from his bag. This substantial bundle, amounting to no less than 10,000, was more than sufficient to purchase a mahogany table. Why aren't you scramming? Huzi bellowed, causing the crowd to scatter in disarray. Qinyi, I have something to discuss with you. Upon witnessing the trouble resolved, Huzi smiled. Very well. Qin Ran nodded in acknowledgement. Once the outsiders had departed, the Li family found themselves at a loss for words. They could hardly fathom that the very Qin Ran they had so relentlessly tormented had come to their rescue today. Brother-in-law, we owe you a great debt. Li Rue remarked, her address towards Qin Ran now altered. Indeed, brother-in-law. Who would have thought you had such powerful connections? No wonder you seemed unfazed just now. Li Feng approached with a mischievous grin, patting Qin Ran on the shoulder in an attempt to draw closer. In contrast, Li Wanqing appeared pensive, her mind clouded with thoughts. That Huzi was someone I met during my time in prison. I happened to summon him over when he was nearby. Qin Ran offered a casual excuse, wishing to conceal his identity. However, Li Wanqing remained unconvinced. She had witnessed Huzi's prior antics, wherein he had surrounded her company, only for Qin Ran to intervene. I see. Haha, brother-in-law, you truly have extensive connections. Otherwise, we might have faced dire consequences. Li Feng exclaimed, startled to learn Huzi was an acquaintance from prison. Qin Ran, we owe you a great deal today, remarked the elderly matriarch, who had been quite shaken by the ordeal, given her advanced age. The fright had left her feeling as though her spirit had fled. Indeed, who knows if a more formidable threat will appear tomorrow? We may find ourselves in peril once again. Li Feng echoed his concern. I have settled your debts, Qin Ran said, glancing at the still troubled Li Wanqing. What? Qin Ran, is that truly the case? Where did you acquire such a fortune? The members of the Li family bombarded him with questions, rendering him momentarily speechless. Splendid. That scoundrel Wang Daji. The matriarch rose in excitement. The family erupted in cheers, and Li Wanqing exhaled in relief, a long-lost smile gracing her features. Brother-in-law, you are truly remarkable. We searched for half a month and could not catch that rascal. Yet you managed it effortlessly. Li Feng couldn't help but express his admiration. Of course, I settled your debts, but you must continue with your projects. As for working capital, you will need to devise your own solutions. Qin Ran kindly reminded them. Oh, with the major hole filled, what is there to fear from these minor ones? Li Feng felt somewhat buoyant at that moment. Subsequently, under the insistence of the elderly matriarch, they intended to invite Qin Ran to dinner to apologize for the earlier events, but he politely declined, citing prior commitments on their way back. Li Wanqing stole glances at Qin Ran intermittently. The woman felt a whirlwind of emotions. Just days prior, they had quarreled, and she had presumed Qin Ran would oppose her helping the Li family, yet he had effortlessly resolved their significant dilemma. Qin Ran, driving the car, noticed her unusual demeanor. Don't you have anything you wish to inquire about? Eventually, he could no longer contain his curiosity. You didn't engage in any illegal activities, did you? Li Wanqing hesitated, uncertain whether she should ask, as she found Qin Ran's ability to resolve troubles inexplicably uncanny. How did I begin to worry about my husband? Qin Ran remarked nonchalantly. Humph, who has worried about you? You can do as you please. It has nothing to do with me, Li Wanqing retorted, quick to protect her pride. TSK, your temper. Qin Ran shook his head. Soon, the car came to a halt, arriving at the woman's doorstep. I truly adore the clothes you sent me. Li Wanqing left this remark before hastily departing the vehicle. Qin Ran sat in the car for a moment, taken aback. This woman is rather intriguing. As he spoke, Qin Ran drove towards a location sent to him by Sun Batan. It turned out Sun Batian was eager to cultivate a closer relationship with Qin Ran and wished to invite him for a meal. Although Qin Ran was somewhat reluctant, he remembered Sun Batian had assisted him in the morning, and since he hadn't eaten all day, he thought it would be a waste not to go, saving him the expense of dining out. The road was a bit congested. Qin Ran hadn't anticipated that Sun Batian would be so considerate towards him. He was somewhat aware that the man likely had ulterior motives. Mr. Qin, please, Sun Batian gestured an invitation. Mr. Qin, today, I have also invited many local business owners from Jiangxing for this meal, Sun Batian informed in advance, though. Qin Ran was puzzled by Sun Batian's intentions. Mr. Qin, aren't you brothers with the legendary Dragon One? My friends here are eager to make your acquaintance. It may prove beneficial for our future business dealings, Sun Batian said with a mischievous grin. Qin Ran was indifferent. He thought it best to go with the flow, simply wishing to enjoy a good meal. Chapter 47. Venting your frustrations, everyone. Quiet. Mr. Qin has arrived. Sun Batian bellowed with enthusiasm. The two entered a lavish private room, where an eclectic mix of individuals awaited. Is this it? Sun, are you sure you're not jesting with us? The crowd regarded Sun Batian's so-called Mr. Qin, whose attire and demeanor bore no distinction from that of a beggar. It was worth noting that prior to their arrival, Sun Batian had sung Qin Ran's praises, prompting everyone to come with a sense of curiosity regarding the meal. Taken aback by the sudden inquiries, Sun Batian realized he had indeed overlooked Qin Ran's appearance. Trust me, everyone, Sun Batian called out once more. Qin Ran, feeling no need for fanfare, simply took a seat. Soon, the dishes began to arrive. This establishment specialized in lobster, so naturally, the menu featured an array of lobster-infused delicacies. Having not eaten all day, Qin Ran disregarded decorum and eagerly dug into the large lobster before him. "Son, didn't you claim we'd be making a fortune with him?" The first to voice a challenge was Song Jinshan, the owner of a local clothing enterprise. After speaking, he shot a disdainful glance at the ravenous Qin Ran. "What's the rush? Mr. Qin is hungry. What's wrong with him eating first?" Sun Batian, somewhat taken aback by Qin Ran's voracious appetite, nevertheless made an effort to defend him. "Humph, let us just consider this a charitable act today. We're merely feeding a beggar," Song Jinshan remarked, observing Qin Ran, who remained engrossed in his meal. With that, the man prepared to rise, prompting Sun Batian to quickly intervene upon noticing that Song Jinshan, the most esteemed among the group, was about to leave. "Brother Song, don't be hasty. We haven't even begun our discussion." Sun Batian obstructed Song Jinshan's departure. "Discuss? Shall I engage in business with a beggar?" The words of Song Jinshan grow increasingly unpleasant. "Humph, young master's son, in the future, refrain from seeking out Song for such charitable endeavors." As Song Jinshan was departing, he noticed Qin Ran still engrossed in his meal, letting out a cold huff. "Well, young master's son, since Brother Song has left, I suppose I shall take my leave as well." Upon seeing Song Jinshan exit, several other businessmen followed suit. Thus, the once bustling table was reduced to a mere 5 or 6 individuals, predominantly small enterprise owners who, out of fear of offending Sun Batian, chose to remain. Sun Batian observed Qin Ran, who continued to eat without interruption, and decided not to disturb him, for he too could not afford to offend Qin Ran. It was indeed a pity that his well-laid plans were thwarted. "Oh, is that not Boss Song?" Just as Song Jinshan stepped out of the private room, he encountered a familiar face. Fifth brother. The previously grim visage of Song Jinshan instantly brightened with a smile. Do not address me so. Today, Brother Zhong is present. Just call me Shao Wu." The speaker was none other than the crew-cut Shao Wu. "Brother Zhong has arrived." The lifeless gleam in Song Jinshan's eyes instantly sparkled with interest. The businessmen trailing behind Song Jinshan also appeared quite animated, for they understood that in the realm of enterprise, one must rely on influential figures and local magnates. "Would you be so kind as to escort me to meet Brother Zhong?" Seizing the opportunity, Song Jinshan inquired. "Boss Song, you are too polite. Please, this way," Shao Wu replied, leading the group into the adjacent diamond room. The very name of the diamond room suggested an elevation in sophistication compared to the previous golden room. "Brother Zhong, I just encountered Boss Song at the entrance, along with several other businessmen. They wish to meet you, so I brought them along." Shao Wu addressed Brother Zhong, who occupied the center of the dining table. "Oh, what a coincidence to encounter Boss Song here. Are you also dining this evening?" Brother Zhong maintained a cordial demeanor towards Song Jinshan, given their annual collaborations. "Alas, Brother Zhong, do not mention it. I was lured here under false pretenses. That young master from the Sun family claimed he would introduce me to a significant figure, only for me to discover he resembled a beggar, solely intent on eating without contributing a word." Song Jinshan hastily lamented. "Ha, is that so? Where are they?" After being reprimanded by Huzi, Brother Zhong was in a foul mood and had intended to treat his comrades to a fine meal before indulging in some leisure afterward. "They are just next door. Would you like to pay them a visit?" Song Jinshan suggested. "Let us have a look. That young master from the Sun family dares to toy with my brothers. I shall assist you in venting your frustrations." Brother Zhong had long harbored discontent towards these scions of affluent families. "Very well, I shall accompany you." Song Jinshan promptly opened the door with obsequiousness. Meanwhile, the remaining businessmen in the golden room wore awkward smiles. Initially, they believed Qin Ran might simply be famished, choosing to eat first before discussing matters. However, they were unprepared for the fact that Qin Ran had already devoured an impressive number of dishes and an uncountable amount of rice. Even Sun Batian was taken aback, astonished by Qin Ran's voracious appetite. Just then, as Sun Batian remained astonished by Qin Ran's capacity, the door to the private room swung open. It was none other than the recently departed Song Jinshan. Consider what? Exactly, Sun Batian. Do you truly believe me, Song Jinshan, to be so easily bullied? Is it a waste of my time to treat a beggar to a meal? At this moment, Song Jinshan is flaunting his power and arrogance. "You, Song Jinshan, mind your language. He is, after all, the brother of the Dragon One battle god." Sun Batian did not anticipate that Song Jinshan would speak so brazenly. "Huh, He is the brother of the Dragon One Battle God? Then I must be the father of the Dragon One Battle God. Song Jinshan began to speak without restraint. Fifth brother, that's the brat. As he spoke, Song Jinshan pointed towards Qin Ran, who was still engrossed in his meal. Bang! The hedgehog-headed man felt humiliated seeing this lad not even lift his head, so he slammed his palm on the table. I'm talking to you. You don't even look up when you see me? Do you know who I am? The hedgehog-headed man had just been beaten during the day, and he was seething with anger, looking for an opportunity to vent. Burp. Qin Ran, unperturbed, leisurely picked up a cup of cola and drank it in one go. Then let out a hearty belch. Who are you? Qin Ran slowly raised his head. My apologies, sir. The hedgehog-headed man, who had been so arrogant just moments ago, became tongue-tied upon seeing Qin Ran for the first time, wishing he could kill Song Jinshan in that instant. Fifth brother? What's the matter? At that moment, Zhonggu, who had been walking slower, entered. Zhonggu, it's that brat from earlier, the hedgehog-headed man whispered into Zhongji's ear. What? In an instant, Zhongji's previously flushed face, influenced by alcohol, turned as pale as a ghost. Song Jinshan, still baffled, asked, Zhonggu, fifth brother, what's wrong? Why aren't you going after this brat? Song Jinshan looked bewildered. Chapter 48. Arranged a blind date. Hearing Song Jinshan's words, the hedgehog-headed man and Zhonggu were both inwardly cursing 1,000 expletives to go after him. We are the ones in danger. Sir, it is truly fate. I heard you were here, so I specially came to offer a toast. Being a seasoned veteran, Zhonggu quickly adapted to the situation. A toast? Are you sure you're not here to fight me? Qin Ran, having had his fill, wiped his mouth with a napkin. Sir, you truly have a sense of humor. How could we dare to lay a hand on you? Zhonggu responded with a fawning demeanor. Meanwhile, Song Jinshan and Sun Batian, along with the others, were utterly perplexed. However, he just claimed he wanted to take me down. Qin Ran directly pointed his accusation at Song Jinshan. Upon feeling the collective gaze of the crowd upon him, Song Jinshan panicked. Although he had no idea who Qin Ran was, he realized he had offended someone far beyond his station, seeing how even Zhonggu was so deferential towards him. Brothers, attack. How dare you sow discord between us and the sir? The hedgehog-headed man, knowing how to handle such matters, gave the command, and in an instant, Song Jinshan was left fleeing for his life. Song Jinshan felt wronged. It was clearly Zhonggu and the others who had come looking for him, yet now the blame was being shifted onto him, though he dared not confront Zhonggu. Enough? I have no time to witness your farce. Qin Ran scolded. Stop. The hedgehog-headed man shouted immediately. One could see that the once flamboyantly dressed Song Jinshan now looked utterly disheveled, his clothes in tatters, resembling a beggar more than Qin Ran himself. Seeing this, Sun Batian and the other business owners who had not yet left breathed a sigh of relief, secretly pleased that they had not offended Qin Ran. You all may leave. I still have business to discuss here. Qin Ran waved his hand, and both Zhonggu and the one with the hedgehog head departed with remarkable self-awareness, not forgetting to drag the incapacitated Song Jinshan along as they left. Very well, I shall refrain from unnecessary chatter. For those remaining, I will invest in your companies, and someone will reach out to you in due course. Qin Ran's voice resonated powerfully. Upon hearing this, Sun Batian mused that he was assured of success this time. Aligning himself with someone as influential as Qin Ran would undoubtedly enable him to usurp his brother's position. Qin Shao. Oh no. Qin Yi, from now on, I shall follow your lead. Sun Batian suddenly lifted his glass. Follow my lead? Have you forgotten that I previously stated that everyone from the Sun family should kneel before me and apologize? Qin Ran abruptly stood, an overwhelming aura surging towards Sun Batian. Taken aback by Qin Ran's formidable presence, Sun Batian gritted his teeth. As long as Qin Shao could facilitate his ascension to the head of the Sun family, he thought, he would not only kneel to apologize, but even remain on his knees for days if necessary. Sun Batian's thirst for power eclipsed all else. After listening to his declaration, Qin Ran narrowed his eyes and appraised Sun Batian, contemplating that this fellow might indeed prove useful in the future. We shall see how you perform. Qin Ran coldly declared before departing. I in the Li family's grand hall. Grandma, a grave situation has arisen. Li Feng rushed in frantically from outside. What is it, at your age? Can't you curb your excitable tendencies? The elderly matriarch gazed at Li Feng's ineffectual demeanor. Grandma, I have conducted an investigation. Our collaboration with the Blue Sky Group was a setup, and it was orchestrated by Qin Ran. Li Feng spoke breathlessly. What? How so? The old lady's right eyelid twitched. The owner of the Blue Sky Group, Wang Daji, is having an affair with Qin Ran's stepmother, Jiang Huilan, Li Feng divulged in one breath. So, you mean to say that Qin Ran manipulated his stepmother to seduce Wang Daji, thereby staging this entire charade? Li Rue inferred. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the matriarch processed the information. Well then, you, Qin Ran, have orchestrated such a grand scheme against us. The elderly lady realized that the tribulations faced by the Li group were indeed the result of Qin Ran's behind-the-scenes machinations. Aimed at showcasing his prowess to the public, the thought sent a chill down her spine. She felt compelled to ensure that Li Wanqing distanced herself from Qin Ran, lest the Li family fall victim to his schemes in the future. The following morning, the matriarch promptly called Li Fu, stating that she had arranged a blind date for Li Wanqing and urged him to ensure her attendance. Initially perplexed by the request, given the ambiguous relationship between Qin Ran and Li Wanqing, Li Fu hesitated, believing it inappropriate to send his daughter on a blind date. However, after hearing the matriarch's accusations against Qin Ran, he readily acquiesced. Wanqing, your grandmother has arranged a blind date for you. Make sure to attend, he mentioned during breakfast. A blind date. What blind date? Li Wanqing nearly choked on her porridge. Your grandmother believes that you and Qin Ran are not well suited, so she has found you a potential match. Reportedly an executive from Tianbei Group, Li Fu refrained from explicitly detailing Qin Ran's misdeeds, allowing him a semblance of dignity. Father, please do not jest at my expense. I have no intention of attending. And besides, the company is exceedingly busy, leaving me no time for such matters. Li Wanqing was utterly taken aback to discover that her grandmother had arranged a blind date for her. Was this not a farce? Furthermore, the woman's attitude towards Qin Ran was subtly shifting. You must go, Mr. Li asserted, rising to his feet with a stern tone, but he believed that Qin Ran, who could orchestrate such an elaborate scheme, must possess considerable cunning. And it was clear that Wanqing would face difficulties in his company. All right, it's early in the morning, and here we are arguing again. Wanqing, why not just make an appearance? After all, he is an executive from Tianbei Group. And your company has recently begun collaborating with them, Mrs. Li remarked, displaying a keen understanding of her daughter. Fine, we shall discuss it later, Li Wanqing replied hastily, taking a couple of sips of congee before rising to leave. Oh dear, this girl truly does not recognize what is good for her. Mr. Li could not help but comment upon witnessing Wanqing's attitude. What nonsense are you spouting? Clearly, it is you who arranged for her to meet someone new while she was getting along quite well with Qin Ran. What does that mean? Mrs. Li questioned. Do not let yourself be deceived by young Qin, Mr. Li urged earnestly, recounting word for word what Grandma Li had conveyed to him. That is impossible. Young Qin is not that kind of person. Mrs. Li responded, equally taken aback, though she had interacted with Qin Ran and did not view him as the schemer Grandma Li described, believing there must be some misunderstanding. I knew you would not believe it. The old lady has even sent me the investigation results. It turns out that Wang Daji's mistress is indeed Qin Ran's stepmother, Jiang Huilan. The incident with Lantian Group fleeing surely has something to do with Qin Ran. Mrs. declared resolutely. I do not believe this. Mrs. Li maintained her skepticism, considering it mere hearsay. Humph, regardless of your belief, I will not permit my daughter to associate with such a person, Mr. Li stated unequivocally. Chapter 49. These clothes cannot be disposed of. How is the matter progressing? Qin Ran inquired, gazing at the short-haired woman kneeling before him. Yes, you may leave, he replied, nodding in satisfaction. Recently, there have been rumors suggesting that the projects between Lantian Group and Li's group were all orchestrated by you. Intended to gain the approval of the Li family, Yang Lan mentioned, occasionally glancing at Qin Ran's expression, fearful of speaking amiss. However, Yang Lan underestimated Qin Ran. His face remained devoid of any emotion, betraying no signs of joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness. Understood. Qin Ran waved his hand, signaling for Yang Lan to depart. Today, Qin Ran had made a special effort to dress up, styling his hair for the occasion of Li Wanqing's wedding. Having learned from past experiences, he had deliberately retrieved a suit from a long and used suitcase. Although the black suit appeared somewhat worn due to disuse, it was the only formal attire he possessed. Qin Ran, I am outside the community. The security won't let me in. Hurry and come out. Li Wanqing urged over the phone. Li Wanqing stood at the entrance of what was reputed to be the most luxurious residential community in the entire Jiangxing. She couldn't fathom how men could live in such a place, having only heard from Qin Ran that the legendary Dragon One had an unoccupied apartment here, which is why he chose to stay. After a prolonged wait, Qin Ran finally arrived. Li Wanqing had been engrossed in the messages from her work group on her phone, but upon hearing his voice, she lifted her gaze. The woman mused to herself that the man before her looked rather dashing today. How do I look? Qin Ran inquired, noticing her prolonged stare with curiosity. Just as so. This outfit is rather outdated, Li Wanqing replied, though she felt a flicker of happiness within, maintaining a facade of icy indifference. It had indeed been a while since she had worn anything new, and she felt somewhat out of touch with current trends. Qin Ran did not refute her statement. The clothes were indeed a tad behind the times. How about this? Let's head to the mall, and I shall buy you a couple of new outfits, he suggested. Suddenly, Li Wanqing spoke up, but is there enough time for that? Qin Ran glanced at his phone. We should have sufficient time. With that, she turned the car around and drove towards the shopping center in the city center. Before long, they arrived at the Tianci shopping center, where Li Wanqing eagerly led Qin Ran into a rather upscale boutique. Try this one on, she said, handing him several shirts after assessing them against her own. If there was one thing Qin Ran despised, it was shopping for clothes. However, for Li Wanqing's sake, he patiently took the garments to the fitting room. Emerging time and again to model them. Wow, sir, that outfit fits you perfectly, the sales associate exclaimed, eager to compliment him. Miss, your taste is impeccable. These are the latest designs from renowned fashion houses, crafted from the finest materials. The associate, upon seeing Li Wanqing's attire, immediately recognized that she was not one to worry about finances. Receiving such accolades from the sales associate, Li Wanqing felt it was well-deserved and found herself quite pleased. I'll take all of these, she declared with a wave of her hand. Qin Ran was momentarily taken aback. While he was aware that Li Wanqing was from a wealthy family, he hadn't anticipated her spending habits to be so extravagant. Miss, would you like us to dispose of the old clothes the gentleman has changed out of? The sales associate inquired. Yes, please throw them away. I've grown tired of them. Li Wanqing nodded. Very well, the associate replied, gathering the discarded clothing to prepare for disposal. Wait. Qin Ran suddenly interjected, halting the process. Seeing this, Li Wanqing couldn't help but remark, Qin Ran, even if you're frugal, there's no need to be this way. These clothes are in tatters. Why would you want to keep them? What a waste it would be to toss them. They could still be worn interchangeably. Qin Ran replied with a cheerful demeanor, rendering Li Wanqing speechless. Thus, Qin Ran emerged clad in new attire, save for the tailored suit jacket that would take longer to acquire. Well, this looks rather good. Li Wanqing assessed him from head to toe, nodding her approval. Qin Ran, however, found himself in a quandary, for in his effort to accentuate his physique, he had unwittingly chosen a shirt one size too small. If he didn't hold his breath, it would feel quite constricting. All right, we must hurry along now. Li Wanqing glanced at the time. Have you prepared the gift I asked for? She suddenly inquired from the car. Previously, due to her overwhelming work commitments, Li Wanqing found herself unable to spare the time to purchase a gift, thus she entrusted Qin Ran to assist her in this endeavor. Rest assured, I guarantee your classmate will be absolutely delighted. Qin Ran assured her that I sincerely hope so. Li Wanqing held a considerable amount of trust in Qin Ran, as their interactions over the past few days had led her to believe that men could indeed be quite dependable. Upon arrival, she parked the car. Oh my. Wanqing, you finally made it. I thought your busy schedule would prevent you from coming. The speaker was Lu Qin, Li Wanqing's high school deskmate, and today's bride. Indeed, Wanqing is quite the sensation now. I hear she is collaborating with Tianbei Group. The groom chimed in enthusiastically. Stop flattering me. Qi Xiong, your speed in securing our little princess is impressive. Li Wanqing revealed a long-awaited smile, feeling at ease in the presence of her two closest friends from high school. Hee hee, with age comes urgency. My family is quite insistent. Qi Xiong chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Ah, Qi Xiong, so it is your family's insistence that has led you to marry me. Lu Qin feigned anger and pretended to strike Qi Xiong upon hearing this. And who might this be? After the playful banter, Lu Qin noticed a strikingly handsome man accompanying Li Wanqing. That is Qin, right? I am Wanqing's husband. Qin Ran interjected, eager to introduce himself. Wow, Sister Wanqing, how could you be so secretive, keeping me in the dark for so long? I thought you were still single, only to discover you are already married. No wonder you declined my invitation to be the bridesmaid. Lu Qin, ever sharp, quickly pieced it together. Hello, I'm Qi Xiong. We are all classmates of Sister Wanqing. The groom extended his hand to Qin Ran in greeting. Let us head inside and continue our conversation later. Li Wanqing had long grown accustomed to Qin Ran's shameless behavior. Just don't ever mention that you are my husband in public again, She whispered to him. Does that imply I can say it at home? Qin Ran grinned foolishly. You are doing this on purpose. Li Wanqing felt her cheeks flush in indignation. Chapter 50. You must stop drinking. Li Wanqing and Qin Ran found themselves seated at a table filled with the bride and groom's close friends. The woman kept glancing at her phone, seemingly with unfinished work. While Qin Ran surveyed the surroundings, he noted that the groom and bride's families possessed considerable means. This hotel, he had heard, was quite prestigious and not inexpensive. Before long, the entire floor, with its numerous tables, was nearly filled, and the wedding proceeded as scheduled. All right, dear friends and relatives of the bride and groom, let us give a warm round of applause to welcome the newlyweds into the venue. The hall erupted with thunderous applause. Just as the host's words concluded, the lights in the grand hall suddenly dimmed, and a spotlight illuminated the entrance as the doors slowly swung open. The sight that greeted them was the radiant bride. Lu Cancan, clad in a stunning white wedding gown, at this moment. Qin Ran glanced at Li Wanqing and noticed tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, uncertain if it was due to overwhelming emotion or envy. As the wedding festivities unfolded smoothly and it came time for gift-giving, everyone was remarkably generous. Li Wanqing, I've heard your company is currently in collaboration with Tianbei Group. That must have been quite a profitable venture, inquired a short-haired woman seated beside her. It's going well enough. The project has only just commenced, Li Wanqing replied, her demeanor toward this short-haired woman starkly contrasting with her attitude toward Lu Cancan, revealing a distinct lack of fondness. Noticing Li Wanqing's apparent reluctance to engage, Zhao Mengmeng felt a twinge of displeasure. By the way, I heard you've already tied the knot. Why didn't you celebrate with a banquet? Zhao Mengmeng asked, her curiosity unabated. Qin Ran, sitting nearby, sensed the palpable animosity Zhao Mengmeng harbored towards Li Wanqing. It's still in the planning stages. Qin Ran interjected unexpectedly. Planning? Ha! Do you think it's a grand feast you're organizing? Still planning, Zhao Mengmeng retorted, her amusement evident. By the way, you wouldn't happen to be Li Wanqing? Zhao Mengmeng chuckled at Qin Ran's insinuation. A beauty with keen insight. You guessed it right, Qin Ran responded with a grin, unfazed by the barb. Puffed. No wonder Li Wanqing isn't throwing a banquet. It's because she married you. She must be embarrassed, Zhao Mengmeng blurted out without a filtered Li Wanqing, feeling increasingly vexed by Zhao Mengmeng's escalating provocations. Initially contemplated retorting but was restrained by Qin Ran's gentle grasp on her hand. Don't worry. When the time comes, you will be the first I invite. And remember to prepare a generous red envelope, Qin Ran said, displaying a boldness that left no room for retreat in the face of such a woman. You, humph. Zhao Mengmeng was taken aback by her own audacity, surprised that the man could still laugh after such humiliation. Li Wanqing indeed held little regard for Zhao Mengmeng, who had once been recognized as the class beauty alongside her. However, Li Wanqing's combination of beauty and academic prowess had eclipsed Zhao Mengmeng's spotlight, fostering a lingering resentment. Thus, Zhao Mengmeng's attempts to provoke her were entirely expected. Classmates, my apologies for the lack of hospitality. Soon after, Qi Xiong staggered over to Li Wanqing's table to propose a toast. Oh dear, you should drink less, Lu Cancan, following closely behind Qi Xiong, complained as she washed him down another glass. Ha! Brother Xiong has quite the capacity for alcohol. Come on, everyone, let us drink. The classmates, caught up in Qi Xiong's enthusiasm, swiftly raised their glasses to Li Wanqing, unaccustomed to spirits, especially such high-proof liquor, felt her cheeks flush after a single drink. Are you all right? Qin Ran inquired with concern. I'm fine. Perhaps I just drank too quickly. I'll take it slow, Li Wanqing replied, waving her hand dismissively. Meanwhile, Zhao Mengmeng observed, thinking to herself, what are you pretending for? It's just a glass of wine. Why act so delicate? Zhao Mengmeng's jealousy over Li Wanqing overshadowing her had twisted her psyche. Wanqing, I propose a toast to you. Zhao Mengmeng suddenly concocted a scheme to intoxicate Li Wanqing and embarrass her. All right, Li Wanqing was taken aback by Zhao Mengmeng's unexpected toast. Come, I toast to you. We are old classmates after all, but don't forget us when good fortune comes your way. Zhao Mengmeng feigned sincerity. Li Wanqing downed another glass, her face reddening further. You can't drink anymore. Qin Ran frowned. Today is a momentous occasion for our classmate Lu Cancan's wedding. It would be remiss not to drink a bit more in honor of Cancan, Zhao Mengmeng interjected. The classmates found Zhao Mengmeng's argument compelling and began to drink heartily. Wanqing, where is your gift? It seems you are the last ones left. Zhao Mengmeng feigned a reminder. when in truth, she was eager to witness the unfolding drama. Wanqing cast a glance at Qin Ran, who immediately understood her intent and promptly retrieved a scroll tube from his bag. A small token of affection, not meant as a grand gesture. Wishing you both a joyful marriage. Qin Ran handed the scroll tube to Lu Can. The audience was taken aback by the gift from Qin Ran, as on such a joyous occasion, most presents were either lavish red envelopes or adorned in crimson. Yet, Qin Ran presented a white scroll tube. Ha ha ha. Wanqing, what kind of gift did your man give you? Wrapped so peculiarly. Zhao Mingming, who had been searching for an opportunity to interject, seized the moment without hesitation. Lu Can and Qi Xiong were equally surprised, having assumed Wanqing was too busy to prepare a gift and would settle for a red envelope. They were astonished that she had indeed brought a present. Let us see what's inside. Qi Xiong observed the scroll with a hint of curiosity. As they slowly unwrapped the tube, they discovered a landscape painting within. Qin Ran had long since asked Yang Lan to inquire, knowing that Qi Xiong's family was comprised of traditional intellectuals who appreciated classical literature and art. Thus, he had specifically requested Yang Lan to procure a piece. Wow, it appears to be a painting. The audience quickly began to recognize it. As Qi Xiong unfurled the scroll, it revealed a landscape painting. This is not the long-lost painting, is it? An elderly gentleman in the crowd suddenly stood up. Bring it over for me to see. The elder retrieved his reading glasses from his pocket. Qi Xiong dared not delay. For this man was his grandfather. Humph, it is merely a painting. Is there truly a need for such excitement? Zhao Mingming quietly commented on the crowd's fascination with the artwork. This seems to be a mountain tour painting. It is the final masterpiece of the renowned artist Zhang Yifan. Qi Lao exclaimed upon inspection. The other antique enthusiasts present grew animated at the revelation of its value. If this painting is indeed so precious, it must surely be a counterfeit. Zhao Mingming stood up to question. Surely not. It is not impossible. Nowadays, anything can be forged, especially a mere painting. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Qi Lao furrowed his brow, realizing he could not distinguish the authenticity of the painting. Alas, on this day of celebration, let us not delve too deeply. Lu Can, sensing the awkwardness in the atmosphere, quickly intervened. Indeed, the gift from Wanqing will be cherished by us. Qi Xiong concurred. I fear that our Mr. Li has given us a fake painting. Receiving a counterfeit on such a momentous occasion would be quite inauspicious. Zhao Mingming interjected provocatively. The usually astute Lu Can found herself at a loss for words. The painting is genuine. Qin Ran confronted Zhao Mingming's skepticism directly. How amusing. You assert it is genuine simply because you say so. Zhao Mingming chuckled. Then what do you propose, Miss Zhao? Qin Ran was keen to discern the woman's intentions. At that moment, Lu Can wore a distressed expression. She had not anticipated that her wedding would escalate into such chaos. Deep down, she felt grateful to Li Wanqing for attending her wedding, regardless of whether the painting was authentic or not. In order to silence those well-meaning individuals, she found herself compelled to make a decision. Very well, since everyone is so eager to engage with this piece of artwork, let us invite the president of the Jiangxin Calligraphy and Painting Association to take a look. Lu Can swiftly made a phone call. It was evident that Lu Can's connections were quite formidable, as she could effortlessly summon the president of the association. Zhao Mingming wore a mischievous smile, eagerly anticipating how Li Wanqing and Qin Ran would embarrass themselves, for in this day and age, counterfeit paintings and forgeries abound. Encountering such items, one could assume, is more likely than not to lead to deception. Before long, an elderly gentleman, dressed in a style reminiscent of ancient times, entered the room. Old master, here. Upon seeing the elder's arrival, Lu Can immediately called out. Miss Lu, I sincerely apologize. I was unaware of your wedding today. This is a small token I prepared, the old master said as he pulled out a piece of calligraphy from his pocket, unveiling it before everyone. The inscription was filled with various blessings. Old master, the reason for your hurried arrival is that we wish for your assistance in examining a painting. Lu Can, not one to dawdle, promptly presented the artwork by Qin Ran. Allow me to take a look. The old master remarked, observing the rusty scroll with a sense of intrigue. As he carefully unfurled the painting, he took up the magnifying glass hanging from his neck, scrutinizing it meticulously. After a considerable time had passed, the smile that once adorned the old master's face faded into a tense frown, causing the onlookers to grow anxious. Old sir, is it that the painting is a forgery, and you find it inconvenient to say? Zhao Mingming stirred the pot. Indeed, old master, please speak freely. There is no harm in sharing your thoughts, Qi Xiong chimed in. Noticing the old master's evident turmoil, he initially assumed the elder was reluctant to offend anyone. Ah, this painting, from where did you acquire it? Finally, the old master removed his glasses and sighed. Seeing his expression, Zhao Mingming speculated that the painting was indeed a forgery and hastily pointed at Qin Ran and Li Wanqing. It was they who gifted it. Just as everyone assumed the painting was undoubtedly counterfeit, the old master hurriedly approached Qin Ran. The crowd anticipated that he was infuriated by the act of presenting a fake and intended to confront Qin Ran, prompting them to intervene. Old master, what do you intend to do? Please, do not be angry. Qi Xiong blocked the elder's path. Step aside, the old master admonished, rushing to Qin Ran's side. Young friend, may I purchase this painting from you? I shall offer 10 million. The old master's voice resonated throughout the hall. What? Am I mistaken? The crowd gasped, incredulous. Old master, you wish to spend 10 million on this painting? Good heavens, such an exorbitant price for a single piece. The room erupted in astonishment, with everyone exchanging excited remarks. After all, as the president of the Jiangqing Calligraphy and Painting Association, the old master's words carried weight. Qi Xiong and Lu Cancan were equally taken aback. Unable to fathom Li Wanqing's extravagant generosity, amounting to over 10 million, although Qi Xiong's grandfather had some difficulty hearing, he too caught wind of the commotion and quickly made his way to Qin Ran. I beg your pardon, but this painting has already been gifted to this couple, Qin Ran blurted out without a moment's hesitation. Unfazed by the concept of money, 10 million did not stir any longing within him. This was evidently a source of disappointment for the old master. Is it truly authentic? He inquired, observing the elder's crestfallen demeanor. You old rascal, how fortunate you are to have acquired an authentic masterpiece by Zhang Yifan. The venerable Gu Lao expressed his envy and jealousy. Shao Qin, this gift of yours is indeed exceedingly precious. Elder Qi, beaming with delight, grasped Qin Ran's hand. It is only fitting, for they are all good friends of Wanqing. Qin Ran had not anticipated that, despite merely asking Yang Lan to casually create a painting, she would produce such an expensive piece. Observing Qin Ran's lavish generosity, Elder Qi had already begun to contemplate fostering a closer relationship with him. Thus, Li Wanqing and Qin Ran swiftly became the center of attention at the wedding, and Lu Cancan and Qi Xiong, far from feeling anger, were genuinely grateful to the two, as such a grand gift would bring joy to anyone. Young friend, since this painting appears to be beyond hope, shall we become friends? Gu Lao reluctantly produced his business card and presented it to Qin Ran. Very well, let us keep in touch in the future. Qin Ran felt a bit embarrassed, never having expected to receive so many business cards at a wedding. Throughout the event, apart from the initially silent Zhao Mingming, who had hoped to see Qin Ran and the others humiliated, everyone else engaged in lively conversation. Li Wanqing was also taken aback by the painting Qin Ran gifted her, although she was aware that he might have connections with esteemed friends like Long Yizhan. The value of such artwork had far exceeded her expectations. Sister Wanqing, I am truly grateful to you both today, Lu Cancan remarked, casting a curious glance at Qin Ran, who had driven them here. All right, we shall connect again in the future. Li Wanqing nodded, her face still flushed from the several glasses of baijiu she had consumed earlier. Once inside the car, she leaned against the seat, her expression somewhat troubled. Qin Ran noticed this and promptly reduced his speed. Would you care to explain today's events? Li Wanqing, who had remained silent until now, suddenly inquired. Anticipating her question, Qin Ran had already prepared his response. If I were to speak, you might not believe me. Last week, as I passed by Guan Street, I chanced upon a vendor selling calligraphy and paintings. I merely selected the oldest piece, not realizing it was an authentic work of art worth such a fortune. Qin Ran's explanation flowed smoothly, leaving Li Wanqing unable to find any inconsistencies. He thought she would surely accept his words. Very well, you are still deceiving me. How long do you intend to keep this from me? Qin Ran, do you believe I am a mere 3-year-old child? Would I possibly take such claims at face value? Li Wanqing's sudden barrage of questions left Qin Ran momentarily stunned. He wondered if he had inadvertently revealed too much or if Li Wanqing had discerned his true identity. With this thought, his brow furrowed in concern. Wanqing, allow me to explain. Qin Ran began slowly, mentally preparing himself to disclose everything to her. Stop the car! Stop the car! Suddenly, Li Wanqing clasped her mouth, her face contorted in discomfort. Chapter 52. Are you a dog? Qin Ran realized that the woman, having drunk too much earlier, was now feeling dizzy in the vehicle and on the verge of vomiting. prompting him to halt the car immediately. Li Wanqing swiftly opened the door and crouched by the roadside, heaving violently. Qin Ran rushed over, gently patting her bent back. "Are you all right?" Qin Ran felt a pang of distress upon witnessing Li Wanqing's discomfort for the first time, his heart tightening in response. Li Wanqing slowly rose, patting her chest, taking a moment to compose herself before shaking her head. "I still want a drink." The faint blush lingered on her cheeks. "You can't drink anymore," Qin Ran insisted, shaking his head. He was acutely aware that Li Wanqing was not accustomed to alcohol. Her current desire for a drink was merely an attempt to numb herself. "Then I shall drink on my own." With that declaration, Li Wanqing staggered away toward the beach across from them. Observing her unsteady gait, Qin Ran hastily followed. He felt a pang of sorrow, unprepared for the sight of the usually composed and serious Li Wanqing resembling a lost little girl. At the beach in Jiangqing, the evening atmosphere buzzed with people grilling barbecues. "Boss, bring me some alcohol." Li Wanqing approached a small stall. "Certainly." The stall owner, surprised by the arrival of a customer so late, quickly set down his work and hurried over. "How much do you need, beautiful?" Noticing Li Wanqing's slightly inebriated state, he inquired. "Give me a whole case." Li Wanqing swayed slightly as she spoke. "All right. Do you need any snacks to go with it?" The owner was taken aback by her sole request for alcohol. "No need. Just hurry with the drinks," Li Wanqing urged impatiently. Qin Ran, observing her behavior, found himself in a blend of amusement and concern. At that moment, Li Wanqing bore a striking resemblance to a tipsy drinker. The owner brought over a case of beer, helping to open a few bottles. Without hesitation, Li Wanqing seized one and downed it. "You can't drink that," Qin Ran exclaimed, startled. Although he had never experienced drunkenness himself, he knew that drinking like Li Wanqing was far from sensible. "Leave me be." Li Wanqing brushed off Qin Ran's hand. "Li Wanqing." Qin Ran forcefully snatched the beer from her grasp. Seeing her drink being taken away, Li Wanqing reached for another bottle. "Stop drinking. You'll get drunk." This was the first time Qin Ran had raised his voice so sharply at her. "Drunk? That's exactly what I want," Li Wanqing retorted fiercely. "Qin Ran, how dare you shout at me? Have you ever considered my perspective? Is it amusing for you to deceive me? Do you think I'm a fool in your eyes? You repeatedly resolve my issues, always making excuses and blaming others. And today, you just happened to acquire a painting worth 10 million. You call that a coincidence? Do you honestly believe I'm that naive?" Li Wanqing's emotions erupted as she vented her frustrations in one breath. The once assertive Qin Ran found himself momentarily speechless, taken aback by the intensity of her feelings and the realization of his standing in her eyes. "What do you mean by I? You think I, Li Wanqing, am easy to manipulate and foolish. You orchestrate everything as you please, Qin Gongzi. You truly are something." Seeing Qin Ran stammering, Li Wanqing felt liberated to express her thoughts. "Yes, you are right. In fact, I am." Realizing that she had seen through him, Qin Ran decided to abandon any pretense. "Indeed, you are the brother of Long Yizhan, aren't you? Otherwise, Long Yizhan wouldn't have treated us that way at the banquet." With Qin Ran unable to conceal the truth any longer, he was left utterly dumbfounded. "Ha. Qin Ran, look at your expression. Have I guessed correctly? You seem quite troubled," Li Wanqing remarked with a smile. Qin Ran, caught between laughter and tears, realized that since the woman believed he shared a brotherly bond with Dragon E, there was no harm in playing along. "Indeed, you have seen through me. I cannot escape the piercing gaze of President Li." Qin Ran sighed in resignation. "Humph, just as well. Otherwise, do you think I have endured these years in vain? I have single-handedly managed such a large company, transforming the nearly bankrupt Li Real Estate into the second-largest real estate company in Jiangxing." As Li Wanqing spoke, she gestured animatedly. "I face fierce competition from numerous major corporations, and internally, I must contend with the pressures imposed by my grandmother and others. Oh, you have any idea how difficult these years have been for me?" "Ah." Qin Ran was taken aback by the woman's fierce bite, which, though he was accustomed to such pain, felt particularly acute this time. "Are you a dog?" Qin Ran gritted his teeth, suppressing the agony. "Why don't you let me go?" Li Wanqing was somewhat surprised, observing the deep purple bite mark on Qin Ran's shoulder. "IOU." Upon hearing Li Wanqing's grievances, a wave of guilt washed over Qin Ran. "Humph, if you ever dare to deceive me or bully me again, I shall bite you to death." Li Wanqing looked quite satisfied with the bite mark. Qin Ran, in anguish, forced a smile, thinking to himself that the woman must indeed be akin to a dog. After their playful bickering, Li Wanqing expressed her desire to walk by the seaside. She removed her high heels and held them in her hands. Qin ran. Do you know, 5 years ago, after that night, I actually contemplated ending my life. As Li Wanqing walked slowly along the shore, she continued. But my mother informed me that I was pregnant, and at that moment, I dismissed that thought. I resolved to live on. Not just for myself, but for this child. Li Wanqing spoke slowly, her words laced with quiet sobs. Qin ran followed the moonlight and noticed tear streaks on her face. Before long, they found a rock to lean against while gazing at the sea. Qin ran. Am I foolish? In truth, I used to be quite fragile, yet for the sake of this family, I have never allowed myself to be defeated or shed a tear. Li Wanqing, fueled by the effects of alcohol, poured out emotions she had long kept hidden. Qin ran listened patiently, refraining from interrupting her. No, you have been remarkable. You have worked hard all these years. Leave the rest to me. Noticing that the woman remained silent for some time, Qin ran finally spoke. Who? Qin ran displayed a hint of helplessness in his smile before carefully lifting the woman. Observing the lingering effects of alcohol on Li Wanqing's face, Qin ran felt a pang of discomfort. Her heartfelt words had pierced his heart, reminding him of the immense hurt he had inflicted upon her, forcing a woman who should be in the prime of her youth to worry day in and day out. He gently placed her in the back seat, propping her up with a cushion for support. Throughout the journey, Qin ran's mind endured a tumultuous array of emotions. The following morning, a disheveled woman awoke painfully. Li Wanqing had truly indulged far too much last night. She clutched her hair with both hands, clearly suffering from a common post-drinking migraine. Wanqing, are you awake? Here, drink this, Li's mother said as she entered with a bowl of peculiar-smelling concoction. Mom, what is this? It smells dreadful. The woman wrinkled her nose at the odor. By the way, where is Qin ran? Chapter 53. VIP lounge. Li Wanqing pinched her nose and swiftly downed the hangover remedy. Shao Qin took Xiner to school early this morning. He's quite attentive to his daughter and has never been late, Li's mother remarked with satisfaction, having observed the growing bond between Qin Xin and Qin ran over the last few days. Mom, what time is it? Li Wanqing suddenly scrambled to find her phone. Oh dear, you still haven't changed your hasty ways. Your phone is right here, and it's already noon, her mother said, looking at her as if she were a child. Oh no, I need to go to the office, Li Wanqing exclaimed as she hurriedly began to prepare. Why the rush? Can't you take a day off to rest? Li's mother, concerned about her daughter's frantic demeanor, fretted that she hadn't recuperated properly. No, there's a major client today. I must attend to them personally, Li Wanqing responded, and after a quick wash and minimal grooming, she dashed out the door. Dad, is it really all right for us to sneak off to the amusement park without Mom knowing? A slightly chubby little girl on a carousel asked the man behind her. Don't worry, your mother is too busy to notice us today, Qin ran replied, beaming as he played with Qin Xin. Indeed, as Qin ran had anticipated, Li Wanqing would sleep in late, and with a significant client visiting the company, she would have no time to supervise them. Dad, this ice cream is delicious. Mom never lets me have it, the little girl complained, licking a scoop of ice cream. Your mother only wants what's best for you. Eating too much of this isn't good for your health and could make you catch a cold, Qin ran patiently explained, crouching down to wipe the corner of her mouth with a tissue. Dad, where are we going to play this afternoon? After a simple lunch at the amusement park, Qin Xin was bursting with energy. How about we go buy a car this afternoon? Qin ran suggested gently. Great. Daddy, I want to ride in a sports car. There's a chubby boy in my class who always tells us how cool they are. Qin ran had expected that his daughter might not show much interest in cars, but to his surprise, her eyes sparkled at the mention he indeed wanted to purchase a vehicle, as he frequently drove Li Wanqing's car, which she also needed to use at times. Moreover, the flashy Porsche that Yang Lan had prepared for him was too ostentatious. Upon entering a 4S dealership, a well-dressed saleswoman approached him. Sir, are you here to buy a car? Yes, please help me find something suitable, Qin ran replied casually, admitting to himself that he wasn't particularly knowledgeable about cars, only familiar with a few brands. Of course, as it happened, it was the end of the month, and Shao Mei had yet to meet her sales targets, so she had decided to put in some extra work during her lunch break. Sir, I see that you are accompanied by a child. These SUVs offer spacious interiors, making them particularly suitable for families with children. Shao Mei provides a thoughtful introduction. Well, these options are quite appealing. Xin, which one do you fancy? Qin ran perceives cars merely as a mode of transportation. Indifferent to which vehicle he drives, his daughter's preferences are of paramount importance. Daddy, Xin likes this one, The little girl pointed directly at a pink car that strikingly resembled a beetle. Sir, this vehicle is indeed well suited for you as well. Although it may not boast the expansive space of an SUV, it is compact and agile. Aware that the little girl's opinion held sway, Xiaomei promptly adjusted her phrasing. Qin Ran nodded in agreement, genuinely admiring Xiaomei's adeptness at adapting to the situation. Since my daughter has taken a liking to this one, let us go with it, Qin Ran affirmed decisively. Very well, sir. However, I must first check the garage for availability, as opting for an immediate delivery would incur an additional expense of 20,000 yuan, which might not be worthwhile, Xiaomei elucidated with a smile. Coincidentally, her colleagues had already reviewed the vehicles in question. Xiaomei, you are truly remarkable. Even on your day off, you've come in to assist out a woman, similarly attired in work uniform and sporting cascading waves, sauntered over. I in the face of her colleague Zhang Shi's teasing. Xiaomei appeared unfazed, accustomed to such jests. Never mind. Let us just proceed with this one. I'll pay the extra. Qin Ran found the prospect of searching the garage excessively cumbersome. Sir, that would indeed require an additional 20,000 yuan. Xiaomei reminded him. Understood. That's fine. Let us go with this one. Qin Ran concluded. Xiaomei was taken aback that Qin Ran not only refrained from haggling, but was also willing to spend an extra 20,000 yuan. Very well, Mr. Qin. Would you care to wait in the VIP lounge while I handle the paperwork? I'll call for you once it's ready, as I fear my colleagues might disturb you. Xiaomei expressed concern over potential disruptions. Wait a moment. You cannot enter. The previous salesperson, noticing Qin Ran and his daughter attempting to enter the VIP lounge, hurriedly intervened. Xiaomei, surely you have not forgotten. This VIP lounge is reserved for our esteemed guests. You allow a client who has merely purchased a vehicle worth over 100,000 yuan to enter? You are breaching protocol. Zhang Shi seized the opportunity to enforce the rules. However, this gentleman is accompanied by a young girl. There's no harm in them resting for a while. Xiaomei believed that all clients deserved equal treatment and saw no issue with her decision. Xiaomei, you are knowingly violating the rules. I shall inform the manager. Zhang Shi, seeing that Xiaomei was unyielding, quickly threatened to escalate the matter. Yet, Xiaomei found herself in a dilemma. Having already assured Qin Ran, she could not retract her word. Just as Xiaomei was feeling flustered, a man clad in a black suit and polished shoes entered the scene. Manager, Xiaomei has taken an ordinary customer to the VIP lounge. I am here to intervene, yet she remains obstinate. Zhang Shi, with keen eyes, spotted the manager and hurriedly reported the incident. Is this true, Xiaomei? The manager's expression shifted upon hearing the complaint. There were indeed explicit regulations that only VIP clients were permitted in the lounge. Xiaomei, taken aback that her good intentions were misconstrued, felt compelled to nod in acknowledgement of her mistake, not wanting Qin Ran to be caught in the middle of the conflict. Xiaomei, it is not my intention to criticize you. But if you continue in this manner, it will be quite difficult for you to remain here. The manager was taken aback by how swiftly Xiaomei conceded that I apologize for the interruption. But may I inquire if my vehicle is ready for collection? How much longer must I wait? Seeing that the three individuals seemed poised to converse for an extended period, Qin Ran interjected. Sir, I beg your pardon. This is our new employee, and she may not be performing up to standard in certain aspects. The manager, being a person of understanding, quickly offered an apology upon noticing the client's impatience. Sir, may I ask if you would prefer to pay by card? The manager intended to personally assist Qin Ran with the transaction. By card, Qin Ran replied, retrieving a sleek, glossy black card from the pocket of his coat. Sir, is this card yours? The manager inquired cautiously. Upon seeing the card, the manager's eyes sparkled. Having served countless clients at this 4S dealership, he had cultivated a discerning eye. This card, held by Qin Ran, was a prestigious VIP card. Available only to those with assets exceeding 1 billion. It is said that in the entire Jiangxing, there may be no more than 3 individuals who possess such a card. What of it? Qin Ran asked, puzzled. Sir, no worries. I shall arrange for you to access the VIP lounge immediately. The manager's voice quivered slightly. How is it that you previously stated non-VIP clients could not be accommodated? Qin Ran questioned, taken aback. Sir, you jest, for you are indeed our esteemed VIP guest. The manager chuckled, inwardly wishing to reprimand the troublesome Zhang Shi thoroughly. Remember to commend this lovely lady, and that individual who seems to have looked down upon me. Recognizing the manager's adept handling of the situation, Qin Ran chose not to pursue the matter further. Zhang Shi, go to finance to collect your wages. You have been dismissed. The manager understood the implication of Qin Ran's words. Manager, you cannot treat me this way. Zhang Shi protested, her expression brimming with resentment. The manager shot her a glare, prompting Zhang Shi to leave with a face full of grievances. Very well, sir. Rest assured, I will ensure that the employee who attended to you receives a salary increase. By the way, sir, are you certain you wish to proceed with this vehicle? Its performance is rather mediocre. The manager inquired, perplexed. However, my daughter adores the car's appearance. Qin Ran prioritized his daughter's preferences above all else. The manager hesitated momentarily before suggesting, how about this? We can modify the vehicle for you, maintaining its exterior while enhancing its performance. When can it be ready? Qin Ran expressed his concern regarding performance as well. I will contact all our technicians to work overtime. It will certainly be ready for you by tomorrow. The manager exuded confidence. Very well, then please proceed to process the payment. Feel free to charge whatever amount you deem necessary. Qin Ran nodded in agreement. Soon, the manager efficiently completed all the necessary procedures and presented the card to Qin Ran with both hands. Sir, please keep this safe, the manager said politely, just as Qin Ran exited the 4S dealership. His phone rang. The caller ID displayed Li Wanqing's mother. Shao Qin, where are you right now? The voice on the other end was quite chaotic. Auntie, what is the matter? Qin Ran sensed urgency in Li's mother's tone. Wanqing's father has gotten into a fight. You must come quickly. Li's mother, having exhausted all other options, reached out to Qin Ran. Initially, I intended to contact Li Wanqing, but my calls were consistently unanswered. It turns out that Li Wanqing was indeed preoccupied with an important meeting, keeping her phone on silent throughout. All right, don't be anxious. I shall arrive shortly, Qin Ran reassured. Daddy, what happened to Grandma? Inquisitive and precocious, Qin Xan leaned on Qin Ran's shoulder, naturally having overheard some details. Come out. Wang, leave it to me. Yang Lan had been tailing Qin Ran all along. This time, Qin Ran, without hesitation, entrusted Xan to Yang Lan. Rest assured, Daddy, this sister is so beautiful. Qin Xan, unlike most children, was unreserved and sweet-tongued upon meeting Yang Lan for the first time. Oh dear, little princess, you truly have an exquisite eye. Yang Lan's face instantly lit up with joy. Wang, look, just as Yang Lan was about to boast to Qin Ran, she realized he had vanished. Sister, Xan wants to eat a hamburger. The little girl, feeling peckish and noticing her father's departure, immediately spoke up. Hamburger? But your father instructed me not to take you for such junk food. Yang Lan was taken aback by the girl's evident fondness for hamburgers. Pretty sister, let's sneak a bite? I won't tell Daddy. Qin Xan pouted adorably in Yang Lan's embrace. Well, all right then, I can't resist you. Yang Lan affectionately ruffled the girl's hair. Hee, sister not only looks beautiful, but has a beautiful heart too. Qin Xan's sweet voice elicited a delighted laugh from Yang Lan, who marveled at how articulate such a young child could be, undoubtedly a trait inherited from Qin Ran. After ensuring his daughter's well-being, Qin Ran hastened to the antique market mentioned in the phone call with Li's mother. Earlier that morning, Li's father and mother had ventured out to buy groceries and happened upon an antique market. Li's father, drawn by the commotion of a crowd gathered around a stall, joined the throng out of curiosity. The stall was filled with exquisite calligraphy and paintings, each more captivating than the last. Nearby, a man was negotiating a price for a particular painting with the stall owner. At that moment, Li's father overheard whispers from bystanders claiming the painting was authentic and could fetch a fortune upon resale. Upon hearing this, Li's father's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he abruptly intercepted the two men who were about to finalize the transaction. Wait, I am purchasing this painting, he declared. What? I was clearly here first. Old gentleman, don't you believe in the order of arrival? Protested the man who intended to buy the painting, visibly agitated. Young man, why the outcry? How much are you paying for it? Li's father, recognizing a golden opportunity for easy profit, especially since he often faced his wife's disapproval, was determined not to let this chance slip away. I'm paying 100,000. What of it? The man replied confidently. Boss, I'll offer 150,000. Sell it to me. Li's father countered briskly. Both the stall owner and the man were momentarily taken aback, surprised by how readily Li's father had taken the bait. Typically, such negotiations would drag on for ages. This is unacceptable. The man feigned distress. I don't care who the painting goes to. I only care about who offers the most. The stall owner played along adeptly. Then I'll raise my offer to 200,000. The man, sensing that Li's father had considerable resources, attempted to extract a bit more. Li's father, initially confident, was caught off guard as the young man increased his bid. 250,000. That is all the savings I possess. Li's father was quite forthright, revealing the extent of his financial situation without hesitation. Observing his demeanor, the others sensed that he was not deceiving them. And through silent exchanges of glances, they ultimately agreed upon the price. Humph! Never before had they encountered such an individual. Out of nowhere appeared a formidable opponent, the man who had previously attempted to purchase the painting feigned annoyance. "Ha! Young man, consider yourself unfortunate to have crossed paths with me. I have devoted nearly a decade to the study of such art." Li's father, emboldened by an unknown source of confidence, began to instruct others. "Good sir, cash on delivery," the vendor reminded, noticing that Li's father had no intention of producing money. "Very well, just a moment, I shall retrieve it." Li's father hummed a tune, planning to withdraw funds from the bank. Already envisioning the substantial profit he would gain from reselling the painting, the mere thought brought him joy. "Old man, what are you doing? That is our retirement fund." Li's mother, perplexed by her husband's behavior, muttered incomprehensible phrases as she watched him head to the bank with his passbook. In her desperation, she called Qin Ran. Soon, Qin Ran arrived, finding Li's mother standing anxiously at the entrance of the antique market. "Auntie, where are Uncle and the others?" he inquired urgently. "Over there. It seems they are about to fight." Chapter 55. Smash the vase, and Li's mother was filled with trepidation. She noticed a crowd gathered around a small stall not far off. "Sir, you cannot do this. Once a purchase is made, it is final. How can you return something? You made the mistake. Do not blame us. We did not force you to buy." Li's father stood before the stall, demanding a refund for the painting he had just purchased. It turned out that immediately after paying, upon closely inspecting the piece, he realized it was a forgery. You are all in cahoots, deliberately deceiving me." Li's father finally grasped the situation, but it was too late. "Sir, you can eat indiscriminately, but you cannot speak carelessly," the stall owner proclaimed, rallying the crowd around Li's father. A mere scholar, he had never encountered such a scene and was instantly frightened into silence. "With such deceit, will no one apprehend you?" A voice suddenly resonated from behind the crowd. It was Qin Ran. Spotting a familiar face, Li's father rushed to Qin Ran's side, as if he had found a lifeline. "Young man, I advise you not to meddle. This gentleman made his own mistake and cannot hold us accountable," the vendor quickly countered, sensing Qin Ran's imposing stature. "Indeed, uncle, it is true that you made an error. You are well aware of the conventions of this trade," Qin Ran replied with an air of resignation. "But they are all scammers," Li's father exclaimed in frustration. "Sir, if you continue to hurl accusations, we shall not be so accommodating." The earlier painting buyer feigned innocence. "Humph, at least the young man understands. You old man just know how to create a ruckus." The stall owner, seeing Qin Ran's rationality, offered a compliment. "How about this, brother? It seems you have quite a collection here. May I rummage through your goods?" Qin Ran suddenly proposed. "Sure, brother. You have a discerning eye. All of my wares are top-notch." The stall owner had not anticipated the presence of so many simpletons today. Thoughts of deceiving yet another danced in his mind, causing a sly grin to tug at the corners of his mouth. Qin Ran scrutinized the array of goods displayed on the stall, discerning that most were mere imitations, save for an inconspicuous little vase. "How much for this vase?" Qin Ran inquired. This vase. It's rather expensive," Wang Wu replied, taken aback that Qin Ran had taken an interest in it. He recalled that this vase was a gift he had received during a painting acquisition trip, and it held little value. However, perceiving Qin Ran as a Na'vi individual with deep pockets, Wang Wu decided to cautiously test the waters. "Young man, you have an eye for quality. This vase has some age to it. Considering our fortuitous encounter today, I shall part with it for a mere 10,000. Wang Wu feigned a pained expression, as if he were making a significant sacrifice. 10,000. Qin Ran echoed upon hearing the price. "What? Do you still find it too dear?" Wang Wu observed a hint of discontent on Qin Ran's face. No, I simply did not expect it to be so affordable," Qin Ran replied with a smile. Upon hearing Qin Ran's words, Wang Wu felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. He had not anticipated that Qin Ran would consider 10,000 a bargain. However, it was too late for regrets, and Wang Wu resigned himself to accepting the sum, thinking that he had already made a substantial profit that day. "Shao Qin, why do you keep buying vases? Are you not satisfied with our losses?" Li Fu remarked, unable to restrain himself upon seeing Qin Ran purchase yet another unremarkable vase. "Alas, uncle, take a closer look at this vase," Qin Ran urged, holding it up for Li Fu to examine closely. As Qin Ran acquired yet another vase, a crowd began to gather, drawn by the spectacle. Among them, a particularly conspicuous figure donned a hat, This face appears rather ordinary. It must also be a counterfeit. Li Fu stated angrily after inspecting it thoroughly. Young friend. A voice, tinged with the weight of age, resonated from the crowd. What a coincidence. Have you come to unearth treasures? Although the elder was over 70. His robust physique attested to his commitment to regular exercise. Indeed, I have my eye on a certain item. Qin Ran nodded, surprised to encounter the elder here. Might I have a look? The elder adjusted his reading glasses. The gathered crowd parted, creating a pathway for him. For the elder was well respected in the antique circle, not only in Jiangqing but throughout Jiangbei. Wang Wu, the stall owner, donned a smile upon the elder's arrival. Displaying no signs of anxiety, he knew full well that his so-called treasures were mere fakes. Yet with Qin Ran having already committed to the purchase, even if the elder were to expose the truth, it would pose no threat. After all, the rules of the trade were sacrosanct. Refunds were out of the question. Here, Qin Ran generously offered the little vase to the elder. Though the elder served as the president of the Calligraphy and Painting Association, he possessed a discerning eye for antiques as well. He carefully accepted the vase from Qin Ran, retrieving a small magnifying glass from his pocket to examine it closely. The previously bustling crowd fell into a hushed silence, indicating the elder's esteemed status in this domain. Young friend, are you certain you haven't made an error in judgment today? The elder asked, scrutinizing the vase with a hint of hesitation. Eye in the eyes of the elderly. It was initially believed that Qin Ran was a connoisseur of antiques, yet unexpectedly, this turned out to be a misjudgment. The elder felt a tinge of regret for Qin Ran. Elder, why not shatter the vase and see? Qin Ran, however, displayed little reaction, responding in a calm tone. Shatter it. Not only did the elder feel perplexed, but the onlookers also wore expressions of bewilderment. Indeed, Qin Ran confirmed with a nod, observing Qin Ran's seemingly assured demeanor. The elder hesitated no longer. After all, the vase was indeed a counterfeit, posing no cause for concern. With a resounding crash, the elder hurled the vase to the ground. Among the shards, a small box was revealed. The elder's previously despondent expression transformed into one of astonishment. Before the elder could utter another word, he disregarded the risk of cutting his hand on the glass and swiftly retrieved the small box from the debris. Upon opening it, he found a jade pendant nestled within, neither too large nor too small. The elder promptly produced a magnifying glass from his pocket for a closer inspection. Young friend, this pendant is made of green jade. The elder exclaimed loudly. Chapter 56. Breaking the rules. The crowd, who had been silent in anticipation, now erupted into fervent discussions at the elder's declaration. Old sir, is this pendant truly valuable? Li Fu, unfamiliar with jade and jewelry, was taken aback by the intensity of the crowd's reaction. Indeed, such jade is rare, especially in such pristine condition. I recall that last year, a pendant even smaller than this fetched several million at auction. The elder was visibly thrilled, as if the pendant belonged to him. Several million, even smaller than this. Upon hearing the figure, Li Fu could no longer contain his excitement. Wife, come quickly, we're about to strike it rich. He shouted to Li Mu, who had been lingering at a distance. Young friend, I was blind to such a treasure. The elder bowed deeply to Qin Ran. Alas, elder, I was merely fortunate. When I shook the vase earlier, I sensed something inside, yet I never imagined it would contain such a gem. Qin Ran offered an explanation for himself that in truth, he had known all along that the vase was a counterfeit. However, its weight was significantly greater than that of an ordinary vase, and it bore signs of having been buried in the earth. Based on his experience, Qin Ran was certain something was amiss, which is why he was willing to spend 10,000 yuan on this imitation vase. This vase, I shall not sell it. Hand over the pendant. The previous vendor, Wang Wu, was filled with regret, unable to fathom that a vase he had so casually kept nearby concealed a pendant of immense value. Wang Wu, this is utterly disgraceful. Indeed, that vase was clearly sold to this young man. Some bystanders could no longer tolerate the situation. Wang Wu, who typically profited by deceiving unwitting novices, had not anticipated his downfall today. Humph, this is my stall. I am in charge here. At that moment, Wang Wu cared little for these so-called rules, threatening the crowd directly. Young man, what you are doing does not adhere to the rules. The elderly gentleman was taken aback by the audacity of the stall owner, who brazenly demanded the jade pendant. Humph, you must relinquish that jade pendant today, or none of you shall live to see another day. Wang Wu, blinded by greed, swiftly brandished a cleaver taken from the stall behind him. In an instant, what had been a bustling market stall became a scene of desolation, leaving only Qin Ran and his companions. I advise you to be sensible. Hand over the item quietly. and I assure you of your safety." The man who had pretended to be interested in purchasing a painting now wore a menacing expression as he glared at Qin Ran and the others. You are all deceivers." It was then that Li's father realized that the man who had feigned interest in the painting was merely an accomplice of the stall owner. "Humph, be compliant. My blade does not differentiate." The man posing as a buyer approached the elderly gentleman menacingly. Wang Wu, fully aware that his actions would render him unwelcome in Jiangqing, found the allure of the jade pendant far more irresistible than his future prospects. The crowd watched in horror as the pendant was about to be seized by Wang Wu, when suddenly, a figure emerged through the thronged my nose. The once arrogant minions of Wang Wu now lay sprawled on the ground, clutching their heads and wailing. Who are you?" Wang Wu stammered, his voice trembling. Losing his footing, he fell clumsily to the ground, while the fake buyer, sensing trouble, turned to flee. Yet, he was no match for Yang Lan, who caught up with him in less than a minute. "Spare me, noble heroine." The counterfeit dealer pleaded for mercy as Yang Lan sent him crashing to the ground with a swift kick. Within moments, Yang Lan had skillfully dealt with the situation. Everyone present, except for Qin Ran, was taken aback by her prowess. Not wishing to reveal his identity, Qin Ran exchanged a knowing glance with Yang Lan and instructed her to take these individuals away for further handling. As Yang Lan herded them together, preparing to escort them to the relevant authorities, the elderly gentleman remarked, "Young friend, that was quite a close call. Fortunately, a hero intervened." He kept the jade pendant securely within his grasp. "Alas, young friend, what are you saying?" "It is my duty to assist." The elderly gentleman, being quite straightforward, directly handed the jade pendant to Qin Ran. Li's father gazed at the radiant emerald with wide eyes, nearly bulging from their sockets. "Elder, I may trouble you to help me sell this jade. Are you in urgent need of funds?" The elderly gentleman was taken aback by Qin Ran's request for assistance in selling the jade. "Indeed, my uncle purchased a counterfeit painting today, spending their retirement savings." Qin Ran did not conceal the truth. Upon hearing this, Li's father felt a pang of embarrassment and lowered his gaze. "How about this? I have a card here with 1 million in it. If you trust this old man, hand me the jade first, and I will sell it. Afterward, I will return the remaining funds to you." "What do you think?" the elderly gentleman said, pulling a bank card from his pocket. Certainly. Li's father, upon hearing the card contained 1 million, eagerly took it into his hands. "Oh, and who might this be?" The elderly gentleman noticed Li's father standing beside Qin Ran, having previously paid him little mind, and now inquired further. "He is." Before Qin Ran could finish, Li's father interjected, "I am his father-in-law. Elder, it is a pleasure to meet you. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation." Li's father spoke in a rush, leaving Qin Ran unable to provide further explanation. However, this marked the first time Li's father publicly acknowledged Qin Ran as his son-in-law. "Oh, so it turns out he is the father-in-law of my young friend. My apologies." The elder appeared serene, yet a sense of disappointment lingered within him, as he had initially intended to introduce his granddaughter to Qin Ran. However, he was taken aback to learn that Qin Ran, despite his youth, was already married, which left him with a tinge of regret. "My dear friend, let us agree on this. I shall assist you in selling this jade pendant, and once it is sold, I will supplement you with the remainder." The elder, concerned that Qin Ran might worry, reiterated his promise. "Very well, I appreciate your help." Qin Ran expressed his gratitude. Handing the jade pendant over to the elder for sale stemmed primarily from Qin Ran's unfamiliarity with the local market. Even with such a fine item, he would likely be lowballed. However, the elder was different. As a luminary in the realm of classical literature in Jiangqing, he might fetch a better price for the jade. Moreover, Qin Ran trusted the elder, knowing he would not be greedy for a mere pendant. After the elder departed, Li's father, holding a bank card, was overjoyed. Who would have thought that tens of thousands would transform into millions in just one afternoon? "Look at this, there's a million inside. And there will be more to come," Li's father boasted to Li's mother, as if the fortune were his own making. "Humph, what are you bragging about? Do you think I haven't noticed? This money was clearly earned by young Qin. If it weren't for him, our retirement funds would have been squandered by you." Li's mother retorted fiercely, leaving no room for her husband's pride. Reflecting on this, Li's father began to reassess his attitude towards Qin Ran. Chapter 57. The cleaning department still needs personnel. The next day, just as dawn broke, Li's father's phone began to ring incessantly. "Hello, who is this?" "Ah, all right, understood, Mr. Zheng. Early that morning, Li's father received calls from over a dozen companies related to jewelry and accessories, all seeking to hire Qin Ran as a consultant. Eventually, Li Wanqing could no longer endure it. She had intended to enjoy a leisurely weekend sleep-in but was instead awakened by the cacophony of ringing. "Dad, who are you talking to? Why so many calls early in the morning? What's going on? Why are you so busy?" Li Wanqing complained with a hint of morning grumpiness. Unperturbed, Li's father continued to engage with the callers, his face alight with smiles. It was a weekend, and Li's mother had taken Qin Xin to her tutoring class early that morning. Qin Ran had not come over, and Li's father had even inquired about what time Qin Ran typically woke, hoping to call him without disturbing his slumber. Upon hearing this, Li Wanqing nearly spat out her porridge in disbelief. Bewildered by the sudden change in her father's demeanor, he had previously shown nothing but disdain for Qin Ran, yet now he seemed more concerned about him than about her. Just as Li's father contemplated whether to call Qin Ran, there was a knock at the door. Thinking it was Qin Ran, he hurried to open it. However, upon seeing who stood at the threshold, the smile faded from Li's father's face. Though he felt disheartened that it was not Qin Ran, who had promised to dine with him the previous day, he quickly donned a cheerful expression upon recognizing the visitor. "Not at all. I didn't expect you all to arrive so early," he explained with a smile. Li Xiong and his parents entered the hall. Li Wanqing was taken aback by the swift arrival of her cousin's family and promptly rose to greet them. "Alas, Li Wan, it's already late morning, nearly noon, and yet you still refer to it as the early hours." The words came from Li Xiong's mother, Li Wanqing's aunt. "Indeed, you all live so casually, lacking any sense of time," a woman remarked with a hint of disdain. "Zhu Lu, what kind of talk is that? Don't speak so thoughtlessly." The last to arrive, a man with an air of a delicate scholar, was Li Wen's elder brother. "It's quite all right, sister-in-law. You aren't wrong." Li Wen quickly intervened to ease the tension. "This house hasn't changed at all over the years. It's still so small. You have no idea how we live abroad. Each family has their own villa with a little yard." Li Wanqing's Aunt Zhu Lu commented disdainfully after exploring the Li residence. Faced with the sharp tongue of his sister-in-law, Li Wen could only manage a forced smile. "Haha, sister-in-law, you have such a way with words. I've aged considerably." Li's mother felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Alas, sister-in-law, I heard that your Wanqing is still unmarried. The child is already so grown up. By the way, whatever happened to that fellow named Qin Ran? Is he still not released?" In an instant, Zhu Lu's tone shifted from amiable to sharp. "Zhu Lu, perhaps you should refrain from speaking so much. Wanqing is already an adult." "Please mind your words." Lita finally could not hold back and interjected. "Humph. I am merely looking out for your family. They have seen little of the world and are easily deceived. We have experienced much and can offer them some insight. Wouldn't you agree, sister-in-law?" Zhu Lu looked quite aggrieved. Yes, elder brother, let us not quarrel." Li's mother, a woman of understanding, did not wish to tear their relationship apart over trivial matters, especially since they did not meet often. Seeing her husband sway away, Zhu Lu shot him a glare and fell silent. Before long, there was a knock at the door. Upon hearing it, Li's father thought it must be Qin Ran and quickly rose to answer. "Shao Qin, you finally arrived. Let me tell you, early this morning, numerous jewelry companies called, asking for you to act as a consultant," Li's father exclaimed upon seeing Qin Ran. Qin Ran was momentarily taken aback. He could tell that Li's father was not his usual self today. Before Qin Ran could respond, a voice rang out from within the room. "Who is it? Has that useless son-in-law of yours finally shown up?" The speaker was none other than Zhu Lu. "I say, Wanqing, you must not let this fellow waste your time. Just look at the time. He probably just woke up." Zhu Lu's irritation with Qin Ran was palpable. "Ah, that young Qin must have been quite exhausted yesterday. Hence he slept in a bit." Li's father interjected on Qin Ran's behalf. "Humph, Li Wan, you too, at your age, have taken to lying. This useless son-in-law of yours has companies calling him to be a consultant first thing in the morning? Come now, Li Wan, you shouldn't embarrass yourself with such blatant fabrications." After reprimanding Qin Ran, Zhu Lu then turned her ire towards Li's father. Even Li Da, who had initially sided with Li's father, found himself swayed by his wife's words. Recognizing the truth in them, Iwan had always harbored unrealistic dreams, often fantasizing about striking it rich overnight through the lottery. Indeed, second brother, you cannot weave such fanciful tales. Lita harbored a sense of frustration akin to a love of iron that wishes it were steel. As the saying goes, an elder brother is like a father. In the past, it was precisely because of Li's father's lack of ambition that he fell out of favor with the old lady. leading to his expulsion from the Li family. This incident became a source of humiliation for Li in that moment. Li father found himself at a loss for words. But enough of that. Dear sister-in-law, please take to heart what I mentioned earlier. When Zhu uttered these words, she took a moment to scrutinize Qin Ran, who, as the rumors suggested, possessed neither charm nor refinement. By the way, brother-in-law, what are you currently doing for work? Li Xiong observed Qin Ran's nonchalant demeanor that I haven't found a job yet. I generally just take care of my daughter. Qin Ran attempted to phrase his response delicately. Still unemployed. So, you're essentially idle at home. Does that not make you a kept man? Living off watching. Li Xiong's expression was exaggeratedly amused. No. Qin Ran clarified. I occasionally assist in resolving some matters at the company. Li Wanqing could no longer contain herself. She recognized that her cousin's family was deliberately seeking trouble. Were it not for her parents' reputation, she might have already confronted them. This simply won't do. Brother-in-law, a man must have his own career. Speaking of which, brother-in-law, why not join my company? I've heard our cleaning department is in need of staff, and you could earn a decent sum each month. Li Xiong intentionally mocked. Chapter 58. One day of work a year. Happy New Year, dear siblings. Xiong you are exceedingly kind to your brother-in-law. Zhu couldn't help but chuckled. We are all family here. If we can assist, we shall. Li Xiong appeared somewhat swollen with pride. It's not too bad. Really, it's not primarily about the salary. What matters more to me is freedom. I only need to be at the office 3 days a week. And I can still earn around 100 to 80,000 a month, he said, feigning an air of normalcy. 100 to 80,000, and you only work 3 days a week. Xiong your position must be exceptional. Li father could not help but interject. Just then, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Who could it be? Li father, having just been reprimanded, was in less than high spirits. Mr. Li. It's me, Shao. The one who called you this morning. A melodious female voice resonated. Instantly, Li father recognized her and hurriedly opened the door. Mr. Li, it appears that I may not have conveyed everything clearly over the phone this morning. My boss specifically requested that I make another visit. Dressed in professional attire and sporting gold-rimmed glasses, the young woman held a folder in her arms. This must be Mr. Qin, I presume, upon entering. Shao immediately spotted Qin Ran and promptly extended her hand. Qin Ran, somewhat bewildered, still shook her hand. Mr. Qin, I've finally located you. I'm here to invite you to be a consultant for our company. Shao exclaimed with palpable excitement. A consultant? Qin Ran was perplexed. Indeed. Our boss wishes to hire you as a consultant for Yafa jewelry, Shao stated earnestly. A consultant? But I'm quite busy usually. I fear I won't have the time. Qin Ran was intentionally feigning disinterest, as he was not inclined towards work in the first place. No worries, Mr. Qin. Our boss has stated that you only need to work 1 day a year. Furthermore, we'll offer you a monthly salary of 1 million. Shao observed that Qin Ran appeared disinterested in the consultant position, prompting her to exclaim, What? Only 1 day of work a year, a monthly salary of 1 million. After hearing Shao's words, Li Xiong was rendered speechless. Indeed, Mr. Qin only needs to appraise a batch of paintings and calligraphy for us at the end of each year, Shao asserted with great confidence. Prior to their arrival, they had inquired about Qin Ran, discovering that he was in high demand in the market, with some companies reportedly offering salaries in the tens of millions. Well then, Shao Qin, why not consider their offer? Li Fu, standing nearby, was already intrigued. Qin Ran felt somewhat overwhelmed, as he was well aware that he lacked financial concerns and had no interest in employment. Very well, Mr. Qin, here is my business card. You may call me any time once you've made your decision. Although Shao felt a pang of disappointment upon hearing Qin Ran's need for further consideration, she still mustered a forced smile as she handed him her card. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Particularly Li Xiong, who had previously suggested arranging a cleaning job for Qin Ran, now wearing a gloomy expression. Zhu, who had been mocking Qin Ran earlier, was also taken aback for a while. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Li Mu interjected, Time flies, it's already noon. Shall we go out for lunch? It would be a perfect opportunity to welcome Big Brother's family. Indeed, I am quite hungry as well. Let us dine out. Li Fu echoed, feeling the peculiar tension in the air. This moment, both Li Xiong and his mother began to suspect that Qin Ran had orchestrated the entire scene, considering his unkempt appearance. It was hard to believe any employer would pay such a high price to hire him. The mother and son shared a silent understanding, both arriving at the same conclusion, and soon they returned to their usual demeanor. As the group approached the restaurant entrance, a server blocked their way. asking, "Excuse me, do you have a reservation?" "Reservation? I don't think so," Qin Ran replied, surprised that dining out would require a reservation. "I'm sorry, but we are fully booked today." The server's demeanor changed abruptly upon realizing there was no reservation. Qin Ran was taken aback, as he had specifically chosen a restaurant under Huzi's management, intending to help Huzi with some business. "Li Wan, didn't you say everything was arranged?" Li Da, momentarily stunned, was at a loss, not expecting that despite the arrangements, there would be no available seating. Li Fu found himself at a loss for words. Knowing he could not blame Qin Ran, just as Qin Ran was about to pull out his phone to call Huzi, a well-dressed young man in a black suit with slick-back hair approached, exclaiming, "Mr. Li, what a surprise to see you here." "And you are?" Li Fu asked first. "Yes, Wan Qing, since you know each other, let us all dine together. I'm absolutely famished," Zhu Lu chimed in eagerly. "Well, we can't fault young Master Qin. After all, securing a reservation at this restaurant isn't merely about wealth. It requires connections." Zhang Hua mocked Qin Ran while flaunting his own connections. Seated in a corner, Qin Ran listened to the extravagant praises of the suitor chosen by his woman, unable to suppress a shake of his head. "Auntie, please refrain from making unfounded statements." Li Wanqing cast a glance at Qin Ran, who sat beside her, and noted his silence, leading her to believe that he was upset. After all, she had not disclosed her grandmother's arrangements for a matchmaking appointment to Qin Ran, deeming it unnecessary, especially since they had recently been at odds. Meanwhile, Li's parents wore expressions of awkwardness. Had it been just a few days prior, Li's father might have ridiculed Qin Ran alongside Zhu Lu, but after witnessing Qin Ran's prowess, he had come to regard him quite favorably. As the conversation flowed, a server presented a uniquely shaped and exquisitely plated fish. "This fish is exceptionally beautiful," Li's mother exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. Zhu Lu quickly seized her chopsticks to sample a piece of fish. "Wow, this is incredibly delicious," she exclaimed. However, just as the others prepared to dig in, the door of the private room swung open abruptly. "Excuse me, sir, this fish belongs to the adjacent room," the server said, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. That it was known that this dish had been specially ordered by the owner, but due to a misreading of the room number, it had been delivered incorrectly. "What? This fish isn't ours," Li's mother expressed her surprise, having just tasted a piece herself. "Indeed, you did not order this dish," the server confirmed after checking the menu. "This fish was specially ordered for the room next door," he explained. "Come on, it's just a fish. It can't be that serious," Zhu Lu reassured Do. "Is there an issue?" Qin Ran asked nonchalantly after finishing a plate of meat. Before long, the manager from earlier entered, observing that the group had consumed most of the fish. "Alas, you cannot eat this fish. It is a dish prepared for our esteemed guests. Specially ordered. There is no time to prepare another." The manager felt on the verge of tears, well aware of the temper of the owner. "Huzi, is it really that serious?" "It's just a fish," Zhang Hua remarked. Bewildered by the fuss. Li mother intentionally chimed in, not grasping the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, Qin Ran, seated in the corner, remained uninterested, focusing on his own meal. Suddenly, the door to the private room swung open with a loud clang. "Who ate my fish?" The person entering was none other than Huzi, the owner of the restaurant. Chapter 60. An unyielding confrontation. Zhang Hua, with his slight frame, was thrown to the ground, crying out in pain. "Someone, teach these individuals a lesson. They must not be allowed to eat my fish for free." Huzi was not yet satisfied. Hearing Huzi's threat, the Li family began to tremble, their concern mounting. They never anticipated that a mere fish could incite such chaos. "Who are you going to teach a lesson to?" Suddenly, a voice emerged from the corner. Qin Ran, who had been quietly eating, wiped the corner of his mouth with a napkin and stood up. Although Li Wanqing had seen Huzi a few times before, each encounter had been abrupt, and she had not paid much attention to his appearance. Thus, she failed to recognize him at that moment. Seeing Qin Ran rise, she worried that he was courting danger. Huzi, who had been prepared to leave, turned at the sound of defiance. "Qin, Master Qin, what brings you here?" Before them stood the previously arrogant man, now reduced to a trembling figure akin to a mouse confronted by a cat, desperately calling out to Qin Ran. "Master Qin?" Li Xiong and his mother exchanged astonished glances, their faces awash with disbelief. It was clear that this burly man appeared to be the proprietor of the establishment, and the realization cast a shadow of despair over the pair, recalling their earlier derision towards Qin Ran. "This fish, I've consumed it. Is there a problem?" Qin Ran nonchalantly picked at his teeth with a toothpick as he ambled toward Huzi. Master Qin, you jest. If you enjoy it, I shall deliver it to you daily. Huzi's countenance darkened, utterly taken aback by Qin Ran's frequent, unannounced visits to his restaurant. He realized that should he ever let his guard down, he might find himself in dire straits without even knowing how it transpired. These are my wife's relatives, and you frightened them earlier. You may handle the situation as you see fit, Qin Ran stated, unperturbed. Upon hearing him mention wife, Li Wanqing felt an inexplicable warmth bloom in her heart. Someone, bring the membership card. Huzi, quick to comprehend Qin Ran's intent, called out. Auntie, uncle, my sincerest apologies. Here is our restaurant's membership card. With this card, you may dine at your leisure. Huzi was indeed making a substantial gesture. The nearby staff and manager gawked in disbelief. These cards were rarely, if ever, given away. This was a first. As they regarded Qin Ran, they silently rejoiced for not having offended him previously. Thank you. Thank you. Li Fu and Li Mu quickly accepted the card, their faces beaming with joy as Qin Ran had finally granted them a moment of relief. Master Qin, shall I arrange for a larger private room? This one is rather cramped, Huzi remarked, noticing the tight quarters. Qin Ran, having already satiated his appetite, glanced at Li Fu and Li Mu. That would be fine. Li Fu readily consented. Excellent. Huzi shot a glare at the manager, who promptly ushered everyone to an expansive private room. Wow, this room, this ambience, it's exquisite, Li Mu exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. Dining here must cost a fortune, Li Fu chimed in. Oh, Annie, uncle, let us not speak of money. It's rather pedestrian. Order whatever you desire. It's on the house. Huzi, keen to impress upon learning that these elderly individuals were Qin Ran's in-laws, was eager to please Do. How could we possibly impose? Li Fu replied, a broad smile illuminating his face. Qin Ran had truly saved face for them this time. Meanwhile, the Li family wore expressions of distress, unable to fathom Qin Ran's remarkable influence. After the meal, Li Wanqing, pressed for time due to pressing matters at work, departed hastily. It soon dawned on her that Huzi, the restaurant owner, was the same man from earlier. The Li family, aware of Qin Ran's formidable presence, remained silent, fearful of incurring his wrath. On the other side, Zhao Yang observed that the month Qin Ran had mentioned was quickly drawing to a close, aside from the Su family, who bore a deep-seated grudge against the Qin family and had prostrated themselves before him. The other noble families felt secure, believing that Qin Ran posed no threat to them. Indeed, he is already en route. You should go greet him. It has been many years since you last saw him. Zhao Huanshui remarked, nodding. Very well. Zhao Yang replied with enthusiasm. To comprehend the extent of his anticipation for this day, one must acknowledge that Zhao Yang has indeed waited far too long. Ever since the last plan failed and he faced reprimand from Qin Ran, he has adhered to a remarkably compliant demeanor. This is partly due to his fear of Qin Ran, and partly because he is genuinely concerned that Qin Ran might, as previously threatened, demand that the Zhao family kneel before him in apology. Uncle, over here, Zhao Yang exclaimed, spotting a robust middle-aged man at the airport exit. Zhao Yang, the man removed his sunglasses, immediately recognizing him. Yes, uncle, Zhao Yang replied with an excited nod. Time flies. It feels like just yesterday when you brought me here. Zhao Long gestured with his hands. Indeed, over the years, Zhao Long has remained in Jiangbei, participating in numerous boxing matches, both above and below ground, missing not a single championship. He has now earned the title of the foremost dragon of Jiangbei. Uncle, you must help me seek vengeance. Zhao Yang feigned vulnerability. That Qin Ran constantly bullies me. He even broke my leg last time. Zhao Yang wildly fabricated lies. How outrageous. Where is your father? Doesn't he care for you? Zhao Long's anger flared upon hearing this. Uncle, let us not bring that up. My father always tells me to avoid provoking Qin Ran, fearing it would bring disaster upon us, Zhao Yang deliberately stated. Uncle, did you know that Qin Ran has the audacity to claim he will make our Zhao family kneel before him in apology? Zhao Yang sought to incite his uncle's wrath. Rascal, does he truly believe our Zhao family is without a defender? Where is that scoundrel now? Zhao Long's eyes narrowed, his fists clenching in anticipation. Chapter 61. A bit of an itch for a fight. Heh, I don't know where he is at the moment. But I do know where his sister is. As long as we have his sister in our grasp, there's no way he won't come. Zhao Yang calculated with narrowed eyes. All right then. Let us capture his sister first and lure him in. I want him to understand just how formidable my fists are. Zhao Long gritted his teeth. Seeing his uncle fired up, Zhao Yang couldn't help but reveal a wicked smile. The caller ID displayed sister. Qin Ran frowned as he answered the call. Hello, is this Qin Xian's brother? A girl's voice came from the other end.its me. What's the matter? Qin Ran inquired. Qin Gu, it's bad. Xianer has been taken away by Zhao Yang again. The voice of Dongya cried out. What? Where are you now? The man, previously drowsy, was instantly wide awake. Dongya succinctly explained the situation over the phone. The two girls had been walking home together as usual when they unexpectedly encountered Zhao Yang, whom they had not seen in a long time. After the previous two encounters, Qin Xian had developed a profoundly negative impression of Zhao Yang. Therefore, this time, she said nothing and simply pulled Dongya away, intending to bypass him. However, to their dismay, Zhao Yang had someone detain Qin Xian. In a moment of crisis, Qin Xian threw her phone to Dongya, and Zhao Yang, glancing at Dongya, initially intended to take her as well. Yet, seemingly wary of Dongya's identity, he refrained from doing so. Which way did they go? Qin Ran, having rushed over, noticed Dongya's troubled expression at the school gate. It seems they mentioned heading to some underground boxing venue. I didn't catch the exact location. Dongya shook her head. But how could Dongya possibly ignore Qin Xian? The girl dialed a number, stating, help me reach someone. If necessary, they may need to intervene. Though the girl appeared to be merely in her teenage years, when it came to addressing matters, she spoke with the gravitas of an adult. In Jiaqing, the underground entertainment complex of Longyuan. The three prominent families each held distinct interests. The Su family had long been engaged in industry, the Sun family specialized in high technology and real estate, while the Zhao family was immersed in the entertainment sector, with this underground establishment belonging to them. The boxing arena within the complex was teeming with a throng of individuals. Zhao Yang, what do you intend to do? The sharp voice belonged to Qin Xian, who, having seen through Zhao Yang's true nature, regarded him with palpable disdain. Ha, Qin Xian, do you still fancy yourself the esteemed young lady of the Qin family? It is a privilege for our brother Yang to take notice of you. Do not overstep your bounds. Before Zhao Yang could utter a word, one of his lackeys eagerly interjected. Zhao Yang, pleased by the remark, nodded in agreement. Zhao Yang, if you continue this way, my brother will surely not let you off lightly. The girl, bound tightly, cried out in desperation. Ha, your brother. Do you genuinely believe he can compel all the families in Jiangqing to kneel before him and apologize, aside from dispatching the utterly useless Su family? Do you think he dares to provoke our Zhao family? The mention of Qin Ran ignited Zhao Yang's fury, as he recalled the humiliation he had suffered at Qin Ran's hands on several occasions. You all. Qin Xian observed Zhao Yang's unperturbed demeanor. What are you stammering about? Depang. Shut her up, and once I've dealt with her brother, I'll attend to this wench. Zhao Yang revealed a cunning smile. His animosity towards the Qin siblings ran deep, and today he intended to eliminate Qin Ran once and for all. Uncle, check the time. Qin Ran should be on his way here now. Zhao Yang's arrogance stemmed from his reliance on his uncle. It was well known that Zhao Long was as fierce as his namesake, resembling a dragon in wrath. Do not worry, I shall beat that Qin Ran into a pulp, rendering him incapable of self-care. Zhao Long declared, delivering a punch to the sandbag, which burst apart in an instant. Witnessing this, Zhao Yang felt a wave of relief wash over him, realizing that he had been unnecessarily anxious with such a formidable uncle. There was no cause for concern. Once Qin Ran was dealt with, he could enjoy an evening of revelry with his sister. At that moment, dozens of luxury vehicles filled the entrance of the Longyuan entertainment complex, each containing several agile bodyguards. Huzi had just received a call from Qin Ran, instructing him to bring reinforcements to take over Longyuan. Initially taken aback, Huzi understood that this lucrative territory had been his target for some time. But it was under Zhao family's control. Upon receiving Qin Ran's directive to seize Longyuan, Huzi immediately grasped the implications, so he wasted no time gathering his strongest men. Master Qin, everything is prepared. Huzi informed Qin Ran as he hurriedly approached. They are waiting outside. Qin Ran surveyed the expansive parking lot filled with Huzi's men. Are you, Master Qin, planning to enter alone? Huzi inquired, a look of confusion on his face, while he was aware of Qin Ran's formidable prowess. Able to take on several adversaries, the fact that they were on Zhao territory, with the opposition undoubtedly prepared and likely laying traps, gave him pause. What? Do you doubt my capability to handle it alone? Qin Ran's tone was chillingly cold, emanating an aura that caused the surrounding temperature to plummet significantly. Huzi, startled by the sudden chill, instinctively trembled. Qin, I dare not. Huzi hastily denied. Qin Ran uttered no more words. The most pressing matter at hand was to rescue his sister, for every passing minute in there increased her peril. Not far from the parking lot, atop a building, a man with a rather nostalgic appearance fixated his gaze on Qin Ran. "Miss, how could you allow me to associate with such an ordinary individual?" He shook his head in bewilderment. Yang Gu, Qin Ran has arrived." A subordinate of Zhao Yang rushed into the boxing gym in a flurry. "Why are you stuttering? Is Qin Ran really that terrifying?" Zhao Yang, noticing his subordinate's palpable fear, swiftly delivered a kick to him. The kicked subordinate dared not retort. He had been following Zhao Yang previously, only to be thoroughly beaten by Qin Ran time and again. "All right, young heir, let us go and meet him. Just in time, my fists are itching for action." Zhao Long's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing that Qin Ran had finally arrived. No need. I will go directly. Just as everyone was preparing to step outside, the gym's door swung open, revealing a tall man standing at the entrance. "Qin Ran, I thought you lacked the courage to show up. I have eagerly awaited your arrival." Zhao Yang instantly recognized the visitor as Qin Ran. "Where is my sister?" Qin Ran's purpose for coming was abundantly clear. Chapter 62. Unaware of impending doom. "Huh? Are you still fretting over your sister? I suggest you worry about your own predicament instead." Zhao Yang mocked. Qin Ran was somewhat taken aback by Zhao Yang's brazen taunts, recalling that in their previous encounters, Zhao Yang had suffered considerably at his hands. Today, however, Zhao Yang appeared audaciously arrogant in his presence. No sooner had Zhao Yang's words left his lips than a figure emerged from behind him. A man, muscular and adorned with various scars, donned boxing gloves on his hands. "This is my uncle, Zhao Long, the boxing champion of Jiangbei. Countless have perished by his fists." Zhao Yang, observing Qin Ran's momentary astonishment, felt a surge of satisfaction within. "How about it? Are you frightened?" Zhao Yang crossed his arms, reveling in his triumph. "Once more, I ask, where is my sister?" Qin Ran's tone grew even colder. Zhao Yang and Zhao Long were taken aback by Qin Ran's apparent disregard for them. "Humph, ungrateful fool." Zhao Long, experiencing disdain for the first time, charged at Qin Ran. The man roared, gathering force for a punch aimed mercilessly at Qin Ran's vital point. Qin Ran glanced at Zhao Long's fist, his expression impassive, and sidestepped with ease. Zhao Long missed entirely. Die. This time, Qin Ran did not evade. Instead, he retaliated with a punch of his own. The two fists collided, producing a dull thud. Zhao Yang initially felt exhilarated, but the next moment, his expression turned ashen. Qin Ran's fist shattered Zhao Long's boxing glove, connecting directly with his true fist. It is worth noting that boxers like Zhao Long primarily relied on the strength of their gloves. Their actual fists were not particularly formidable. Crack. The sound of a bone fracturing echoed. Ow! Zhao Long grimaced in agony, shaking his hand in distress. Qin Ran had literally smashed his bone with that strike. "Uncle!" Zhao Yang cried out urgently. Qin Ran had no desire to squander time with the two individuals before him. He unleashed another punch, sending Zhao Long crashing to the ground, utterly motionless. "Qin Ran, don't come any closer. I swear I'll tell you where your sister is. Please, don't hit me." Zhao Yang, witnessing his uncle, the king of boxing from Jiangbei, being effortlessly subdued by Qin Ran, wore an expression of utter bewilderment. "You have no opportunity remaining." Qin Ran remained expressionless as he advanced towards Zhao Yang. "Someone, stop him!" Zhao Yang cried out in desperation. At that moment, the henchmen of the Zhao family rushed towards Zhao Yang, attempting to shield him. Yet, these men were no match for Qin Ran. They fell swiftly to the ground or fled in panic. Realizing that his men were no match for Qin Ran, Zhao Yang immediately capitulated, hoping to be spared as before. "I beg you, just tell me, and I promise never to target you and your sister again." Zhao Yang, gazing at the man exuding an aura of lethal intent, felt his legs weaken and uncontrollably sank to his knees. Qin Ran said nothing, methodically closing the distance to Zhao Yang. "Charge at him." As Zhao Yang observed Qin Ran nearing, realizing that his attempt at submission was futile, he abruptly rose, seized a nearby lackey, thrust him towards Qin Ran, and then turned to flee. Qin Ran, taken aback by Zhao Yang's remarkable agility, initially considered pursuit but decided against it, as his priority was to locate his sister, bring the others in. Qin Ran instructed, dialing a number, outside the entertainment club. Huzi received Qin Ran's message and bellowed, "Brothers, tonight, we seize Long Yabei." His voice echoed loudly, audible throughout the parking lot. Moments later, led by Huzi, a group surged into the entertainment establishment. Qin Ran, however, had little interest in the club itself. He was preoccupied with searching for his sister. Just as he was at a loss, a gust of wind swept past him. Such intense murderous intent at such a young age. The newcomer was the man who had stealthily followed Qin Ran from the rooftop outside the parking lot. "Who are you?" Qin Ran inquired. Surprised by the man's ancient-style attire, "Do not worry. I am not affiliated with the Zhao family," the man reassured, having noticed Qin Ran's wariness. "Come with me. I know where the person you seek is." The man, having discerned Qin Ran's intentions, gestured towards a nearby building. Qin Ran hesitated momentarily. Although uncertain of the man's identity, the prospect of locating his sister compelled him to follow. Soon, they arrived at a storage room. "She is inside," the ancient-dressed man stated before departing. Although Qin Ran was intrigued by the man's identity, rescuing his sister took precedence. Indeed, Qin Ran forcefully broke open the locked storage room, discovering a girl bound at the far end. "Xin, Qin Ran called out anxiously. "Woo-woo." Qin Xin, her mouth gagged, recognized her brother's voice and struggled against her restraints as Qin Ran beheld the girl tightly bound. His gaze hardened considerably. The man stepped forward, hastily untying the girl and removing the cloth from her mouth. "Brother, woo-woo." The freed Qin Xin immediately enveloped Qin Ran in a weeping embrace. Noticing the girl's tattered clothing, the man quickly grasped her arm and rolled up her sleeve. Numerous red marks came into Qin Ran's view. "Woo-woo, brother." Xin is so scared. Upon gazing at her own scars, the girl wept inconsolably. It became evident that Zhao Yang, having observed Qin Ran's absence, surmised that his previous measures had not been sufficiently severe. Consequently, he resolved to compel Qin Xin to personally call Qin Ran for assistance. However, the girl remained uncooperative. Infuriated, Zhao Yang commanded his subordinates to strike her mercilessly with a whip. Yet, the girl remained steadfast, which accounted for the bloodstains adorning her arms. "Master Qin, we have successfully taken over the entertainment complex." At that moment, a dust-covered Huzi rushed into the Zhao residence. Qin Ran declared, his eyes ablaze with fury. His tone chillingly severe. Huzi, having noticed the girl in Qin Ran's arms, his sister, felt a pang of dread upon seeing her numerous wounds. "Yang Lan," Qin Ran bellowed. Moments later, a figure emerged from the shadows. It had been ages since anyone had witnessed Qin Ran so enraged. She hastily knelt. "Master, how may I serve you?" Yang Lan dared not delay. Qin Ran's voice was heavy with intent. "Understood." Yang Lan promptly took the unconscious girl from the formidable man's grasp. Meanwhile, Huzi found himself so intimidated that he could neither speak nor lift his head. "Tonight, we shall eradicate the Zhao family." After entrusting his sister to Yang Lan, Qin Ran strode away with purpose. Leaving those words in his wake, Huzi's pupils dilated in shock. His heart quaking. It was well known that among the three great families of Jiangqing, the Zhao family was the most firmly established. Huzi could scarcely believe what Qin Ran had just proclaimed. However, unbeknownst to Huzi, these families meant little to Qin Ran in the Zhao family's grand hall. Zhao Huanshui had learned of his son's collusion with his uncle to capture Qin Ran's sister. Though the matter had not passed through his hands. "What's the update?" Zhao Huanshui fidgeted with anxiety. "Master, it's terrible. Our Lanya Bay entertainment complex has been seized." The informant was none other than someone who had just fled from the complex. Chapter 63. Young Master Qin. We were in the wrong. What? Zhao Yang and Zhao Long were supposed to be there. How could it be taken? Zhao Huanshui's initial reaction to the news was disbelief. Yet, before the messenger could elaborate, Zhao Yang came rushing in. "Father, that Qin Ran. He is ungrateful. He killed my uncle and now seeks to kill me." Zhao Yang sprinted in a panic, fearing capture by Qin Ran. Knowing full well the vengeance he would exact upon discovering his sister's plight. "Your uncle has been slain by Qin Ran." Upon hearing this, Zhao Huanshui rose, gazing incredulously at his dirt-streaked son. "Indeed, my uncle was killed by Qin Ran." Though Zhao Yang was reluctant to accept this grim reality. "Quick, go to Jiang Bay and summon the old family head." Zhao Huanshui suddenly sensed the gravity of the situation and hastily instructed his servants. It turned out that Zhao Huanshui was merely the acting head of the family. The true patriarch, Zhao Yang's grandfather, was currently in Jiang Bay. The servants wasted no time and rushed out. Thud. "Young Master Zhao, I see you were hiding at home." The newcomer was none other than Qin Ran. "Qin Ran, how dare you intrude upon the Zhao residence?" Although Zhao Huanshui was gripped by panic, he feigned anger. "Master of the Zhao family, I have come today to discipline your son and to fulfill the promise I made regarding a month's time." Qin Ran cast a glance at the multitude gathered in the hall. "Outrageous. How could the Zhao family be so audacious as to challenge someone of your insignificance? Before Zhao Huanshui could utter a word, a robust subordinate beside him bellowed at Qin Ran, "Enough of your nonsense. Today, you shall all kneel before me, bow your heads, and apologize." Qin Ran's tone was heavy, his murderous intent stemming from witnessing the mistreatment of his sister. Charge, though Zhao Huanshui had heard tales of Qin Ran's prowess. The entirety of the hall was filled with Zhao family's henchmen. He felt no fear of a mere Qin Ran. Gradually, the enforcers of the Zhao family surrounded Qin Ran. Attack. Zhao Yang pondered that it was only due to the earlier one-on-one confrontations that Qin Ran had appeared formidable. With a multitude now against him, he surely could not withstand. However, mere seconds later, the faces of Zhao father and son turned ashen. The ground was strewn with their kin, while Qin Ran stood unscathed. How is this possible? Zhao Yang's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief, finding the scene utterly implausible. A pack of useless fools. Zhao Huanshui's father had once shared a passion for boxing akin to Zhao Long's. In truth, Zhao Huanshui's talent surpassed that of Zhao Long. Yet in service to the family's advancement, he had forsaken boxing. Unbuttoning his shirt, Zhao Huanshui revealed his muscular physique. "Father, be cautious. Qin Ran's fists are formidable." Zhao Yang, having witnessed his uncle's foresight, swiftly warned him. "Qin Ran, our Zhao family bears you no grudge. Why this hostility?" Zhao Huanshui harbored little animosity towards Qin Ran. "Ask your son, and you shall know." Qin Ran, disinterested in further discourse, swung his fist. Having not fought in ages, Zhao Huanshui's physical capabilities had significantly diminished, rendering him less than a fraction of Zhao Long's prowess. In a single blow, Qin Ran sent Zhao Huanshui crashing to the ground. "Father!" Zhao Yang, witnessing his father fell by a single punch, felt a surge of panic. Do you not wish to know why I target your Zhao family? Qin Ran loomed closer, his eyes bloodshot. "Your son has repeatedly harassed my sister. I have spared him before, but this time, he has gone too far. You will all pay the price." Qin Ran's gaze bore into Zhao Yang as he approached, and effortlessly lifted him, as if he were but livestock. "Please, don't kill me." Zhao Yang shrieked in desperation, fully aware of Qin Ran's might. "Father, save me, save me." Flailing helplessly in Qin Ran's grip, Zhao Yang resembled a thrashing turtle. "Die," Qin Ran declared ominously. Without hesitation, he forcefully hurled Zhao Yang to the ground. The once struggling Zhao Yang lay motionless in an instant. Zhao Huanshui's pupils dilated, utterly shocked that Qin Ran had killed his son before his very eyes. Yet, before he could succumb to grief, Qin Ran's gaze shifted toward him. As he met the depthless eyes of Qin Ran, Zhao Huanshui trembled involuntarily, gripped by a primal fear. "Spare me, Master Qin, spare me." This time, Zhao Huanshui dared not act recklessly and immediately knelt in supplication. In the Zhao family hall, upon witnessing their leader kneeling, the rest of the Zhao family members had no choice but to follow suit, and the sounds of kneeling echoed throughout the room. "Kneeling in apology? Did I not articulate my thoughts clearly enough?" Qin Ran's frigid tone rendered the crowd hesitant to delay. "Young Master Qin, I am profoundly sorry. Young Master Qin, we were in the wrong." Thus, the Zhao family was enveloped in a cacophony of bowing and apologies. Overnight, all the enterprises under the Zhao family's control were seized one after another by Huzai. In the office of the president of Li Real Estate. The woman seated in her chair, newspaper in hand, gazed at Qin Ran in astonishment. "Did you orchestrate the Zhao family's downfall? They harmed my sister, and serendipitously, the Zhao family has long-standing grievances with Huzai, who took the opportunity to assist me in avenging my sister." Qin Ran wore an expression of innocent charm. "Then Huzai has completely antagonized the Zhao family for your sake." After hearing the man's explanation, Li Wanqing felt a lingering sense of unease. She was acutely aware that the Zhao family was the most entrenched aristocracy in Jiangqing. How could a mere Huzai accomplish such a monumental feat? "Perhaps, my dear, you did not summon me this early merely to interrogate me," Qin Ran responded nonchalantly. "Qin Ran, I have expressly stated, do not refer to me as my dear in public." Li Wanqing was exasperated. Although her attitude towards Qin Ran had shifted slightly following numerous events, it had not reached an excessively affectionate level. "Very well, my dear, I shall remember," Qin Ran replied with a playful smile full of affection. Chapter 64. Drawing my blood for tests. Li Wanqing perceived Qin Ran's deliberate provocations and chose to divert the conversation. "By the way, I called you here to invite you to accompany me to the evening gala with the Tianbei group. Our project is progressing splendidly, and I wish to celebrate." Initially, Li Wanqing had reservations about Qin Ran attending. yet she recognized that her ability to secure this project was closely linked to him. Qin ran. Can you not be serious for once? Although you are acquainted with many influential individuals, you cannot rely on them every time. They may assist you once or twice, but they cannot support you for a lifetime. Li Wanqing's frustration grew as she observed Qin Ran's nonchalant demeanor. This time, I intend to take this opportunity for you to meet more people. Providing you with additional opportunities for whatever career you choose in the future, is that not beneficial? Li Wanqing implored earnestly. Qin Ran was taken aback by the concern emanating from the woman who often appeared indifferent, and at times even disdainful, towards him, yet she was considering his future so thoroughly. All right, I understand that I shall pick you up this evening. Qin Ran refrained from jesting this time and responded sincerely. The woman was surprised by Qin Ran's prompt acquiescence. As she watched him depart, Li Wanqing felt a twinge of embarrassment, thinking she might have been too harsh with him, potentially angering him. In truth, upon exiting Li Wanqing's office, Qin Ran felt a wave of relief. The previous night marked the first time in a long while he had engaged in physical activity. He mused to himself that indeed, occasional exercise was beneficial for one's health. Shao Jin, you look exceptionally lovely today. Are you off to a date? As Qin Ran emerged, he encountered Li Wanqing's secretary, Jin Yingying. Although Jin Yingying remained unaware of Qin Ran's true relationship with the president, she was put off by his unrefined appearance and felt no inclination to be amiable. What are you staring at? Jin Yingying exclaimed, noticing Qin Ran's gaze lingering upon her. Qin Ran was taken aback by the secretary's rather fierce temperament. He had merely complimented her, yet she seemed to misconstrue his words as flirtation. Upon exiting Li Wanqing's company, he was astonished to find parked at the entrance the very car he had purchased at the 4S dealership with his daughter. Mr. Qin, you have finally come down. We've been waiting for you for quite some time. The speaker was the manager of the 4S dealership, the very one who had nearly offended Qin Ran during his last visit. Is this the vehicle I requested? Qin Ran inquired, perplexed. Indeed, Mr. Qin, this is the one you selected last time. We have not only significantly enhanced its performance, but also revamped its exterior, making it even more appealing to your daughter. The manager chattered enthusiastically. He understood that affluent individuals like Qin Ran often chose such vehicles primarily for their children, and indeed, as the manager had surmised, it was Qin Xian's fondness for the car's cuteness that had influenced the decision. Very well, Qin Ran remarked, somewhat amused yet bemused by the car's pastel exterior and bunny-like shape. Nevertheless, the thought of his daughter's delight made it easier for him to accept. Mr. Qin, here is my business card. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to reach out to me. I am available 24/7. The manager made sure to hand Qin Ran a card before departing, just as Qin Ran was preparing to test drive the uniquely designed vehicle. His phone rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, he paused momentarily. What is it? Qin Ran asked brusquely, knowing that Yang Lan seldom called, as she typically reported matters in person. Wang, we've encountered a bit of trouble. Yang Lan hesitated on the other end. Where are you? Qin Ran did not directly inquire about the trouble, but rather where they were, understanding that if even Yang Lan could not resolve the issue, it must be quite serious. Without a moment's delay, he started the car, which turned out to be surprisingly comfortable to drive, featuring two modes, a standard mode and a hidden mode. Jiangqing First Hospital. Qin Ran swiftly made his way to the hospital, where he was met at the entrance by a woman wearing an expression of concern. Wang, your sister has been diagnosed with leukemia and requires an immediate bone marrow transplant. Yang Lan reported candidly. She had also been stunned for a considerable time upon receiving the news from the doctor. Let us proceed with my blood test right away. Qin Ran declared without a hint of hesitation. But Wang. Yang Lan knew from the doctor that leukemia typically necessitated a bone marrow transplant, with a suitable donor usually being a relative. However, both she and Qin Ran were acutely aware that his health had long been compromised. Casting doubt on the feasibility of this solution, what are you still standing there for? Hurry and make arrangements. Qin Ran, ever the man of urgency, was even more anxious upon hearing of his sister's grave condition. Understood, Yang Lan replied, refraining from further comment and complying. Brother, you've come. As Qin Ran entered his sister's hospital room, he noticed that the girl appeared even more pallid than before. Her hand was wrapped in multiple layers of bandages, and 4 drip hung beside her, and various medical apparatus surrounded her. Is there anything you would like to eat? Xianer, I'll go and get it for you, Qin Ran offered, ever gentle in the presence of family. Brother, I wish I could stay with you forever, the girl replied. Qin Xan spoke, a solitary tear trailing from the corners of her eyes. The girl was acutely aware of her own physical condition. especially given the severity of her recent superficial injuries, which prompted the doctor to arrange a comprehensive examination, ultimately revealing her leukemia. I will always be by your side, Qin Ran declared, extending his roughened hands, markedly coarse compared to those of ordinary individuals, to gently wipe away the traces of tears from the girl's face. Oh dear, crying so early in the morning. What bad luck. A harsh voice interrupted this brother-sister moment. Qin Ran, momentarily disoriented, turned to see another patient lying in the adjacent bed. Humph, what are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll have the doctor throw you out. A woman, adorned in a patient gown, yet exuding an air of affluence, shot Qin Ran a disdainful glance. Just so happens, I am preparing to transfer to a luxury ward. Upon entering, Qin Ran had noticed the presence of another occupant in this room, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. But Yang Lan had already explained that the hospital was in the process of cleaning the luxury ward, which would delay the transfer. Huh? Just look at you, in your pitiful state, thinking you can move to a luxury ward. Have you even glanced in a mirror? The woman couldn't help but mock him. Furthermore, do you think money alone grants you access to a luxury ward? I have been waiting for almost a month for mine. Just received word the other day that I could finally switch out. You've only just arrived, so don't get your hopes up, she boasted. Qin Ran chose not to engage further with her. Moments later, the door to the ward swung open. Leading the way was Yang Lan, followed by a cadre of individuals clad in white coats. Mr. Qin, my apologies. A luxury ward has just become available, and I will arrange for your sister to be transferred immediately. The speaker was none other than the hospital director, Lu Jiaming. Qin Ran remained silent, merely nodding in acquiescence. He had intended to discuss matters further with the director, wondering why the transfer was taking so long. Hey, Director Lu, are you mistaken? I should be the one changing wards. The woman beside him had overheard Lu Jiangming's announcement with clarity. Chapter 65. Lending a hand. Director Lu Jiangming finally recognized that another significant figure resided in the room. Ah, Madam Bai, there is no mistake. Your luxury ward is still being cleaned, and as soon as it is ready, we will arrange for your transfer. Lu Jiangming explained with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Cleaned? Does your hospital lack for cleaning staff? Has it truly taken a month to clean a single ward? The woman, Bai Zhenjin, was no fool. She sensed Lu Jiangming's unease and the underlying tension regarding Qin Ran. Alas, Madam Bai, I assure you my words are entirely truthful. Although Lu Jiangming recognized that this woman was formidable, he was acutely aware that provoking Qin Ran was far more perilous. All right, Lu Jiangming, just you wait. I will call my husband and see what you have to say for yourself. Bai Zhenjin's face flushed with anger as she realized that her earlier derision of Qin Ran had now turned her into the laughingstock. Mr. Qin, let us disregard her. We should prioritize your sister's transfer. Lu Jiangming immediately adopted a sycophantic demeanor towards Qin Ran. Very well, proceed with the arrangements and also take me for a blood test. Qin Ran nodded, realizing that, at this moment, his sister's condition was undoubtedly more critical than the disturbances caused by this woman. What are you still dawdling for? Lend a hand. Upon hearing Qin Ran's directive to arrange things, Lu Jiangming understood the implication all too well. It was evident that if the arrangements were inadequate, he would be held accountable. The doctors accompanying Lu Jiangming were all chief surgeons from various departments of Jiangxing First Hospital, accustomed to performing surgeries rather than being assigned to tasks typically reserved for nurses, such as relocating patients. Nevertheless, none of the doctors dared to voice their concerns, fully aware that even the director had personally intervened. Highlighting the significant background of this patient. Honey, that Lu Jiangming. He transferred my luxurious hospital room to someone else. He even deceived me, claiming my room was not yet cleaned. On the other end, Bai Zhenjin lamented with a quivering voice over the phone. All right, honey, I will wait for you. It seemed that Bai Zhenjin heard something from the other end, as she promptly shifted to a more composed tone. After hanging up, the woman cast a scornful glance at Lu Jiangming and Qin Ran. Director Lu, I am giving you one last chance. My husband is coming to see me soon. If I am not in that luxurious room, it may pose a challenge for you to explain. Bai Zhenjin's tone shifted from assertiveness to one laden with veiled threats. Madam Bai, your luxurious room is indeed still being cleaned. Lu Jiangming finally managed to utter this line after much hesitation. Well, you certainly have some nerve, Director Lu. Bai Zhenjin, evidently incensed, slammed her phone onto the table. Fortunately, Qin Ran had gone to undergo blood tests at that moment. Otherwise, if he had encountered Bai Zhenjin, her ailment might never see resolution. Honey, a little girl was admitted to the bed next to mine last night, and today, early in the morning, Lu Jiangming arranged for her to move into the luxurious room. He must have received quite a few benefits. Bai Jinjin was now venting her frustrations to her husband. Is that so? That shouldn't be the case. We have also offered him ample benefits. Tang Wei retorted, feeling aggrieved that, oh, spare me. It's your old man. He refuses to leverage connections. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had to travel all the way from Jiangbei to Jiangqing for hospitalization. The thought of this only fueled Bai Junjin's anger further. This won't do. I am going to confront Lu Jiangming. He should not dare disregard my father's influence. Tang Wei felt utterly defeated by Bai Junjin's words and was also somewhat irritated. Honey, that's him. That scoundrel stole my luxurious suite. Bai Junjin instantly recognized Qin Ran and shouted out. Fearing he might flee as if catching a thief, oh, brother, I hear you have taken my wife's luxurious hospital room. Tang Wei boldly addressed Qin Ran. I am not aware. It was the hospital's arrangement. Qin Ran replied, uninterested in their altercation, as he strode inside to retrieve his belongings. Young Master Tang, you have arrived. Lu Jiangming, donned in a white coat, was the same individual from before. Humph. If I hadn't come, would my wife have been condemned to a lifetime without a luxurious room? Young Master Tang retorted sharply. Lu Jiangming's previously cheerful demeanor darkened in an instant. Young Master Tang, you jest. Madam's room is indeed still being cleaned. Lu Jiangming braced himself for the confrontation. Well, it seems my words have fallen on deaf ears. Lu Jiangming. Go fetch your hospital director. Tang Wei asserted, his imposing figure towering as he spoke. What about the vice director? Surely he is around. Tang Wei was immensely frustrated. He had never anticipated that, given his identity and status, it would be so troublesome to handle matters at a dilapidated hospital in Jiangqing. Alas, is that not young Master Tang? Just then, a middle-aged man wearing round-framed glasses, who had been conducting inspections, overheard some commotion from Qin Ran's ward and decided to investigate. Who are you? Tang Wei scrutinized the individual before him, unable to recall having met him before. I am the vice president that young Master Tang is seeking. My name is Wang Si. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. Wang Si immediately flattered. Young Master Tang was somewhat taken aback. He had not expected this vice president to recognize him. Thus, he spoke with a grave tone. Since you are the vice president, it is quite fortuitous. My wife has been residing in your hospital for nearly a month now. And I was informed that the luxurious ward would be made available for her once it was cleaned. Today, a new patient was admitted to the adjacent bed, and within half a day, they were transferred to the luxurious ward. I would like to know how your esteemed hospital justifies this. Although Tang Wei appeared somewhat weak, his eloquence was commendable. Furthermore, my wife's stay in your hospital is a favor to you. The vice president should be aware of our standing. It is merely because my wife's family resides in Jiangqing that we chose this place for her confinement. Tang Wei did not forget to hint at his own status. Chapter 66. My sister must be cured. At this moment, Lu Jiangming found himself in a difficult position. He had promised Yang Lan not to disclose Qin Ran's identity. However, Tang Wei was relentless in his demands. What? Unable to articulate a reason, Wang Si was somewhat taken aback, having expected Lu Jiangming to clarify matters, allowing everyone to find a way out. Vice President Wang, I hope you will see through this. Tang Wei seized the opportunity. Wang Si shot a glare at Lu Jiangming, who remained silent, rendering Wang Si powerless to assist him. In that case, Director Lu, please arrange for Ms. Bai to be accommodated in the luxurious ward. Transfer the patient from this morning to the special care unit. Wang Si finally made a decision that it cannot be changed. For the first time, Qin Ran spoke up. Who are you? Wang Si was momentarily stunned. He knew this was a decision he had made. Typically, only the president dared to contradict him so openly. Vice President, this individual is a family member of the patient who was admitted to the luxurious ward this morning. Lu Jiangming quickly introduced Qin Ran to Wang Si, as he had run out of options. I thought you were someone significant, young man. This ward must be vacated, regardless of how much you have spent. Wang Si had firmly resolved this. With the upcoming 4-year promotion cycle approaching and 4 vice presidents competing, it was improbable for him to rank favorably based solely on experience and achievements. However, if he could secure assistance from the Tang family, his ascent to the position of president would be assured. The thought invigorated Wang Si further. Shao Lu, hurry, get them out. This luxurious ward is no place for just anyone. Wang Si observed Qin Ran's lack of reaction, mistakenly believing it was due to fear. However, Lu Jiangming was in a quandary. What else is there to discuss? Lu Jiangming, do you still wish to keep your position? Wang Si reprimanded Lu Jiangming, perplexed by Lu's unusual lack of perception, especially since he had always navigated social situations with ease. How dare he offend the Tang family today? There's no need to rush. We shall depart on our own, Qin Ran declared, his patience waning amidst the chaos. The hospital here could not possibly compare to those in the northern region. In truth, Qin Ran had long intended to take his sister to the northern region, where the medical facilities and resources far surpassed those available in Jiangxing. Humph, at least you seem to have some sense, Bai Zhenjin interjected, sensing Qin Ran's agreement to leave. But do not come to regret it that a glance around the room revealed that, apart from Lu Jiangming, none grasped the weight of Qin Ran's words. What are you pretending for? Do you really think you hold any significance? Tang Wei sneered, perceiving Qin Ran as an easy target. This time, Qin Ran chose silence. Having received a message from Yang Lan regarding the test results, without hesitation, he pushed open the door and hurried away. Ha! This kid is quite the pretender, always boasting. Tang Wei chuckled, shaking his head, and the others joined in laughter. Only Lu Jiangming, witnessing the scene, hung his head, devoid of ambition. He understood that offending Qin Ran would yield dire consequences. Outside the laboratory, a woman with short black hair, clad in a long black leather coat, paced anxiously at the door. How is it? Was there a match? Qin Ran asked, catching his breath. Dr. Wang said the results could only be discussed with the patient's relatives, so I hurried to bring you here. Yang Lan replied, her hands empty, clearly indicating that she did not possess the results. Qin Ran comprehended this protocol and entered the doctor's office with measured steps. Doctor, what's the outcome? Was there a match? He inquired urgently upon entering. Mr. Qin, please remain calm. I called you here to discuss this matter. The middle-aged doctor, clad in a white coat and square-framed glasses, reassured him. The results are in, but the compatibility is not very high. It is not the optimal choice and may not even meet the requirements for a half match. The doctor handed Qin Ran a test report and proceeded to explain some medical terminology. In essence, it meant that he was not the best matching source and would need to search again. Qin Ran glanced at the report. This outcome did not particularly surprise him, as he had mentally prepared for it. Given that his physical condition was already extraordinary, it was not unexpected that the bone marrow would not match. Yes, according to our requirements for bone marrow transplantation, the ideal match should achieve full compatibility. Typically, parents and siblings can meet this criterion. Could you perhaps provide details of other relatives for us to consider? The doctor patiently elucidated. Qin Ran was certainly willing to assist, but both he and his sister's parents had already passed away, leaving Qin Xin with only her brother as her blood relative. Moreover, the patient's condition had begun to deteriorate, and further delays were unacceptable. The doctor gently reminded Qin Ran of this urgency. Understood. Thank you. Qin Ran replied, resolute in his understanding. Qin Ran recognized that this doctor was relatively sincere, so he did not press him further. As Qin Ran exited the office, he found himself in a somewhat distracted state. Wang, what happened? What did the doctor say? Yang Lan anxiously inquired at the door. Immediately notify Long Yi and arrange for my sister to be transferred to Beijing Hospital. Furthermore, inform the Divine Physician Hall at Beijing that they must ensure my sister's recovery. Otherwise, let them bear the consequences. Qin Ran had been preoccupied with thoughts, aware that finding a suitable bone marrow match was akin to a Herculean task. The best course of action at present was to have the practitioners at the Divine Physician Hall employ alternative methods to stabilize his sister's condition. As the name suggests, the Divine Physician Hall was home to esteemed healers from various realms. Thus Qin Ran held on to a glimmer of hope for assistance. Understood. Yang Lan promptly accepted the order. It turned out that he had made significant progress during his recent endeavors in the northern region, having passed the assessment for Beijing Hospital and soon transitioning to a position as deputy director there. It is worth noting that the perks associated with the deputy director of Beijing Hospital far surpassed those of being the director at Jiangxing Hospital, and the prestige of the title was equally commendable. Hence, this represented a form of promotion. Naturally, if Qin Shixing were to depart, Jiangxing Hospital would need to select a new director, and the gathering today was convened for that very purpose. Our hospital's quadrennial promotion evaluation is about to commence, and I have decided to select one of you four to assume my position, as I will soon be transitioning to Beijing Hospital. Qin Shixing succinctly explained the rationale behind summoning everyone. Director, this is splendid news. You are heading to Beijing, exclaimed one of the white-haired deputy directors, extending his congratulations to Qin Shixing. Indeed, Director, you have been promoted again, Wang Si chimed in, flattering the director. Enough with the flattery. All four of you are currently deputy directors of our hospital. In the near future, I will assess your conduct and contributions to the hospital for a comprehensive evaluation, Chun Qixing stated with seriousness. The four deputy directors, witnessing the director's stern demeanor, felt a twinge of anxiety. Only Wang Si wore a confident expression, contemplating that fortune favored him today. Having just assisted young Master Tang, he could hope for a few kind words in return. Which would be most advantageous? It is worth noting that the hospital stakeholders included young Master Tang's grandfather, which explained Tang's earlier audacity. Suddenly, chaos erupted. Director, this is bad. Just as the others were murmuring amongst themselves, the office door swung open abruptly, revealing Lu Jiangming. Director Lu? What is the situation? Are you not aware that we are in a meeting? You cannot just barge in without knocking. Wang Si, feeling a bit overzealous, interrupted the director. Yes, Director Lu, what is going on? Li Qixing echoed, equally bewildered, for Lu Jiangming was not typically one to behave so carelessly. He usually approached matters with great discretion. The rooftop. There is an ambulance from Beijing Hospital. Lu Jiangming gasped for breath. Director, I believe it is highly likely that given your expertise and experience, they urgently require your guidance. Though Wang Si was still unclear about the situation, he seized the opportunity to ingratiate himself with the director. After listening to Wang Si's words, Li Qixing felt that there was indeed some truth to them. He decided not to dwell on it any longer and intended to take everyone to have a look. What Shao Wang said might be plausible. Rather than speculate, let us all go and see for ourselves. At this moment, Li Qixing felt a surge of confidence, believing that his abilities had been acknowledged. Report, the rescue team from Beijing Hospital has arrived and is currently on the rooftop, awaiting instructions. A well-equipped man reported to Yang Lan. All right, wait a moment, I will notify Wang. Yang Lan hurriedly pushed open the door to a standard special care room. Wang, Long Yi's people have arrived on the rooftop. They can transport your sister over. Yang Lan reported. Great, let us head up right away. Qin Ran nodded, feeling quite satisfied with Long Yi's efficiency. Brother, where are we going? The girl, having been moved between hospital rooms twice in quick succession, felt a twinge of worry, believing she had been a burden to her brother. To a place where your illness can be cured. Qin Ran, of course, kept the doctor's words from his sister, knowing that such knowledge would do her no good. Brother, can my illness really be cured? The girl's once innocent eyes now held a flicker of doubt. Yes, Qin Ran blurted out without hesitation, fearing his sister might sense something amiss. The girl did not press further, but instead cooperated with Yang Lan in gathering her belongings, preparing to head to the rooftop. Isn't that Shao Ming? Why did he suddenly come to our hospital without notifying me? I would have prepared a warm welcome for you. Li Qixing, adept in dealing with people, naturally had his own ways. Seeing the dean so flattering towards the young man, the vice deans dared not be negligent, especially Wang Si, who hurried over to greet him. Li Qixing had seen Shao Ming in Beijing before. However, after hearing Shao Ming's words, he was puzzled, as it seemed Shao Ming was not there to pick him up at a task. You're not here to escort me? Li Qixing asked directly. Deanly, you must be mistaken. I am not in charge of your promotion matters. I am here to pick up a significant figure, Shao Ming revealed slightly. What? A significant figure? In our hospital? Li Qixing's expression turned incredulous, for as far as he knew. The most notable individual being treated at his hospital was the matron of the Tang family. Indeed, the order was personally issued by the war god Long Yi, Shao Ming confirmed with a nod. Just as Li Qixing and the others were still in a state of bewilderment, several individuals approached from a distance. Isn't that the kid from this morning? How did he get up here? Unauthorized personnel are not allowed. Wang Si, noticing the dean was present, quickly seized the opportunity to show off. With Wang Si's shout, everyone immediately turned their attention to Qin Ran and the others, seeing an opportunity. Wang Si rushed forward, extending his arms to block Qin Ran and the others' path. Unauthorized personnel, keep your distance. Wang Si pretended to be formidable. Its Yang Jiao Xiaoming recognized Yang Lan from afar. Moments later, dozens of black weapons were aimed at Wang Si. What is going on? Don't fire. Wang Si, having never encountered such a scene, was paralyzed with fear, his legs trembling and his voice quaking. The others, including Li Qixing, were also left stunned by the sudden turn of events. Before they could even react, the earlier informant, Shao Ming, knelt on one knee. Yang Jiao, are you all right? Upon witnessing Wang Si charging towards Yang Lan and the others, Shao Ming initially feared an ambush and promptly ordered his capture. It's fine. First, get this little sister aboard the plane. Yang Lan nodded in agreement. The individuals present today were not unfamiliar with Qin Ran. They had merely heard of him and had never seen him in person. Consequently, their reaction upon encountering Qin Ran was rather subdued. yet they displayed profound respect towards Yang Lan. Wang Si was utterly bewildered by the scene. The little girl who was about to be taken to the North District Hospital by helicopter was none other than the one he had just expelled from the luxurious ward earlier that day. "Wang, is there anything else that needs handling?" Yang Lan inquired softly, leaning closer to Qin Ran. A few soldiers, mistaking Qin Ran's approach as an attempt to provoke trouble, ready to intervene. But as he drew near, they were struck by an overwhelming sense of dread, compounded by the apparent familiarity between Qin Ran and Yang Lan, which led them to refrain from obstructing him. Wang Si momentarily found himself at a loss for words. "Enough. If it weren't for Vice Dean Wang insisting I leave, I might have almost forgotten about the North District Hospital," Qin Ran replied nonchalantly. However, every word was etched into Li Qixing's memory. No need for formalities. "Truly, it is my duty." Wang Si, even at that moment, failed to grasp that Qin Ran's words were laced with irony. Chapter 68. Stretching the limbs as Qin Ran passed by Li Qixing and the others. The man deliberately paused. "I hear Director Li is preparing to transfer to the North District Hospital," Qin Ran suddenly inquired, although the crowd was unaware of Qin Ran's true identity. The respect shown by Shao Ming and others indicated that Qin Ran held considerable standing. "I will have Long Yi and the others reconsider this matter," Qin Ran stated abruptly before boarding the aircraft, with Yang Lan swiftly following in his wake. Moments later, several helicopters emblazoned with the North District's tiger emblem ascended from the rooftop of Jiangxing Hospital, leaving many onlookers below utterly astonished, initially believing today would simply involve an encounter with the young master of the Tang family, where he aided him in resolving a predicament. Wang Si had thought his position as director was secure. However, he was now confronted with the realization that he had sacrificed much for a minor gain. The director was merely that young master of the Tang family. This morning, they insisted on seizing the luxurious ward of that young man's sister. "I had no idea that young man had such a profound background. Otherwise, I would not have assisted the young master of the Tang family," Wang Si lamented, feeling regret akin to a mute consuming bitter gall. Unable to voice his grievances. Wang Si, you have offended someone from the North District." Li Qixing, suddenly aware, realized that the young man was indeed associated with the North District. "Director, I did not mean to. It's entirely his fault for not stating it outright. Otherwise, I would not have dared to offend him." Wang Si continued to justify himself. "Wang Si, are you implying you blame him? Why not use your pig's brain to ponder why he could secure a luxurious ward ahead of the Tang family?" Li Qixing, upon hearing Wang Si's explanation, was infuriated to the point of nearly spitting blood. "Starting tomorrow, you shall report to the logistics department. They are in need of personnel." Li Qixing shot Wang Si a glare. Upon hearing the words logistics department, Wang Si immediately rushed before the dean. "Dean, you cannot treat me this way. After all these years, even if I have not contributed significantly, I have certainly endured my share of hardships." Wang Si lamented, clinging to the legs of Dean Li Qixing. "Humph, how dare you say that? If it weren't for you, my promotion would have been assured. Today, you have utterly ruined me." At that moment, Li Qixing felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate Wang Si from his presence. Had it not been for their past camaraderie, he would have likely dismissed him long ago. With a forceful kick, Li Qixing shook off Wang Si, his mind now preoccupied with the identity of the young man he had just encountered and whether he would truly affect his prospects for advancement. Inside the dean's office, Li Qixing had just discreetly contacted a friend at Beijing Hospital, seeking to ascertain the specific reasons behind today's aircraft dispatch to Jiangxing Hospital. "Shao Lu, come here for a moment." After deliberating, Li Qixing decided it was better to take some action rather than wait idly, and thus he dialed Lu Jiangming's office. Lu Jiangming had also recently learned about the incident on the rooftop and felt a sense of unease. Despite having arranged a luxurious hospital room for Qin Ran's sister, he ultimately had to expel them. Troubled by this thought, he was restless and soon arrived at the dean's office. Li Qixing stated directly that they needed to expel Madame Tang from their hospital, leaving Lu Jiangming momentarily frozen in shock. "Dean, but she is from the Tang family. Are you certain you want to expel them from the hospital?" Lu Jiangming's pupils dilated in disbelief. "Why are you as foolish as Wang Si? We are not doing this overtly. We need to find an excuse to remove them." Li Qixing felt a tinge of exasperation at Lu Jiangming's lack of insight. "Oh, so, Dean, what do you propose?" Lu Jiangming asked, intrigued by the dean's implication. "Simply state that the hospital is undergoing renovations, and all patients must be transferred to other facilities. We can deceive them for now." In truth, Li Qixing had no particularly brilliant plan in mind. He had summoned Lu Jiangming to brainstorm ideas, but to his surprise, the fellow was utterly unhelpful. Fine, Lu Jiangming, lacking any better suggestions, conceded that the dean's idea was indeed a reasonable approach to IT Beijing Hospital. The sprawling institution covers nearly 1,000 acres, boasting hundreds of departments and almost 10,000 beds. IT stands as the largest hospital in the border region, with medical standards considered among the best in the country. However, today, aside from those doctors and nurses required for surgeries or essential care, nearly 1,000 personnel had gathered at the airport nearby. Yuan. With our extensive scale, who exactly are we here to welcome? A young doctor inquired amid a group of elderly colleagues that you'll see shortly. Be patient, replied the elder known as Si Yuan, the hospital's director. Soon, voices in the crowd began to rise in excitement as Si Yuan shielded his eyes from the glaring sun and looked up. Confirming that their hospital's aircraft was indeed approaching the sky above, the plane swiftly descended, and before its occupants disembarked, the ground was already abuzz with speculation. Indeed, I have heard from others. It is the legendary warrior who single-handedly strengthened Beijing. As the aircraft doors swung open, the first to emerge was Shao Ming. As the captain of the hospital rescue team, Shao Ming was taken aback at the sight of such a large crowd gathered at the airport. His jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. One might mistake this assembly for a hijacking. Yang Jiao, who would have thought your popularity in the northern region was so immense? Shao Ming remarked teasingly, glancing at the woman who followed closely behind him. Stop your nonsense. These people are not here to welcome me, Yang Lan retorted, casting a stern glare at Shao Ming, who was well aware of her typically serious demeanor. What? Not here for your reception? Shao Ming was momentarily taken aback that it was known that aside from the legendary Dragon One, only Yang Lan, who commanded the special forces in the northern region, could attract such an audience, albeit not to this grand extent. Shao Ming, they must be here to welcome me. That moment, a relatively deep voice broke through. Have you lost your mind? Shao Ming exclaimed as he noticed Qin Ran preparing to leap down. Rushing to grab him, but it was too late. Shao Ming gasped, craning his neck to look below, only to discover that the man stood enscathed on the ground. Qin Ran muttered to himself, it's been ages since I last stretched my limbs. Chapter 69. What S with the high and mighty attitude? Not only was Shao Ming astounded, but the doctors and nurses clad in white coats and pink scrubs also stared at Qin Ran in bewilderment. Only the elderly gentleman who had previously stood beside Director C displayed benevolent smiles as they approached Qin Ran. Welcome, the first war god, Director C proclaimed, leading the chant. Welcome, the first war god. Soon, the entire hospital echoed the sentiment, their voices nearly piercing the heavens. Qin Ran found himself both amused and exasperated at this display, having explicitly instructed over the phone to keep things low-key and avoid any grand gestures. Director C, it's been a while. How have you been? Qin Ran refrained from reprimanding him in front of the crowd, knowing it was inappropriate to chastise someone who greeted him with such warmth. Thanks to your kindness, all is well. Director C, being the dean, certainly knew how to deliver courteous remarks. Qin Ran chose not to extend the conversation, merely nodding and gesturing to Yang Lan to transfer his sister into the hospital. Director C, I would appreciate your help. Qin Ran cast a profound glance at the elderly gentleman before him. Not at all. It is my honor to assist you, Director C responded, bowing his head quickly. Seeing Director C so eager to please, Qin Ran had little desire to listen to further pleasantries. He made his way toward the hospital, which he was visiting for the first time, a visit prompted solely by his sister's condition. Otherwise, he would have had no reason to come, as any injuries he sustained could not be treated here. Director C, please expedite a full examination for my sister to ensure there are no other issues. Qin Ran said, his gaze filled with concern as he watched his sister being wheeled into the hospital. Rest assured, I will arrange for the finest doctors in the northern region. There will be no mistakes. Director C assured him. Qin Ran nodded and, along with Yang Lan, returned to the previous airport area. What is the situation at the Divine Physician Hall? Qin Ran smoothly retrieved a box of cigarettes from his pocket. The yellowing packaging indicating they had seen better days. Wang, they mentioned that this situation is unprecedented, but I suspect it might be due to your physical constitution. After all, previous examinations revealed that your blood differs from ours. Yang Lan had been speaking with her head bowed, yet by the end, she could not help but lift her gaze. Qin Ran bore no malice towards her. Instead, he lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. He concluded that perhaps he had indeed been overly concerned. Qin Xian was undoubtedly his biological sister, having grown up together for as long as his memories served. The incompatibility in the bone marrow match must certainly be attributed to his unique constitution. With this thought, he discarded the remaining half of his cigarette onto the ground and extinguished it with his foot. Indeed, Yang Lan had never opposed any commands issued by Qin Ran. He could only place his hopes in the Divine Doctor Hall, a place renowned globally for its authority on complex medical conditions. It was only near dusk that Qin Ran disembarked from the plane, glancing at the dozens of missed calls on his phone. A faint smile of resignation gracing his lips. Earlier on the flight, he had switched off his phone, thus missing multiple calls from Li Wanqing, who had tried to reach him over a dozen times without success. The woman was taken aback, for Qin Ran typically kept his phone on at all hours. She had even sent a message expressing her concern for his well-being. Reading those messages provided a sense of solace to the man, who was initially fatigued. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Li Real Estate Group, a woman clad in a flowing white dress, her figure strikingly graceful, was preparing to drive to Qin Ran's residence to ascertain the unfolding situation. "I'm almost there. The company had an unexpected matter arise, which delayed me," Li Wanqing said nonchalantly, her tone icy. Zhang Hua mused that he must find an opportunity to seduce Li Wanqing, determined to conquer this oblivious woman. The woman was also somewhat surprised, not expecting Qin Ran to have acquired a pink car from somewhere. Mr. Li, you'll likely be late in this vehicle. It's evident it cannot travel swiftly." Zhang Hua lamented, a hint of reluctance in his voice. Chapter 70. A step aside for conversation. I wish to understand what could possibly occupy you to the extent of ignoring phone calls and messages. The woman felt that Qin Ran thought her gullible, fabricating excuses at will. Qin Ran, taking a deep breath while observing the somewhat agitated Li Wanqing, proceeded to inform her about his sister's condition. This revelation caused Li Wanqing, who had initially felt justified, to realize her own overreach. "If you require financial assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I have always regarded Qin Xian as my own sister," she said, calming slightly. "Well, you know how I am with taking advantage of small opportunities. If I need money, I won't hold back," Qin Ran replied with a smile. "Now, we must head to the banquet. I hear it is specially arranged by President Bei of Tianbei Group." Noticing a hint of displeasure on Li Wanqing's face, Qin Ran swiftly changed the subject. "Indeed, we must hurry. It would be unfortunate to arrive late." Li Wanqing finally realized the time, glancing at her phone. "By the way, did you purchase this car?" Seated in the passenger seat, Li Wanqing meticulously scrutinized the vehicle. Although its exterior appeared rather ordinary, even somewhat unimpressive, the interior decor, ranging from the seats to the seemingly inconsequential roll of toilet paper, seemed to boast prestigious brands, with some items even being custom-made. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that the cost of the interior furnishings might surpass that of the car itself. Qin Ran was taken aback by the sudden shift in the woman's focus to the automobile. "I chose this car with Xena. She has a particular fondness for its appearance, which is why I purchased it," he explained, aware of Li Wanqing's lingering doubts about the vehicle. "No wonder. I also think it doesn't align with your taste." Li Wanqing nodded in agreement, since the car was acquired due to her daughter's preference. The woman had no grounds for criticism. "Aren't we running late? Perhaps I should call President Bei and let them know not to wait for us, and to start eating," she said, unease creeping into her voice as she observed the time ticking away. "There's no need. We will arrive shortly," Qin Ran replied with an air of inexplicable confidence. "Shortly?" Li Wanqing glanced at the navigation on her phone. The venue chosen by President Bei was somewhat remote, making their journey from the city rather lengthy. Qin Ran offered no explanation but quickly scanned the map and identified a suitable route. "Hold on tight," he declared, eyeing the narrow highway ahead that permitted only a single vehicle. After fiddling with the car's display for a moment, the sunroof was opened, and the excess glass on either side gradually retracted. In an instant, the modest sedan transformed into a striking sports car. "This car is truly remarkable." Even Li Wanqing could not suppress her astonishment. "Activating stealth mode," announced the car's voice. Soon, the original steering wheel seamlessly concealed itself, replaced by a luxurious sports car steering wheel. Qin Ran, too, had only just discovered this feature, having never previously experimented with stealth mode. With a swift press of the accelerator, the vehicle roared to life, delivering a powerful surge that enveloped Qin Ran in comfort, while Li Wanqing, seated beside him, exhibited a hint of panic. "Humph, Qin Ran, your clunky car might not even reach its destination by dawn." At the entrance of the picturesque mountain-clear and water-beautiful resort, Qin Ran had intentionally chosen a less traveled path. Although it took longer, thanks to the luxury of his car, they not only arrived on time, but were half an hour early. gazing at the delightful scenery outside the window. Qin Ran couldn't help but marvel at how the people of Tianbei truly knew how to save her life. "Sir, please stop." What is it?" Qin Ran inquired through the window. "Sir, this place is privately booked today. You cannot enter." The security guard, Da Zhuang, had already assessed the situation before Qin Ran had even approached. He discerned that the market value of Qin Ran's vehicle was merely a few tens of thousands. And although the car's appearance suggested modifications, it could not possibly compare to a luxury vehicle. "We were invited to attend a banquet," Qin Ran replied, casting a discerning glance at the security guard. Quickly recognizing his ulterior motives, such individuals typically sought a small bribe. Upon hearing Qin Ran mention that they were invited to the banquet, De Zhuang nearly burst into laughter. It is worth noting that today, this venue is exclusively booked by Tianbei Group. Those fortunate enough to receive an invitation must undoubtedly be prominent figures. How could they possibly arrive in such a dilapidated vehicle? "Sir, I'm afraid you cannot enter," De Zhuang stated bluntly. "Shall I call President Bei for you?" Li Wanqing shot a glance at the security guard, her frustration mounting. This was her first time seeking a man's opinion. Qin Ran shook his head and instead pushed open the car door. "Brother, may I have a word?" Qin Ran smiled at the security guard. "Humph, don't try that with me. That you'd better leave quickly, or I'll have to call someone to escort you out." De Zhuang, sensing that Qin Ran seemed eager to curry favor with him, immediately adopted a righteous demeanor. "Brother, just a small token." Qin Ran patted De Zhuang on the shoulder, signaling him not to be upset, then retrieved a pure gold coin from his pocket. De Zhuang, who had just previously claimed to be uninterested in such tactics, now found his eyes gleaming at the sight of the gold coin resting in Qin Ran's palm. He instinctively reached out to take it, only for Qin Ran to abruptly close his hand. "That you're toying with me." De Zhuang was taken aback by Qin Ran's antics. "No offense. Of course, you may have this, but you must assist me with a task in return," Qin Ran said, placing the gold coin into De Zhuang's hand. "What do you need me to do?" De Zhuang inquired, his eyes sparkling as he examined the coin. It was his first encounter with such a substantial piece of gold, and it surely held considerable value. "There will be a man arriving in the latest model Mercedes-Benz. Help me deal with him." Qin Ran did not specify his intentions but entrusted the details to De Zhuang, knowing he was adept at such matters. "Understood. Leave it to me," De Zhuang replied cheerfully, his hometown accent surfacing. The resort was vast, and it took Qin Ran 5 or 6 minutes to reach the parking lot from the entrance. Just as he parked, a familiar figure rushed over. "Li Zong, you finally made it. I thought you wouldn't come today?" Tianbei exclaimed warmly. "He must have been driving too slowly," Qin Ran remarked directly. Indeed, all attendees at the banquet were dignitaries from Jiangqing, each dressed exquisitely. Only Qin Ran appeared slightly out of place. Yet seeing the lively conversation between President Bei and Qin Ran, no one dared to comment further, assuming Qin Ran had leveraged Li Wanqing's connections to Li Zong. "Allow me to toast to you. This marks Tianbei Group's first project in Jiangqing, and its progress has been remarkable, thanks to your support. As the company owner, Tianbei's words were filled with pleasantries. Thank you for your trust." "President Bei," Li Wanqing responded sincerely, without indulging in grandiloquent remarks. Amidst the convivial atmosphere of drinking and chatting, only one individual within the venue was continuously indulging in food. "Miss, could you please pass me some of that?" Yes. The large lobster. Bring me 5 for now, and I'll ask for more once I finish." In recent days, Qin Ran has expended an immense amount of physical energy, and having fortuitously encountered a venue where one can indulge in a feast without any cost, he naturally seized the opportunity to indulge heartily. Within the seafood buffet, a server stood with wide eyes, for Qin Ran had just ordered a Boston lobster, a single one typically sufficing to satiate the average person's appetite. Yet, Qin Ran, in a rather audacious manner, requested 5, along with a plethora of other seafood delicacies. "Mr. Li, is that young man accompanying you your driver?" At this moment, many present began to take note of Qin Ran, who was seated at a table overflowing with various dishes. "That he is my husband." Li Wanqing hesitated but ultimately confessed. This marked the first occasion a woman openly acknowledged Qin Ran as her spouse in public. Although Qin Ran did not overhear this declaration, several foreign businessmen nearby exhibited expressions of astonishment upon hearing it. Li Wanqing, taken aback, could hardly fathom the extent of Qin Ran's appetite. She had witnessed his capacity for food before, but this instance far surpassed her previous encounters, which could be deemed rather restrained. "Sir, would you like any more?" the server incessantly inquired, her forehead glistening with perspiration as she collected Qin Ran's plates. "Burp, please bring me another portion," Qin Ran replied after sipping a glass of cola, followed by a satisfied belch. The server, in utter disbelief, marveled at the seemingly innocuous man before her, who possessed an appetite that eclipsed even those competitive eaters she had seen online. "Mr. Bei, that fellow is astonishingly voracious. At this rate, the restaurant's provisions may soon be depleted." The manager of the resort had also taken note of Qin Ran's remarkable consumption and promptly reported to Tian Bei. Do not worry. Whatever he consumes will be charged to my account." Tian Bei, although inclined to intervene, felt it prudent to refrain, knowing full well that for him, such expenditures were mere trifles. At the entrance of the resort, a sleek, black, state-of-the-art Mercedes-Benz arrived. Zhang Hua had not anticipated such heavy traffic today, likely due to the weekend leisure pursuits of the populace. "Security, open the gate." Zhang Hua, exhibiting a touch of road rage, spoke with a rather irritable tone. Upon inspection, he realized that this was the very vehicle Qin Ran had mentioned, prompting De Zhuang to open the gates. Thinking that money could easily resolve matters, as Zhang Hua finally entered, he pressed the accelerator. "Damn it! Security! Get over here!" Without a moment's thought, Zhang Hua instinctively blamed the security personnel for his predicament. "Don't unjustly accuse me. I'm not responsible." De Zhuang vehemently denied the allegations. Infuriated, Zhang Hua lunged towards the security guard, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. After a short while, a golden coin tumbled from the guard's pocket, capturing Zhang Hua's attention. Finally, unable to endure further, the guard revealed, "This was given to me by a man in a pink car up ahead. He instructed me to wait for you and to teach you a lesson." Zhang Hua, astonished to find that Qin Ran and his party had arrived before him, had presumed his own dilapidated vehicle would take until the morrow to reach its destination. He promptly approached Tian Bei to report back, casting his gaze around until he discovered Qin Ran seated at a table, relishing a sumptuous meal. Chapter 72. Expel him, so that everyone present could hear. "Oh, what is going on?" Upon hearing about a thief, especially one who dared to steal from their shareholders, Tian Bei immediately became intrigued. One must understand that to dare to pilfer from the Tian Bei group is indeed a reckless act. It is he. This scoundrel not only stole the commemorative coins meant for our shareholders, but also handed one over to the security guard at the entrance, instructing him to create some trouble for me. Fortunately, I am quite astute and discovered this in time. As Zhang Hua spoke of Qin Ran, he did not forget to elevate his own stature point. One must recognize who Qin Ran is. How could he possibly resort to theft? Even if the commemorative coins were offered to him for free, he would likely refuse. Mr. Bei, if you do not believe me, I can summon that security guard right now for a confrontation. At that moment, the security guard's face was bruised and battered, clearly the result of a severe beating. Da Zhuang glanced around and spotted Qin Ran, who nodded at him, as if they had conspired about something. "Mr. Bei, you must stand up for me. He forced me to say this. If I hadn't spoken, he would have beaten me further. Just look at my face. He has reduced it to this state." Da Zhuang dramatically clung to Tian Bei's leg, wailing. The onlookers, who had initially anticipated a spectacle at Qin Ran's expense, were momentarily taken aback. At this juncture, the victim, Qin Ran, rose and approached Tian Bei. "Mr. Bei, I had no idea that your company employed such individuals. How can we possibly continue to collaborate with your esteemed company under these circumstances?" After uttering these words, Qin Ran clasped his hands behind his back, preparing to depart. With a resounding thud, he declared, "Expel him." Tian Bei had not anticipated that such a farcical situation would arise at an otherwise pleasant banquet. He quickly donned a conciliatory smile, apologizing to Qin Ran and Li Wanqing. "Ms. Li, I sincerely apologize. It is my failure to adequately supervise my subordinates that has led to this unfortunate incident." Tian Bei expressed his regret towards Li Wanqing with a contrite demeanor. The woman, however, was not particularly concerned. Her focus lay on how Qin Ran, with just a few words, had managed to sway the security guard. "I hear that your company has new projects in Jiangqing." Though Li Wanqing seemed indifferent, Qin Ran was not. "Mr. Qin, your information is quite timely. I only learned this morning. Indeed, we have 2 new projects to establish in Jiangqing, and we are looking for opportunities to discuss potential collaboration with MS. Li." Tian Bei spoke with polite formalities. Qin Ran, however, was not inclined to be courteous. "There is no need for discussion. These 2 new projects will be entrusted to the Li Group." Upon hearing this, not only was Tian Bei taken aback, but even Li Wanqing was momentarily stunned. The woman pondered what madness had overtaken Qin Ran. How could the Tianbei group possibly offer such lucrative opportunities to the Li group without costs? Moreover, other companies in Jiangqing had long coveted these projects, and the terms they would propose would undoubtedly surpass those of the Li group. Tianbei found himself in a difficult position. Ahem, Qin Ran coughed a couple of times. Very well, the purpose of today's gathering was indeed to discuss this matter. After careful consideration, it is clear that the Li group is more suitable, given our prior collaboration experience, which assures mutual confidence. At that moment, Tianbei, having glanced up at Qin Ran during his cough, met his gaze, which was laden with a palpable aura of menace. Certainly, it is difficult to say much about Tianbei. Today's events are indeed their fault, and thus they ought to extend an apology at that time. Furthermore, if Qin Ran truly desires these two projects, he could simply speak to his brother about it, and I suspect those projects would undoubtedly be his. Considering this, Tianbei thinks it may be more prudent to directly hand the projects over to the Li group, thus creating a favorable relationship while also fostering goodwill with Qin Ran. What could be more advantageous? Mr. Li, I have made the decision on your behalf. Is that acceptable? Tianbei inquired with a smile directed at Li Wuanqing. No problem. If Mr. Bei chooses to continue collaborating with us, we shall certainly meet your expectations. Li Wuanqing nodded in agreement. On the way back, Li Wuanqing cast a puzzled look at Qin Ran. It seems as though you are acquainted with the boss of Tianbei, she remarked, unable to suppress her curiosity. You need not look at me that way. I merely dined with him once, and it was, of course, prepared by Long Yi, Qin Ran clarified. Then why did he so readily transfer those two projects to us? Li Wuanqing continued to probe. Usually you are quite astute. Today, however, Tianbei orchestrated quite a farce, publicly slandering my husband before so many people. If this escalates, Tianbei would gain nothing, and who knows how it would tarnish Jiangqing's reputation. Qin Ran patiently explained. Qin Ran, when did you become so clever? Upon hearing his words, Li Wuanqing felt as if she had been enlightened, regarding Qin Ran with newfound respect. Chapter 73. Brother-in-law, in a luxurious villa located in the heart of Jiangqing City. So, how did it go? Were the matters resolved? Danya inquired anxiously of a man dressed in traditional attire. Miss, the young man you asked me to follow seems to be quite formidable. I haven't had the opportunity to act at all. The man in traditional garb reported earnestly. Did he truly obliterate the Zhao family? Danya responded with astonishment. To my knowledge, yes, the man confirmed with a nod. The man, referred to as Xian Lao by Danya, had initially intended to inquire why she was so interested in Qin Ran, but the question remained unspoken. Qin Ran, do you think that if we share this good news with Grandma and the others, they will be delighted? Li Wuanqing said joyfully as she looked at the cooperation email from Tianbei Group on her computer. Ahem, I suppose they might be, Qin Ran replied, not wishing to elaborate on his feelings about her grandmother. Shao Jin, please help me forward this email to my grandmother. Li Wuanqing, in high spirits, disregarded Qin Ran's words. Of course, Qin Ran nodded in agreement. Not surprised as noon approached, Qin Ran had initially planned to have lunch with Li Wuanqing, but she suddenly had to attend a meeting regarding the new project with Tianbei Group. Observing her dedication to work, he refrained from interrupting her, opting instead to visit his mother-in-law for a meal. Upon arriving downstairs, he noticed a sports car parked outside. The neighborhood where Li Wuanqing resided was somewhat older, typically inhabited by elderly residents, and it was rare to see any cars, let alone a sports car. Auntie, I've arrived, Qin Ran called out as he knocked on the door. Shao Qin, you're here, I was just speaking of you, Li's mother exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy upon seeing him. Qin Ran nodded slightly, glancing at the overly enthusiastic Li mother, feeling a bit taken aback. Indeed, as soon as he entered, he spotted a beautiful woman seated on the sofa, whose appearance bore some resemblance to his wife. However, upon closer inspection, she was not as stunning as his spouse. The beauty on the sofa noticed Qin Ran's gaze fixated on her chest and her long legs clad in black stockings. What are you staring at? Be careful, or I'll have to gouge out your eyes, she exclaimed sharply, startling Qin Ran, who had not anticipated such fierceness from an attractive woman. Hey, Li Momo, how can you speak to your brother-in-law like that? Li mother quickly interjected, her expression shifting to brother-in-law. Both Qin Ran and Li Momo widened their eyes in surprise, scrutinizing each other. Qin Ran had never heard of Li Wuanqing having a sister, Li Momo. Observing Qin Ran's unremarkable attire and somewhat shabby appearance, was equally incredulous. Mom, Didn't you say brother-in-law was impressive? How come he looks like this? She remarked, glancing at Qin Ran with disappointment. Isn't he quite decent? Handsome and tall, treats my daughter well, is efficient in his work. And most importantly, he is utterly devoted to your sister, Li Mother summarized. Hmph. All that talk is meaningless. A man must have ambition. Just look at him. He exudes a rather pitiful demeanor, Li Momo retorted sharply. Qin Ran wore a wry smile, never expecting to become the subject of debate between the two women. He had merely come to enjoy a meal. Clearly, that's the truth. How can that be called nonsense? Right? Li Momo said, casting a glance at Qin Ran. Yes, Momo is correct. A man ought to have aspirations, Qin Ran replied, wishing to remain uninvolved, offering a few non-committal remarks. You can't call me Momo, to Qin Ran's surprise. His half-heartedness provoked a reaction. Then I shall call you sister instead. You seem to be about 4 or 5 years younger than Wan Qing, he observed. By the way, Shao Qin, I apologize for making you stand there. Come, have a seat. Li Mother suddenly remembered and beckoned Qin Ran. Familiar with the surroundings, he promptly sat on the sofa. Li Momo, seated opposite Qin Ran, could not help but roll her eyes at his unkempt appearance. Conversely, Qin Ran assessed Li Momo. Although her figure was not as impressive as his wife's, she exuded a youthful, pure charm. Yes, I called you here because I need a favor. Momo just finished her university exams and is set to attend a class reunion. I am concerned about her going alone, and initially, I wanted her sister to accompany her. However, you know how busy Wan Qing has been lately, so I thought of you. Li Mother looked at Qin Ran with hopeful eyes. All right then, I shall accompany her. I have no plans for the next couple of days. Qin Ran readily agreed. However, Li Momo never expected that upon meeting her brother-in-law today, he would seem less impressive than a complete stranger in her eyes. Mom, I don't need that, she exclaimed, surprised by Qin Ran's willingness. Li Mother wore a smile that barely concealed her embarrassment. Mom, however, Li Momo hesitated to speak. Previously, Qin Ran had been unaware that Li Wanqing's assertiveness was learned from someone. But today the answer had been revealed. Little Qin, please sit for a moment. I am preparing soup in the kitchen. Let me check on it, Li's mother said with a warm smile directed at Qin Ran. Qin Ran nodded and was about to grab the remote control to see if there were any recent news updates. Unexpectedly, Li Momo also wished to watch television, but her preference leaned towards idol dramas. The girl swiftly snatched the remote away, and as Qin Ran reached out, he found not the remote, but rather a soft object. What are you doing? Li Momo immediately shouted. Chapter 74. Overreaching. I just want the remote. Though Qin Ran felt a twinge of guilt, he maintained his stance. Oh dear, Momo, why do you always argue with your brother-in-law? Little Qin, a usually genteel person, please do not bully her. Li's mother, upon hearing her daughter's outburst, rushed out to see. Mom, it's clearly his fault. The girl began to explain. All right, enough said. Come wash your hands. Dinner is ready. Li's mother brought out the last dish of fish soup and placed it on the table. Li Momo shot a glare at Qin Ran, as if to warn him not to celebrate too soon. Qin Ran found himself in a mix of amusement and exasperation, acknowledging that the earlier incident was indeed a misunderstanding. Unintentional on his part. Today, only Li's mother was home. Li's father had been quite busy lately, as many of his acquaintances, eager to collect, sought him out after Qin Ran had helped him save face. By the way, Annie, how come I never heard that Wan Qing has a younger sister? Qin Ran inquired curiously at the dinner table. It's all because of Wan Qing's father, who is quite disappointing. Our family was expelled because of your matter. But to ensure Momo could continue her studies in good schools, we temporarily placed Mumu in school without informing her of what had transpired, and we still send her living expenses every month. Li's mother said, tears brimming in her eyes. After listening to Li's mother's explanation, Qin Ran nodded, realizing he had an unexpected younger sister-in-law. Humph, I truly cannot fathom what my sister sees in someone like you. Li Momo remarked, clearly contrasting with Li Wanqing. Momo specialized in the arts, excelling in singing and dancing, thus holding a stringent standard for appearances. Momo, stop speaking so recklessly. Li's mother shot her daughter a stern look. The vibrant and youthful Li Momo retrieved a pair of sunglasses from her bag and donned them, then pulled out a set of car keys, pressing a button that made the sports car downstairs roar to life. Thus, the peculiar sports car that Qin Ran had found odd earlier belonged to Li Momo. What about your car? Li Momo asked, glancing impatiently at the man who was taking his time. This, Qin Ran replied. Producing his own car key, he pressed a button, and a pink compact car's lights flickered on in the distance. You drive that? Li Momo was taken aback. Indeed, it is quite comfortable inside, Qin Ran said, opening the car door and settling into the seat. Initially, he had intended for Li Momo to ride in his vehicle, but the girl had shown considerable disdain. Keep up, Li Momo instructed as she started the car. Directing her words at Qin Ran in her heart, she thought, my mother is truly a burden. She is nothing but a useless slacker, yet she incessantly praises how remarkable her brother-in-law is. Li Momo was eager to sever ties with Qin Ran. Qin Ran, observing the fury radiating from Li Momo, felt utterly bewildered and could not fathom where he had offended the girl. That in a fleeting moment, a crimson sports car sped past, followed closely by a pink sedan. Just watch me shake you off. With a determined heart, Li Momo pressed the accelerator, indeed increasing the distance between her and Qin Ran. However, Qin Ran did not lag far behind, trailing her closely. Eventually, as they neared the entrance of the girls' school, Li Momo suddenly slammed on the brakes, prompting Qin Ran to do the same in quick succession. Before Qin Ran could alight from his vehicle, a group of rowdy young men surrounded Li Momo's car. Get out! You hit my brother! Shouted a young man with a headscarf and a conspicuous hairstyle, blocking the front of her vehicle. He leaned against my car? I even braked on purpose. This was Li Momo's first encounter with such an incident. Despite her usual arrogance, it was evident that she was somewhat anxious, her speech hastening beyond its normal pace. Nonsense. You were clearly speeding. My brother was walking perfectly fine and you hit him. Now he lies on the ground. The gathering crowd began to swell around them. Li Momo's face turned an unusual shade of embarrassment. The girl who was typically domineering found herself being scrutinized and criticized for the first time. You tell me, are we settling this privately or publicly? She declared, stepping out of the car and disdainfully eyeing the young man who had obstructed her. Humph, you hit someone, and yet your attitude is so poor. I suspect you want to go to jail. The young man, named Luo Junyu, was a small-time thug in the university town, often resorting to scamming students for a bit of pocket money. Most of these naive students would be intimidated into parting with their cash to buy peace. This encounter had been meticulously planned by Luo Junyu, who had long set his sights on Li Momo, a girl whose attire, vehicle, and frequenting of upscale venues clearly indicated her affluent background. You are quite insatiable. Li Momo had exhausted all her cash, yet to her dismay, they remained unsatisfied. Heh, beautiful lady, you seem rather wealthy. Since you aren't short on funds, why not accompany my brother for a little fun? And we can call this a day? Luo Junyu leered at Li Momo, his gaze lingering on her figure, utterly entranced. Perverted scoundrel. Li Momo gazed at Luo Junyu, who was fixated on her chest, and without hesitation, she swung her bag at his face. Ouch! Luo Junyu yelped in pain as the bag struck him. This wretched woman. Brothers, seize her. Let her experience our wrath. Luo Junyu squinted, a malicious grin spreading across his face. Initially furious, Li Momo's anger began to wane as she found herself encircled by a group of men who were gradually closing in, instilling fear within her. Qin Ran, she shouted desperately, recalling that her brother-in-law was supposed to be following her all along. Why had he not appeared? This momentarily stunned Luo Junyu and his gang. He had distinctly checked earlier and found that Li Momo was alone in the car. What are you shouting for? Even if you scream to the heavens, no one will come to your rescue, Luo Junyu scoffed, fully aware that this location had been meticulously chosen for its remoteness, where few vehicles would pass. Apologies, she seems to be calling for me. Just as Luo Junyu finished speaking, a deep voice resonated from behind the group. Who are you? If you don't want trouble, you best be on your way. Luo Junyu, who had been envisioning a romantic encounter with Li Momo, was now visibly displeased at the unexpected interruption. He addressed Qin Ran rudely. Who the hell are you? Skinhead, take care of him. Seeing Qin Ran's seemingly harmless demeanor irked Luo Junyu further, prompting him to instruct his underling to deal with Qin Ran. A man resembling a skinhead, sporting a sinister grin, stepped forward from the crowd toward Qin Ran. Hey, outsider, don't you know who our brother Yu is? Brother Yu, the singer? I rather enjoy his songs. Qin Ran feigned familiarity. Irritated by Qin Ran's mockery, the skinhead brandished a wooden stick and swung it towards Qin Ran's head. Li Momo, witnessing this, shut her eyes in fear. Just as everyone anticipated that Qin Ran would be struck, the skinhead was unexpectedly sent flying several meters away, landing with a painful thud. Kid, so you were pretending. Since you have some skill, let my brothers train with you. Luo Junyu commanded, and a group of men lunged at Qin Ran. Faced with 10 or so young men wielding weapons, Qin Ran did not even blink as he effortlessly dispatched them one by one. Luo Junyu, who had been about to light a cigarette while anticipating Qin Ran's defeat, found his lighter drop to the ground as he realized they were no match for the man before them. In panic, he turned to flee, but Qin Ran stood in his path. Your brother is still in one piece, yet you're trying to run. What's the hurry? Qin Ran seized Luo Junyu's wrist. Dude, it's a misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding. Luo Junyu grinned nervously. Misunderstanding? You certainly didn't sound like that a moment ago. Qin Ran retorted, glaring at Luo Junyu, feeling an icy chill at the intensity of Qin Ran's gaze. Luo Junyu stammered. Which leg do you want to keep? What? Luo Junyu blurted. What are you planning? You can't touch me. My brother is fat Hi go. If you dare to lay a hand on me, my elder brother will undoubtedly make you pay dearly. Luo Junyu began to struggle, yet Qin Ran's strength was remarkably overwhelming. Despite exerting all his efforts, he could not break free. Fat Hi? Qin Ran muttered, seemingly recognizing the name. Noticing Qin Ran's familiarity with it, Luo Junyu hurriedly exclaimed, since you are aware of my brother Hi's esteemed name, why not release me at once? Otherwise, I'd out before Luo Junyu could finish his statement. A sharp crack echoed through the air as Qin Ran delivered a powerful kick to his left leg. The once arrogant Luo Junyu was now writhing in agony, his expression completely distorted. I'm sorry, but I've never heard of him. Qin Ran replied nonchalantly. Loosening his grip, Luo Junyu lay on the ground, clutching his injured leg and rolling in pain. Li Momo, standing nearby, was taken aback. She had never anticipated that her seemingly unremarkable brother-in-law possessed such formidable prowess. However, being somewhat concerned about appearances, she endeavored to maintain her composure. Are you all right? Qin Ran approached the red sports car, addressing the girl whose hair had become disheveled due to the earlier altercation. I'm fine. Really? Thank you, Li Momo replied, though she was reluctant to concede that it was evident that Qin Ran had come to her rescue. Had it not been for him, things might have turned dire. Qin Ran paused, surprised that the previously audacious girl could utter such humble words. Humph, get in my car. Yours is far too slow, Li Momo retorted, quickly reverting to her former demeanor upon sensing Qin Ran's lack of gratitude. While Qin Ran had no particular preference regarding which vehicle to occupy, he found his little pink car to be considerably more comfortable than Li Momo's sports car. Did you know that group of people? He inquired from the passenger seat. That I don't know them personally, but I have heard of the fat Hi they mentioned. He is a notorious underground leader in our school, and indeed in our district. Li Momo replied candidly. Noticing Qin Ran's silence, she teased. What's the matter? Are you frightened? Not at all. I was merely wondering if they might be acquaintances of mine. Qin Ran shook his head. Initially, he had thought they could be friends like Huzi or Zhonga. But upon realizing he had never heard of them, he mused that Huzi and Zhonga had become rather inconspicuous. Flatter me a bit more, and you might just float away. How could you possibly know such prominent figures? Li Momo shook her head, deeming her brother-in-law unreliable and lacking substance. Qin Ran chose not to elaborate, closing his eyes to rest for a moment. Frustrated by his unwillingness to explain, Li Momo turned her head away. After a while, Qin Ran sensed the car's speed had notably decreased. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered they had arrived at a hotel. Humph, you really have a knack for timing, Li Momo scoffed as he woke up just in time. Qin Ran did not engage with the girl's teasing. Instead, he exited the car and stretched. Soon, a few individuals at the hotel entrance took notice of Li Momo. Momo, why did you arrive so late? A young man with glasses and a buzz cut approached her anxiously. There was a bit of traffic on the way, so we were delayed, Li Momo explained. All right, let us hurry inside, the bespectacled youth urged, nodding in acknowledgement. However, he soon noticed that behind Li Momo was a man he seemed to have no recollection of. Who is he? Yin inquired directly. This is my brother-in-law. My mother insisted that he accompany me. Li Momo replied with evident reluctance. Initially, Yin's expression was quite tense, but upon hearing that Qin Ran was Li Momo's brother-in-law, he appeared to breathe a sigh of relief. So, he is Momo's brother-in-law. I have heard much about you, Yin promptly remarked. Qin Ran was momentarily taken aback. Had he truly gained such notoriety here? Noticing the look of confusion on Qin Ran's face, Yin elaborated. Momo often speaks of you. After Yin's explanation, Qin Ran understood, while Li Momo's expression soured. The reason she frequently mentioned her brother-in-law to her classmates was that she had never seen what he looked like, and had assumed him to be a tall, wealthy, and handsome figure. Qin Ran had just observed that Yin's gaze towards Li Momo was somewhat inappropriate. It was evident that Yin harbored feelings for her. Isn't that the renowned Li Daxiva from our school? We've been waiting for you for ages. You must first drink 3 cups as punishment. As Li Momo pushed open the door to the private room, a tall and handsome young man raised his glass and called out to her. Indeed, Momo, everyone has been waiting for you. A female classmate chimed in. Class monitor, I'm not very good at drinking. How about Li Momo hesitated. What's this, Li Daxia? You won't even grant me, your class monitor, some face. Huang Dong, who had been smiling previously, now wore a sullen expression. Exactly. Li Momo, haven't our classmates taken care of you over the years? Is it too much to ask you to drink a few glasses? A few female classmates began to murmur. Chapter 76. Big brother. It's her. Just as Li Momo found herself in a dilemma, Qin Ran suddenly snatched the wine glass from Huang Dong's hand. I'll drink for her. After saying that, Qin ran down 3 cups in quick succession. Who are you? Huang Dong, seeing the opportunity to intoxicate Li Momo slipping away, appeared quite frustrated. I am her brother-in-law. Qin Ran replied, casting a glance at the scheming Huang Dong. Brother-in-law. Ha! Don't make me laugh. Didn't I hear Momo say her brother-in-law was quite impressive? How could it be someone like you? Huang Dong sneered. Seeing the atmosphere turn sour, Li Momo quickly pulled Qin Ran to another table, which, coincidentally, Si Yin was also at. Qin go. Please have a seat. Si Yin hurriedly offered Qin Ran a place. And Qin Ran's impression of him improved significantly. You just wait here for me tonight, Li Momo said with a hint of exasperation. She hadn't wanted to attend this gathering, but had succumbed to the persistent pleas of the class monitor and other classmates. Qin Ran, however, was indifferent, finding solace in the lavish spread before him, feeling that the trip had not been in vain. Just as Si Yin was about to pour wine for Qin Ran, he unexpectedly took the bottle and began to drink directly from it. Though Li Momo was reluctant to drink, she felt compelled to indulge for the sake of the class monitor. Momo, I heard you got accepted into a school in Jiangbei. Huang Dong leaned in with feigned interest. Yes, and I must thank the class monitor for her support over the years, Li Momo said, raising a glass to the monitor. The girl felt liberated to drink, believing that her brother-in-law, Qin Ran, would look after her. Great. Cheers. Huang Dong had been contemplating how to intoxicate Li Momo, but to his surprise, the girl had come to him willingly. Momo, my home is in Tianbei. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to reach out to me. My father holds some influence in Tianbei, Huang Dong remarked, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Over the years, he had successfully deceived many girls with such lines. However, Li Momo was not easily swayed. She was well aware of Huang Dong's ulterior motives and concocted several excuses to toast to others instead. Zhao Shao, this Li Momo is being intentionally provocative, exclaimed Zhang Shouzi, who had been lingering by Huang Dong's side, unable to contain his disdain. Humph, I am determined to win her over tonight, Huang Dong declared, swirling his glass of red wine, his gaze fixed intently upon Li Momo. As he admired her graceful figure, he nearly drooled with desired that moment. The door to the private room was pushed open, and Huang Dong instinctively looked up. Why you go? What brings you here? Huang Dong called out eagerly. Enough of the feasting, boomed the newcomer, Luo Junyu, the same individual who had previously encountered Qin Ran and Li Momo. Instantly, the entire room fell silent. Most of the students had heard of Luo Junyu, yet this was their first time seeing him in person. Why you go? What's going on? Today is our classmates' graduation gathering. Please show us some leniency, Huang Dong pleaded, as he often dealt with Luo Junyu and had frequently provided him with financial assistance. You have a few people here. This afternoon, someone attacked me, and my brother has come to exact vengeance, Luo Junyu announced, dragging along his leg that had been injured by Qin Ran, clearing a path for entry. A hefty man wearing sunglasses, with a pronounced belly, strode in behind him, flanked by several bodyguards clad in black suits. I hear you are the one who frequently settles accounts with us, Huang Dong. The rotund figure declared as he removed his sunglasses, revealing a face adorned with excess flesh. Si Hai Go. Huang Dong recognized the infamous Si Hai. Having had several dealings with Luo Junyu, he had initially thought only Luo Junyu had arrived. But to his astonishment, the legendary Si Hai was also present, and no need to be so apprehensive. We are friends. I am not here to cause you trouble today, Si Hai said, his smile devoid of warmth, which left the previously exuberant students in the room too frightened to move. Si Hai Go. Surely there has been a misunderstanding. These are merely my classmates. How could any of them have assaulted you, Go? Huang Dong seized the opportunity to assert himself in front of Li Momo. You're talking nonsense. I clearly saw her car at the entrance. Luo Junyu retorted angrily, his foot wrapped in bandages resembling that of a near-vegetative state. It was worth noting that this was the first time Luo Junyu had been so severely injured during his time here. Who wouldn't be enraged? Xiaoyu, refrain from speaking for now. Take a moment to rest. Leave this to me today, Sihai assured, his loyalty evident. He had been in the midst of eating when he received Luo Junyu's call about the attack and had rushed over with his men. Huangdong, as you can see, Xiaoyu is in this state that he claims the assailant's vehicle is parked at the entrance, and now you're the only group left in this hotel, Sihai stated plainly. At this juncture, Huangdong found himself at a loss for words. Xiaoyu, go and see which person assaulted you. Find them for me, and I shall teach them a lesson, Sihai instructed Luo Junyu. Upon receiving Sihai's command, Luo Junyu hobbled toward the crowd, determined to identify his assailant. From the moment Li Momo stepped through the door with Luo Junyu and his companions, her palms were drenched in sweat. She had not anticipated that they would actually come looking for her. The girl occasionally stole glances at Qin Ran, only to find him behaving nonchalantly, eating and drinking as if nothing were amiss. Big brother, it's her, that wretched girl. Luo Junyu soon pointed at Li Momo and unleashed a torrent of abuse. Huh, the rotund Sihai, who had initially placed his hands on his hips, turned to follow Luo Junyu's. Upon catching sight of Li Momo's beauty, he momentarily froze. Having encountered countless women over the years, he had to admit that Li Momo was undeniably more exquisite than any he had previously seen. Huangdong was equally astonished, never having expected that the person who had incurred Luo Junyu's wrath was Li Momo. Brother you, could this be a misunderstanding? How could Momo have possibly hurt you like this? Huangdong quickly interjected. Indeed, Xiaoyu, you mentioned it was a man who assaulted you. Sihai echoed, perplexed. Big brother, it was that man who was with her, Luo Junyu exclaimed as he forcefully pulled Li Momo forward. Brother you, could you grant me a favor? She is a classmate of mine, perhaps. Huangdong, witnessing Luo Junyu's fierce demeanor as he dragged Li Momo, hurriedly stepped in to intervene. Just when the classmates thought Luo Junyu might show some leniency toward the class monitor, a sharp crack resonated through the air. Luo Junyu had slapped Huangdong across the face. Who do you think you are? Why should I show you any consideration, having always been arrogant and domineering? Luo Junyu was seething with anger after being struck earlier, and Huangdong unwittingly became the target for his frustration. Is it you? Where's your friend? Luo Junyu demanded, bringing Li Momo before Sihai. Chapter 77. I see you're tired of living. Let her go. Yin had just prepared to rush forward to rescue Li Momo when he found himself obstructed by Sihai's subordinates. TSK, I didn't realize this little girl had such a following, Sihai remarked, observing the stream of boys coming to Li Momo's aid. Big brother, it seems I haven't located that man. Luo Junyu announced after scanning the crowd, surprisingly failing to spot Qin Ran. Of course, it was not entirely Luo Junyu's fault. Qin Ran had been seated at the back, against the wall, making him difficult to identify unless one approached. Li Momo's expression darkened upon hearing this. Brother C, you cannot do this. Yin, having just learned the man's name from the conversation, interjected. Oh, this lad seems to be courting death. Sihai said with a mocking glint in his eyes as he observed Yin. Let us give him a proper lesson. Sihai commanded his subordinates. Four burly men in black suits cracked their knuckles and advanced towards Yin. Excuse me, I am the person you're looking for, Qin Ran declared as he waded through the crowd, approaching leisurely. Big brother, it's him. Luo Junyu's pupils dilated upon seeing Qin Ran. Huh? Just him? Sihai questioned, puzzled. The young man before him did not seem particularly tall or robust. So how could he have possibly inflicted such harm on Luo Junyu? Brother-in-law, Li Momo, held captive by two large men, spotted Qin Ran and called out urgently. Young man, I've heard you possess quite the impressive fighting skills. Sihai observed Qin Ran, a smile playing on his lips as the crowd beheld the grin of Fat 4Cs. A sense of trepidation washed over them. He bore an uncanny resemblance to a smiling tiger. Impressive, how audacious. It had been quite some time since I, Fat 4Cs, encountered anyone so brazen before me. The last one had surely perished many years ago. Fat 4Cs uttered a few menacing remarks. Yet, these words held no significance for Qin Ran. Release her, and I shall grant you 3 seconds. Qin Ran, uninterested in Fat 4C's ramblings, declared resolutely. Huh? Brother, did I hear you correctly? You said you would give us 3 seconds. Although Luo Junyu had a leg broken by Qin Ran, he felt emboldened by the presence of his brother and showed no fear towards Qin Ran. Humph, be quick about it. Fat 4Cs had initially wished to get acquainted with Qin Ran, perhaps to forge a friendship, but was taken aback by her blatant lack of decorum. Angered, he commanded his subordinates to deal with Qin Ran. Several burly men in suits charged at her, yet they were swiftly dispatched to the ground by her fists and kicks. Who are you? Precisely. Fat 4Cs stared in astonishment at the sight of his men sprawled on the floor, panic etched across his face. Ignoring him, Qin Ran seized the opportunity to pull away Li Momo, who had just escaped from the grasp of a suited thug, intent on leaving. That if you dare to leave, these men will pay the price for your actions. The once smiling countenance of Fat 4Cs darkened ominously. The sudden ferocity of Qin Ran had genuinely shocked him, and he now understood why Luo Junyu had suffered such a significant defeat. That I don't know, Qin Ran replied, shaking her head. Humph, brother, while I may not know who you are with, my elder brother is Huzi. You should inquire about us in Jiangqing. If you dare to oppose the Hu family gang, you shall see the consequences. Fat 4Cs threatened Qin Ran directly. However, he was unprepared for her laughter upon hearing the name of the Hu family gang. You insolent brat, how dare you laugh? It seems you've grown weary of life. Fat 4Cs felt humiliated, hastily extracting his phone to make a call. Brother Hu, I and my comrades are being bullied. Come quickly. On the phone, Fat 4Cs painted a dire picture of his plight. Wait, I'll be right there. Huzi, known for his loyalty, quickly responded upon hearing of his brother's troubles. You hear that? My brother is on his way. Now kneel and apologize, and I may spare you. Fat 4Cs wore an expression of complete control. Otherwise, every one of you in that private room shall face the consequences. He continued his threats. Meanwhile, Huang Dong, who had remained silent, cautiously approached and tugged at Li Momo's sleeve. Momo, why not have your brother-in-law kneel and apologize? We are all innocent bystanders here. Huang Dong, anxious for his own safety, feigned nobility by implicating their classmates. In truth, the girl was uncertain. Although she had witnessed Qin Ran's prowess, the arrival of Fat 4C's elder brother posed a new threat. Do not worry, Qin Ran reassured her, sensing her concern. However, Momo's classmates did not share her confidence. It's all your fault. Momo, we were having a perfectly fine gathering until you turned it into this chaos. Yes, hurry and have your brother-in-law kneel and apologize. Otherwise, we will all suffer because of you. Several female classmates, frightened by Fat 4Cs, urged Li Momo. Li Momo found herself caught in a dilemma. Tiger brother has arrived. Just as Li Momo was being blamed by her classmates, a man in a suit rushed in to report to Fat Si Hai. Humph, I tell you, even if he kneels down to kowtow to me now, it would be too late at this moment. Li Si Hai was brimming with confidence. Who would kneel before you? Tiger's voice boomed. His presence felt even before he was seen. It was the first time Tiger had heard of one of his subordinates being bullied. Thus he curiously removed his sunglasses, eager to see who it was. Qin, Master Qin. As Tiger took off his sunglasses, his jaw dropped in astonishment. The burly Tiger immediately knelt before Qin Ran. What? Brother Tiger, what has happened to you? Fat Si Hai's eyes widened in disbelief, fearing he had misjudged the situation. You, hurry up and kneel. Tiger's curiosity caused the entire room to tremble, although Fat Si Hai was unaware of the unfolding events. He heeded Tiger's command and promptly knelt before Qin Ran. The younger brothers who followed suit, witnessing their elder brother kneeling, felt compelled to do the same, and thus they all knelt down. What on earth is happening? Huang Dongmeng was bewildered. Only moments ago he had been boasting about bringing his brother to teach Qin Ran a lesson, yet Fat Si Hai's chosen brother had just addressed Qin Ran as Master Qin. Who is this person? Even Fat Si Hai knelt before him. Could he possibly be a big shot? The classmates began to murmur among themselves. Tiger, it has been a while. I heard you have established the Tiger Gang. Qin Ran said with a smile. Though Qin Ran wore a smile, Tiger understood that it was not a genuine one. Rather, it was a smile that instilled a sense of dread in the beholder. Master Qin, it's not without your blessings. After taking down the Zhao family, I have gathered quite a number of brothers and expanded my territory significantly. Tiger flattered. Just a moment ago, this brother Si Hai seemed to suggest that you were to come and teach me a lesson. What do you think? Qin Ran retorted. Upon hearing this, Tiger furrowed his brow, pondering if Fat Si Hai had lost his mind to provoke Qin Ran, and I didn't know he was Brother Tiger's boss. Fat Si Hai felt wronged, thinking that it was clearly Qin Ran's deliberate trap. Had he known earlier that he was acquainted with Tiger, he would have avoided such embarrassment. Before leaving, Qin Ran noticed the bespectacled man who had rushed in to save Momo and gave him a thumbs up. Brother Tiger, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Considering the time we've spent together, I have no merits but some hardships. Please let me off this once. After Qin Ran departed, Fat Si Hai looked at the furious tiger. Pleading for mercy. I would like to let you go, but Master Qin has already given orders. Just watch how I handle it. You must pay a price. Tiger was straightforward. Disliking hesitation, he swiftly grabbed a small knife and plunged it into Fat Si Hai's leg. Ah, that hurts. Fat Si Hai writhed on the ground after being stabbed. The female classmates who had earlier encouraged Li Momo to persuade Qin Ran to kneel felt a sense of relief, thinking how fortunate it was that Li Momo had ignored them. Otherwise, they would have undoubtedly fared worse than Fat Si Hai. From now on, I will arrange for someone else to take your position. You may retire. Tiger glanced at the incapacitated Fat Si Hai, reflecting that provoking Qin Ran was a grave mistake. Surviving was a stroke of luck. After Huzai departed, the crowd lingered in silence, profoundly shaken by the revelation that the seemingly unremarkable Qin Ran possessed such extraordinary prowess. Brother-in-law, why did that Huzai refer to you as Lord Qin? Li Momo, emerging from the hotel, appeared transformed, incessantly peppering Qin Ran with questions. Just a friend, Qin Ran replied nonchalantly, as he had no intention of revealing his true self in front of the girl. Yet circumstances had compelled him to. A friend. Brother-in-law, don't think I'm a child of 3. He knelt before you and called you Lord Qin, Li Momo remarked with a sly smile. Qin Ran recognized the girl's playful nature and understood that such matters could not be easily dismissed. We met in prison. I saved his life. Hence, Qin Ran began, leaving his sentence unfinished, trusting the girl would grasp the implication though. So that's the case that I wondered how someone as ordinary looking as you could possibly know a big shot. Li Momo concluded her inquiry with a satisfied nod to brother-in-law. Doesn't this mean you could leverage his connections for your endeavors? Why waste your days loafing around the house, living off my sister? Li Momo suddenly pondered aloud. Qin Ran was taken aback by his sister-in-law's keen interest in his affairs, and he could not help but smile wryly that I prefer not to owe others any favors. He stated earnestly, What a facade of nobility, yet you shamelessly enjoy living off my sister. She truly must have drawn the short straw meeting someone like you. Li Momo expressed her frustration at Qin Ran's lack of ambition. Lamenting her sister's misfortune in encountering such as they traveled, Qin Ran received a call from Yang Lan, who reported that the divine Dr. Hall had dispatched personnel, and his sister's condition was under control for the time being. However, this was merely a temporary measure. A suitable bone marrow donor remained essential. The thought left the seemingly omnipotent Qin Ran feeling somewhat helpless. He instructed Yang Lan to search the market for potential matches, regardless of the cost, as long as they were appropriate. Qin Ran, my mother mentioned you accompanied my sister to her graduation party? Li Wanqing inquired. Her curiosity piqued. Qin Ran nodded. Is she all right? Li Wanqing suddenly asked. Qin Ran was taken aback, wondering why she, of all people, would question her own sister's well-being. Noticing the confusion on his face, Li Wanqing elaborated, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, revealing her deep concern for her sister. In truth, both sisters cared for one another, yet neither was willing to be the first to reach out. She's fine, just encountered some minor troubles at the party, but everything has been resolved. Qin Ran replied succinctly. That's a relief. Li Wanqing sighed. By the way, you summoned me in such a hurry. There must be another matter at hand. Qin Ran discerned the woman's underlying motives. Yes, during your absence. The Sun family has begun making significant moves. Rumors are circulating that your 1-month deadline is approaching, yet the Sun family remains unscathed, suggesting you are incapable of acting against them, Li Wanqing stated. Her gaze fixed intently on Qin Ran, keenly observing his reactions. To her surprise, Qin Ran remained unfazed, merely nodding in acknowledgement that it seems you are quite invested in this matter as well, my dear, Qin Ran teased. It is noteworthy that previously, Li Wanqing had never shown any interest in her own affairs. This marks the first instance of a woman's concern for him. Humph, who is interested in you? It is merely that the Sun family has recently been aggressively competing for my business in real estate development, Li Wanqing asserted defiantly. Upon hearing that the Sun family had set their sights on real estate, Qin Ran felt a tinge of surprise, considering that the Sun family had thrived on emerging industries in recent years. This afternoon, you must accompany me to Jiangbei to attend a land auction, Li Wanqing stated, observing Qin Ran's contemplative demeanor. You want me to accompany you? Qin Ran replied, taken aback. Yes, the Sun family will also be there. We are both interested in the same plot of land, Li Wanqing candidly admitted. Chapter 79. The auction. Qin Ran nodded in agreement to the woman at the Jiangbei International Exhibition Center. Numerous participants had gathered for the auction of several plots of land in the Jiangbei New District. Although Qin Ran did not recognize anyone, he was somewhat astonished to see many people greeting Li Wanqing. Realizing that she had established quite a network in her business endeavors. "Isn't that General Manager Li?" A voice, somewhat mocking, drifted from behind them. Turning around, Qin Ran and Li Wanqing were surprised to find Sun Qitian from the Sun family, along with his secretary, Mr. Sun. "What a surprise to see you here," Li Wanqing remarked with deliberate casualness. "Haha. What? General Manager Li does not wish to see me," Sun Qitian replied with a cunning smile. "That Mr. Sun, you jest. Let us head inside together," Li Wanqing responded. Although she had anticipated the Sun family's attendance, encountering them in person still caught her off guard. "Please," Sun Qitian said, glancing at Qin Ran with a smirk that suggested he felt quite pleased with himself. Qin Ran was uncertain about what had transpired within the Sun family during his absence, and he was also surprised not to see Sun Batian today. Logically, given that he had previously assisted Sun Batian, who held a significant position within the family, he should have been present at the auction. However, Qin Ran dismissed the thought, planning to call Sun Batian later to inquire about it. Qin Ran was unaware of Li Wanqing's sudden ambition to venture into Jiangbei, but since it was her desire, he naturally would support her, as he still harbored feelings of guilt towards her. To Mr. Sun, rest assured, everything has been arranged, Sun Qitian's female secretary whispered into his ear. Sun Qitian nodded in response. It was known that although Qin Ran had shattered the Su and Zhao families within a month, with only 2 or 3 days remaining in that period, the Sun family believed he would not dare to act against them. Yet, Sun Qitian had plans to collaborate with Qin Ran and had even garnered support from several other business owners. When the family paused, Sun Qitian quietly grumbled, his gaze fixed intently on Li Wanqing. Despite being a mother, Li Wanqing's unparalleled beauty, coupled with her voluptuous figure, rendered Sun Qitian utterly captivated. Qin Ran had been discreetly observing Sun Qitian and noted his unwavering attention on Li Wanqing, suspecting that his intentions were far from innocent. Soon, the auction commenced as planned, with the first items up for bid being plots of land in the suburban areas of Jiangbei. "Qin Ran, we are about to reach the coveted lot no. For .my budget is set at 10 million. I hope no one competes with me," he remarked, as the auction drew closer to the land she desired. Li Wanqing's anxiety grew. "Fear not, for I am here." Qin Ran reassured her. He understood that this auction would not unfold as simply as it appeared, particularly since Sun Qitian had yet to make a move. Now, we arrive at the focal point of today's session, Lot No. 4 in the Jiangbei New District. This land boasts unparalleled transportation access and a splendid environment. With a starting bid of 5 million as the auctioneer announced the price, many attendees gasped. The previous plots had sold for far less than this amount combined. Without hesitation, Li Wanqing raised her paddle to increase the bid by 1 million. Very well. Ms. Li from number 10, bidding 6 million. The auctioneer declared 0.6 million. "Which company is this?" Murmurs filled the air. "I am unsure. It seems we have not encountered them in Jiangbei. That is the esteemed first female CEO of Jiaqing, who has established her own successful enterprise." The auction venue quickly buzzed with discussion. "Let the bidding commence," Sun Qitian exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he observed the figures on the screen. His purpose in attending this auction was not merely to compete with Li Wanqing for the land, but rather to inflate the price, ensuring that even if she secured it, she would pay a hefty price. Mr. 15, bidding 7 million. The auctioneer promptly called out upon noticing the increased bid. Li Wanqing's brow furrowed slightly at the new price. Yet she resolutely raised her paddle once more. Number 10, 8 million. The auctioneer's enthusiasm grew with each escalating bid, as his commission depended on the final sale price. "Wow, this beautiful CEO truly possesses considerable wealth. It appears she is determined to acquire this land." Mr. 18 bids 9 million. The auctioneer shouted with even greater fervor. 10 million. Before the audience could speculate, Li Wanqing raised the bid yet again, propelling the price to a new zenith. Her palms began to sweat. She felt a twinge of anxiety, for this 10 million was the culmination of her efforts and represented her entire fortune. 10 million once, 10 million twice. The auctioneer's hammer struck repeatedly. And just as everyone anticipated the final blow, he noticed a new bid. The individual was none other than Sun Qitian. 15 million. Mr. Sun from number 25 increases the bid by 5 million. The auctioneer could hardly believe his ears. Li Wanqing heard the outcome she dreaded, letting out a sigh of resignation. At that moment, Qin Ran suddenly grasped her hand, raising it high. What? Number 10, Ms. Li, also increases the bid by 5 million. That brings us to 20 million. The auctioneer's voice grew hoarse from the excitement. Brother Sun, although I am equally perplexed as to the source of her wealth, is it not to your advantage that Li Wanqing is hemorrhaging funds? This way, we can seamlessly acquire the Li Real Estate Group. The enchanting secretary, Shao Ming, blinked in agreement, exclaiming, Indeed, it is all for the purpose of draining her resources. Let us hasten to raise the stakes. Sun Shitian, astute as ever, had specifically enlisted several business magnates to aid him in inflating the bid. 20 million for 2 rounds. Is there anyone else willing to bid? Counting down, the auctioneer, observing the silence among the attendees, deemed that the price had reached its zenith. 30 million. Just as the auctioneer was about to bring down the gavel, someone astonishingly bid 30 million. Qin Ran. Let us depart, Li Wanqing contemplated, realizing that the bid of 30 million revealed her own inadequacy, and decided to leave. Wait. Qin Ran intercepted her. Trust me. With that simple phrase, Qin Ran raised her arm once more. 50 million. The auctioneer nearly toppled over in disbelief. Chapter 80. No need for further bidding. The atmosphere erupted. To spend 50 million on a desolate piece of land seemed utterly insane to outsiders. It was indeed a thankless endeavor. Qin Ran, have you lost your mind? You just bid 50 million. Li Wanqing immediately shook off Qin Ran's grip. Qin Ran remained unfazed. Sold. The auctioneer declared with satisfaction as he struck down the final gavel. Ha! General Manager Li, your generosity is truly remarkable. However, if I am not mistaken, your liquid assets are probably less than 10 million. Correct? Sun Shitian approached Li Wanqing, his demeanor dripping with mockery. Li Wanqing attempted to respond, but was interrupted by Qin Ran. Young Master Sun, it has been a while. Qin Ran interjected. Humph, what are you? Merely a kept man of Li Wanqing. And you dare speak to me in such a manner? Sun Shitian assumed an air of superiority. Young Master Sun, I must inquire if you are prepared to kneel before me and bow your head? Qin Ran remarked, a playful glint in his eyes as he regarded Sun Shitian. Qin Ran, do you truly believe our Sun family fears you? Do you think we are as foolish as the Su family and the Zhao family? Sun Shitian retorted confidently. However, it was no surprise that Sun Shitian could make such a statement, as his family had built their fortune through hard work, unlike the other 2 families that thrived on opportunism. Very well, just wait and see. Qin Ran understood that Sun Shitian was the type who would not shed tears until confronted with tragedy. Haha, still trying to intimidate us. Just wait until you cannot produce the funds. Sun Shitian was eagerly anticipating the unfolding spectacle. Most importantly, she was in no position to procure such a substantial sum. They were facing a fraudulent auction, and should this come to light, they would bear the consequences. Qin Ran noticed the confusion etched on the woman's face, and then pulled a card from his pocket. Ha! Who knows where you found that card? It might not even contain a single cent. Yet you flaunt it. Sun Shitian regarded Qin Ran with disdain. Ms. Li, kindly proceed with the deposit payment. A staff member from the auction house soon approached Li Wanqing, clutching the black bank card adorned with a few golden streaks. Bestowed upon her by Qin Ran, Li Wanqing felt a tumult of anxiety as she followed the staff into the backstage area. Ms. Li, as per the regulations, you are required to pay half of the deposit up front. The staff member declared, holding out a slip of paper. All right, Li Wanqing replied, her voice quivering with trepidation. She was at a loss as to why she had placed her trust in Qin Ran. As she handed the card to the staff, her thoughts raced to the inevitable moment of discovering an insufficient balance, leading her to seek financial assistance from others. Ms. Li, the staff member suddenly called out. Li Wanqing was taken aback by how swiftly the response came. She had just closed her eyes and was now opening them again in surprise. You need not swipe this card. You can settle the full payment later. The staff member smiled broadly. Not swipe? Li Wanqing's expression turned to one of bewilderment. She wondered if the staff had somehow discerned the card's lack of funds. In truth, upon receiving the card, the staff had instantly recognized it as one associated with individuals possessing assets in the billions, leading them to conclude that I was financially robust, thus deeming the deposit unnecessary. This was their approach to treating VIP clients. Li Zone, it appears things are not going too smoothly. Do you require assistance? I could lend you a portion, though the interest may be rather steep. However, it would alleviate your immediate predicament, Sun Shitian said with a hint of malice. No. Thank you. Li Wanqing replied firmly, resolved not to turn to Sun Qitian for help, regardless of her situation. Humph, such short-sightedness. Just wait until you can't make the final payment and get caught. Sun Qitian shot her a venomous glare before dramatically sweeping his sleeve and striding out. Qin ran. Does this card truly contain funds? At that moment, Li Wanqing retrieved the card, scrutinizing it intently. It was her first encounter with such a meticulously crafted bank card. Of course, didn't we just discuss this? Qin Ran responded, somewhat surprised, as he had noticed Li Wanqing's pensive demeanor earlier. But the staff didn't even swipe it and just let me take it, saying I could pay the full amount later. Li Wanqing explained candidly. Upon hearing this, Qin Ran understood. The staff likely assumed that anyone capable of possessing such a card would undeniably have the means to cover the multi-million payment, thus exempting them from the deposit requirement. Then we will simply swipe it next time, Qin Ran replied with calm assurance. Qin Ran, you truly are out of your mind. Today we were merely fortunate that they didn't swipe it. Otherwise, if we couldn't pay later, we would surely be stranded. Li Wanqing attributed their fortune to sheer luck. Qin Ran chose not to contest her reasoning, and on their way back, Li Wanqing persistently sought loans from acquaintances. Yet most were taken aback by the amount she mentioned, and despite her efforts, she could not secure even a fraction. Alas, Qin Ran, it's all your fault for raising the price without my consent, she lamented, her heart aching at the thought of spending 50 million on a plot of land. Rest assured, leave the financial matters to me. You should focus on managing the company, Qin Ran said. Watching her fret over money with concern, realizing that these past years must have been fraught with financial worries for her, Qin Ran, can you not be a bit more grounded? This is 50 million. Do you think it's only 500 yuan? You speak so casually. Upon hearing Qin Ran's words, Li Wanqing was filled with indignation. Qin Ran chose not to continue the debate with the woman, muttering to himself about being a workaholic. Upon returning to Li Wanqing's residence, he discovered the house was empty, assuming the elderly couple had gone out to buy groceries and intended to step outside to greet them. However, as soon as he descended the stairs, he encountered an aunt from the neighborhood committee. Are you the son-in-law of the Li family? The aunt, with her curly hair and an anxious expression, inquired. Qin Ran vaguely remembered not knowing her and merely nodded in response. That's great. Hurry, come with me, the aunt exclaimed, pulling Qin Ran along as they rushed outside. Chapter 81. The flood sweeps away the Dragon King Temple. What is going on? Qin Ran asked, perplexed. Soon, under the aunt's guidance, he arrived at the foot of a corporate building. Mi AI Investment Company Limited. Observing the company's rather lackluster name, a smile almost escaped Qin Ran's lips, amused that such a name could still exist in this day and age. Yet, before he could express his mirth, he heard someone calling his name. Shao Qin, you finally made it. Turning his gaze, he spotted Li's mother. Shao Li, is this the esteemed son-in-law you often speak of? Several other women of similar age to Li's mother stood nearby. Indeed, I specifically called him here, Li's mother responded with pride. Oh, is it just him? He appears even less impressive than my son-in-law, looking so refined yet surely lacking in strength, one of the aunts remarked derisively. Yes, just look at him. His attire is so tattered. He resembles a street thug, another chimed in. These women, accustomed to hearing Li's mother boast about her son-in-law's prowess, now judged Qin Ran solely by his unkempt appearance, leading them to deem him inadequate. Just as Li's mother was about to defend Qin Ran, a young man in work attire emerged from the company. That we're not leaving. Not until we get our money back. The leader of the disgruntled women was indeed one of the aunts who had just criticized Qin Ran. It was evident to everyone that this company had swindled their money, prompting them to confront it directly. Qianzong, what do we do now? Those women are still gathered downstairs, and we can't get out. They refuse to leave. A young man complained to a portly gentleman. What's the rush? We have Zhonggu here. We've already paid, and they'll be coming soon. Just wait, Qian Shao retorted, pulling back the curtains to glance at the gathering of women below, thinking to himself, humph, they like to cause a scene. Just wait for the show. Sure enough, shortly after, several black SUVs drove into the company parking lot. Qianzong, it's Zhonggu and his crew, the young man exclaimed. What are you shouting for? You scared me. Hurry up and invite Zhonggu in. Qian Shaohua commanded the young man. Under the young man's guidance, Zhonggu and several underlings arrived at the office via the staff elevator. Zhonggu, you finally made it. If you hadn't shown up, my brother's life would have been at stake. Qian Shaohua feigned a pitiful expression. Enough with the theatrics. Just get to the point. Zhonggu retorted, his disdain for such displays of helplessness evident. Upon witnessing the situation, Qian Shaohua promptly recounted the entire sequence of events, conveniently omitting the parts that were originally their responsibility. All right, rest assured, this minor issue is entirely in my hands, thought Zhonggu, considering that dealing with a group of elderly ladies would be a simple task. First intimidate, then disperse. Excellent. This will certainly benefit Zhonggu. Qin Shaohua's face was a mask of sycophancy. Without further ado, Zhonggu descended with several of his companions. Come, let us follow along, he instructed, noticing Zhong Ji's departure. Qin Shaohua swiftly kicked the young man from before, compelling him to tag along. Who's leading this? Zhonggu wasted no time. Upon reaching the ground floor, he immediately confronted the group of ladies. At this moment, the outspoken aunt who had previously clashed with Qin Ran stepped forward once more. Humph, don't think that merely gathering a few people will intimidate us. Very well, since you are unafraid. Allow me to demonstrate. Zhonggu, a man of considerable resolve, seized a wooden plank nearby and struck it against himself, causing it to splinter. The elderly women, who had been chattering incessantly just moments ago, fell silent in an instant. Humph, none of you shall leave today. Prior to his descent, Zhonggu had received instructions from Qin Shaohua to teach these elderly ladies a lesson, ensuring they would not return incessantly in the future. His declaration sent shivers down the spines of the elderly women. What shall we do? This person they found seems quite formidable. It's all your fault. If you hadn't insisted on demanding money, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Yes, it's you, Li Tsuiping. You've led us to this trouble. Qin Ran was bewildered as the crowd suddenly turned their ire towards Li Mu. Zhonggu noticed the shift and recognized that Li Mu was indeed the instigator. Annie, so it was you stirring up trouble. How meddlesome. Zhonggu said through gritted teeth that Li Mu was momentarily at a loss for words. That I believe it is you who is meddling, she retorted. Suddenly, a figure emerged from behind the elderly women. Qin Ran had been leaning nearby, listening intently to their dialogue. Qin Yi, Zhonggu immediately recognized the individual before him. He was utterly astonished to encounter Qin Ran in such a setting. Are you seeking death? You dare to reprimand my mother-in-law? Qin Ran thundered, confronting Zhonggu directly. What? Mother-in-law? Zhonggu could hardly believe his ears, for in his mind, Qin Ran, being so young, should not yet be married. Indeed, the very one you just pointed to. Qin Ran reminded him. The previously dismissive aunts observed Qin Ran speaking assertively to the thug, who appeared to be intimidated by him. What a turn of events, a family unaware of its own ties. Zhonggu quickly plastered a grin on his face, addressing Qin Ran. Certainly, I shall ensure that the owner returns the money immediately. Zhonggu dared not delay, kicking the young man who had followed them down the stairs. The young man scrambled into the elevator. Qin Yi, rest assured, the money will surely be refunded to the aunts, Zhonggu said with a broad smile directed at the group, led by Li Mu. Upon hearing about the refunds, the aunts were overjoyed. Little did they know, Qin Ran suddenly interjected, Chapter 82. The First War God. Zhonggu, it seems your courage has grown considerably in just a few days. Hasn't he it? Should I refund them all? Qin Ran inquired, her tone sharp. I apologize. Qin Yi, I understand now. Zhonggu found himself at a loss for words in the face of Qin Ran's reprimand. Shao Li, what does your son-in-law mean by this? Shao Li, we are all friends here. The group of aunties, witnessing Qin Ran's refusal to refund their money, suddenly became obstinate. Humph, a dog's eyes cannot see beyond its own nose. Qin Ran remarked decisively before departing with Li Mu, who had just received her refund. Li Mu gazed at the neighbors, feeling helpless, for they had indeed looked down upon Qin Ran initially. Zhonggu, what on earth is going on? Why are we refunding these old hags? Qin Shaohua questioned, observing Zhong Ji's furious expression. Qin Shaohua, how dare you speak? Do you not know that my elder brother's superior's mother-in-law is among these elderly ladies? Zhonggu nearly offended Qin Ran once again. The elder brother's superior? Qin Shaohua, being astute, felt his pupils widen upon hearing Zhong Ji's words. Zhonggu, what should we do? He won't come after me, will he? Qin Shaohua expressed a hint of trepidation. It was clear that not only did he have to appease Zhonggu, but he also had to tread lightly around Zhong Ji's elder brother's superior. Humph, what else can we do? Either refund the money or await our doom. The choice is yours, Zhonggu stated, observing Qin Shaohua's anxious demeanor. That I will refund. I will, Qin Shaohua exclaimed, instructing his secretary to return the money to the elderly ladies. Zhonggu was quite taken aback by Qin Ran's decisive actions, which also suggested that she was not a petty person. On the way back, Li Mu looked at the SMS notification of the transaction, letting out a sigh of relief. Shao Qin, I truly relied on you today. Otherwise, I might have lost all my retirement funds. Li Mu smiled, her eyes crinkling with joy. Auntie, please refrain from trusting such deceitful schemes in the future. If you genuinely wish to invest, I can introduce you to someone, Qin Ran offered earnestly. That sounds wonderful. Shao Qin, you are truly capable that I previously failed to recognize your worth. Please do not hold it against me. As I only wanted what was best for Wan Qing. Not at all. You are Wan Qing's mother. How could I possibly be upset with you? Qin Ran replied with a smile. That it was evident that Li Mu bore no ill will towards Qin Ran. She merely acted from a mother's perspective, desiring a better life for her daughter. By the way, Shao Qin, I notice you frequently wear this outfit. Would you like me to wash it for you? It has accumulated quite a bit of grease. Li Mu suggested, perceiving Qin Ran's forgiving nature. There's no need to trouble yourself. I can manage to wash it when I have time, Qin Ran responded. Waving her hand. Oh dear, why are you being polite with me? We are family. I also need to wash some clothes at home. I can take yours along. It's no bother, Li Mu kindly insisted. All right then, I'll change and give it to you shortly. Qin Ran nodded, recognizing that Li Mu was, in a sense, her mother-in-law, making it entirely reasonable to wash a few garments. Exactly. We are family. Let us not stand on ceremony. Li Mu said contentedly. Li Tsuaping gathered some clothes and bedding that needed washing and took them directly to her workplace. It turned out that Li Mu had not been idle over the years. Since their family had been cast out by old lady Li Tsuaping had sought employment in domestic service to alleviate the family's financial burdens. This is not merely a complimentary benefit from the company. One can bring garments from home for dry cleaning. Shao Li, come and have your clothes cleaned. A middle-aged woman clad in a housekeeping uniform encountered Li Tsuaping. Indeed, Ma Jia, this month the company is providing a free dry cleaning service. So I brought some of my laundry from home. Li Tsuaping responded with a sincere smile. You truly know how to save, Ma Jun remarked with a condescending gaze. Did you not often boast about how capable your daughter and son-in-law are? Why then must you come to the company just to have your clothes cleaned? Well, Ma Jia, every little bit saved counts, Li Mu retorted, harboring little fondness for Ma Jun. It is worth noting that the company is currently evaluating the annual Best Housekeeping Award. And coincidentally, Li Mu and Ma Jun are the two finalists. Thus, Ma Jun regarded Li Mu with hostility, knowing that the champion would receive a prize of 10,000 yuan. Shao Li, how about you let me take your clothes? I can wash them for you, and you can cover my shift since my stomach has suddenly begun to ache. Ma Jun concocted a scheme. Oh, is it serious? I believe I have some medication here. Li Mu inquired upon noticing Ma Jun's sudden ailment. It's nothing, just an old issue. A trip to the restroom will suffice, Ma Jun interjected, seizing the bundle of clothes from Li Mu's hands without waiting for a reply. Once in the laundry room, Ma Jun wore a look of disdain. She was originally supposed to be on duty today, having had a poor night's sleep, and this was the perfect opportunity for Li Tsuaping to cover her shift while she rested. Humph, truly one to take advantage. Bringing so many clothes. Ma Jun rummaged through the bag and remarked, why is this pocket so bulging? As she inspected a coat, she discovered something unusual. This appears to be an identification document, she said, pulling out a small red booklet. First War God? Although Ma Jun's education was limited, she could still recognize a few characters. Despite not comprehending the title's significance, she was taken aback when she reached the final page of the booklet, which stated, this document is not to be used by others. Violations will be treated as a serious crime. Upon reading this, she devised a devious plan. Hello, is this the Urban Brigade? I wish to report a theft. Someone has stolen a document called First War God. Ma Jun grinned maliciously. What? Where are you right now? We are on our way. The officers at the Urban Brigade, upon hearing the title First War God, became quite animated, as it was a source of pride for Xia country. Seeing their excitement, Ma Jun quickly complied with their inquiries and even framed Li Mu for the crime, just as Li Mu began to feel anxious. The door to the duty room was suddenly kicked open. Nobody move. A fully equipped tactical team stormed in. Li Mu was utterly stunned. She had never witnessed such a scene and was too frightened to speak. Yes, that's her. I found the clothes from her, Ma Jun hastily pointed out. Take her away, commanded the captain of the tactical team upon confirming their target. I haven't done anything wrong. Why are you arresting me? Ma Jia, please save me, Li Mu cried out in panic as she was escorted away by two burly men. Humph, save you. With this, the prize is as good as mine, Ma Jun thought to herself. Reveling in the sight of Li Mu being taken away. Chapter 83. Questions best left unasked in the city of Jiangqing, within the urban brigade. Captain, this document is authentic. A bespectacled man had been scrutinizing the crimson booklet for an entire hour. Uft, are you implying that the first war god is truly in Jiangqing? The captain nearly spat out his old tea that I cannot ascertain that. What inquiries have been made on that front? Is there any outcome? The advisor inquired hastily. Sigh, this old lady is rather obstinate. After much questioning, all she claimed was that she came to help her son-in-law with his laundry. Without divulging anything further, the captain spat out a mouthful of tea leaves. Perhaps we should have her son-in-law come forward to claim it? He might be the one who pilfered it, suggested the advisor. Originally intending to step out for a meal, they were unexpectedly surrounded by a throng of individuals upon reaching the restaurant's entrance. Mr. Qin, is it? The leader asked cautiously, as they were still uncertain of Qin Ran's identity. That's me. What's the matter? Qin Ran observed the well-equipped, synchronized soldiers surrounding him. Mr. Qin, we kindly request that you accompany us. You are entangled in a case, the leading soldier explained earnestly. Qin Ran had initially contemplated resolving the matter swiftly, but upon noticing the insignia of the urban brigade on their arms, he refrained from taking action. Now, tell me how you acquired the document. The captain of the urban brigade inquired directly. Document? Qin Ran was momentarily perplexed by their accusations until those two words registered. Humph, your mother-in-law has already confessed. Stating that the document was hidden within the clothing, not feign ignorance. The captain tapped his teacup against the table, signaling Qin Ran to be forthcoming. That document belongs to me, Qin Ran replied placidly, standing there with an innocent demeanor. Not jest with me. Do you have any idea whose document that is? If you continue this farce, I will have no choice but to arrest you. Captain Shao Jun declared with a grave expression, convinced that Qin Ran was mocking him. I am not jesting. It is genuinely mine. You may verify it. Qin Ran shrugged, exuding a sense of helplessness. Humph, truly, some are only moved by the stark reality. I shall call Brother Han. He has spent time in the northern frontier and should be able to determine the authenticity at a glance. Shao Jun turned to instruct another soldier. Qin Ran appeared rather unperturbed, simultaneously lamenting their inclination to wrongfully accuse innocent individuals while urging them not to squander his time. Seeing Qin Ran's utter indifference, the advisor could no longer contain his frustration. Qin, be honest with me. Do you realize the severe penalties for misusing such documents? The advisor stepped forward, glaring at Qin Ran with indignation. And what of it? Qin Ran retorted with disdain. The two companions of Qin Ran exchanged glances, sensing an inexplicable dread in the depths of the man's eyes. Captain, Brother Han has arrived, someone soon reported. Quick, please welcome him. Shao Jun hurriedly rushed to the entrance, clearly eager to greet this so-called Brother Han, who held a significant status among them. Brother Han, my sincerest apologies for summoning you on a weekend. Shao Jun began with an apology. Captain Shao, no need for such formality. We are all family here. No need for pleasantries. Brother Han gestured to dismiss the formalities. Indeed, the governing body is responsible for managing all significant and trivial matters in Jiangqing, while their city squad ensures the safety of Jiangqing. Ultimately, they are all part of the same family. It is said that someone has stolen the credentials of the first war god. Han Sishi's face was a picture of indignation. Brother Han, yes, right there. We were just surrounding him. This brat is exceedingly arrogant. Shao Jun added fuel to the fire. Very well, I shall confront him. Han Sishi placed his hands on his hips, exuding an air of righteousness. He pushed through the crowd, having taken only a few steps when, thud, the soldiers encircling Qin Ran were left in shock. For to bring Han Sishi to his knees, one must be truly terrifying. Brother Han, what's the matter? Shao Jun rushed over, intending to help Han Sishi up. However, no matter how hard Shao Jun pulled, he could not lift Han Sishi. Brother Han, Qin Ran was equally surprised to discover that the Han bureau they spoke of was an old acquaintance of his. Wasn't he this the same Han Sishi who had previously assisted Su Chun and was nearly beaten to death by him? Han Sishi still vividly recalled the terror of Qin Ran, who, in the presence of the Dragon King, had knocked him out with a single strike. Han Sishi, I thought you had perished. Qin Ran smirked. You dare insult Brother Han. You seek death. Shao Jun, already hot-tempered, had been simmering with anger at Qin Ran's dismissive attitude. Shao Jun, cease this insolence. Han Sishi shouted at Shao Jun for his outburst towards Qin Ran. Brother Han, why are you so afraid of this kid? A nearby strategist also noticed the unusual tension. He is the first war god. Ancestors, do you wish to cut your lives short? Han Cixi wore a sorrowful expression. What? He is the first war god? Impossible. How could the first war god be so ordinary? Shao Jun was the first to voice his disbelief. Shao Jun, you do not even believe me? Han Cixi was taken aback by Shao Jun's youthfulness, just as Shao Jun was about to retort. Qin Ran effortlessly broke free from the chains that had bound him. How did you unlock this? Shao Jun's pupils dilated in disbelief. Did you think these could restrain me? Qin Ran shot back. Lord Qin, I had no idea it was you. Han Cixi's tone softened considerably. What are you still standing there for? Hurry and fetch Lord Qin's credentials. Han Cixi glared at Shao Jun and the strategist. While Shao Jun remained in disbelief, the strategist hurriedly left to retrieve the credentials. Han Cixi, it has been a long time since we last met. After sparing your life last time, is this how you treat me? Qin Ran flexed his wrist. Lord Qin, I recognize my errors. I will have your mother-in-law released immediately and offer my apologies. Han Cixi hastily absolved himself. He then cast a glance at the strategist, which sent the latter trembling. First war god, we acknowledge our mistakes. We will ensure confidentiality. The strategist stammered. And you? Qin Ran turned his gaze towards the captain of the city squad. Shao Jun was about to speak. Aware that he had offended Qin Ran, he knew there would be no favorable outcome. I entrust you with a task. Assist me in secretly protecting someone. Yes, Qin Ran spoke. He pulled out a photograph from his pocket. Who is this to you? Shao Jun asked, looking at the photo with a puzzled expression. Do not inquire about what should not be questioned. Qin Ran's demeanor was as frigid as I see in the 84th chapter. The other side of a woman, the three individuals immediately felt the temperature in the interrogation room plummet. Master Qin, rest assured, we will undoubtedly accomplish the mission. Han Cixi followed closely behind Qin Ran as he took his leave. Han Cixi did not linger for long, for he still had tasks assigned by Qin Ran to complete. Captain, we nearly faced our end, but fortunately, this first war god is quite agreeable, the advisor remarked, watching as everyone departed, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. At that moment, Shao Jun was consumed by a tumult of emotions. He had never anticipated that Qin Ran would truly be the first war god. However, what astonished him even more was that Qin Ran had tasked him with protecting that individual. Auntie, my sincerest apologies. It was a mistake. A mistake, Han Cixi exclaimed, his face filled with regret. I knew it. How could I possibly steal someone else's belongings? In another interrogation room, Li Zuiping breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed. By the way, Annie, how did you discover that document? Han Cixi, having come with a mission, naturally needed to ascertain the ins and outs of the situation. It was my colleague, Sister Ma, who helped me with the laundry and mentioned that she found that document in my son-in-law's clothing, Li Zuiping said, finding Han Cixi's smile to be quite approachable, thus feeling at ease to share. That is truly wonderful. I was worried that this matter might affect my bonus, Li's mother said cheerfully. Upon hearing about the bonus, Han Cixi immediately inquired further, and Li's mother informed him about the company's best housekeeping competition. Auntie Li, fear not. This matter shall remain confidential with me. Han Cixi was delighted, as he had been seeking ways to strengthen his relationship with Qin Ran, and this seemed to present an opportunity. Ever since the incident with the Su family, Han Cixi had been on the lookout for a chance to improve his rapport with Qin Ran, but had been thwarted by a lack of opportunity. What a clean housekeeping company. Everyone, please be quiet, the bald man in the conference room announced. Due to her theft, Li Zuiping has been apprehended, and our champion for best housekeeping is none other than Ma Jun. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Ma Jun beamed with joy as she stepped forward to receive an ample red envelope. At that moment, the door to the conference room was suddenly pushed open. Ma Jun, where are you? The newcomer was none other than Han Cixi, accompanied by dozens of law enforcement officers from the Urban Brigade. Naturally, Li's mother was by his side. Ma Jun, thinking that the Urban Brigade had come to commend her, eagerly raised her hand. Here. She waved enthusiastically. Take her away. Han Cixi cast a glance, then turned to confirm with Li's mother, who nodded in affirmation, prompting Han Cixi to issue the ordered in an instant. Dozens of soldiers rushed into the conference room, startling the delighted Ma Jun into a pallid hue. What are you doing? On what grounds are you arresting me? It was clearly Li Zuiping who stole the items. Manager, you must save me, Ma Jun shouted at the bald man. You are the company manager, correct? We have conducted a thorough investigation, and MSLI has been wrongfully accused. It is MSMA whom we are here to apprehend. Han Cixi stated sternly to the bald manager. Understood. Understood. We will immediately restore the rewards for Li Zuiping. The bald manager, recognizing Han Cixi, swiftly changed his demeanor. After resolving the troubles concerning Li's mother, Qin Ran intended to visit Li Wanqing's company to my astonishment. I encountered Secretary Jin as soon as I joined the company. Qin Ran, how dare you show your face here? The moment Shao Jin laid eyes on Qin Ran, her ire surged uncontrollably. What on earth happened? Qin Ran inquired, perplexed. It's all because of you. Shao Jin glared at Qin Ran, whose demeanor was so innocuous, it only fueled her fury further. Initially, Li Wanqing's real estate company was steadily progressing and was bound to expand into Jiangbei eventually. However, it was precisely due to Qin Ran's impulsive decision to spend 50 million to acquire the land in Jiangbei New District that everything changed. Since then, Li Wanqing had been tirelessly devising strategies to fill the financial void left by that reckless expenditure. To make matters worse, their company's properties in Jiangxing were now under assault from competitors. The Sun family, aware of Li Wanqing's substantial losses at the last land auction, was likely struggling to maintain liquidity, possibly even resorting to borrowing money. Consequently, the Sun family hastily slashed prices on their numerous properties in Jiangxing, leading to a deafening silence for Li South real estate ventures in the area. Where is President Li now? After gleaning the situation from Shao Jin, Qin Ran promptly inquired. Humph, you even dare to mention President Li? You bought the land, then hastily departed, leaving the mess for her to clean up. Shao Jin, seeing Qin Ran's blatant lack of remorse, felt her anger intensify. Realizing that she wouldn't extract any answers from this woman, Qin Ran circumvented Shao Jin and ascended in the elevator. This was one of the reasons why Shao Jin's disdain for Qin Ran had only grown. Qin Ran believed she bore full responsibility for these troubles, regretting not informing the woman of the balance on her black card when she initially provided it. Pushing open the door to the president's office, Qin Ran was taken aback by the sight before her. The esteemed president of Li's Real Estate, a distinguished young entrepreneur in Jiaqing, an idol admired by countless young women, was sitting barefoot with disheveled hair, her legs crossed atop her office chair. Before her lay a plate of pink delicacies, which Qin Ran initially failed to recognize. What brings you here? Li Wanqing's expression was one of surprise, tinged with a hint of shyness. She hurriedly resumed a proper sitting posture, slipped on her shoes, and moved the plate of food aside. Unable to contain herself, she chuckled at Qin Ran's flustered demeanor. What are you laughing at? Li Wanqing shot Qin Ran a glare, though her tone lacked conviction. That I find you quite endearing. I had thought our esteemed President Li was an ethereal being, untouched by the mundane world. Qin Ran approached slowly. Qin Ran, why do you keep barging in without knocking? Though Li Wanqing felt a pang of guilt, she maintained her composure. She hadn't anticipated being caught in such a vulnerable moment after a long day of meetings. Eager to unwind with a snack, that I was merely concerned about disturbing President Li's rest, Qin Ran replied with a squint and a smile. She then picked up a small fork from the plate and speared one of the pink dumplings Li Wanqing had just been eating. Qin Ran, stop with the banter. Li Wanqing felt her confidence wane with every word from him. Oh, her surprise. You enjoy this delicacy? Qin Ran tasted one and realized it was a glutinous rice ball with a strawberry flavor. Shao Jin bought them. I was just a bit hungry, so I had a few, Li Wanqing retorted, still clinging to her pride. Qin Ran merely smiled, choosing not to expose her facade. Well, let's get down to business. Why are you in such a hurry? Li Wanqing, sensing that Qin Ran seemed to be mocking her, hastily shifted the topic. Chapter 85. Feel free to give your orders. Qin Ran observed that the previously charming Li Wanqing had now reverted to her usual aloof demeanor. I heard from Shao Jin that the company has recently encountered financial difficulties. Qin Ran did not beat around the bush. Yes, the Sun family has had their sights set on our company for quite some time. After we spent 50 million to acquire that piece of land, the Sun family realized that our liquidity must be quite limited, and thus they drastically reduced the prices of their properties. At this point, Li Wanqing couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. Just this morning, she had concluded a board meeting where the majority of the directors criticized her for spending such an exorbitant sum on that piece of land. Li Wanqing had painstakingly clarified the significance of that land for their Li Realty's expansion into Jiangbei, yet the directors still believed her actions were nothing short of self-sabotage. So, what do you intend to do? Observing the troubled expression on her face, Qin Ran felt a twinge of curiosity. Lower the prices, initiate a price war. The moment work was mentioned, the woman perked up, rising to her feet. Li Wanqing analyzed the situation earnestly. Witnessing her intense focus, a flicker of warmth stirred within Qin Ran's icy heart. Our objective is to maintain price parity with the Sun family's territory. This way, they will surely be drained of resources. Li Wanqing declared with great confidence. After listening to her analysis, Qin Ran nodded frequently, acknowledging that her reasoning was indeed lucid. However, we are facing issues regarding funding. As she spoke, her tone noticeably slowed, revealing a lack of her earlier confidence. I have a solution. At this moment, Qin Ran unexpectedly interjected. What solution? Although Li Wanqing found some of Qin Ran's quirks quite irritating, she had to admit that he often provided sound advice in professional matters. Seek a bank loan. Qin Ran stated this with ease. Ha. I thought you had a brilliant idea. Qin Ran, do you really believe I hadn't thought of that? Which bank would be willing to lend to a high-risk venture like mine at this point? She shot him an incredulous look, having expected a more insightful suggestion. Have you tried? How would you know if you haven't? Qin Ran was not surprised by Li Wanqing's vehement rebuttal. After the previously assertive Li Wanqing was momentarily silenced by his words. Fine. I'll give it a try, but it will only be a waste of time. A glimmer of despair flickered in her eyes as she never imagined that after so many years of running the company, it could potentially face bankruptcy overnight. Qin Ran chuckled softly, noting the myriad of emotions playing across her face. He realized that she wasn't as cold as she appeared. After leaving Li Wanqing's company, Qin Ran's phone began to ring. Seeing an unfamiliar number, he initially considered hanging up, but since it was a local call, he decided to answer. Qin Yi. A somewhat greasy voice came through the line. Who are you? Qin Ran felt a bit bewildered. It's me. Shao Han, the one you just met. On the other end, Han Cixi hurriedly sought to ingratiate himself. Oh, it's you. What is the matter? Qin Ran was equally perplexed as to why Han Cixi had suddenly called him. Master Qin, it is as follows. I have resolved the matter concerning your mother-in-law, and I would like to invite you to dinner. Would that be convenient for you? Although Han Cixi's voice came through the telephone, the oily tone alone allowed one to imagine just how obsequious his expression must be at that moment. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Ran recognized that Han Cixi held a considerable position in Jiangqing, which could be advantageous in assisting Li Wanqing with her bank loan issues. Thus, the man acquiesced. Master Qin, wonderful. I shall send you the restaurant address shortly. Han Cixi exclaimed with unrestrained joy. It is worth noting that he had been working in the Jiangqing Bureau for 5 years. Although he had not achieved any remarkable feats, he had been diligent and had not caused any significant problems. However, Han Cixi had yet to receive a promotion, so his attempt to curry favor with Qin Ran was motivated by a desire for advancement. I have a request. Upon hearing Han Cixi's jubilant voice on the other end of the line, Qin Ran interjected suddenly. Master Qin, please, do tell. Han Cixi eagerly responded, I want all the bank presidents in Jiangqing to come together. Qin Ran made his demand without hesitation. This left Han Cixi momentarily dumbfounded. Indeed, such a request was not something an ordinary person could propose. What? Is that too difficult? If so, I can always seek them out individually. Qin Ran remarked. Noticing Han Cixi's apparent discomfort, in truth, Qin Ran could manage to contact them one by one, but it would merely be a time-consuming endeavor. Not at all. Master Qin, you jest. I shall take immediate action to ensure they are all gathered by tonight. Despite being on the phone, Han Cixi felt a sense of urgency and wiped the sweat from his forehead. After hanging up, Qin Ran understood that Han Cixi was trying to ingratiate himself with him, undoubtedly seeking to leverage their relationship. That he glanced at the address Han Cixi had sent and hailed a taxi. Meanwhile, Han Cixi was grappling with the daunting task of acquiring the phone numbers of all the bank presidents in Jiangqing. It was clear that not even a prominent figure from Jiangbei could manage to summon them all at once. Just as Han Cixi found himself at a loss, his secretary entered the room. He had been waiting outside but had refrained from interrupting due to Han Cixi's phone call, although he had overheard the entire conversation. Brother Han, I have a solution, the secretary volunteered eagerly. Tell. What is your solution? Han Cixi's eyes brightened at the prospect. The secretary, however, approached cautiously and whispered into Han Cixi's ear. No. If anyone discovers this, I could face dire consequences. Upon hearing the secretary's suggestion, Han Cixi was taken aback and quickly stood up. But aside from this solution, do we have any other options? The secretary countered fearlessly. However, Han Cixi's expression became increasingly grim. Very well, you may proceed with the arrangements. After a few moments of contemplation, Han Cixi relinquished his resistance and issued the command. The secretary, unfazed, nodded and promptly exited. The Jiangqing International Zhuang Hotel stands as the sole five-star establishment in Jiangxing. Although it may not be renowned on a grand scale, it holds a certain prominence within the locality. Qin Ran alighted from the taxi, gazing at the hotel adorned in European decorative style, and surprisingly felt a sense of familiarity. Chapter 86. What are you being so arrogant about? Without further thought, Qin Ran strode inside. Good day, sir. May I inquire if you have a reservation? Approached a Caucasian staff member, inquiring with a slightly awkward grasp of Chinese. To the staff's astonishment, Qin Ran responded fluently in English. Yes, I have a reservation. My friend should be inside. I am a friend of Han Cixi. Sir, this way, please. The staff, realizing Qin Ran's proficiency in English, promptly switched to conversing in that language. As Qin Ran ventured through the hotel, he admired the elegant British-style decor, finding it rather pleasing. At that moment, in a lavish private room, a gathering of over a dozen individuals filled the space. Apart from Han Cixi, the rest were bank presidents from Jiaqing. Director Han, you've truly spared no expense. This high-caliber banquet is a first for me, remarked a middle-aged man with a goatee and round glasses, grinning broadly while seated beside Han Cixi. Upon hearing this, Han Cixi thought to himself that indeed, this meal had consumed half a year's worth of his personal savings. Haha, Hu Xing, you're just joking. For someone of your stature, this is mere child's play. Han Cixi feigned nonchalance. In truth, all present were acutely aware that for their positions, indulging in such fare was hardly a challenge. Director Han, who exactly are we waiting for? Hu Xing pressed on, undeterred. Yes, Han Go, you summoned us all in such haste. Claiming there was an announcement from above. Why has nothing been said yet? Other presidents chimed in, growing restless. Facing the assembly of bank presidents, Han Cixi could not claim to be entirely at ease. After dabbing the perspiration that had just emerged on his forehead with a handkerchief, he stood up. What is all this urgency about? I called you here for a pressing matter. If you are unwilling to cooperate, you are free to leave now. However, I, Han Cixi, cannot guarantee that I won't be dropping by your banks unannounced one day. As the head of Jiaqing, Han Cixi spoke with undeniable authority. Upon hearing that Han Cixi might visit their banks, the presidents immediately fell silent, well aware of the serious ramifications. At that moment, the private room fell abruptly quiet, just as the door was pushed open. Master Qin, you've arrived. Upon entering, Qin Ran was greeted by Han Cixi, who had just moments ago worn a serious expression, now transformed into a radiant smile, astonishing the bank presidents with his swift change of demeanor. Apologies for the delay. I've kept you all waiting for a few minutes. Qin Ran glanced at the time. Master Qin, you jest. Even if it were a few months, I would gladly wait, Han Cixi exclaimed, eager to curry favor. Qin Ran shot Han Cixi a bemused look before taking his seat. Observing Han Cixi's sudden transformation from a fierce figure to one treating Qin Ran with the utmost respect, the bank presidents instinctively recognized that this young man was far from ordinary. Ladies and gentlemen, as the presidents of Jiangxing's major banks, I have summoned you today to discuss a matter of great importance. Qin Ran wasted no time in addressing the assembly. Who exactly is this young man? Indeed, Han Cixi summoned us here. Could it truly be about this matter? The bank presidents murmured among themselves. Young man, you have yet to disclose your identity. Why should we extend our assistance to you? The one who stepped forward was none other than President Hu, whose bank boasted the largest assets in Jiangxing. I am Qin Ran, the man replied in a frigid tone. Qin Ran, the young master of the Qin family? Another president exclaimed immediately. It is worth noting that for the past month, Qin Ran has been the most talked about figure in Jiangxing, and it would not be an exaggeration to say he is a household name. My heavens, how did Han Cixi end up associating with Qin Ran? Indeed, just recently, Qin Ran suppressed the Shao family and seized most of their assets. Various discussions soon erupted. The purpose of gathering everyone today is to request that you consider granting a larger loan to Li's real estate company. Qin Ran stated. Humph, Qin Ran, who do you think you are? Do you truly believe the Qin family holds such power as to dictate terms within our banking sector? A rotund man with round gold-rimmed glasses stood up and vehemently chastised Qin Ran. Others began to rise in agreement. Yes, Li's real estate is on the brink of bankruptcy. We will not extend a loan. The opposition grew louder. Han Cixi, standing beside Qin Ran, wore a troubled expression. Furthermore, Han, you misled us today, bringing us here under false pretenses merely to curry favor with this Qin Ran. I shall report this to the higher-ups. President Ma immediately targeted Han Cixi. It should be noted that their coordinated appearance at this table was due to Han Cixi's message indicating an important announcement from above. Warning of consequences for non-attendance. Upon hearing the threat of a report against him, Han Cixi felt a jolt of anxiety and became flustered. The idea had originated from his secretary, and if trouble arose, he would simply shift the blame onto them. Have you all finished speaking? Qin Ran regarded these bank presidents, who appeared noble in the eyes of outsiders, yet now acted like scoundrels. Qin Ran, what audacity you possess. Do not think that by suppressing the Su and Zhao families, you have lost sight of your own position. President Ma looked at Qin Ran with disdain. Qin Ran surveyed these wolves in sheep's clothing. Knowing that many of these presidents were old acquaintances of his father, when the Qin family ascended to prominence in Jiaqing, these presidents would have eagerly camped at the Qin family's doorstep, hoping for collaboration to boost their own performance. However, when the Qin family encountered some difficulties with cash flow and Qin Ran's father sought their assistance, they all turned him away. This rejection contributed to the Qin family's decline. Very well, Qin Ran nodded. These individuals remained unchanged, just as before. Alas, what shall I do now? I do not wish for this to be my end, Han Cixi thought, his heart sinking. Soon, several presidents echoed President Ma's sentiments. Rising to leave. Did I grant you permission to depart? Qin Ran's voice turned icily sharp. The temperature in the room plummeted suddenly, causing Han Cixi, who was closest to Qin Ran, to sneeze repeatedly. What do you intend to do? Ma Xingzhang gazed into Qin Ran's somber eyes, feeling a twinge of trepidation. Ma Xingzhang's pupils dilated. Qin Ran approached Ma Xingzhang, striding directly before him. In the next moment, he felt an abrupt emptiness within his body. And then the onlookers witnessed Ma Xingzhang collapse to the ground. Chapter 87. This is your reward, murder. Those several directors who had previously rallied behind Ma Xingzhang hastily shouted, with a few attempting to flee. However, none managed to escape. One by one, they were all swiftly taken down by Qin Ran. The once boisterous private room fell into an eerie silence, the air thick with the stench of blood. Is there anyone else with objections? Qin Ran inquired. Master Qin, I assure you, the task will be completed. Director who immediately stepped forward, glancing at the fallen directors, swallowing hard, he thought to himself how fortunate he was not to have aligned with them. Otherwise, he would be lying on the ground as well. What about you all? Qin Ran turned his gaze to the others huddled in the corner. We too guarantee the completion of the task. Many among them were vice directors, and upon witnessing the fate of those directors dealt with by Qin Ran, they felt a sense of gratitude towards him, as it meant they could ascend to the director's position. Thus, they were more than willing to assist Qin Ran. Seeing that the matter was resolved, Qin Ran approached Han Si, patting the trembling man on the back. The remainder is up to you to handle. Qin Ran knew that Han Si aspired to associate with him, and naturally, he would be inclined to help with the affairs at hand. Master Qin, rest assured. Han Si could hardly fathom that such an incident would unfold during their meal. Although Qin Ran had eliminated several directors, for Han Si, the mere fact that Qin Ran was willing to utilize him was already an accomplishment. Changle Street. This is the area with the most vibrant nightlife in Jiangqing. Observing the dazzling scene before him, the man's expression was far from pleasant. He casually entered a bar, where the women in the dance floor were dressed provocatively, enticing ordinary men with a mere glance. However, to Qin Ran, all of this was rather mundane. Handsome, why not share a drink with me? As expected, upon entering, a beautiful woman approached him. She leaned closer, brushing her chest against Qin Ran's arm from time to time. Get lost. Qin Ran shot a glance at the scantily clad woman. What are you pretending for? The rejected woman retorted indignantly. A glass of whiskey. Sitting at the bar, Qin Ran ordered from the server. After downing a shot of strong liquor, his eyes gradually returned to normalcy. Brother, that's him. He just harassed me and rubbed against my chest. A shrill voice pierced the air. In truth, Qin Ran had already discerned that this woman was merely a bait, deliberately engaging customers in conversation, only to later summon accomplices to extort them. You brat! How dare you harass my sister? A hulking figure, muscles bulging beneath his clothing, shouted at Qin Ran. You've mistaken me. Qin Ran had no desire to waste time with these individuals. Mistaken? My sister personally pointed you out. The brute's voice grew even louder, attempting to intimidate Qin Ran. Speak. How much do you want? Qin Ran was acutely aware of the intentions of these individuals and responded with a direct retort. Oh, my brother, you are quite forthright. How about this? My sister is still quite innocent, and your recent actions have severely impacted her tender psyche. The burly man had not anticipated Qin Ran's candor. Hand over 50,000 yuan, he demanded, his hands planted firmly on his hips, exuding an air of authority that suggested Qin Ran would not be permitted to leave without complying. To his surprise, Qin Ran did not engage in haggling. Instead, he retrieved a wallet from his pocket. This wallet was notably worn, with certain areas faded, clearly a testament to prolonged use. Why the delay in retrieving the cash? The burly man, unable to contain his impatience, approached with the intent to snatch the wallet away. However, they had underestimated Qin Ran. He opened the wallet not to dispense money, but rather to collect it. Kid, how dare you play me for a fool? Upon glimpsing the pristine contents of the wallet, cleaner than his own face, the burly man erupted in fury, hurling the wallet to the ground and stomping on it with force. He then raised his fists, ready to teach Qin Ran a lesson. My stomach. The burly man never expected Qin Ran to strike first, landing a punch squarely on his abdomen. A wave of intense pain surged through him, causing him to cry out involuntarily. The men trailing behind the burly man rushed to his aid upon witnessing the attack, only to find themselves swiftly incapacitated by Qin Ran's deft maneuvers. Die. The burly man, still clutching his abdomen in agony, mustered his strength for a retaliatory punch aimed at Qin Ran. He presumed Qin Ran would evade the blow, yet astonishingly, the punch landed on Qin Ran's chest. My hand. The onlookers were left in stunned disbelief as Qin Ran remained steadfast, while the burly man cradled his own hand, wailing in pain. It became evident to all present just how formidable Qin Ran truly was, prompting them to prepare for a hasty retreat. Well, aren't you going to drink with me? Qin Ran called out to the earlier beautiful woman. Didn't you just say you would keep me company? He seized her arm. The woman appeared conflicted, her smile more akin to a grimace than genuine amusement. Handsome, we were wrong. We will never dare again. Please, spare us, she pleaded, her face awash with remorse. Unfazed, Qin Ran casually picked up the tattered wallet that had been trampled by the burly man. I mentioned I am here to collect money. Fill my wallet, and you may depart, he stated, dusting off the wallet before placing it on the table, while he himself indulged in another drink. The burly man's associates hurriedly began extracting cash from their pockets, hastily stuffing the bills into Qin Ran's wallet until it bulged with currency. Handsome, look, can we go now? The woman implored, returning the wallet to its rightful owner. Qin Ran examined the assorted bills within the wallet, nodding in approval. Sensing his acquiescence, the woman hastily assisted the fallen burly man to his feet, and the group made a hasty exit from the scene. Bro, you were ruthless. The bartender, who had been silently observing from a distance, could no longer restrain himself from offering praise once the assailants had departed. Qin Ran, however, paid little mind to the compliment, appending the wallet to reveal a stack of cash that cascaded onto the bar top. Pour me another drink, he requested, downing the contents of yet another glass in one go. After several shots of strong liquor, Qin Ran appeared to be slightly inebriated, resting his head on the bar. After a considerable interval, a woman who had been observing Qin Ran from the upper level descended slowly. Well done. Here is your reward. The woman spoke in a somewhat halting dialect of Xia. Chapter 88. A name not in vain. Thank you. The bartender's eyes sparkled at the sight of the stack of cash, and he quickly reached out to catch it. Humph. So the rumors about you outside are all false. You are surprisingly easy to defeat. The woman spoke in a foreign tongue, incomprehensible to those around her, just as this elegantly attired beauty, clad in a black trench coat and form-fitting attire that accentuated her figure, was about to approach Qin Ran. The man suddenly lifted his head. This wine is quite good. The sudden movement startled both the beauty and the bartender. You. The bartender pointed at Qin Ran as if he had seen a ghost. It should be noted that he had just followed the black-clad beauty's orders to lace Qin Ran's drink with a powder known as 1 cup down. Equally astonished was the black-clad beauty, who had indeed witnessed Qin Ran consume the tainted drink. According to the dosage provided by the beauty, it could easily incapacitate an adult bull for several days. There's no need to display such a surprised expression. You wouldn't think I am weak enough to be overcome by such drugs, would you? Qin Ran regarded the bewildered woman and rose to his feet. It seems I have underestimated. The king of the underworld truly lives up to his reputation. The beauty lifted the veil of her hat, revealing a finely crafted visage to all present. You have quite the audacity, Miao Wu. Qin Ran's tone was frigid. The woman was taken aback to hear Qin Ran utter her name. King of the underworld, how do you know my name? Miao Wu couldn't help, but inquired. I have seen it in photographs. Qin Ran replied candidly he indeed recalled that the photos belonged to the organization of which Miao Wu was a member. King of the underworld, I have truly struggled to find you. Miao Wu had gone to great lengths, bribing staff at every bar in Jiangbei to report immediately upon spotting Qin Ran. Yet, despite this effort, months had passed without any news of him. Just as she was about to give up, today brought an unexpected breakthrough. You might want to be concerned about your life. Qin Ran spoke in his somewhat clumsy language. Haha, King of the underworld, I have long been aware of your affairs. With your current combat strength, you are no match for me. Miao Wu chuckled, seeing Qin Ran attempt to intimidate her. The two then made their way to a dead-end alley behind the bar. Although Qin Ran had not succumbed to the woman's drug, it was indeed as Miao Wu claimed. Given his current combat prowess, he was in a precarious situation. King of the underworld, I believe you are an astute individual who would prefer to avoid conflict. After all, it would be a stain on your reputation to be bested by someone of my modest stature. Miao Wu appeared quite self-assured. Where do you intend to take me? Qin Ran gazed at the woman's alluring form, yet felt no desire. King of the underworld, do not feign ignorance. Surely, you are aware of what we seek. Miao Wu discerned that Qin Ran was attempting to buy time. Without further ado, she hurled several shurikens toward him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yet, none of the shurikens found their mark, as Qin Ran deftly evaded them with a swift sidestep. Gazing at the kunai embedded in the wall, still oozing with liquid, Qin Ran furrowed his brow. These kunai were no ordinary daggers. They had been steeped in poison. Ming Wang, I advise you to comply and come with me willingly, Miao Wu said, casting a flirtatious glance at Qin Ran. Just as Qin Ran intended to confront this, our country female assassin, a figure leaped into the air, adorned in ancient attire. Qin Ran immediately recognized him as the man who had assisted during the incident when his sister was abducted by Zhao Yang. A helper has appeared. Miao Wu, initially carefree, now wore a progressively sinister expression upon noticing Qin Ran's ally. Humph, a mere assassin from our country dares to wreak havoc in my Xia country. As Xian Lao's words fell, he unsheathed a sword from behind him and lunged directly at Miao Wu. No matter who comes today, it will be futile, Miao Wu declared resolutely, for she had not rested a single day in the months spent waiting for Qin Ran. The two engaged in fierce combat, and to Qin Ran's surprise, the man in ancient garb proved to be quite formidable. After several exchanges, it was evident that Xian Lao held the upper hand. Seizing the momentum, the man pressed the attack, while Miao Wu, realizing she was outmatched, quickly retrieved an object resembling a smoke bomb from her pocket and hurled it to the ground, creating an impenetrable cloud of white smoke. Xian Lao coughed as the thick smoke enveloped him, and by the time it dissipated, Miao Wu had vanished without a trace, feeling an odd sense of gratitude toward the man in ancient attire for saving him. Qin Ran found it peculiar that, given his strength, he should have sensed the presence of anyone accompanying him. Yet, he had never detected this man's aura. Who are you, really? Qin Ran asked bluntly. You need not concern yourself with such matters. Xian Lao replied dismissively, before disappearing in an instant. Observing the retreating figure of Xian Lao only deepened Qin Ran's curiosity. Meanwhile, the sudden emergence of foreign forces indicated that Qin Ran's whereabouts had indeed been exposed. The following morning, the man's phone rang. Qin Ran, I have wonderful news. The bank has agreed to grant our company a loan, and at the lowest interest rate. A woman's voice on the other end exclaimed breathlessly. From Li Wanqing's cheerful and excited tone, Qin Ran could tell she was overjoyed. That is fantastic news. This means we need not fear the Sun family any longer, Qin Ran replied, matching her enthusiasm. Indeed, I convened an emergency meeting this morning, and we have lowered the prices of all our properties to match, or even undercut, those of the Sun family, Li Wanqing said, brimming with excitement. That will suffice. The Sun family will not be able to withstand this, Qin Ran asserted earnestly. After exchanging a few more words, Li Wanqing promptly returned to her work. Reflecting on this, Qin Ran couldn't help but shake his head. Having such a workaholic wife was indeed a source of exasperation. Chapter 89. The struggles of the Sun family. Father, I never imagined there would still be a bank willing to lend her money. Sun Qitian found himself at a loss for words, feeling the bitter taste of helplessness. If it had not been for Qin Ran's intervention, the Li family real estate would certainly have been crushed under the weight of insurmountable debt, ultimately leading to its demise. However, Sun Qitian could hardly have imagined that Li Wanqing would truly manage to secure the funds, not only taking stock of Li's real estate, but also preparing to commence construction on the newly acquired land in Jiangbei New District. What a surprise! What do you propose we do now? When I initially heeded your advice and reduced the property prices, It has now resulted in daily losses. Sun Jiaming seethed with frustration. He had only lowered all of Sun family's properties to the bare minimum upon his son Sun Qitian's suggestion. "Father, there must be something amiss here. I'm heading to the bank immediately," Sun Qitian declared. Refusing to give up. It was understandable, for Sun Jiaming had always been a carefree young master. The Sun family's endurance over the years was largely due to the steadfast leadership of the elderly master Sun. However, in recent months, the elder had ventured to Jiangbei, temporarily entrusting all of the family's enterprises to Sun Jiaming, leaving him utterly at a loss and thus inclined to follow the counsel of his eldest son, Sun Qitian. Upon entering Jiangqing Minqing Bank, Sun Qitian rushed in with an anxious expression, shouting, "Where's your bank president? Sir, this is a public space. Please refrain from shouting." Several security guards hurried over to escort the unfamiliar man out. "Do you have any idea who I am?" Sun Qitian exclaimed, his eyes wide with indignation. That a tumult of emotions surged within him, for he had previously been emboldened to engage in a price war against Li's group due to a confidential assurance from the president of Minqing Bank that no banks in Jiangqing would extend loans to Li's real estate, promising that mere persistence would eventually lead to Li's downfall. "That I couldn't care less who you are." The security personnel, taken aback by his audacity, began to drag him away. Just then, a middle-aged man with a goatee entered the scene. "Hu Jinshan." Sun Qitian immediately recognized him and called out. Hu Jinshan, the president of Minqing Bank, regarded Sun Qitian's distressed demeanor with mild amusement. The security guards, upon realizing the president had arrived, finally released their grip. "Hu Jinshan, what is the meaning of this? Did you not assure me that no banks in Jiangqing would provide loans to Li's real estate?" Sun Qitian, driven by impatience, confronted him directly. "Calm down. Sunday, let us discuss this in my office," Hu Jinshan suggested, glancing around at the bustling lobby. Once inside his office, Sun Qitian unleashed a barrage of accusations against Hu Jinshan, berating him for his broken promises and claiming he had betrayed the Sun family. Vowing to seek revenge, Hu Jinshan, having anticipated such a reaction, recognized this as merely a part of Qin Ran's scheme. On that day, Qin Ran had briefed all the remaining bank presidents, instructing that should the Sun family create a disturbance, they should simply offer them loans again, albeit at exorbitant interest rates and for short durations, with the intent of rendering the Sun family incapable of repayment. "Enough of your tirades. Sunday, can I now provide some clarification?" Hu Jinshan said with a feigned benevolence. "Clarification? What is there to clarify? If our Sun family falls, don't think you'll fare any better," Sun Qitian retorted, still seething with anger. "All right, Shao Sun, I was actually planning to seek you out today. Even if you hadn't come to find me," Hu Jinshan remarked, gently patting Sun Qitian on the shoulder. "In truth, we were compelled to extend a loan to Li's real estate. As you well know, they have the Tianbei group backing them. We, as small banks, cannot afford to provoke them. Wouldn't you agree?" Hu Jinshan explained slowly. "However, you could have at least notified me," Sun Qitian retorted, feeling the weight of his father's scolding earlier that day. "Indeed, that was my oversight," Hu Jinshan conceded, feigning a sense of vulnerability. "Humph, now that you understand, what do you propose we do?" Sun Qitian inquired, his mind in disarray, struggling to devise a suitable plan. "Of course, there is a solution. We can extend a loan to your Sun family as well. Once you have the funds, you can continue the price war," Hu Jinshan stated with a serious demeanor that left no room for doubt. Really? Sun Qitian had intended to request a loan from the bank for his family, believing that if Li's real estate could secure funding, then so could they. "Absolutely. Moreover, to rectify my previous mistake, I can arrange for the loan to your family immediately," Hu Jinshan declared, maintaining control of the situation. "Very well. If Li's real estate borrowed a certain amount, then our Sun family shall borrow the same. I refuse to believe that our family, with its considerable wealth, could be outlasted by such a small company," Sun Qitian proclaimed with great confidence. Hu Jinshan, surprised by the swift agreement, promptly produced the prepared contract for Sun Qitian, who quickly skimmed through a few pages before finding it tedious and signing without hesitation. "All right, let's expedite the loan," Sun Qitian urged, handing the contract back to Hu Jinshan with a sense of urgency. Hu Jinshan glanced at the signature and, upon confirming its validity, reassured him, "Rest assured, the funds will be released this afternoon." With a veneer of insincerity, Hu Jinshan added, "Don't worry." Upon hearing this, Sun Qitian smirked, thinking to himself, "Humph, Li Wanqing, Qin Ran, you think you can compete with me? You are far from my league." Indeed, that very afternoon, the Sun family's account received the loan from the bank. True to their earlier strategy, the Sun family further reduced the prices of their properties, and this time, it was a genuine fire sale. Master Qin, I have acted according to your instructions, Hu Jinshan reported with utmost respect over the phone. Excellent work. I shall keep you in mind for future opportunities, Qin Ran responded with satisfaction. After resolving matters concerning Li Wanqing's company, Qin Ran glanced at his phone, noticing that it had been 2 days since Yang Lan had failed to provide her usual daily updates on her sister's situation. This unexpected silence piqued his curiosity. Without delay, he located Yang Lan's number in his contacts and dialed. Hello. Yang Lan answered promptly on the other end. There has been an incident, she revealed. Knowing that Qin Ran would eventually uncover the truth and opting not to conceal it. Your whereabouts have been detected by several foreign organizations. Although we have intercepted the majority of those attempting to enter the country, a small number have already infiltrated, and we are currently unable to locate them. Yang Lan reported candidly. Without daring to withhold any information that in truth, Qin Ran had long anticipated that he would eventually confront this matter, yet he felt that the moment was not ripe. I am aware of the situation. Yesterday, I came into contact with a member of an organization from country R.A.S. Qin Ran recounted yesterday's events. A sense of bewilderment enveloped him. Who was that ancient-style man who had repeatedly assisted him? Why could he not perceive the other's aura? Wang, should I send someone to protect you? Upon hearing that Qin Ran had encountered danger the previous day, Yang Lan promptly inquired. No, I can manage the situation here for the time being. By the way, how is Qin Clan faring? In truth, Qin Ran's primary reason for calling Yang Lan was to inquire about this matter. Upon hearing Qin Ran mention Qin Clan, Yang Lan fell silent, as if rendered mute, unable to utter a single word. I asked you how Qin Clan is doing. Sensing something amiss, Qin Ran raised his voice. Wang, your sister's condition is not looking good. The elder of the Divine Physician Hall believes that relying on the consumption of divine medicine to slow the deterioration of Qin Clan's illness is not a viable solution. Moreover, the divine medicine has not yielded the expected results. Her condition is still worsening. Yang Lan took a deep breath and revealed the grim reality. Is this the level of the Divine Physician Hall? We spend so much money on them every year, and they can't even cure a minor ailment? A bunch of useless fools. Qin Ran unleashed a barrage of curses, despite the distance of the phone screen. Yang Lan could still sense the palpable fear emanating from him. Wang, you cannot blame them entirely. Your sister not only requires a bone marrow transplant, but the cold energy within her is also particularly intense, which explains why the divine medicine from the hall is ineffective. Yang Lan, perceiving the shift in Qin Ran's tone, feared that he might lose control in a moment of anger. Cold energy? Qin Ran was momentarily taken aback, realizing that as her elder brother, he had shown scant concern for his sister. Even when the Qin family was still the foremost in Jiangqing, he had spent all his days outside, never once inquiring about her well-being. At that time, Qin Clan was already in poor health, frequently succumbing to colds that necessitated hospital stays for several days each month. Indeed, according to the elder of the Divine Physician Hall, Qin Clan was now beset by dual afflictions, rendering ordinary medications significantly less effective. Yang Lan expressed her regret over this situation. There truly no way to remedy it. Qin Ran felt a wave of despair wash over him. It was known that the elders of the Divine Physician Hall possessed remarkable medical skills. There is a way. We must expedite the search for a suitable bone marrow transplant and subsequently address the cold ailment, Yang Lan conveyed. Understood. For now, continue to keep an eye on my sister. Qin Ran instructed before ending the call, his mind already formulating a plan. Rising, he opened the long-dormant laptop. A somewhat dark-themed webpage gradually materialized. At this moment, on a small island across the ocean, a girl with yellow hair and glasses, wearing an expression of incredulity, suddenly exclaimed, "Ah!" At her outburst, the door to the room was immediately flung open. "Dilena, what on earth are you shouting about so early in the morning?" A boy with disheveled hair and dressed in a light tank top grumbled. "Kevin, I've received his message." The woman, addressed as Dilena by the boy, sat before a multitude of computer screens, her excitement manifesting in animated gestures akin to that of a young girl. "Hey, Dilena, why are you acting like a child? You're already in your 20s. Can't you be a bit more mature?" Kevin exclaimed, covering his ears in feigned disdain. Yet, in the next moment, Kevin's pupils dilated in shock. "What? Are you saying we have news from the Underworld King?" he shouted, suddenly alert. "Indeed. I knew it." Someone as clever as the Underworld King wouldn't perish so easily, Delina replied, her fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard. Where is the Underworld King now? I must confront him. I have every intention of scolding him for deceiving us all. While Kevin spoke of reprimanding the Underworld King, he was secretly elated to learn that the king was alive. Kevin, I fear you cannot meet the Underworld King just yet. He is currently in the Summer Kingdom, Delina remarked, glancing at the message from the Underworld King with a hint of regret. Meanwhile, Qin Ran was also typing furiously. Initially, he had wished to keep his survival a secret. But at this moment, his sister's health took precedence over all else, prompting him to cast aside his reservations. Can you help me find a suitable bone marrow match in the world? I will send you the detailed information shortly. Delina read the message from Qin Ran on the screen. The Underworld King needs our assistance, she proclaimed succinctly. Wonderful. At last, we can fight alongside him, Kevin exclaimed, his excitement palpable upon hearing of Qin Ran's need for help. He requires us to find a suitable bone marrow for his sister, Delina explained, elaborating on Qin Ran's request. Bone marrow, Kevin responded, a hint of surprise in his voice, having initially assumed Qin Ran needed muscle. Yes, the Underworld King mentioned that his sister's condition is dire and urgently requires a suitable bone marrow matched. He has already sent me the detailed information, Delina stated, now engrossed in reviewing the data. Did the Underworld King not mention me? Kevin asked, a touch of disappointment creeping into his tone. He did, but I omitted that part, Delina replied, casting a disdainful glance at Kevin. Later, Qin Ran inquired about the situation on their end, ensuring all was in order before exiting the exceedingly complex website. After being wrongfully imprisoned due to the schemes of the Su family and the Li family's machinations, Qin Ran initially endured great hardship in prison. Being situated at the border, the inmates not only had to perform their daily tasks, but also reinforce defensive measures at the frontier. That it was a perilous undertaking, as encounters with enemy raids were not uncommon, leading to casualties among the workers. Unfortunately, Qin Ran was not spared from such fate. After completing the protective period for newcomers, he too was assigned to the task of bolstering the defenses. That on one occasion, while dispatched to strengthen the northern front line, his team unexpectedly fell victim to an ambush by an unidentified force of the nearly 100 members in his reinforcement squad. Only he emerged alive. Are you willing to come with me? A tall, robust man clad in black, his face devoid of color, asked the boy who had crawled out from a pile of corpses. Qin Ran was utterly terrified at that moment. He believed his fate was sealed, for these individuals were exceedingly ruthless in their actions in a desperate bid for survival. Qin Ran nodded vigorously, recalling how his head bobbed faster than a clapper on a drum. He distinctly remembered the man, whose face had been ashen, suddenly curling his lips into a smile, as if he had achieved some hidden objective. Chapter 91. Grandma, we have succeeded. Subsequently, Qin Ran was taken away and joined the man's organization. Hades. Of course, since then, Qin Ran's prowess had significantly diminished. However, many organizations abroad remained skeptical of the news, claiming that the formidable king of the underworld had perished, and for years they had been in search of Qin Ran's whereabouts. The individuals, Delina and Kevin, who had just been contacted by the man, were members of Hades. Gazing at a framed photograph on the table, which featured himself and his sister, both smiling radiantly, the man realized that his sudden outreach to the organization's members would undoubtedly expose his location. Nevertheless, at that moment, the gravity of his sister's illness compelled Qin Ran to take this perilous risk. Master Xian, how is it? Upon seeing Master Xian's arrival, Dongya hurriedly inquired. That little girl seems to be in a rather dire situation, and that young man is beginning to encounter troubles as well. However, I have assisted him once. The middle-aged man, referred to as Master Xian by Dongya, remained perplexed as to why his young mistress was so concerned about the brother and sister duo. What on earth has happened to Qin Xine? Dongya pressed with a furrowed brow, anxious for an answer. It was crucial to note that Qin Xine had been absent from school for nearly half a month, and the only explanation from the teachers was that she was unwell and taking a temporary leave. That little girl has been sent to a hospital in the north. It seems her condition is quite severe. Master Xian relayed all that he knew. How could this be? I have observed her for such a long time. The cold energy within her should have been manageable. At that moment, Dongya was far from exhibiting the demeanor expected of her age. There is no need for concern. I will arrange for someone else to go. You should focus on staying close to Qin Ran, Master Xian advised, privy to her intentions. Understood. Master Xian nodded and took his leave. That morning, Qin Ran received a call from Li Mu. who informed him that today was Qin Xian's last day of school before the holiday, and the little girl insisted on having both her parents accompany her to school. Otherwise, she would refuse to go. Thus, Li Mu called Qin Ran early in the morning. "Dad, you haven't taken me to school in ages." Qin Xian, at such a tender age, had already mastered the art of coaxing. Upon hearing his daughter's sweet voice on the other end of the line, Qin Ran's heart melted, prompting him to spring out of bed. "All right, I'll be there shortly." Glancing at the time, he realized he would arrive just in time. After hanging up, Li Mu and the little girl exchanged a triumphant high five, leading Li Mu to devise a plan to foster the relationship between the couple. "Mom, I won't be having breakfast. I'm leaving first." Just then, Li Wanqing emerged from the bathroom, ready to head out with her bag in hand. "Hey, Wanqing, don't be in such a rush. You must accompany Qin Ran to take Xian Air to kindergarten today." Li Mu insisted, blocking her path. "Oh, Mom, please. I'm swamped at the company, and Qin Ran probably has matters to attend to as well. Xian Air, be a good girl and let Grandma and Grandpa take you. When you're on holiday, I'll take you to the amusement park," Li Wanqing declared, snatching her bag from Li Mu's grasp as she prepared to leave. Li's mother never anticipated that her daughter would exhibit such fervor for her work. Just as their plan seemed on the verge of unraveling, the door was unexpectedly pushed open from the outside. To her astonishment, it was Qin Ran. "Ah, what brings you here so early?" Li Wanqing exclaimed. Taken aback. "Isn't today supposed to be Xian's last day of school? We were meant to escort her to kindergarten together." Qin Ran observed the woman clad in a gray coat, teetering on high heels, and clutching a somewhat faded handbag. Both of them instinctively turned their heads away, avoiding eye contact with Li Wanqing. "Fearful of revealing anything amiss, is there an urgent matter at your company? If so, I can take her by myself," Qin Ran suggested, noticing an unusual expression on the woman's face. Though Li Wanqing had initially resolved to go to the office, upon hearing Qin Ran's words, she glanced at her watch and shrugged. "It's fine. I'll have Shao Jin handle it as she spoke." Li Wanqing retrieved her phone from her pocket and called Shao Jin, giving brief instructions while mentioning she might drop by later. Seeing her parents intending to accompany her to school, Qin Xian joyfully bounced along, exuding cuteness. "Shao Qin, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? I just finished making some. Why not eat here?" Li's mother smiled warmly. Thus, Qin Ran and Li Wanqing shared breakfast together, enveloped in a harmonious and cozy atmosphere that deeply resonated with the man who had seldom experienced the feeling of home. After their meal, the trio prepared to head out. Initially, Qin Ran wished to carry his daughter, but she insisted on walking on her own, holding his hand instead. "Mama, Xian wants to hold hands," the little girl's sweet, babyish cooing was utterly irresistible. "You old man, little Qin has come all this way, and you don't show her any concern," Li's mother chided, casting a disapproving glance at Li's father, who was still sipping his porridge. "Since you're all so concerned, how can I show any interest? Besides, little Qin and I are both men. We don't engage in such frivolities. I'll just have a few drinks with him when the opportunity arises," Li's father retorted, accustomed to his wife's criticism. "Humph, I see you're no help at all. Your daughter clearly inherited your traits, showing no care whatsoever. Little Qin is young and accomplished. There must be many women vying for his attention. Yet our daughter buries herself in work every day," Li's mother lamented, her heartfelt reflections resonating. "Humph, I don't think you can be relied upon," Li's mother scoffed, clearing away all the food from the table. "Hey, old woman, I haven't finished eating yet," Li's father protested, hastily grabbing the last bun as the three exited their home. They approached Qin Ran's car. "That I thought you might look down on my vehicle." Qin Ran mused, having expected the woman to drive her sports car instead. What is there to look down upon? This car even has a child seat, and it was chosen by Xian, the woman replied, lifting her daughter and playfully bumping heads with her at this moment. Li Wanqing's demeanor was entirely transformed compared to her persona at the company. "Mom, you're being unreasonable. You should compare yourself to Dad, and you'll understand how you bully me." The little girl, who had lost to Li Wanqing, turned her head away, feigning annoyance. "Xian, dear, don't worry, Daddy will avenge you." Qin Ran gently patted the little girl's head. It seemed that Qin Ran had momentarily set aside all other identities and fully immersed himself in the moment. "All right, go for it, Dad," the little girl exclaimed joyfully, bouncing with excitement. Li Wanqing, standing nearby, was equally astonished. She had not anticipated that Qin Ran would agree to engage in such a childish game with their daughter. "Is it really necessary for us to play this? If others see us, we'll be the subject of ridicule," she whispered, but Qin Ran heard her clearly. What does it matter? There's no rule stating that adults can't partake in this game, he replied, leaning closer to Li Wanqing. Due to his considerable height advantage, he had to squat down, which was rather strenuous. Thus, their heads leaned together, and while the scene may have appeared somewhat unrefined, Li Wanqing's beauty rendered such concerns negligible. Let us begin, Qin Ran announced. Li Wanqing and T expected Qin Ran to indulge in this game for their daughter's sake. Nevertheless, it was the first time in a long while that they had been so intimately close, causing the usually aloof woman's heart to race unexpectedly. After Qin Ran declared the start, both remained still for a considerable time. Even the little girl, Xine, who was acting as the referee, began to feel impatient. Mom and Dad, what are you doing? Why aren't you colliding? The little girl asked, a hint of frustration in her voice. Just moments ago, when she played with her mother, Li Wanqing had been quite forceful. Little did she know that Qin Ran had been holding back. Suddenly, with a surge of strength from Li Wanqing, Qin Ran was caught off guard, losing his footing slightly, leading to their lips unintentionally meeting. Li Wanqing was taken aback by the outcome, her pupils dilating in surprise. Qin Ran was equally astonished. Li Wanqing quickly stood up. Although it had only been a brief kiss, the entire incident had been witnessed by their mischievous little girl. Mom, your face is all red, Xine teased, pointing at her own face. Xine, how can you make fun of your mother? Li Wanqing's face flushed, resembling that of a bashful young girl. Thus, Qin Ran drove, with the mother and daughter seated in the back. Throughout the journey, Qin Ran deliberately drove slowly, seemingly relishing this simple life. Qin Ran, if you drive this slowly, Xine will be late, Li Wanqing remarked, glancing at the time anxiously. Don't worry, I know her teacher. Qin Ran replied nonchalantly. We've arrived, Daddy and Mommy, the little girl exclaimed, peering out the window. Come on, Mommy, let me carry you inside. Li Wanqing embraced her daughter as they exited the car and walked towards the kindergarten. While Qin Ran adjusted his attire for convenience, at the entrance of the kindergarten, a middle-aged woman dressed in a teacher's uniform observed Li Wanqing, who was slowly making her way with her daughter. The teacher, responsible for managing logistics, had initially thought that if Xine's parents arrived in a luxury car, she would treat them with utmost respect. However, she had just seen the vehicle they had arrived in, which was clearly an unbranded model. Apologies, dear teacher, for my tardiness. The roads were rather congested. Li Wanqing was also taken aback by the fact that this institution, reputed to be the finest kindergarten in Jiangxing, harbors such stern educators. She cannot help but worry whether her daughter might face bullying within the confines of the school. Enough of the pleasantries. It is Xine, is it not? You are to stand in punishment for an hour. The teacher, noticing Li Wanqing's lack of resistance, became increasingly brazen, resorting to corporal punishment before the parents. Mother, this teacher is so fierce. Xine is frightened. Xine protested, having encountered this particular educator for the first time despite her extensive time at the school. Yet, one cannot entirely fault Xine. The irate woman before them is the head of the school's logistics department. Today was meant to be the last day before the holiday, but due to the illness of the teacher responsible for attendance, a replacement was required, hence the summoning of Wang Li. You little rascal, do not speak nonsense. When have I ever been fierce with you? Wang Li retorted, her irritation palpable. Being the head of the logistics department, she found herself reduced to overseeing attendance, which stoked a fire of resentment within her. Wah, Mama, the little girl whimpered, clinging tightly to Li Wanqing. Is this how you typically treat young children? Li Wanqing, incensed by her daughter's mistreatment, confronted Wang Li directly. Oh, and what of it? Is it any concern of yours? I reckon your child managed to enroll in this kindergarten through some backdoor dealings. Wang Li scoffed disdainfully, her thoughts spiraling as she regarded the youthful and striking Li Wanqing. Presuming that such a woman must have entangled herself with the kindergarten's authorities to secure her child's place. Where is your supervisor? I demand to speak with her, Li Wanqing retorted, her anger rising. Our supervisor? Why even ask? Perhaps you just crawled out from beneath her bed, Wang Li shot back, her words lacking prudence. Upon hearing this, Li Wanqing's face drained of color, realizing that Wang Li insinuated her daughter's admission was a result of immoral transactions. A resounding slap echoed as Li Wanqing struck Wang Li across the face. Chapter 93. Call my brother over. How dare you hit me? Do you know who my brother is? Wang Li's composure shattered, transforming her into a frenzied creature, lunging wildly at Li Wanqing. Just as Wang Li prepared to grasp Li Wanqing's hair, Xine cried out, Mama, Daddy is here. Stop right there. Qin Ran's commanding voice rang out. At that moment, Wang Li was oblivious to any other voices, charging towards Li Wangqing. Suddenly, a figure darted forward like a bolt of lightning, delivering a powerful kick to Wang Li's abdomen. She soared several meters, akin to a soccer ball, before crashing to the ground. Puffed. Wang Li, having endured Qin Ran's forceful kick, coughed up a mouthful of blood. It is crucial to note that this mother and daughter duo is Qin Ran's bottom line. Hence the considerable force employed. Sisterly, are you all right? Soon, several women clad in kindergarten uniforms rushed to Wang Li's side. Quick, call my brother over. Wang Li's eyes glared at Li Wangqing and Qin Xian, brimming with resentment, as if she longed to pounce on Li Wangqing and engage in a fierce tussle. Where is your principal? At this moment, Qin Ran was no longer courteous. Having just listened to his daughter elucidate the intricate details of the situation, he realized that this woman was intentionally making things difficult for his wife and child. Wang Li, having just been kicked by Qin Ran, felt that he was not to be trifled with, and thus was not overly anxious, deciding to wait for her brother to arrive and handle the matter. Director, you must stand up for me. This trio is utterly reprehensible. I merely remarked on their tardiness in bringing their child to school and advised that the child should remember not to be late next time. And then they assaulted me. Woe is me. Upon seeing the director arrive, Wang Li immediately clung to her legs, weeping profusely. You are being excessively cruel. Sister Wang Li merely spoke a few words to you, and you reacted in this manner. Indeed, director, with such parents, their child must be equally ill-mannered. Observing all the teachers rallying to Wang Li's side, Director Fan Shui felt a headache coming on. She had not anticipated such a debacle on the last day of school. Fan Shui glanced at the trio. Qin Ran and his family did not appear particularly affluent, yet Li Wangqing's attire exuded an air of sophistication, suggesting they were indeed well off. However, Fan Shui seemed to have no recollection of Qin Xian, which was rather strange, considering that all enrollments in their kindergarten required a home visit conducted by her to assess the family's circumstances before admitting a child. Yet, it seemed this family was a first for her. However, this could not be blamed entirely on the director. It was Zhao Chongqun who had personally accompanied Qin Ran and Qin Xian to complete the enrollment process, bypassing the director entirely. Are you the director? Qin Ran inquired directly. Yes, sir. How may I address you? Fan Shui, known for her cautious demeanor, refrained from revealing her true feelings until she had grasped Qin Ran's background. Does it matter? Is your kindergarten not reputed to be the best in Jiangqing? How can such teachers exist within your institution? They resort to corporal punishment without discernment, and even resort to physical altercations with parents. Were it not for my timely arrival, would my wife and daughter not have been grievously wronged? It had been a long time since Qin Ran had articulated his grievances so assertively. He had initially intended to resolve matters more directly, but with Li Wangqing and his daughter present, he hesitated. Sir, could there be a misunderstanding? Fan Shui had not anticipated that Qin Ran's account would starkly contrast with Wang Li's, leaving the director in a quandary. A misunderstanding. I witnessed it with my own eyes and heard it with my own ears. You dare to tell me it's a misunderstanding? What sort of individuals do you accept into your kindergarten? Qin Ran's rhetorical skills were formidable, and he quickly left Fan Shui at a loss for words. Of course, addressing Wang Li was another source of irritation for Fan Shui. She was not an employee recruited through the proper channels but had gained her position through the connections of her cousin. Zhao Chongqun. Daddy, why don't we just leave? Qin Xian, cradled in Li Wangqing's arms, assumed her presence was the cause of the dispute between her parents and others, and thus expressed her remorse. Hence, both parties found themselves stalemated at the entrance of the kindergarten. After a while, a Mercedes with a license plate ending in 998 pulled up outside the kindergarten. Qin Ran was all too familiar with that plate. It belonged to Zhao Chongqun. Upon seeing the man emerge from the vehicle, a smile crept onto Qin Ran's lips. Brother, you must take charge on my behalf. Wang Li, clutching her abdomen, struggled to rise. Initially, she intended to further manipulate her cousin with a display of suffering. However, to everyone's astonishment, Zhao Chongqun alighted from his vehicle and immediately began scanning the surroundings until he spotted Qin Ran, at which point he hurried towards him. Master Qin. Zhao Chongqun's exclamation shattered Wang Li's plans for further theatrics. Just in time, my wife and daughter have been insulted and even assaulted by an employee of this kindergarten. Zhao Chongqun, you handle it. Qin Ran, not wishing to elaborate, promptly passed the matter to Zhao Chongqun. The unexpected nature of their reunion left Zhao Chongqun taken aback. Director Fan, Where is the employee mentioned by Master Qin? Zhao Changchun turned to the principal with a grim expression. This, Fan Shui exhaled a sigh of relief, thankful for not having fallen for Wang Li's ruse, as it would have resulted in a public confrontation with Qin Ran, given that even Zhao Changchun treated Qin Ran with such deference. It was clear she would become collateral damage in Wang Li's schemes. Wang Li, what in the world is happening? Zhao Changchun followed the principals and was shocked to discover it was his own cousin. At this moment, Zhao Changchun felt a pang of guilt, for he had been the one to secure Wang Li's position in the kindergarten solely through his own efforts, now that trouble had arisen. Should Qin Ran pursue the matter, he too would be implicated. With a sudden clarity of the situation, Zhao Changchun devised a solution in his mind. Brother, Wu, they are bullying me. Wang Li attempted once more to play the victim. Seeing his tearful cousin, Zhao Changchun approached her and delivered a sharp slap. You still dare to wrongfully accuse others? His strike was forceful. Brother, why are you siding with outsiders? You hit me. I will definitely tell mother. Wang Li, in her obliviousness, brazenly threatened Zhao Changchun. Chapter 94. Offending Qin Ran. Zhao Changchun found this woman's foolishness unbearable. Stop your charade. There are surveillance cameras at the kindergarten entrance if you believe I should not have struck you. Let us review the footage. Zhao Changchun was acutely aware of the type of person his cousin was. Brother, please, it's all a misunderstanding. Upon hearing about the surveillance, Wang Li hurriedly blocked Zhao Changchun. Go and apologize to Mr. Qin, Zhao Changchun stated with exasperation. At that moment, Wang Li wished to confront Qin Ran. For her, bowing in apology before him in front of her colleagues was akin to a death sentence. I'm sorry, Wang Li hastily uttered. The onlookers seemed to barely catch her words. Observing Wang Li's insincere apology, Qin Ran smiled. Zhao Changchun, you all have witnessed this, since she is so unwilling to apologize. Let us dismiss her immediately. Qin Ran turned to Zhao Changchun. I in your dreams, my brother would never fire me. Upon hearing Qin Ran's suggestion of her dismissal, Wang Li instantly reverted to her maniacal state. Brother, are you insane? You would dismiss me for an outsider? I am your... Before Wang Li could finish her sentence, she received another slap from Zhao Changchun. Wang Li, having lost all semblance of dignity before the crowd, hastily covered her face and lowered her head, fleeing the scene. Lord Qin, I sincerely apologize. I never anticipated that on this final day, a discord would arise between you and your esteemed daughter. Zhao Changchun expressed regretfully towards Qin Ran. Enough, there is no need for apologies. The situation was not of your making. However, my daughter is unlikely to continue her studies here, Qin Ran remarked, casting a glance at the principal. Fan Xu at it was evident that she could have accessed the surveillance footage to investigate. Yet the principal remained utterly indifferent, displaying no inclination to address the issue. Lord Qin, shall I find another suitable school for your daughter? Zhao Changchun, realizing he had offended Qin Ran, hastily amended his statement. Qin Ran, without further ado, grasped Li Wanqing's hand and turned to leave. What's the matter? Did I startle you? Qin Ran inquired, glancing at the silent woman seated in the car. No, it's just about XINRS schooling. Li Wanqing replied, concealing her true thoughts under the guise of an excuse. Rest assured, I will secure a better option, Qin Ran assured her as he started the vehicle and drove away. Fan Shui. Oh Fan Shui, what am I to say to you? Do you even realize who that gentleman, Qin, is? He is the young master of the Qin family, Qin Ran. Zhao Changchun was nearly beside himself with frustration. Contemplating the multitude of individuals eager to curry favor with Qin Ran, many of whom could not even catch a glimpse of him, though Zhao Changchun maintained a relatively good rapport with Qin Ran. After today, it was likely that Qin Ran would disregard him entirely. Fan Shui, prepare for the handover. I shall dispatch someone to liaise with you. Zhao Changchun sighed in relief, pondering how to rectify the offense he had caused Qin Ran. Meanwhile, the two adults arrived at the company. Upon seeing Qin Ran accompany Li Wanqing, Shao Jin felt a twinge of surprise, recalling that Li Wanqing had previously displayed disdain towards Qin Ran, yet today seemed markedly different. Shao Jin, what's the status? Has the data come in? Li Wanqing, upon entering the office, transformed entirely, her focus solely on work. Presently, the data is in. Although the Sun family's property prices have dropped again, their reputation in the industry does not match ours. In fact, many homeowners who purchased from them are now considering refunds in favor of our properties, Shao Jin reported, presenting a substantial analysis. Excellent. At last. We've navigated this hurdle, Li Wanqing exclaimed, glancing over some documents on her desk. Qin Ran, I owe you my gratitude, she added suddenly, catching Qin Ran, who lounged nonchalantly on the sofa, off guard. This marked the first time in a long while that Li Wanqing had offered such praise. Shao Jin shot a disapproving glance at the casually seated man before stepping out. Once alone, Qin Ran approached the desk. This success is entirely due to your efforts. I merely offered a suggestion, he stated earnestly. Yet, Li Wanqing seemed to dismiss his compliment, immersing herself in her work as she reviewed the myriad of documents sent by their partners displayed on the computer screen. Throughout the afternoon, Qin Ran remained ensconced in Li Wanqing's office. Although he initially intended to leave, he was halted by Li Wanqing, who informed him that the elderly matriarch of the Li family had invited them to dinner that evening. Despite his lack of fondness for the matriarch, Qin Ran, out of respect for Li Wanqing, complied and stayed the entire afternoon. As he dozed off while perusing a hefty document, Li Wanqing felt a twinge of exasperation. Qin Ran, it's time for us to depart, she called, approaching him. I must have inadvertently fallen asleep, he replied. Let us go. Grandma and the others are waiting for us. With that, Li Wanqing picked up her bag. Li family courtyard. Ever since the recent debacle involving the Li group and the Blue Sky group, which resulted in a scam, the members of the Li family had become considerably more subdued. Although the matriarch had repeatedly attempted to introduce suitors to Li Wanqing, the moment the young men heard her name, they recoiled as though encountering a ghost. Li1, Chui Ping. I must say, you two seem utterly unconcerned for your daughter. It has been quite some time since you promised to help Wanqing find a partner, yet not a single lead has materialized. Must I, an old woman, be the one to nudge you along? The matriarch, seated at the innermost position of the dining table, spoke with a tone of exasperation. Mother, Wanqing simply isn't focused on that, Li Mu replied, initially believing that the matriarch had summoned them to restore their standing within the Li family, only to find her fixated on matchmaking for her daughter instead. Chapter 95. A truly hard life. Do you think my age renders me gullible? What do you mean she isn't focused? It's because you aren't paying attention. Keep an eye on her today. The matriarch's speech was somewhat garbled, her teeth slightly misaligned. Perhaps we should just let it be. Wanqing is old enough to make her own decisions. Li Fu, who had long refrained from speaking up in the Li household, finally voiced his dissent in front of the matriarch. Li1. Your lack of ambition is one thing, but do you wish to jeopardize your daughter's future? The matriarch was taken aback by Li Wen's unexpected defiance. Sensing her displeasure, Li Fu and Li Mu exchanged glances, both aware that they found Qin Ran to be quite a suitable match for their daughter. Grandma, we've arrived. Li Xiong's voice rang out as he entered the room. Xiong, it has been so many years. You've grown so much. The matriarch beamed with delight at the sight of the dashing Li Xiong, her eyes narrowing with joy, for the Li family was sorely in need of talent, and she was well aware of the capabilities of Li Feng and Li Rue. Grandma, this is the Millennium Ginseng that my parents specifically asked me to bring back from overseas. Li Xiong presented a beautifully packaged box to the matriarch. Wonderful. I gratefully accept your filial piety. Come, sit. The matriarch hurriedly beckoned them to take their seats. Grandma, did you gather everyone for dinner to discuss something? Li Rue inquired with curiosity. Dressed in her professional attire as the vice president of the Li group, her schedule often quite hectic. Look, my dear child, you are still so impatient, since you have inquired. I shall share with you all. The elderly lady took a sip of tea, her face lighting up with a smile, as if she were about to announce some delightful news. The reason I have gathered you all today is to seek your assistance in ensuring a suitable match for your sister. Wanqing. I, Tom Ming, have found a prospective partner for Wanqing in the Northern Territories, and I have asked Maming to bring him over for dinner at our home this evening. The elderly lady expressed her delight at this matter. Previously, Maming had been detained during the banquet of the Dragon One God of War, but after his release, he made numerous acquaintances, one of whom is the individual he will be introducing today. Upon hearing that grandmother intends to introduce a suitor for Li Wanqing, each family member harbored different thoughts. Meanwhile, Li father and Li mother wore grim expressions, as they were acutely aware that Qin Ran's standing in their eyes had significantly changed. Moreover, based on their understanding of their daughter, they suspected that this arrangement by the elderly lady would likely fall through. Grandmother, you are so biased. Li Rue, although she had frequently heard Maming mention this matter before, had thought it was still in the early stages and never expected that the individual would be invited today. You silly girl, when have I ever shown favoritism? I simply believe that your sister is burdened by her solitude. If a man could assist her in her career or life, that would be splendid, the elderly lady stated with utmost seriousness. Over the past month, the Li family had begun to alter their attitude towards Li Wanqing and her family, primarily due to the remarkable success of Li Wanqing's company, which had brought them a share of the glory. Quick, call Maming and see where he is. The elderly lady urged Li. Are you by the way? Who just called you? Sitting in the front passenger seat, Li Wanqing glanced at Qin Ran, who had just hung up the phone. The man had spoken some words she could not comprehend, piquing her curiosity. Just a friend. He mentioned he has come to Jiangqing and wants to meet up with me, Qin Ran briefly explained. The woman deemed it nothing of significance and did not pursue the matter further. Qin Ran exhaled in relief as he observed the woman once more engrossed in her reports. The call had been from his subordinate, Long Ba, who had just arrived in Jiaqing and intended to visit him, along with his sister-in-law and little niece. Qin Ran had deliberately employed their Northern Territory's unique code during the call to keep Li Wanqing in the dark. What Qin Ran had not anticipated was that Long Ba's purpose in Jiaqing was not for a mission but rather for a blind date. When he learned this, Qin Ran chuckled heartily, as it struck him as particularly amusing that a formidable warrior had resorted to matchmaking. Navigating the familiar roads, Qin Ran arrived at the Li family's ancestral home. By the way, try to speak less when we arrive. My grandmother and the others can be sharp-tongued but soft-hearted. Don't take it to heart, Li Wanqing advised Qin Ran before exiting the vehicle. Aware of his temperament. It's fine. It's not our first meeting, Qin Ran reassured her, sensing a gradual shift in Li Wanqing's attitude towards him. Subsequently, he opened the trunk and retrieved several boxes of gifts, which Li Wanqing had meticulously prepared to ensure that Qin Ran would leave a favorable impression on her grandmother. Although Qin Ran believed this gesture held no real significance, he complied out of respect. Wanqing, you have finally arrived. As soon as Li Wanqing stepped into the living room, the voice of the elderly matriarch, Madame Li, resonated through the air. The old lady had been eagerly fixated on the entrance, hoping for her granddaughter's timely arrival. Although accompanying her granddaughter was none other than the person Madame Li least wished to see, Qin Ran, she urged. Come, make room for your sister to sit. Madame Li quickly instructed Li Rue, who was seated beside her, to yield her place. Though Li Rue was visibly displeased, she dared not express her irritation in front of her grandmother and chose to endure it for the moment. Li Wanqing found herself gently pulled into a seat beside the old lady, while Qin Ran settled next to Li Xiong, who wore a beaming smile, eager to curry favor with him. Come, brother-in-law, take a seat next to me, Li Xiong encouraged, patting the empty space beside him. Qin Ran was indifferent to where he sat, as long as he could partake in the meal. Wanqing, it has been a while since we last met. Have you been working too hard? You seem to have lost weight, Madame Li exclaimed, holding Li Wanqing's small hand with a tender concern that left Li Wanqing somewhat taken aback. It was well known that she had never been particularly favored by her grandmother, making this unexpected display of affection quite astonishing. Grandma, it's nothing to worry about. I've just been occupied with a pressing project lately, which has affected my rest, Li Wanqing replied softly. Oh dear, my granddaughter has such a hard life. She toils from dawn until dusk, while some individuals contribute nothing, merely living off others. As the old lady lamented her granddaughter's plight, her words were laced with veiled jabs directed at Qin Ran. Everyone present understood that her remarks were intended for him. Initially, Li Wanqing feared that Qin Ran's notoriously fiery temperament would cause him to react poorly to her grandmother's comments, to her surprise. However, he seemed either oblivious or unperturbed, already indulging in the meal before him. Seeing her attempts at sarcasm fall flat, Madame Li's frustration grew, yet the thought of an upcoming suitor for her granddaughter brought her some solace, easing her irritation. Grandma, I heard that your health has not been too good recently. Qin Ran and I brought some supplements for you, Li Wanqing said, casting a discreet glance at Qin Ran. He understood her cue and retrieved several boxes of gifts he had prepared, presenting them to Madame Li. Thank you for your kind gesture, Wanqing. I shall accept these gifts, but let us set them aside for now. I want to see you. You must have endured quite a bit in recent years, the old lady said, deliberately ignoring Qin Ran. Li Rue, quickly call Ma Ming and check if he has arrived. How unreliable can he be? Wasn't it agreed upon for him to be here by 8? It's already past. Madame Li glanced at the clock, a hint of urgency creeping into her demeanor. Li Rue, sensing her grandmother's impatience, complied and took out her phone to call her husband. Ma Ming, have you arrived yet? The whole family is waiting for you. Li Rue's frustration was palpable, yet she could only vent it toward Ma Ming. I'll be there shortly. There was a bit of a traffic jam, Ma Ming replied, taken aback by his wife's evident annoyance, and hurried to reassure her. Once she hung up, Li Rui reflected on how Ma Ming's standing had diminished significantly since the incident at the Long Yi Zhanshan banquet, where he had unjustly accused Qin Ran. Given Li Rui's inherently opportunistic nature, her disdain for Ma Ming had been growing ever since. "Grandmother, they say they will arrive soon," Li Rui reported to the elderly lady. "Good, Wanqing. I shall not conceal the truth from you. The reason I summoned you today is that I have taken it upon myself to find you a suitable match." The old lady suddenly grasped Li Wanqing's delicate hand. "Grandmother, please do not act rashly. I have already expressed my disinterest in blind dates, and moreover, my relationship with Qin Ran." The moment Li Wanqing spoke, she abruptly freed herself from the old woman's grip and stood up. However, before Li Wanqing could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Grandma Li. Qin Ran, are you truly foolish or merely pretending? That young man is no longer the powerful heir of the Qin family from back in the day. He is now merely a man living off others." Grandma Li, infuriated, stood up and pounded the table. "Grandmother," but just as Li Wanqing was about to clarify the changed nature of her relationship with Qin Ran, she was interrupted once more. This time, it was Li Feng, who, having been sidelined since the incident with the Lantian group, was eager for an opportunity to curry favor with the old lady. "Wanqing, your grandmother only wishes the best for you. Look at this Qin Ran. We have been discussing him for ages, while he is over there, feasting without a care." Li Feng pointed mockingly at the man who was engrossed in his meal. Li Wanqing had hoped that Qin Ran would stand up for himself, but to her dismay, he was indeed, as her cousin described, completely absorbed in his food. "Humph, let him overindulge." The old lady cast a disdainful glance at Qin Ran. The reason Qin Ran remained unresponsive was that he was keen to discover which audacious individual dared to encroach upon his territory. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, the door to the living room swung open. Entering were Ma Ming and the matchmaker whom the old lady had chosen for Wanqing. Qin Ran glanced up and, upon seeing Long Ba enter alongside Ma Ming, felt a mix of amusement and disbelief. What a comical misunderstanding this had turned out to be. "Eat ba. Absolutely. My wife comes from a prominent family in Jiangxing." Ma Ming seized the opportunity to flatter the old lady. "Oh, Shao Ma, you have finally arrived. We have been waiting for you for quite some time." The old lady quickly rose to greet them. "This must be the famed Long Ba, the warrior you often speak of." She extended her hand eagerly for a handshake. Ma Ming, keen to show off, attempted to bolster his own image. However, just as Ma Ming finished speaking, a burst of laughter erupted from the other side of the table. Everyone turned to see that it was none other than Qin Ran, who had been quietly eating. "My apologies. My apologies. I just choked for a moment." Qin Ran had indeed choked, as it was his first time encountering someone call another Ba Gu, which he found rather unappealing. Witnessing Qin Ran's blunder in front of important guests, Li Feng and the others could hardly contain their glee. The old lady, seeing Qin Ran's lack of decorum, shot him a furious glare. Only Long Ba, upon first laying eyes on Qin Ran, nearly instinctively dropped to his knees before the man, but he quickly noticed the warning in Qin Ran's gaze, urging him to conceal his true identity. Humph, incapable of accomplishing anything, yet adept at causing trouble. At this moment, Ma Ming also forgot his previous lesson and cast a disdainful look at Qin Ran. The audacity displayed by Ma Ming can be attributed to his commendable rapport with Long Ba. It was precisely due to the acquaintanceship between Qin Ran and the formidable Long Yi that both he and Li Feng were apprehended in the first place. Consequently, with Long Ba in his corner now, Ma Ming has completely disregarded Qin Ran. "Greetings, Lady Li. It is indeed a pleasure to meet you for the first time. That I have brought you a modest gift, a box of oolong tea." Although Long Ba noticed that his superior was also present, he adhered to Qin Ran's wishes and maintained his usual demeanor. To think that Long Ba, so young, has already ascended to the status of a war god. Truly, he is a remarkable talent. Lady Li observed Long Ba with evident delight. Not merely because her granddaughter, Li Wanqing, had found a worthy partner, but rather for the future security it promised the Li family. "Please, take my seat." The elderly lady promptly offered her place, primarily to facilitate a seating arrangement for Long Ba and Li Wanqing. "Grandmother, perhaps I should give up my seat." Li Wanqing was taken aback by her grandmother's unexpected gesture. "Nonsense. Just sit still." Lady Li shot a disapproving glance at Li Wanqing, who, at that moment, was merely seen as a pawn in the eyes of her grandmother. Chapter 97. You have been disqualified. Once Long Ba was seated, the others began to partake in the meal, while Qin Ran, seated at the periphery, had already satisfied his hunger and was emitting loud belches that drew disdainful looks from the group. Brother Ba, the lady beside you is the sister of my wife, the one I have consistently spoken of. After several rounds of drinks, Ma Ming caught a knowing glance from the elderly lady and immediately proceeded to business. This beauty surpasses the photographs you shared with me. I almost failed to recognize her. Long Ba was uncertain whether he was intentionally flattering Li Wanqing or merely stating a fact. Ha, Long Ba, you are quite the charmer. It is indeed a blessing for our Wanqing to be worthy of you. Lady Li interjected eagerly. No, it is Li Miss who is exceptionally beautiful, and I have heard that she runs her own company, which is quite substantial. I am not worthy of her at all. At this moment, Long Ba remained oblivious to the fact that the enchanting lady seated beside him was, in truth, his sister-in-law, Qin Ran's wife. As Long Ba appeared to take a liking to Li Wanqing and was poised to delve deeper into conversation, a voice abruptly interrupted the gathering that a single remark from Qin Ran rendered the previously lively discourse into an awkward silence. This, Long Ba's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief, for he had just heard his elder brother, Qin Ran, refer to the woman beside him as his wife. This was the very matchmaker that Ma Ming had introduced. Qin Ran, what nonsense are you spouting? When did Wanqing become your wife? There has been no formal engagement. Li Rui could no longer contain herself at that moment. Both Lady Li and Ma Ming wore expressions of profound discontent. Fully aware that Long Ba was astute enough not to be easily deceived, ladies and gentlemen, I believe I have grasped the situation at hand. Thank you for your hospitality, Lady L.I.S. Long Ba concluded. He prepared to rise and take his leave. Brother Ba, please, do not depart. Allow me to clarify. The situation is not as you perceive. Ma Ming hurriedly obstructed Long Ba's path. What more is there to clarify? Do you take me for a fool? Long Ba glared at Ma Ming, his irritation palpable. Had it not been for Long Ba attending to Ma Ming in the Northern Territory, Ma Ming would not have been released so swiftly. Long Ba could never have anticipated that the Li family would hold his elder brother, Qin Ran, in such disregard, even introducing suitors for Li Wanqing right in front of him, the god of war. After all, is the god of war. His roar echoed for miles around. The members of the Li family were left in a state of shock, particularly Ma Ming, whose legs grew weak and trembled incessantly. Lady Li was equally taken aback by Long Ba's explosive temper. Naturally, the Li family attributed the primary blame to Qin Ran, believing that had he not been so outspoken, they would not have offended Long Ba. Ma Ming, did you not say Long Ba was quite amiable? Why has he suddenly become so irate? The elderly matriarch found herself perplexed, as generally, even the angriest individuals would exhibit some patience to clarify the situation. Yet Long Ba, upon learning of the relationship between Li Wanqing and Qin Ran, seemed to lose all reason and turned against everyone. Lady Li, it is certainly possible that Qin Ran had received word in advance and urged Long Yi to speak on his behalf. Long Ba, after all, is beholden to Long Yi and would not dare offend Qin Ran. Ma Ming pondered aloud. Grandmother, thank you, but please, do not arrange such blind dates for me again. Li Wanqing, observing her role as merely a pawn in the eyes of the Li family, felt a surge of anger. Grandmother, you need not threaten me any longer. Did you not consider me when you expelled our family? You only deem me valuable now for your own purposes, having navigated the complexities of the business world for many years. Li Wanqing was acutely aware of Lady Li's true intentions. Wanqing, if you think this way, I must say, I am profoundly disappointed. The matriarch, realizing she had been seen through, promptly adopted a pitiful facade. However, Li Wanqing was not so easily deceived this time. She took hold of her parents and departed without hesitation. This unexpected unity between her father and mother took Lady Li by surprise. Upon her words, the family of three halted, just as onlookers believed Li's father had succumbed to intimidation. Mother, Li Wen, I owe you an apology. If it means sacrificing my happiness as your daughter for a mere shred of dignity for you, Li Wen, I would rather forego it. This marked the first time Li Wen boldly challenged the matriarch in front of so many witnesses. Even Li Wanqing and her mother were left speechless. As Li's father finished speaking, he grasped his wife and daughter and made to leave. Well, your family has certainly grown wings. Lady Li, infuriated, sank into her chair. Relay my orders immediately. Withdraw all financing for Li Real Estate Group and sever all financial ties with the group at once. The matriarch instructed with composure. Understood. Upon hearing these commands, Li Rui could not suppress a smirk. She was aware that over the past month, Li Wanqing had eclipsed her own prominence, and now whispers within the group speculated that Li Wanqing was to be the next chairperson of Li Group. With Lady Li now targeting Li Wanqing, Li Rue felt an overwhelming sense of glee. Wang, Xiaoba, how could I have such improper thoughts about my sister-in-law? Chapter 98. The disappearance of the daughter by the banks of the Jiangxing River. Long Ba, revered as the god of war by many in the Xian nation, was unexpectedly kneeling on both knees, offering an apology to the man before him. Rather than displaying anger, Qin Ran bore a smile upon his face. My lord, since your retreat from the northern frontier, we have not had the pleasure of meeting. I am truly delighted to reunite with you today. Xiaoba, Long Ba, a man of straightforward disposition, did not mince his words. He recalled that the first beating he received, upon being selected as the strongest special operations soldier from their hometown to join the northern frontier, was delivered by none other than Qin Ran himself. All right, rise. This is not the northern frontier. Such formalities are unnecessary, Qin Ran said with a cough. Long Ba immediately stood up and, without hesitation, delivered a slap to his own face. How is the northern frontier faring? Instead of addressing Long Ba's inquiry, Qin Ran chose to change the subject, aware that Long Ba had a tendency to dwell on matters, which could lead him to wallow in guilt for an entire night. Ever since you departed, things have deteriorated significantly. Long Yi lacks the energy to manage the multitude of affairs. Long Ba candidly shared, treating Qin Ran as an intimate friend. Has no one been dispatched from above? Qin Ran asked, taken aback, knowing that it had been a full 2 months since his departure, and logically, someone should have been appointed to take his place. Long Ba expressed his confusion, confirming that no one had been sent. Indeed, no one has arrived. He nodded. That is quite peculiar. By the way, shall we share a drink? Qin Ran suggested, playfully bumping his fist against Long Ba's chest. Ouch, my lord, that hurts, Long Ba immediately exclaimed, though it was uncertain whether his reaction was genuine or feigned. Alas, after all this time, your strength remains unchanged. Qin Ran jested. Do not mention it. I am getting old, Long Ba replied with a chuckle. Speaking of which, I must admit, your sister-in-law is truly beautiful. Among all the women I have encountered, she is the most stunning. Long Ba could not help but praise as they walked along. Qin Ran, unable to suppress his sarcasm, retorted, You rascal, spare me the flattery. You could count the women you have met on one hand. Upon receiving Qin Ran's teasing, Long Ba smiled sheepishly. The two soon found a roadside stall and began to drink. In a villa located in the heart of Jiaqing City, a youthful maiden, adorned with a natural visage, remained strikingly beautiful. Xian Lao, I require your assistance with a matter. Dongya finally spoke after a prolonged contemplation. Miss, feel free to express your needs. There is no need for formality with this old servant. Xian Lao replied, somewhat surprised by the girl's unusually respectful request for help. Dongya articulated her thoughts in one breath. Miss, have you lost your senses? We left Longqing precisely to protect you. Xian Lao's eyes widened in astonishment. However, should you venture to Longqing, Miss, I feared he expressed his concerns. Very well. This old servant is willing to take risks for you. But what about that girl's brother? I doubt he would consent to letting us take his sister away. Xian Lao raised the critical issue. Rest assured, I have my own strategies, Dongyu asserted confidently. Meanwhile, on the side of the Sun family, ever since the last bank loan was granted to them, Sun Qitian had proceeded without obtaining Sun Jiaming's consent. Once again, the price of the property has been reduced, yet the outcome has not proven to be as favorable as Sun Qitian had envisaged. The latest price cut on the Sun family's real estate has not only failed to boost sales, but has also led to a tarnished reputation. Numerous prospective buyers speculate that the exceedingly low prices are indicative of underlying quality issues with the homes, prompting several who had already purchased to seek refunds. Qitian, where did you acquire such funds? Sun Jiaming flung the recent financial statements towards Sun Qitian. I borrowed from the bank. Sun Qitian, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, replied. You are driving me to despair, you reckless spendthrift, Sun Jiaming exclaimed, clutching his chest in distress. Father, Sun Qitian rushed to his father, who appeared on the verge of collapse. This is all that damned Hu Jianshan's fault. He deceived me into believing that this loan was specially arranged for our family by the bank. It was then that Sun Qitian recognized he had been duped. Alas, the Sun family may be doomed. Sun Jiaming sighed heavily at that moment. Sun Qitian clenched his fists tightly, aware that the true culprits behind their predicament were Qin Ran and Li Wanqing. Qin Ran, Li Wanqing, I shall not let you escape unscathed. A bold idea began to form in Sun Qitian's mind. The following morning, as the man answered the call, he was surprised to find that it was Li Wanqing on the line. "What is it?" Qin Ran was taken aback by the early morning call from a woman. "Xine is missing." The woman's voice trembled on the other end. "Where are you?" Qin Ran furrowed his brow. "I am near the kindergarten." Li Wanqing was on the verge of tears. This morning, she had gone to work as usual, while her parents took her daughter to the supermarket to buy groceries. However, shortly after arriving at the office, Li Wanqing received a call from her mother, stating that Xiner had gone missing. The woman immediately rushed to the supermarket, but after searching multiple times, her daughter was nowhere to be found. Later, she speculated that perhaps her daughter had gone to the kindergarten out of a desire to attend school, leading her to make a trip there as well, only to find no trace of her daughter. In a state of utter helplessness, she finally decided to call Qin Ran. After hanging up, Qin Ran dashed out, flung open the car door, and pressed the accelerator. Throughout the journey, he lost count of how many red lights he had run. But he knew that what typically required 30 minutes had taken him less than 10. So, still no sign of her, Qin Ran asked, observing Li Wanqing searching frantically around the plaza near the kindergarten. Just as he spoke, Li Wanqing, who had been valiantly holding herself together, suddenly rushed towards him. "It's all my fault. Why didn't I keep a closer eye on her?" The woman buried her face in Qin Ran's chest. Overwhelmed with guilt. Chapter 99. 1 billion in cash. Now is not the time for this. Tell me the places you've already searched, and I shall look elsewhere at this moment. Qin Ran remained remarkably composed. Understanding that Qin Xian's disappearance was likely more complex than a simple case of being lost. Comforted by the man, Li Wanqing gradually regained her composure and informed Qin Ran that she had already searched several familiar locations around the kindergarten, but had not seen Qin Xian at all. "Rest assured, I am here." Although Qin Ran harbored some doubts in his heart, he firmly believed that if anyone dared to harm a single strand of hair on his daughter, they would soon learn the true meaning of fear. After parting ways with the woman and finding a suitable location, Qin Ran retrieved his phone from his pocket. "Han Cixi," he spoke with an even colder tone than usual. "Master Qin, it's me. It's me." Upon hearing Qin Ran's voice, the person on the other end of the line instantly perked up as if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline. "My daughter is missing." Just those few words from Qin Ran left Han Cixi on the other end of the line frozen in fear, unable to utter a sound. It was well known what kind of status Qin Ran held. While others might be unaware, Han Cixi certainly was not. The fact that Qin Ran's daughter had gone missing in his jurisdiction undoubtedly spelled doom for him. "What? Such a thing has occurred. Master Qin, give me a few minutes. I will arrange for people immediately." Han Cixi did not dare to be vague in the slightest, and quickly called his secretary into the room. "Brother Han, what's wrong? Why are you so angry early in the morning?" The secretary noticed Han Cixi's face contorted in rage. "Gather everyone immediately. Conduct a citywide search for Qin Ran's daughter." Seeing the secretary still behaving as if it were just another day, Han Cixi slammed his hand on the table with force. "Yes, yes." The secretary jumped in fright. It was the first time he had witnessed Han Cixi so furious. Meanwhile, Qin Ran swiftly scoured the usual places his daughter, Qin Xian, frequented, yet found no leads. Just then, his phone rang. "Qin Ran, Xian has been kidnapped." The voice on the other end belonged to Li Wanqing, who was weeping profusely. It was the first time Qin Ran had encountered a woman in such deep sorrow. "I'll be there immediately." Qin Ran hurried towards Li Wanqing's location. Although he had long suspected the possibility of his daughter being kidnapped, he could not fathom which fool would dare to do so. "I just received a voice call from an anonymous number. They demanded 10 billion, or else they would kill Xian." Li Wanqing recounted with desperation. "What are we to do? How can our family possibly come up with 10 billion? Beside her, Li's mother was equally restless, fully aware that Xian's abduction stemmed from their actions. "Qin Ran, Wanqing, this is all our fault. We should have kept a closer watch on Xian, and this would never have happened." Even Li's father, usually taciturn, had tears welling in his eyes. Qin Ran could perceive the profound guilt etched on the faces of the two elders. "Uncle, aunt, this cannot be blamed on you. The assailants clearly had a premeditated plan. Something we could not have anticipated." Qin Ran stated candidly. It was evident that this was a meticulously orchestrated kidnapping. In a moment, the entire Jiaqing began offering rewards for the capture of those who had abducted Qin Xian. In an abandoned chemical factory on the outskirts of Jiangqing, raucous voices echoed. "Brother Sun, after this job, you must reward the brothers handsomely. We are risking our lives for you." A muscular man shouted at Sun Qitian. who lounged on the sofa with a mischievous grin. I know, it's just a bit of money. I'll double it for you when the time comes. Sun Qitian laughed maniacally. It was important to note that he had always been regarded as a prodigy, having propelled the Sun family to rapid advancements in high-tech fields through his research and inventions, and he had long been the leading figure in Jiaqing. However, recent events had left him feeling utterly despondent. Initially, Sun's real estate, which was managed by Sun Qitian, succumbed to a price war against Li's real estate, resulting not only in a humiliating defeat, but also in a substantial debt. Furthermore, he was duped by Hu Jinshan, who persuaded him to mortgage the Sun family's high-tech industrial cluster for a loan. In addition to these tribulations, he had to contend with his father's disappointed gaze and the scorn of the entire Sun family. In a state of utter desperation, Sun Qitian devised a desperate plan to kidnap the child of Qin Ran and Li Wanqing. Wah, Xner is so scared. The little girl, bound to a chair, was crying uncontrollably. Having never witnessed such a scene, she was petrified by the sight of dozens of unfamiliar, monstrous adults around her. Stop crying. You mustn't weep. It's unbearable. If you cry again, I'll throw you outside to feed the fish. Sun Qitian, irritated by her incessant sobbing, shouted at her. Startled by his outburst, Qin Xin managed to stifle her tears. Humph, I never intended to harm such a lovely child, but it's all your parents' fault. They're the reason I've ended up like this. It's all because of them. Sun Qitian shook the girl's shoulders violently, appearing somewhat deranged. Once again, Qin Xin, who had been momentarily silenced by fear, began to cry anew at the sight of Sun Qitian's menacing expression. Ha! I wonder what expressions your parents will have when they see you like this. Watching the little girl sob, Uncle Han Sishi felt that Qin Ran's words held merit, and he nodded in agreement before stepping out alongside him. Qin Yi, we have installed a tracking system in your car. As soon as it comes to a halt, we shall rush over immediately. Han Sishi had taken precautions. All right. Qin Ran had no objections to Han Sishi's approach, as it would ultimately be Han Sishi who dealt with the bodies of the criminals. He opened the car door, activated the navigation on his phone, and with a swift press of the accelerator, vanished from Han Sishi's sight. However, within the car, Qin Ran did not adhere to the location provided by the criminals. Instead, he dialed an international long-distance call to a distant island across the ocean, the base of the Hades organization. That he requested Delina's assistance in pinpointing the exact location of the video recently sent to Li Wanqing via an anonymous multimedia message through satellite positioning. A glance at the coordinates revealed it to be in the outskirts of Jiaqing. Satellite tracking could only provide a general vicinity. Just as Qin Ran pondered over this predicament, a call interrupted him. Qin Yi, this is Sun Badian. I know where your daughter is. On the other end was Sun Badian from the Sun family, the brother of Sun Qitian. You know, Qin Ran found it hard to believe. Yes, your daughter has been abducted by my brother. I just learned that they are currently at an abandoned chemical factory in the western suburbs. Sun Badian immediately helped narrow down the search area. There were only 2 chemical factories in the western suburbs, and fortuitously, one of them was indeed abandoned. Without hesitation, Qin Ran made a U-turn and pressed down on the accelerator. Is he out of his mind? Driving against traffic on the highway. Indeed. Quick, get it on camera. Qin Ran's sudden maneuver startled the vehicles behind him, provoking a barrage of curses in his direction. Yet, he had no time to dwell on such matters. His sole focus was to reach and rescue his daughter. Sun Ge, what is the situation? It seems that the one named Qin has arrived. The brothers have been waiting without seeing anyone. Suddenly, a group hired by Sun Qitian called to inquire about his whereabouts. Is that so? Don't fret. I will call him right away and inform him that if he doesn't show up soon, his daughter will be in grave danger. Sun Qitian felt a twinge of surprise, fully aware that he had explicitly warned Qin Ran that if he were even a minute late, his daughter would be in peril. Just as Sun Qitian was puzzled and about to dial Qin Ran's number, a thunderous sound startled him. Sun Ge, someone has breached our factory gate. Wang Wu, muscular and imposing, explained as he pointed towards the billowing smoke rising from the fallen gate. How is that possible? Our factory gate is solid iron. Sun Qitian found it hard to believe as he gazed at the smoke swirling around the entrance. Just as his words faded, a figure gradually emerged from the haze, causing Sun Qitian's pupils to constrict as he scrutinized the silhouette. The esteemed young master of the Sun family was now entangled in a kidnapping scheme. As the thick smoke dissipated, a visage that instilled fear in Sun Qitian materialized. Qin Ran, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be in the northern suburbs at this moment? Sun Qitian's complexion was ashen. It is important to note that he had previously sent Qin Ran the location for their transaction via a text message. which was situated in the northern suburbs. This choice of a location was a deliberate attempt by Sun Qitian to ensure his own safety, as he feared Qin Ran. Perhaps it is I who should be inquiring of you. Qin Ran, observing Sun Qitian feigning ignorance while fully aware of the situation, advanced towards him step by step. Yes, brothers, charge. Let us deal with this brat. Wang Wu shouted immediately, and soon nearly 100 men, each wielding clubs, surrounded Qin Ran completely. Humph, Qin Ran, you have truly grown too arrogant, daring to intrude into my lair all alone. Sun Qitian, witnessing Qin Ran surrounded by the throng, felt a surge of joy. He had been troubled about how to deal with Qin Ran, but now the opportunity had presented itself on a silver platter. If you wish to avoid death, then step aside. Qin Ran's voice boomed, generating a ripple of sound that even reached Sun Qitian hundreds of meters away, causing his legs to tremble uncontrollably. Wang Wu, stop wasting breath on him. Inform the brothers that a reward of 10 million awaits the capture of Qin Ran alive. At this moment, Sun Qitian's sole desire was to seize Qin Ran and humiliate him in front of everyone. He wanted Qin Ran to understand the consequences of repeatedly stripping him of his dignity. Soon, those brothers who lived on the edge, following Wang Wu, upon hearing of the 10 million reward, regarded Qin Ran as if he were a pile of money, and before Wang Wu could even issue the command, several had already charged towards Qin Ran. Qin Ran had no intention of engaging these men, but upon seeing the gleam of greed in their eyes, he naturally could not hold back. Kid, I advise you to be wise and not force my hand, or else your demise will be swift. A burly man lunged at Qin Ran, intending to issue a threat, but before he could utter a word, his head was severed from his body. The few who had charged alongside the first man were left wide-eyed in shock, experiencing an unfamiliar terror. Just as they contemplated fleeing, it was already too late. One after another, they fell beneath Qin Ran's effortless strikes. Brother Wu, it appears we are no match for him. Several men, still hesitant to charge, watched in horror as their comrades were dispatched one by Qin Ran, panic setting in. Clear the way. Wang Wu had just witnessed Qin Ran's ferocity firsthand and bellowed in anger, prompting the brothers to swiftly part to make way. Kid, your opponent is me. Wang Wu recognized that Qin Ran was not a foe his group could contend with. However, as soon as Wang Wu uttered this declaration, Qin Ran surged forward, delivering a punch that struck Wang Wu squarely in the face, sending the colossal man flying. You are unworthy. Qin Ran flexed his wrist. Chapter 101, The Strong Wind Approaches. Wang Wu, who had been struck to the ground by Qin Ran, lay motionless. What? Old Wu, is this really? Hundreds of meters away, Sun Qitian was left dumbfounded. Does anyone else wish to try? Qin Ran inquired of the similarly stunned men. No, no. Run. Soon, a voice from the crowd shouted, and a throng of men fled in disarray. Noticing the tide turning, Sun Qitian attempted to escape, but Qin Ran intercepted him, blocking his path. Qin Ran, what do you intend to do? Sun Qitian was drenched in cold sweat. What about my daughter? Qin Ran's unfathomable eyes were fixed intently on Sun Qitian at that moment. What are you saying? I cannot comprehend. Sun Qitian still attempted to deceive Qin Ran. He thought to himself that you cannot produce any evidence, so you cannot do anything to me. However, Sun Qitian underestimated Qin Ran. The previous inquiry was not meant to solicit information, but rather to demand a confession of his last words. You may perish. Qin Ran's tone was chillingly frigid, and Sun Qitian instantly perceived a murderous intent in Qin Ran's gaze. Qin Ran, you cannot harm me. Do you know who my grandfather is? The Sun family is not like the Su or Zhao families. If you touch me, I assure you my grandfather will not let you off easily. I advise you to apologize to me now, while there is still time. Sun Qitian naively believed that Qin Ran was still the indulgent young master of the Qin family from years past, unaware that Qin Ran had now become the revered war god of the entire Xian nation. Perhaps this secret would elude Sun Qitian until his dying breath. Qin Ran seized Sun Qitian by the neck and slowly lifted him. You are nothing but an ant in my eyes. Qin Ran articulated each word distinctly. Sun Qitian struggled desperately, but he had no chance. Mere seconds later, Qin Ran hurled the lifeless Sun Qitian to the ground. Wu, having dealt with Sun Qitian, Qin Ran strode into the factory, where he detected the sound of weeping. Qin Ran called out loudly, Daddy, a girl's voice instantly echoed from the depths of the factory. Qin Ran rushed forward and discovered Qin Xin bound to a chair. Wu, Daddy, Xin is so scared. Upon seeing Qin Ran, the girl burst into tears. It's all Daddy's fault. You arrived too late. Qin Ran promptly untied the ropes binding the girl and embraced her. At that moment, at the factory entrance, Han Cixi located the abandoned chemical plant using the van's GPS inside. Blood flowed like a river, creating an extraordinarily dramatic scene. Quickly, hurry inside to take a look. Han Cixi surveyed his surroundings, his face betraying fear. It was the first time he had witnessed such a scene outside of the battlefield. Master Qin. Master Qin. Upon entering the factory, Han Cixi recognized that the man holding the child in the distance was none other than Qin Ran. Spread the word. Qin Ran. Today, I shall annihilate the Sun family. The man's booming voice reverberated throughout the factory, causing everyone to cover their ears in discomfort, Han Cixi included. Master Qin. The elder of the Sun family is from Jiaobei. Just as Han Cixi, covering his ears, attempted to warn Qin Ran, in the blink of an eye, Qin Ran had vanished. Wan Qin, it is all our fault. Had we kept a closer watch on X and her, she would not have been abducted. We are to blame. We are to blame. In Li Wanqing's home, Li's mother lamented with deep regret. Mom, this is not your fault. The woman standing by the window, glancing outside for any sign of Qin Ran, interrupted Li's mother, the child's mother. Perhaps you should say less. That Li's father gazed at his daughter, who was pacing restlessly, his heart aching with sorrow. He understood that she was merely suppressing her inner turmoil, putting on a facade of indifference before them, so as not to shatter their spirits. The family fell into a profound silence. Qin Ran suddenly burst through the door, cradling none other than Qin Xin in his arms. Wu, it's all mommy's fault. It's all mommy's fault. At the sight of her daughter, Li Wanqing could no longer contain the pent-up emotions that surged forth like a tidal wave. Exa, you scared your grandmother to death. Li's mother, upon seeing the little girl, was also moved to tears, rushing forward to embrace the mother and daughter. Nearby, Li's father discreetly wiped away his own tears. Qin Ran, who is it that kidnapped Exa? Have they been caught? After a prolonged moment of weeping, the family gradually steadied themselves, with Li's mother urgently inquiring. The Sun family. Qin Ran uttered those two words. Upon hearing them, Li Wanqing's expression darkened. It dawned on her that Xiner had been abducted due to her own missteps at work. Having offended someone, noticing the unease in Li Wanqing's demeanor, Qin Ran stepped closer and wrapped his arms around her, fully aware of her thoughts. Don't overthink it. This has nothing to do with you. Although his tone was somewhat cold, to the guilt-ridden Li Wanqing, it felt like a balm for her troubled heart. I need to step out for a moment. Li's father and mother were witnessing this side of Qin Ran for the first time. Typically, he wore a smile in their presence, and it was evident how furious he was at this moment. Sun Batian, take me to your family. Qin Ran dialed the number that Sun Batian had previously called. On the other end, Sun Batian was taken aback. He had just received news of his brother's demise at the hands of Qin Ran that he realized that Qin Ran's fury towards the Sun family was at its peak, and venturing to their residence could be perilous. The man dared not ponder further, knowing that if he did not align himself with Qin Ran, even if the Sun family remained unscathed, he would still be unable to gain favor. Weighing the pros and cons, Sun Batian decided to side with Qin Ran. In a somewhat antiquated old mansion in the central district of Jiangqing. It was now midnight, while the exterior lay shrouded in darkness. The interior was ablaze with light. It's all your fault for raising such children, who dared to kidnap Qin Ran's daughter. As Lu Mei made this accusation, Sun Jiaming halted, a look of guilt washing over him. You, think of a way to explain this to father. Sun Jiaming's finger trembled with rage as he pointed at Lu Mei. Sun Qitian, being the pride of the younger generation in the Sun family, had been held in high regard, and now with his unexpected demise, Sun Jiaming found himself unable to face their father, who was far away in Jiaobei. Just as the two were consumed by worry, a fierce wind swept through. Following it was none other than Qin Ran. Chapter 102. Exactly 1 month later. How did you get in here? Although Sun Jiaming had never laid eyes on Qin Ran, he had seen news about him everywhere over the past month. Ask him, Qin Ran said, as he tossed a burly man, whom he had been holding by the collar, onto the ground. Son, brother, our people have been. The man did not finish his sentence before Qin Ran delivered a swift kick, sending him sprawling. He's killed someone. The woman beside them, Lu Mei, had never witnessed such a scene before and immediately cried out in despair. If you shout again, you will be next. Qin Ran cast a disdainful glance her way. Lu Mei promptly fell silent, terrified of uttering even the slightest sound. Qin Ran, is it? Our Sun family has never had any grievances with your Qin family. Sun Jiaming stammered. You should be well aware of what your son has done. Qin Ran's icy gaze fixed upon Sun Jiaming as he questioned him coldly. that was solely his own doing. It bears no relation to our Sun family. Having realized the severity of Qin Ran's demeanor, Sun Jiaming, in a bid to preserve his own life, hastily distanced himself from his son. Qin Ran, too, was taken aback. Sun Qitian fancied himself the pride of the Sun family, yet now he found himself disavowed by his own father. Mr. Sun, you truly possess remarkable fortitude, even disowning your own son, Qin Ran remarked with a hint of irony. Humph, merely a wayward child, Sun Jiaming, sensing that Qin Ran's fury had somewhat abated, eagerly sought to appease him. In that case, Mr. Sun, do you still recall what I, Qin Ran, proclaimed at the banquet of the Dragon One War God? With measured steps, Qin Ran advanced closer. Sun Jiaming, pulling Lu Mei along, immediately knelt before Qin Ran. Mr. Sun, you undoubtedly exhibit great magnanimity. You are capable of both submission and assertiveness. Qin Ran observed the two kneeling before him and could not suppress a mocking smile. Qin Ran, we have already knelt. What more do you desire? Let me assure you, do not presume that we genuinely fear you. If you dare to overstep your bounds again, I will not let you off lightly. Finally, unable to endure the humiliation any longer, Lu Mei erupted. She had long harbored resentment from the slaps she received from Qin Ran during her kindergarten days. Sun Jiaming lamented his choice of such a foolish woman. Oh, since you put it that way, let us speak candidly. You were involved in the schemes against me back then, were you not? Qin Ran asserted bluntly. Qin Ran, that is surely a misunderstanding. The events of that time were orchestrated by the Su family. I have consistently advocated for your Qin family. Sun Jiaming feigned sincerity. Your son does not echo your sentiments, Qin Ran retorted, clapping his hands. Unexpectedly, someone emerged, none other than Sun Jiaming's illegitimate son, Sun Batian, who had been overlooked by the Sun family for years due to his status. How could you? Sun Jiaming was utterly astonished to see his son align with Qin Ran. The events of that time had been a conspiracy among the Sun, Su, and Zhao families. Sun Batian, resolute in his decision, believed that Qin Ran would aid him in becoming the head of the Sun family. You ungrateful wretch, Sun Jiaming cursed vehemently. Mr. Sun, there is no need to be indignant. I am the one who has every right to be angered. Qin Ran replied, his tone laced with derision, instilling fear in both Sun Jiaming and Lu Mei. Qin Ran, even if our Sun family was involved, what of it? We are not the same as the Su family or the Zhao family. Realizing the truth had been unveiled, Sun Jiaming chose to abandon all pretense. You must understand my father's standing in Jianbei. I advise you to behave yourself. Otherwise, when my father takes action, you may find yourself in dire straits. Sun Jiaming stood, pointing a finger at Qin Ran, completely oblivious to the chilling atmosphere enveloping them. You speak far too much, Qin Ran remarked disdainfully. In the next moment, Sun Jiaming collapsed to the ground. His eyes wide open, a mask of sheer terror upon his face. Ah, do not kill me, do not kill me. Lu Mei gazed at her husband, who had collapsed to the ground with a thud. Her heart gripped by terror. Qin Ran approached. From now on, all of the Sun family's assets will be entrusted to Sun Batian. Qin Ran cast a glance at Sun Batian, who stood behind him. Equally stricken with fear, the two remained silent, and Qin Ran gradually faded into the shadows. It was precisely the last night of the month he had promised. The following day, all the front pages of the media in Jiaqing were filled with reports about Qin Ran's month-long deadline. That Qin Ran truly fulfilled his grand proclamation, Elder Xian remarked, holding the newspaper. It is time to seek him out. Dong Yi seemed to ponder for a long while before responding. Elder Xian nodded in agreement. In early spring, Jiangqing was witnessing a rebirth of life. Yet, the temperature outside remained frigid, causing Qin Ran, who had toiled the previous day, to linger in bed a little longer. What is it? Qin Ran's voice came across as somewhat languid. Sir, please hurry. Someone is trying to take Qin Xian. As soon as the call connected, Yang Lan's urgent cries for help echoed from the other end, hundreds of miles away, at the first hospital of the northern region. The sky remained dark, still shrouded in the early hours of the morning due to the time difference. Inside the intensive care unit of the first hospital, Elder Xian's rich, magnetic voice sounded almost devilish to Yang Lan after she had listened intently. The dim light from the street lamps outside cast a glow on Yang Lan's face, revealing traces of blood at the corner of her mouth, having been accompanying Qin Ran's sister in the intensive care unit. Yang Lan had just awakened from her slumber moments ago, sensing a formidable energy approaching. Initially, she presumed it was Qin Ran, but upon closer inspection, she realized that this energy was vastly more powerful than his. Before Yang Lan could contemplate further, the door to the ward was abruptly blown open by a gust of wind, revealing a man dressed in a somewhat ancient style, accompanied by a little girl who appeared to be of similar stature to Qin Xian. Sensing the aggressive demeanor of the intruders, Yang Lan immediately reported to Qin Ran. However, no sooner had she uttered a word than a sudden gust of wind knocked her phone from her hand. "Who are you? How dare you create chaos in the northern region?" Yang Lan, undaunted, confronted them directly. "We are not looking for you. Kindly step aside," Dongya replied with a hint of impatience, realizing that their target was Qin Clan. Yang Lan wasted no time and delivered a swift kick to the shoulder of the ancient style. It is known that Yang Lan's close combat skills rank among the best in the northern region, and most would struggle to withstand even a few blows. To her surprise, the man remained unfazed, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Chapter 103. A direct confrontation. Elder Xian concentrated his strength in his left shoulder, thrusting it upward, causing Yang Lan to furrow her brow. An unexpected force overwhelmed her, sending her crashing to the ground. "Qin Clan, I have come to take you away." Dongya bypassed the writhing Yang Lan. Approaching the bedside, "Dongya, how did you end up here?" "Xen, you cannot stay here. If you linger any longer, you will perish," Dongya exclaimed directly to Qin Clan. "Your brother is merely comforting you. The doctors here cannot cure you. If you don't believe me, you may ask her." Dongya directly shattered Qin Ran's deceit, then gestured towards Yang Lan, who lay on the ground. Yang Lan, aware that these two individuals were targeting Qin Clan, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with her hand. "Xener, you must believe in your brother. He will undoubtedly find a way," Yang Lan stammered as she spoke. Observing Yang Lan's lack of confidence, Qin Clan understood her predicament. In truth, for the past few days, every time Yang Lan reported her condition to Qin Ran over the phone, Qin Clan had feigned sleep, yet had heard everything. The girl was well aware of her own illness. Unlike ordinary children, she had always felt a chill in her body. Even in the sweltering summer heat, the mere lack of a few layers of clothing would easily lead to her catching a cold. From a young age, she had been seen as an oddity by her peers, but fortunately, her privileged background spared her from much discrimination. However, in the past month, she felt colder than ever, compounded by the recent diagnosis of bone marrow necrosis, which caused her great distress. Thankfully, Qin Ran's constant companionship provided her with a glimmer of hope for survival. Yet, the burden she had placed on her brother weighed heavily on the considerate Qin Clan's heart. Noticing the change in Qin Clan's expression, Dongya immediately interjected, "You can only cure your illness by coming with me. Moreover, you will be able to assist your brother when he needs help." Dongya deliberately raised her voice during the latter part of her statement. "Xiner, you cannot go with them." Yang Lan, having regained some strength after lying on the ground for a moment, shouted, seeing Qin Clan about to agree. Yang Lan's interruption incensed Dongya. "Xian Lao," Dongya sneered, "you seek death." In an instant, Xian Lao moved with an imperceptible speed to stand before Yang Lan, seizing her by the neck with one hand and lifting her off the ground. Yang Lan, the formidable war god of the north, was utterly unprepared to find herself powerless against this unknown middle-aged M&As. She struggled desperately, on the verge of losing consciousness. Qin Clan's youthful voice pierced the air. "Don't kill Sister Yang Lan. I will go with you." The sky, now tinged with yellow, signaled the dawn. "Release her." Upon hearing Qin Clan's acquiescence, Dongya commanded Xian Lao to let go. "Humph, you overestimate yourself," Xian Lao scoffed, tossing the nearly unconscious Yang Lan into the corner. "Come, Xen." Dongya remained as warm and affectionate towards Qin Clan as ever. "Sister Yang Lan, please tell my brother that I don't want to be a burden to him anymore. I must become someone who can help him." Tears glistened in the corners of Qin Clan's eyes. As she neared the fate of being taken away by these two strangers, Yang Lan spat out a mouthful of blood, steadied herself against the wall, and shakily rose to her feet. "You cannot take her." As the war god of the north and Qin Ran's disciple, she had never failed a mission and would not allow them to take Qin Clan from her grasp. Dongya glanced at the battered Yang Lan, shook her head, and turned to leave. "You are no match for me." Xian Lao was quite astonished that Yang Lan could still rise to her feet at this moment. However, without hesitation, he swiftly drew forth a sharp sword from the sheath at his back, the very blade he had employed when rescuing Qin Ran. "Let us see how this unfolds." Yang Lan's gaze sharpened as she summoned all her strength and charged towards Xian Lao. This time, a miracle did not occur. Instead, a crisp sound pierced the air as Yang Lan fell into a pool of her own blood. By now, the northern sky had fully brightened. "Xener," a heart-wrenching cry echoed. "Brother." Tears had already been welling in Qin Clan's eyes, and upon seeing her brother, they cascaded down her cheeks. leaving her in a state of inconsolable sobbing that tugged at the heartstrings of all who beheld her. So it was you. Qin Ran had been pondering throughout his journey who might have designs on his sister, only to discover that it was her classmate, Danya, along with that mysterious man who had aided him on multiple occasions. Qin Ran, since you have arrived, I see no reason to conceal the truth from you any longer. Your sister can only be saved by me. Danya was acutely aware of what mattered most to Qin Ran. Upon hearing her words, Qin Ran felt as if his thoughts had been laid bare. What reason do I have to trust you? What are your true intentions regarding my sister? Qin Ran was no fool. He understood that Danya and her companion were not acting out of mere kindness, and that they surely had ulterior motives for Qin Xin. Qin Ran, it appears we have underestimated you. Initially, we thought you merely a dandy, and while we remain uncertain of the secrets you harbor, it is evident from Xian Lao's surveillance over the past few days that you are indeed the foremost warrior of the North. Danya spoke with confidence. If you are aware of this, then you should promptly release my sister. Qin Ran's utmost concern was for his family, and now that Qin Xin was in the hands of others, his temper flared, and no sooner had he spoken than he surged towards Qin Xin, intent on taking her away. However, just as he was about to grasp his sister's hand, a gust of fierce wind struck his face, rendering him unable to open his eyes. Chapter 104. He has finally awoken. Upon opening his eyes, he found that Danya and the others had already departed. The man immediately took off in pursuit. Release her. Qin Ran soon caught up, but Xian Lao wore a look of disdain. He had been entirely capable of resolving the matter with Qin Ran just moments ago, yet Danya had previously instructed him not to take Qin Ran's life. Hence he had merely delivered a minor lesson. You truly have no fear of death, do you? Before Xian Lao's words had entirely left his lips, he charged forward, delivering a blow to Qin Ran's chest. Qin Ran was sent flying as if he were a missile. Brother! Upon witnessing her brother being struck, Qin Xin immediately cried out. Qin Ran spat out a mouthful of blood as he crawled from the pit. Qin Ran, you cannot hope to defeat Xian Lao. If this continues, you may very well lose your life. I am taking your sister away to help her recover. Danya, feeling a twinge of guilt, spoke up in an attempt to persuade Qin Ran. Who are you, truly? Even now, Qin Ran remained in the dark about who this ostensibly ordinary classmate of his sister S was, as well as the ancient and formidable elder. Brother, I do not wish to be a burden any longer. I will become someone who can aid you. Qin Xin had long been aware that she had always been a source of burden for her brother. Xin heir, Qin Ran shouted desperately. In the distance, the trio vanished without a trace, and this was the first time Qin Ran had witnessed such a realm. Long City, the man stood on the ground, gazing at the sky afar, muttering to himself. Qin Ran understood that the ever-loyal Yang Lan must have risked her life to delay the two adversaries for his sake. What is the situation? Qin Ran hurriedly rushed towards the emergency room. The first war god, Yang Jiao, is likely. Upon emerging from the emergency room, the doctor was initially taken aback upon seeing Qin Ran, followed by a look of deep concern. It was known that Yang Lan was gravely injured. By the time they discovered her, she had already lost an unfathomable amount of blood. Step aside. Qin Ran immediately pushed open the door to the emergency room. As he beheld Yang Lan lying on the hospital bed, her body adorned with various medical apparatuses and her eyes tightly shut, a wave of bitterness washed over him. Yang Lan, I am so sorry. I couldn't fulfill the mission. With her final ounce of strength, Yang Lan uttered these words. Qin Ran's eyes turned crimson. Typically stoic, he now glared with fury, yanking out all the tubes connected to her, then tearing the English necklace from around his neck. He closed his eyes, clutching the necklace in one hand while placing the other on Yang Lan's forehead. Suddenly, a brilliant light emanated from within Qin Ran's being. Moments later, his lips turned pale, sweat dripped from his brow, and his legs faltered, causing him to collapse to the ground. War God, what has happened to you? Quick, someone help. Soon, a nurse stationed at the door noticed Qin Ran on the floor and hurriedly called for assistance. Meanwhile, in a desolate desert across the ocean, he finally awoke. A woman donning a mask etched with a ghostly visage gazed at the sky as a flash of light streaked by. 3 days later, at North District Hospital, in the Special Care Unit. Wang, you have finally awakened. Long, he exclaimed the moment Qin Ran opened his eyes. Wang, soon, the other brothers, who had also been waiting for Qin Ran to regain consciousness, echoed the call. Qin Ran felt an overwhelming heaviness in his head, as though he had been asleep for an eternity, and slowly sat up, cradling his head. How is Yang Lan? The memory rushed back to him. The last moment of consciousness he had was while saving Yang Lan. Yang Jiao. Long Yi stammered. Speak clearly. What has happened? Qin Ran gripped Long Yi's collar anxiously. Just then, someone abruptly pushed the door open and entered. Qin Ran focused his gaze, and to his astonishment, it was none other than Yang Lan. Ha! It's the first time I've seen Wang so anxious. Ha! The brothers burst into laughter one by one, and only then did Qin Ran realize that Long Yi and his companions had deliberately set out to frighten him. Eager to witness his reaction, Long Yi, it has been quite some time since we last sparred, hasn't it? Qin Ran shot a glare at Long Yi, causing him to scurry aside in fright. Enough? Wang has just awakened. Let him rest properly. Yang Lan glared at those formidable war gods, who, in this moment, dared not retort. They all knew that they were products of Yang Lan's training, making her akin to their mentor. Wang, I have already dispatched someone to investigate. We will surely uncover the identities of those who harmed Yang Jiao and you. At this moment, Long Yi ceased his jesting demeanor, his face reflecting a grave seriousness. Qin Ran was acutely aware that Dong Ye and the man known as Xian Lao were far from simple characters, and the reasons behind their fixation on Qin Xin concealed a deeper mystery. Now fully awakened, Qin Ran felt a remarkable sense of lightness, as if he had undergone a profound metamorphosis. Engaging in conversation with his fellow warriors, he listened as they lamented the monotony of the north without him. To which Qin Ran cast them a sidelong glance, remarking whether they had gone too long without a proper fight. After the multitude of warrior brothers took their leave, Yang Lan settled beside Qin Ran's hospital bed. Wang, how did you manage to save me? I recall you possessing no medical expertise, she inquired with a look of curiosity. Qin Ran found himself momentarily at a loss. Indeed, he had acted on instinct. Lacking certainty, the necklace that hung around his neck was a gift from the man who had led him away, yet he had not been informed of its function, only advised to refrain from unfastening it unless absolutely necessary. Qin Ran divulged this information candidly to Yang Lan, who listened in astonishment, not from disbelief, but from sheer wonder. Chapter 105, Brother-in-law, save me. Wang, why can I no longer sense the energy within you? Yang Lan expressed her confusion, noting that Qin Ran appeared significantly stronger than before yet radiated no energy. I have noticed that as well. Qin Ran nodded in acknowledgement. The two did not delve further into this enigma. Since Qin Ran had adeptly resolved the conflicts involving the three major families of Jiangqing, the dynamics of the region had shifted dramatically. The previously inconspicuously family had emerged as the most significant victor, especially with Li Wanqing's leadership propelling Li Real Estate into the ranks of Jiangqing's top 10 enterprises of the year. This, in turn, had made Li Wanqing increasingly busy, grappling with an array of responsibilities daily. Qin Ran, I need a favor. Li Wanqing spoke hurriedly on the other end of the line. Go ahead. Qin Ran replied, having just returned home when her call came through. Initially, he contemplated declining, recalling his previous encounter with her sister. However, Li Wanqing, not waiting for his response, abruptly ended the call, sending the address and details via text message. With a resigned shrug, Qin Ran mused, well, it seems I must once again pay my respects to the ancestors. Since Li Momo attended an art school, her academic year commenced at a different time than traditional universities. Qin Ran set off in his charmingly modified vehicle, which, despite its adorable appearance, had cost him a small fortune. Miss, would you like a ride? Where to? 10 yuan per person. A stout man with curly hair leered at Li Momo. No need. Someone is here to pick me up, she promptly declined, aware of the abundance of illegal taxis around the train station. The rejected man gazed at the youthful beauty of the girl, his mind swirling with unsavory thoughts. This was Qin Ran's first visit to the train station, which, being newly constructed, was somewhat isolated, without someone to pick him up. Hailing a taxi would indeed prove challenging. The man's keen eyes soon spotted Li Momo waiting at the roadside. Momo, Qin Ran shouted loudly, yet the others pretended not to hear and continued walking ahead. Qin Ran felt a tinge of confusion. Despite his boisterous call, how could they possibly have missed it? In a surge of determination, he pressed the accelerator, aiming to reach Li Momo's side. However, at that very moment, several men encircled her. What do you want? Li Momo's heart raced with fear as she found herself suddenly confronted by these men. Little sister, you seem to be all alone. Why not come play with us? The ringleader was none other than the unscrupulous taxi driver, De Bing, who had been soliciting passengers moments ago was taken aback by the presence of such ruffians, remaining calm under pressure. She feigned compliance. Big brother, I have matters to attend to at home. Perhaps another time. Upon uttering these words, she sought a gap in the crowd, eyeing an escape. Yet De Bing and his companions were no fools. They quickly saw through her intentions. Just as she was about to flee, De Bing ordered his cohorts to block her path. Humph. Don't think we're easily deceived. Be a good girl and play with us for a while. Or face the consequences. De Bing sneered, a lecherous grin spreading across his face as he leered at Li Mo's alluring figure. Just as his coarse hand reached for the girl's waist, Li Mo suddenly cried out, "Brother-in-law." Realizing that these men were nothing but scoundrels, she understood that she could not handle the situation alone, and thus thought of Qin Ran. Upon hearing her desperate call for help, Qin Ran immediately revved the engine and appeared beside them. Honking his horn incessantly, he sought to divert everyone's attention. What the hell? Who asked the idiot constantly honking? De Bing, whose hand was nearly on Li Mo's thigh, jumped in surprise, cursing under his breath. Seeing Qin Ran's arrival, Li Mo dashed towards him without hesitation. Only then did De Bing and his gang realize that Qin Ran intended to play the hero. However, upon seeing Qin Ran in his dilapidated vehicle, they dismissed him as merely another loser. Kid, which road are you from? How dare you act up in our territory? De Bing, with a toothpick dangling from his mouth, swaggered with arrogance. Qin Ran, uninterested in wasting time with these thugs, aimed to resolve the situation swiftly. Brother-in-law, save me. The girl, hiding behind Qin Ran, clutched his waist, appearing visibly shaken. Oh, you know Tiger Goo? Qin Ran glanced at De Bing. Ha ha ha. What did this kid just say? Brother Bing. He asked if we know Tiger Goo. The group erupted in laughter, their mirth almost uncontrollable. Yet Qin Ran remained unfazed. You think you can just toss around Tiger G's name? De Bing spat the toothpick onto the ground, fixing a sinister gaze upon Qin Ran. They believed Qin Ran to be just another loser attempting to intimidate them by invoking Tiger G's name. And by sheer coincidence, he had walked right into their crosshairs. That De Bing and his crew were among the first to associate with Tiger Goo, but their unscrupulous behavior and lackluster work ethic had long led to their dismissal. Explaining why they resorted to running illegal taxis near the train station. Seeing Qin Ran's lack of response, De Bing assumed he was merely feeling guilty. Chapter 106. Considering the consequences, who could have anticipated that as the soldier approached Qin Ran, he would be met with a powerful punch to the face, sending him flying several meters away? Brother Bing, the group of comrades following the soldier rushed over to help him up. Well done. This kid truly possesses some skills. Bing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Brothers, let us all charge together. Having learned his lesson and aware of Qin Ran's capabilities, Bing called for his brothers to join him. However, one by one, they met the same fate as Bing, being swiftly defeated by Qin Ran's swift punches and kicks, all sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. Let us go. Qin Ran dusted off his hands and remarked to Li Mo, who stood behind him, astonished. Since the last incident where he had fainted for 3 days to save Yonglan, Qin Ran had felt a significant enhancement in his physical prowess. Dealing with such ordinary ruffians required little exertion on his part. Frustrated at having lost the opportunity and having endured a beating, Bing quickly retrieved his phone and called a contact saved as brother-in-law to brother-in-law. I need to report something. Bing immediately feigned the role of the victim. How outrageous. What is his license plate number? I will assemble a team to intercept him immediately. The man on the other end, Bing's brother-in-law, sprang to his feet after hearing Bing's fabricated tale. Bing promptly relayed Qin Ran's license plate number to him. And upon hanging up, a mischievous grin spread across his face, thinking, Kid, do you really think you can contend with me? You're in over your head. It is worth noting that Bing's brother-in-law was responsible for managing traffic violations across Jiangqing, and he had been searching for a case to boost his performance. Shao, gather the team. We have a mission. Fong Ping called out to the duty officer as he tidied up. Brother Fong. What's the matter? Shao inquired. Puzzled. A case has come up. Fong Ping's eyes sparkled with excitement. His brother-in-law had just informed him about a private vehicle using military license plates, which instantly revitalized Fong Ping's spirits. The misuse of license plates was already a serious offense, and using military plates was a grave matter indeed. At this moment, Qin Ran and Li Mo remained unaware that Bing was far from finished. Brother-in-law, how are you so formidable? The tone in Li Mo's voice when addressing Qin Ran had noticeably shifted. Although she had witnessed Qin Ran's prowess before, that time it was through someone else's connections. This was the first instance she witnessed him single-handedly taking on multiple opponents. Previously, while in prison, he had occasionally learned a few moves from a brother who knew martial arts. Qin Ran grinned sheepishly, scratching his head. TSK, that was just in prison. Brother-in-law, you should steer clear of those people. Li Momo's previously admiring gaze dimmed. She believed that anyone who had been to prison was not a good person, and Qin Ran's past associations with such individuals diminished her regard for him. However, Qin Ran was intentionally misleading her, as he wished to keep his true identity concealed, not only to protect himself, but also to safeguard those around him. Brother-in-law, is my sister still very busy? If she is unavailable, a simple phone call to inform me would suffice. There is no need to trouble you. Li Momo already harbors a prejudice against Qin Ran, and had it not been for the recent peril, she would have completely ignored him. Upon hearing this, Qin Ran felt despondent, thinking, Miss, I have no desire to come and fetch you. Yet your sister insisted I do so? Contemplating the strained relationship between the two sisters left Qin Ran somewhat exasperated, as he found himself caught in the middle, feeling rather uncomfortable. It seemed there was suddenly a meeting. Qin Ran explained, Do not attempt to deceive me. Given my sister's current status, she could easily invite several people without needing to personally handle everything, which only reveals her reluctance to see me. Li Momo had her own interpretations regarding these excuses. Noticing that the girl had already formed her own opinions, Qin Ran chose not to continue defending Li Wanqing. Just as they were about to exit the highway, Qin Ran suddenly observed that the toll booth had been cordoned off with security lines, and a series of tire spiking chains had been deployed. The vehicles ahead were instructed to halt immediately. Sharp-eyed Fong Ping quickly recognized the car that his brother-in-law had reported. Brother-in-law, what is happening? This was the first time Li Momo had encountered a scenario reminiscent of a television drama, and she felt a surge of anxiety. Let me check from inside the car, Qin Ran suggested, equally perplexed, pondering whether he had committed any wrongdoing. Fong Ping, accompanied by a team of traffic officers, directly surrounded Qin Ran's vehicle. Good heavens! What audacity! Not only did he use a military license plate, but he also dared to employ the number 0005. As Fong Ping approached for a closer look, he was immediately taken aback. Military plates are not something just anyone can utilize. The smaller the number, the higher the rank it signifies. Upon exiting the vehicle, Qin Ran overheard Fong Ping's astonishment and realized that his license plate seemed to have changed to a military one. Of course, this was something Qin Ran had only just discovered. The plate had been altered by Yang Lan to facilitate his travels in Jiangqing, sparing him the need for identity checks when entering restricted areas. After some contemplation, Qin Ran deduced that Yang Lan had made this change for his convenience, not anticipating it would lead to trouble. Young man, impressive. You appear quite young, yet your audacity is remarkable, Fang Ping said, scrutinizing Qin Ran as he stepped down from the driver's seat, teasingly. In truth, Fong Ping was already elated. Capturing someone like Qin Ran, who dared to misuse a military license plate, would secure a year's worth of performance accolades. Come, arrest them all, Fong Ping commanded his subordinates, reveling in the situation. This license plate belongs to me. However, just as the officers were about to approach, Qin Ran suddenly interjected. At that moment, Li Momo, seated in the passenger seat, had also heard Fong Ping's earlier remarks. She cast a disdainful glance at Qin Ran, realizing that her brother-in-law was unreliable. It was one thing to drive a shabby vehicle, but insisting on a military plate was courting disaster. This truly is mine, Qin Ran asserted, his tone unusually frigid, sending a shiver down the spine of those present. Enough of this nonsense. Accompany us for a while. I've also heard that you assaulted someone at the train station. We might as well address that too. Fong Ping, driven by a desire for quick success, paid little heed to Qin Ran's words, especially since Qin Ran had also struck his own brother-in-law. Fong Ping contemplated administering some private retribution to avenge his brother-in-law's grievance. Consider the consequences, Qin Ran remarked, shrugging his shoulders, realizing that this matter was indeed connected to the person he had just confronted at the train station. Take him away. Fong Ping, with an expression of disdain,